As the celestial battleship was under construction, my dragon mother ship soared through the skies, commanding all. Does Asgard dare to rise above mortals? No, no, they are but a swarm of insignificant ants. Unworthy of consideration, does Thanos aspire to dominate the Earth, believing the Avengers to be his adversaries? No, no, there's still me. Thanos, king against king. Your true opponent is I. Chapter 1. The Dragon Mothership. In the year 2008, in the enchanting metropolis of Shanghai. Shanghai, the largest city in China and the second in Asia, is often referred to as the Paris of the East. It is a globally renowned financial hub and one of the largest metropolitan areas in terms of both population and area. Shanghai is among the 6 world-class urban agglomerations globally. The port of Shanghai boasts the highest cargo throughput and container volume in the world, establishing itself as an international port. It is also the location of China's first free trade pilot zone. Here, one finds a corporate consortium ranked among the top 3 in the world, alongside the tallest skyscrapers. The Zhutian Tower stands as the tallest and most magnificent edifice in the world, soaring to a height of 999 meters, symbolizing the supreme position of being number 1 in the world. With a total of 333 floors and an expansive area of 6.5 square kilometers, it surpasses the Burj Khalifa by 1.2 square kilometers. The top floor of the Zhutian Tower in the conference room. Please report on your progress. The main seat, Liu Heng, surveyed the company executives gathered below, tapping the conference table to signify the need for his subordinates, who were whispering amongst themselves to present their project updates and completion status. Boss, my third-stage gene project is complete with a success rate of 99. The capabilities of the third-stage gene warriors can rival that of Black Widow, and they can even gain the upper hand. As soon as he finished speaking, a foreign elder with golden hair and blue eyes stood up. Utilizing the full-screen virtual phone reserved for the upper echelons of the Zhutian Group, he projected his engineering project onto the screen behind Liu Heng, stating, "Report the expenses incurred for the project." The secretary, with a striking figure, standing beside Liu Heng, produced a virtual notebook and, glancing at Dr. William, who had just reported, inquired in a low voice about the funds expended. According to the statistical results, the living experiments consumed $150 billion. All subjects were unable to withstand the potency of the third-stage gene fluid and met their demise. Among them, 152 Americans, 183 Germans, 176 Brits, 198 Russians, 219 Japanese, 201 South Koreans, and 145 Chinese, totaling 1,274 experimental subjects. The preparation of the gene fluid consumed a total of $789.5 billion, with 1,274 failures. Equipment and accommodation costs amounted to $152.6 billion, leading to a total expenditure of $1.0921 trillion for the project. He retrieved an A4 sheet from the satchel secured to his arm and handed it to the bodyguard standing behind him, signaling him to present it to the seated boss. The bodyguard respectfully accepted the A4 paper, his expression solemn, as he stepped forward towards his company's esteemed boss, the sole investor. Boss, he respectfully handed the documents in his hand to Liu Heng, his eyes filled with fervor, akin to that of an ardent admirer. Upon receiving the materials from the bodyguard, Liu Heng cast a cursory glance, dismissively throwing them onto the conference table, his gaze shifting irreverently towards the alluring secretary. Boss, the data appears accurate, but Liu Yixuan, perusing the financial figures provided by William on her tablet, confirmed there were no discrepancies. However, upon reviewing the funding projects, which amounted to an astounding $2 trillion, she hesitated to report the remaining financial situation, casting a troubled glance at Dr. William. "Speak." Noticing the unease of his secretary, Liu Heng commanded with an unyielding tone that if that scoundrel William dared to embezzle his funds, he would not hesitate to make him a test subject. The remaining financial situation has not been reported by Dr. William. As Liu Heng's words fell, Liu Yixuan felt an uncontrollable urge to divulge the status of the remaining $2 trillion. Yaya. At this, Liu Heng snapped his fingers and a projection of a young Eastern girl materialized in the conference room. "Brother, is there something you need from me?" The artificial intelligence Yaya, exhibiting a semblance of life, bounded towards Liu Heng's position, joyfully inquiring. Investigate the status of the remaining funds. What is the situation? His tone was frigid, devoid of any emotion. Dr. William has allocated the remaining funds towards the initiation of the fourth-level gene liquid project. This is the application report he submitted. Yaya, a pinnacle of artificial intelligence, transcended the label of mere AI, rightfully termed a cognitive brain. With a delicate wave of her virtual hand, the details of the remaining funds instantaneously appeared within the conference room. Allocate $1.5 trillion to him. I expect to see the fourth-level gene liquid by next year. If not, I trust your daughter will accompany you to heaven next. Upon reviewing the application plan, Liu Heng promptly approved the allocation of $1.5 trillion as the initial funding for the Gene Research Institute. His gaze then pivoted to an elderly Chinese gentleman. Boss, the Tunglong mothership has been successfully developed. As we are a pharmaceutical group lacking advanced energy technology. We utilized 5 armor crystals as energy sources, totaling an expenditure of $4.58 trillion. Professor Wang Jian rose, handing a document to the bodyguard behind him to deliver to their boss. The Tunglong mothership is a true national treasure. It would never be recorded online, even with their top-tier AI Yaya. This remained unchanged. Oh, so soon? Upon hearing that the Tunglong mothership had been fully constructed, Liu Heng finally expressed a flicker of interest, eagerly flipping through the materials handed by the bodyguard. This was a contender capable of rivaling aerospace carriers possessing. It would grant dominion over the skies, which was indeed a cause for his elation. Yaya, please scan the specifications of the Tunglong aircraft carrier. Soon, Liu Heng perused the information and instructed the artificial intelligence. Yaya. The materials provided by Wang Jian imparted an aura of unreality to him. Maglev technology, energy defense shields, laser cannons, each corridor equipped with laser nets and Gatling guns, genuine optical invisibility, defense, superior, attack, moderate. 1,000 meters beneath the surface rested a carrier measuring 1,200 meters in length and 330 meters in width, quietly ensconced within the base. I could see that moment. An infrared laser net swiftly swept across the dragon-emblazoned aircraft carrier, and the analysis report materialized before the eyes of all present. I command. Upon receiving the analysis of the Tunglong aircraft carrier, Liu Heng's expression turned grave as he cast a commanding glance over the assembly, his voice resonating with authority. Swiftly, he ordered, as the senior executives of the company, upon hearing their boss's low command, rose in unison, their gazes fixed upon him, eagerly awaiting his directives. I command that the Tunglong aircraft carrier be launched immediately, and the Armored Warriors team studio be relocated aboard the Tunglong aircraft carrier. Dispatch 10 fourth-tier mutants to guard the vessel and monitor global activities. He produced a pre-prepared document and handed it to Liu Yixuan beside him, instructing her to distribute it among all the senior executives present. After passing the document to Liu Yixuan, he strode confidently towards the exclusive elevator of the conference room, pressing the button to descend to the base, standing silently. Within, as he awaited its descent, that if he could manufacture the Tunglong aircraft carrier before S.H.I.E.L.D., then the Zhutian Group would indeed possess the capability to contend with long-established organizations such as S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Brotherhood. Chapter 2. The Rebellious Mothership Base. Looking at the giant structure before them, many executives were wide-eyed in shock. Even Liu Heng, who was once a super hacker, was somewhat taken aback. He was originally a homebody from a parallel world, known as a super hacker in the cyber world, a king without a crown. On a stormy night, Liu Heng was tempted with $1 million to infiltrate the internal systems of the National Security Bureau. Just as he broke through the first layer of defense, he was discovered by the prototype artificial intelligence developed by the National Research Institute. A battle of defense and offense began between man and machine. While competing with the AI, Liu Heng forgot about the increasingly fierce lightning outside, becoming almost possessed as he fought against the AI prototype. In the end, he managed to defeat the AI prototype, but at the cost of exposing his location. Exhausted and with numb arms, he slumped over the keyboard and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he found himself in a different world, with a basic AI program appearing on his computer. Over time, he successfully established dominance over the AI, and with its help and his superior hacking skills, he infiltrated the core systems of the U.S. Department of Defense. The reason for choosing to invade the US was that it was the world's #1 superpower, with information that was 100% more than any other country. After reviewing the core data of the US, he realized he had crossed over into the terrifying Marvel universe. He also discovered he had a superpower, the ability to make his words reality. Upon realizing he was in a Marvel world, he first contacted his parents, only to find that the parents in this world were no different from those in his original world. The only difference was that his parents in this world were the owners of a multi-billion-dollar company, holding 100% of the shares. He then remembered a statement made by Bill Gates, the world's richest man, in his original world. The next world's richest person would emerge in the pharmaceutical field. Without hesitation, he asked his mother for 100 million renminbi and went to the Magic City, diving into the pharmaceutical industry. With the help of AI, the Zhutian Group quickly swept across the globe, producing effective drugs to treat AIDS, cancer, and other diseases. As the company gained fame, it inevitably caught the attention of certain young masters or national forces. They attempted to control the super dark horse that was the Zhutian Group through complex webs of connections. However, under Liu Heng's ability to make his words reality, they either met a tragic end on the streets or mysteriously disappeared. Such incidents occurred many times, and the Zhutian Group became recognized worldwide as an entity not to be provoked. Among them, a fourth-tier mutant wanted to monopolize the money tree that was the Zhutian Group, and various countries or large forces were eager to watch the spectacle. The outcome shocked them. The fourth-tier mutant had his head and body switched live, instilling fear in the major forces, and from then on, no one dared to set their sights on this company. Over the past decade, the Zhutian Group has involved itself in many sectors, including entertainment and gaming, with Liu Heng's influence permeating everywhere. He was recognized as a prodigious tyrant, on par with Tony Stark. The title of tyrant was attributed to him because the drugs produced by his company were simply tyrannical. For instance, if an AIDS patient took the special drug today, they would be completely cured by tomorrow, akin to an ancient tyrant who could decide who lived and who died. If Liu Heng wanted the AIDS virus to perish, it would perish. This was the origin of his tyrant reputation. Landing, after scanning the eager executives, he nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "None of the executives or mothership staff chose to board the colossal vessel at his command. Instead, they gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Realizing their hesitation to board the Tunglong mothership, Liu Heng understood that as the investor in this giant, not being the first aboard would put everyone in an awkward position. Professor Wang, please introduce everything about the Tunglong mothership in detail." Remember, I said everything. After boarding the Tunglong mothership, Liu Heng turned to Wang Jian, who was closely following him, and asked gravely, emphasizing the word everything. "This is the Longying fighter jet, which can reach speeds of up to 10 Mach. Even a second-tier genetic warrior can withstand the pressure brought by 10 Mach. And each Longying fighter jet can take off and land vertically, being highly maneuverable, with combat capabilities comparable to the US's Cohen-style fighter jets." Professor Wang Jian pointed to more than 20 Longwen fighter jets parked on the deck, his face glowing as he explained to him and the executives. "This is the laser cannon, capable of instantly destroying a Longying fighter jet. The entire mothership is equipped with 500 such laser cannons. And the most important point is that these laser cannons are not manually controlled, but are operated by Yaya." After introducing the fighter jets, he pointed to a cannon on the deck and summarized its performance and number. This mothership uses magnetic levitation technology, producing no noise and can reach speeds of up to 5 Mach. The degree of optical invisibility has achieved 100%. Even if you stand right in front of it after it becomes invisible, you won't be able to detect its presence. As he spoke about optical invisibility, Professor Wang became increasingly animated, as if rejuvenated, detailing all the benefits of optical invisibility, while also mentioning the drawbacks. Without sufficient energy, this massive machine would lose its optical invisibility and appear before the world. Oh, and we've also developed a method to increase energy for the armor crystals, using vibranium solar panels to absorb sunlight and convert it into energy, which is incredibly powerful. So, we won't have to worry about the Tunglong mothership running low on energy when Sinan and others transform into armored warriors. Professor Wang considered the drawbacks of low energy, which made Liu Heng nod in satisfaction. Meijin, have Sinan, Dongshan, Beimiao, Shizhao, and Kuinzhong released the energy of the armor crystals. He turned to the girl with the ponytail who was beside Liu Yixuan and said, "Got it." Meijin nodded and took the 5 armor summoners away from the deck to the energy activation room. As they passed by Wang Jian, the 6 of them whispered their thanks in his ear. The time to summon the armor is closely related to energy and with Professor Wang's thorough considerations. How could they not be grateful? Open the base exit door. Open the base exit door. Open the base exit door. Chapter 3. Racing Against Time. As the words "open the base exit door" fell, the entire hive-like base trembled slightly. A sound like a thunderous bell echoed as the titanium alloy door at the front of the Tunglong mothership slowly opened. Activate anti-gravity technology. Lift off 1 meter. Yaya's youthful voice echoed once more in the center of the second-to-last layer of the base. As soon as she finished speaking, the Tunglong mothership slowly floated up under the anti-gravity technology, reaching about 1 meter before hovering in midair, waiting for the next command. The passage obstacles have been cleared. Please immediately inject energy into the Tunglong mothership. Please immediately inject energy into the Tunglong mothership. Please immediately inject energy into the Tunglong mothership. When the Tunglong mothership reached the height set by Yaya, an invisible scanning wave swept back and forth through the corridor 3 times, and the deafening sound echoed once again. The command to inject energy also rang out 3 times, urging the armor crystal to hurry up with the energy injection. Otherwise, this massive Tunglong mothership would be unable to leave the base due to insufficient energy storage, failing to become the true ruler of the sky. Meijin, what's going on? Liu Heng's companion, Liu Yixuan, glanced at his expression. She quietly slipped away from the group, heading to the other end of the deck, and whispered into the communicator, "The power of the armor warriors is in her hands. If she's unhappy, other teams might suppress her." "Sister Yixuan, we haven't found the energy storage room yet." Meijin's helpless voice came from the communicator. They had rushed too much and didn't call for staff to guide them. It was really embarrassing not to know where the energy room was. "You guys are too reckless. The energy storage room is in the middle compartment. Hurry up and activate the armor crystal. I'm getting impatient." Liu Yixuan was truly defeated by Meijin. She had seen their confidence when they set off. But now they were telling her they couldn't find the energy storage room, which was really embarrassing for the team. "Please inject energy into the Tunglong mothership immediately. Please inject energy into the Tunglong mothership immediately. Please inject energy into the Tunglong mothership immediately." At this moment, Yaya's tone had become somewhat impatient, and red lights lit up all over the giant ship, accompanied by a piercing alarm sound. "Warning, energy insufficient, please replenish energy. Warning, energy insufficient, please replenish energy. Warning, energy insufficient, please replenish energy." This time, it was no longer Yaya's humanized voice, but the alarm from the Tunglong mothership's onboard program. "What's going on? Why hasn't the energy been supplied yet?" Liu Heng, whose expression was already bad, frowned unhappily upon hearing the sharp, piercing alarm sound and spoke in a deep voice. His gaze fell on Liu Yixuan, filled with indifference, his face showing no expression as he waited for her to give him a satisfactory answer. "I'm really sorry. They got lost and don't know where the energy storage room is, which delayed the time," Liu Yixuan said, lowering her head, not daring to meet Liu Heng's eyes. Feeling ashamed, "Yaya, how much longer can the energy stored in the Tunglong mothership last?" He ignored Liu Yixuan and asked into the microcommunicator, fully focused on debugging the Tunglong mothership and checking all systems without daring to be distracted by the artificial intelligence Yaya. "Brother, it can last for 1 more minute. After 1 minute, the Tunglong mothership will lose power and become a real wreck." Yaya's voice was very serious, filled with urgency. Upon hearing the words from the communicator, Liu Heng completely lost his composure, his face full of anxiety. This thing cost nearly 460 billion. If it became a wreck, wouldn't he be wasting all his efforts? What is going on? Why will the Tunglong mothership turn into a wreck after 1 minute without energy replenishment? At this moment, he no longer cared about his image. Although his emotions were a bit agitated, he still forced himself to calm down and asked, "Brother, The Tinglone mothership was set up by Professor Wang Jian and others. The backup energy will self-destruct when exhausted, Yaya replied, her tone filled with helplessness, truly caught off guard by that group of researchers. Damn it. If the armor crystal energy can't be released in 30 seconds, I'll make you suffer. Liu Heng turned his head and slapped Wang Jian's face, his gaze fiercely fixed on Liu Yixuan. If he remembered correctly from Liu Yixuan's report, Tony Stark had already gone to Afghanistan to attend his company's weapons exhibition. It wouldn't be long before the plot would unfold completely, and he would publicly announce at the press conference that he was Iron Man. Then all the monsters in this world, like Magneto, the Professor, Thor, and the Hulk, would gradually reveal themselves to the public. If his Tinglone mothership's test flight failed, the plot would revert to the control of S.H.I.E.L.D. Wouldn't his 10 years of planning be wasted? The reason he slapped Professor Wang Jian was that he was too clever for his own good, messing with his self-destruction program. If energy couldn't be replenished in time, this multi-billion-dollar giant would go to waste. Meijin, I give you 30 seconds to get to the energy storage room and activate the armor crystal. Liu Yixuan roared hysterically. Truly a bunch of incompetent people, regretting taking over the armor warrior team from the start. Meanwhile, the company's higher-ups looked on mockingly at Liu Yixuan and Wang Jian. If they caused a loss of tens of billions of dollars, these two would probably wish they were dead. In any place, scheming and backstabbing often happened, let alone in the second-largest group in the world. Humph, you better keep your little schemes to yourselves. This concerns the future survival of the company. If you dare to play tricks on me, don't blame me for being ruthless. His cold gaze swept over the higher-ups, his tone like the depths of winter, making everyone shiver. Understood. The company executives nodded in fear, realizing the implication in his words. The one before them could give them everything they had now, and he surely had the ability to take it all back. Just look around at the Gene Warriors holding laser guns, their eyes filled with murderous intent. And you would know Liu Heng had the capability. Energy storage room. Hurry, hurry, time is running out. Meijin's face was filled with anxiety, glancing at her smartwatch from time to time as she urged. Meijin, don't panic. We will release the crystal energy right away. Seeing the anxiety on the face of her crush, Dongshan quickly comforted her, producing the armor summoner in his hand. You have 15 seconds left. 15, 14, 13. Yaya's voice echoed in the energy storage room, reminding them. Press your energy launch buttons in the order of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yaya's virtual projection appeared directly in the energy storage room, directing them. Shi Zhao, Dongshan, Bei Miao, Xinan, and Kuan Zhong. Activate the armor crystal in that order. Yaya waved her little hand, detailing their tasks, and then disappeared from the energy storage room. Although she had left, the countdown had not stopped and continued to tick down slowly. 10, 9, 8. Seeing the time getting shorter, the five of them nodded at Meijin's hopeful gaze. And Shi Zhao was the first to press the crystal activation button, followed by Dongshan. Just as they finished pressing the activator, the countdown stopped, and the entire massive ship began to shake. Just when the six of them, including Liu Heng in the command room, thought the Tinglone mothership's test flight had failed. A voice filled with joy echoed through the mothership's docking area and the entire hive base. The Tinglone mothership has successfully connected to the energy system and is replenishing backup energy. It will take 5 minutes. Please wait. The mothership's program detected energy fluctuations, injecting them into the engines, introducing a flow of energy to maintain the mothership's operation, while 4 streams of energy quickly replenished the backup energy storage. Finally succeeded. The heart has already risen to the throat. Hearing this delightful sound, I couldn't help but collapse onto the ground, beads of sweat streaming down my forehead. The situation just now was far too dangerous. If we had activated the crystal a little later, I'm afraid we would have met our end here today. In America, at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Knock, knock, knock. While browsing through the aerospace aircraft project, Nick Fury frowned at the urgent knocking. However, he still stood up, tidied his appearance, and called out in a solemn voice, "Come in." As soon as he spoke, the office door was violently flung open, startling him. Upon seeing who entered, he was left speechless. "Coulson, could you be a bit more polite? You're usually not this reckless and clumsy. Don't tell me you found a girlfriend?" He grabbed a signature pen from his desk and threw it at Phil Coulson, who has always played the good guy in the Marvel Universe. Seeing the pen flying towards him, Coulson's eyes lit up as he quickly caught the pen thrown by his superior. As a loyal fan of Captain America, how could he not recognize this pen, which had once been used by the captain? Director, urgent intel. The satellite just detected 5 presences in the direction of China's Demon City, approaching the peak of the 4th tier. After stashing the pen in his jacket pocket, he handed over the documents he was holding, speaking urgently with a worried expression. Have you figured out what's going on? Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's expression turned serious. The emergence of 5 presences nearing 5th tier strength from the Heavenly Empire was not something to be taken lightly. Aside from Hawkeye, Black Widow, and the still unawakened Steve Rogers, S.H.I.E.L.D, had no other strong forces to rely on. How would they deal with an attack from Hydra or the Brotherhood? Not to mention whether the Heavenly Empire might launch a surprise attack on them. Director, you know that Demon City is someone else's territory. Obtaining intel from there is incredibly difficult, not to mention that information leaking out from there is almost impossible. However, it can be confirmed that this energy fluctuation is coming from the Zhutian Group. Hearing his superior's question, Coulson felt a headache coming on, realizing that his boss was overthinking things. But he didn't forget to add the precise location of the energy fluctuation. Keep a close eye on everything happening in Demon City. Once the aerospace aircraft's engine is developed, we won't have to fear the Zhutian Group anymore. Hearing his loyal subordinate's report, Nick Fury couldn't help but facepalm and waved his hand, signaling Coulson to leave. After Coulson exited, Fury's eyes sparkled with determination. But thinking about the engine made him feel an overwhelming headache. In New York, at the Brotherhood's headquarters, boss, 5 mutant presences at the peak of the 4th tier have emerged from the Heavenly Empire. A blue-skinned woman stood respectfully in front of an elderly man with short hair. Got it, you can leave. After all, that's not a place we can meddle in. Eric Lensher waved his hand, signaling Mystique to leave, then closed his eyes and spoke softly. He said this because there was an aura emanating from the direction of Demon City that made him feel deathly suffocated, making him wary of provoking it. In New York, at Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, Professor, something has appeared in China's Demon City. Jean Grey's words were interrupted by the professor's wave. His face looked grave as he shook his head and said in a low tone, "The matters of the Heavenly Empire have nothing to do with us. The most important point is that is a forbidden zone for mutants. If you go there, just wait to die." But Jean Grey wanted to say something, but was interrupted again by the professor, who said, "Jean, you just need to know that even Eric would die if he went there. It's best if you don't pry into it." In Berlin, at Hydra's headquarters, the world sky is about to change. A sigh echoed, and the entire secret room fell into silence, with no sound escaping. In Demon City, 1,000 meters underground, Yaya, explain why the backup energy was depleted in less than 2 minutes, while the 4 armor crystals require 5 minutes to recharge. Liu Heng, seeing the confusion on some high-ranking officials' faces, helplessly called on the artificial intelligence to clarify for everyone. Brother, the initial startup of the Tunglong mothership requires a massive energy supply. Without this huge energy supply, the mothership could very well become a pile of useless scrap metal. Starting up the mothership requires a thorough check of all systems to see if it can successfully start, which is why all backup energy was consumed within 2 minutes. However, once it successfully starts and flies in the air, it won't consume too much energy. The backup energy can sustain it in combat mode for an hour. Yaya naturally understood Liu Heng's intention, and her voice resonated in the command room, making those puzzled high-ranking officials fully comprehend what had just happened. According to their calculations, the backup energy could supply power to Demon City for 10 days. So how could it be depleted in just 2 minutes? Now it all made sense. Reverse gravity system activated. Energy defense shield activated. Optical invisibility function activated. After explaining everything to the high-ranking officials, Yaya didn't waste any more time and directly cut off the backup energy, activating the necessary functions outside of weapons. Warning, the mothership is moving. Please remain seated and do not walk around. Warning, the mothership is moving. Please remain seated and do not walk around. Warning, the mothership is moving. Please remain seated and do not walk around. 3 mechanical voices echoed throughout the mothership, reminding all personnel and company executives not to move around carelessly. After all, this was the first time the Tunglong mothership was being activated, and unexpected situations were bound to arise. Chapter 5, Mom's Call. After the 3 announcements, the high-ranking officials and staff sitting in the command room and other cabins saw through the virtual screen that the Tunglong mothership was slowly moving, with its speed gradually increasing. When the speed reached 30 miles per hour, it didn't increase further, slowly cruising through lighted passages every 10 meters. My God, this behemoth, built at the cost of tens of billions of dollars, can actually fly. Is it on a path to dominate the world? Don't talk nonsense. Although the energy shield can resist a nuclear strike, it can't withstand hundreds or thousands of nuclear bombs. If I'm not mistaken, this is preparing for the future. How so? In China, we have righteous armored warriors, which clearly means there are evil monsters. This is probably preparing for the monsters that are about to appear. In the command room, the high-ranking officials, witnessing this scene, displayed expressions of shock and whispered among themselves. Initially, they thought that Liu Heng's creation was meant to be sold to the country as a super aircraft carrier, but now they understood completely. This thing was never meant to be sold to the country. It was clearly for their own use. Who would willingly part with so much advanced black technology? Sitting at the command desk, Liu Heng, with his terrifying hearing, picked up on everyone's conversations and smiled slightly. Please note, the mothership is about to enter the water. Please do not move around. Please note, the mothership is about to enter the water. Please do not move around. Please note, the mothership is about to enter the water. Please do not move around. The cold mechanical prompt echoed throughout the entire mothership, reminding all the executives and staff. Next to Liu Heng, Wang Jian and his subordinates were a bit nervous, all hoping that they wouldn't fail. Although they had studied the possibility of this supergiant being able to travel on water and in the air, they had never actually tested it. Who knew if something would go wrong? Pop! A faint sound of an object penetrating an eggshell was heard as the Tunglong mothership successfully passed through the energy protective layer of the passage and entered the seawater. Is this the sea? It really is pitch black without a hint of light. Come on, my dear president, it's nighttime. How could there be sunlight? Yaya, turn on the lights in the command room. When a mothership truly entered the ocean, many company executives couldn't help but gasp. This colossal machine was just too extraordinary. Not only could it fly, but it also had the ability to navigate in the sea without taking in water. Isn't that amazing? The $46 trillion of their boss was indeed well spent. Insufficient permissions, request denied. One executive saw that the area where the mothership was located was pitch dark and wanted to show off his authority in the company, only to be instantly slapped in the face. Yaya, turn on the lights in the command room. Other higher-ups, seeing this, were a bit skeptical and also gave orders for Yaya to turn on the lights. Insufficient permissions, request denied. As a result, this little girl still gave that same response, infuriating the group of executives. Ultimately, with no other option, they turned their gaze to the company secretary, Liu Heng, who was just below them in the hierarchy. Seeing the looks from the executives, she glanced at Liu Heng at the command platform and found him smiling at her. After receiving her boss's approval, she softly said, "Turn on the lights in the command room." However, like the executives, she did not escape the reality of being slapped in the face. Sitting at the command platform, Liu Heng scanned the group of executives, a faint smile on his lips, and said, "Everyone, the Tunglong mothership is a crucial asset of the company. To prevent it from falling into enemy hands, only the chairman has the authority to deploy it. If you want to deploy it, you need to expend 3 levels of permissions. I'm sure you're all aware of the consequences of using such permissions, right?" This giant was something he had spent a fortune to create, to avoid a situation where the S.H.I.E.L.D. mothership was controlled by Hydra. He directly had Yaya assign the entire mothership's deployment rights to himself. As for the consequences of losing those permissions, the executives would have all memories related to the Zhutian Group erased. What they had worked hard for would also be reclaimed by the Zhutian Group. The few executives with level permissions, including Liu Heng, naturally knew what would happen after losing their level permissions and couldn't help but shudder. Those with higher level permissions also understood the consequences of losing company authority and all shut their mouths. not daring to speak further. Turn on the command room lights. Accelerate. Fly 100 miles into the sky. Target 30,000 feet. After clarifying why they couldn't use the mothership, Liu Heng did not waste any more words and directly issued orders. Receiving the command, the permission level began issuing instructions, and the instructions were successfully delivered, with an estimated arrival in 30 minutes at 100 miles away. After he issued the command, Yaya used infrared scanning, energy detection waves, pupil, and fingerprint recognition to obtain the permissions she wanted and directly executed Liu Heng's orders in the information database. The command was successfully issued, and the mothership began to accelerate. With the drainage system operating quickly, the entire colossal machine moved through the sea like a nimble fish, creating surprisingly little ripple on the surface. From this, it could be seen that the Tunglong mothership was a giant in the water, and those submarines had to kneel and call it daddy. Brother, Mom is calling. Should I connect the call? Just 2 minutes after the mothership started, Yaya's voice rang out in the command room, asking. Hearing that his beloved mother was calling, Liu Heng was genuinely a bit surprised. Considering the time, he hadn't contacted his mom for 3 months and really missed her. Connect the call. As soon as he spoke, a virtual screen appeared in the command room, and his mother's figure appeared on it. Are you throwing a party, you little rascal? Why didn't you invite your beautiful and wise mom? His mother, Yuan Xin, who had taken the company's anti-aging medication, saw the company executives sitting in the command room and made a heartbroken expression, jokingly said, seeing his mother, who looked like a beauty in her 20s. He was completely defeated by her words before he could even speak. The executives couldn't help but secretly chuckle at the helplessness on his face. Turns out the rumors were true. He really was afraid of his mom. Mom, can you stop being so silly? I'm not throwing a party. I'm clearly testing that giant thing, okay? Chapter 6, Words Become Law. On the other side of the screen, Yuan Xin, hearing her son's teasing, didn't explode in anger as usual, but still wore a smile. Seeing his mother smile, Liu Heng felt a chill rise from his back, forcing a smile on his face. Mom, what do you want to talk about? He noticed his mother in the video was silent, just staring at him, and he felt a bit uneasy, asking, Hey, I'm telling you, tomorrow is your grandpa's 80th birthday. Are you coming? Before his mom could speak, a middle-aged man who looked 70 like Liu Heng stepped out from behind her, frowning in displeasure. He was about to be driven mad by his son. The old man's 80th birthday invitation had already been sent to him, and now he was asking what was going on. Wasn't that a slap in the face? This invitation was personally delivered by him, and if he didn't show up tomorrow, wouldn't that make him the laughingstock? What do you mean you forgot? Don't worry. I promise to be there on time tomorrow. Hearing this, Liu Heng frowned, searching his mind for his grandfather's appearance, and said with embarrassment, Note, the protagonist's age when he travels through time is changed to 15, and 10 years later, he will be 25. In his previous life, his grandfather had passed away when he was 7. Due to poverty, there were no portraits or photos of his grandfather at home. In this life, not only was his family wealthy, but even his mother and others were in control of a $100 billion group. So, of course, they wouldn't let his grandfather die in bed. Get out of the way. I'm talking to my son. What are you interrupting for? At this moment, Yuan Xin, who was fuming, pushed her husband aside, grumbling in dissatisfaction. Then, looking at the screen, she smiled. Son, are you coming to Beijing tomorrow? Are you going to bring your mom a gift? I heard that your company developed a kind of gene serum that seems to increase lifespan. Are you going to bring some for your mom? Hearing this matter, Liu Heng had no objections. After all, there would be a press conference next month to sell that weakened version of the first-level gene serum, so bringing some for them wouldn't hurt. No problem. I guarantee I'll bring you some, and one for Dad and Grandpa and Grandma. How about that? He didn't feel embarrassed because there were outsiders present. He readily agreed to his mother's request. The entire company belonged to him, so who would dare to say anything about him taking a few things for his family? Just then, the situation he didn't want to see happened. Brother Hung, how could you forget my gift? A girl with red lips and white teeth, eyes sparkling with energy, and wearing a white dress like a fairy, pouted and made cute faces at Liu Heng, appearing out of nowhere behind his mother. My mother, why did you bring this girl back to my house again? He looked at his mother helplessly, unable to understand why she brought this super troublemaker home. His mother didn't know the girl's true identity, didn't he understand? She was one of the top combatants of the National Department's Dark Dragon, Ice Rose. outwardly pure and lively, but internally colder than the Ice Mountain CEOs and novels. What do you mean, this girl? That's really uncivilized. Ice-Rual is going to be my future daughter-in-law. She came specifically to see your grandfather today. On the other end of the video call, hearing her son's words, Yuan Xian frowned and said somewhat displeased. You old lady, let me calm down. Bye. He was completely defeated by his mother and, after finishing his words, directly closed the video chat. If he hadn't released enormous interests. Would the first department marry his granddaughter to a businessman? That was simply impossible. The mothership has reached the designated target and is taking off. The mothership has reached the designated target and is taking off. The mothership has reached the designated target and is taking off. In a courtyard in the capital city, in a study. Old Liu, this time her grandson's mothership, we want one. The funding aspect is negotiable. Two old men sat across from each other, playing chess. The black-haired elder, holding a chess piece, looked at the white-haired elder, who was calmly sipping tea and calculating how to turn the game around, and spoke in a negotiating tone. Number one, I advise you not to think about these unrealistic things. The country doesn't have fifth-level mutants and armor crystals. If you want them, you probably can't even activate them. Liu Heng put down his antique teacup and chuckled lightly. The Dark Dragon has 5 fourth-level mutants, which is much better than S.H.I.E.L.D. Without strong power now, how can you control a big killer like the Tunglong mothership? Who said we don't have fifth-level powerhouses? The Dragon King is a fifth-level mutant, and even against Magneto, he is not at a disadvantage. Big Boss Liu Heng was somewhat unconvinced and directly brought up the leader of the Dark Dragon, the Dragon King. The Dragon King is the strongest mutant under Liu Heng. Now someone said that China didn't have fifth-level mutants. How could he be convinced? The Dragon King. You mean that guy? If I remember correctly, in 1990, he was chased and beaten by Magneto, right? Liu Heng showed no mercy and directly brought up the events of 1990 to strike. In fact, in 1990, the Dragon King had brought shame to China. In 1990, a war broke out among mutants worldwide. The strongest mutant in China, the Dragon King, under the expectations of several big shots, went to the battlefield for mutants. Just having broken through to a fifth-level mutant, the Dragon King went confidently to challenge the long-famous Magneto, but ended in a miserable defeat. If he hadn't threatened with nuclear bombs at that time, he probably wouldn't have been able to come back, which is why Liu Heng wasn't impressed with him. The current Dragon King is not the same as he was 18 years ago. Although his strength is not as clear as your grandson's monster, he still has the power to compete with Magneto. Big Boss Liu Heng, filled with discontent, directly stated the Dragon King's strength. All right, since the Dragon King has such strength, what about your 5 elemental energies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth? Without these 5 energy supplies, what can you do? Also, do you have that kind of money? $50 billion converted to RMB is 300 trillion. If you can pay all at once, I will immediately agree to your request. Seeing his old friend relentlessly pursue the matter of the Tunglong mothership, he also became somewhat angry and directly stated what was needed for the Tunglong mothership. The reason they knew about the Tunglong mothership while Nick Fury from S.H.I.E.L.D. did not was because of one reason. The source of the information was Liu Heng. His company had invested the remaining funds into other projects, and the Zhutian Group was almost on the verge of bankruptcy, so they had no choice but to negotiate with the country for the mothership. As for why there were no motherships abroad, it was because the entire world's network was under Liu Heng's control. If there was the slightest disturbance, it would be intercepted. Even if you used radios or whatever, you couldn't transmit information. As for going to sea or flying to deliver information, don't even think about it, because at this moment, the waters and airspace of China had already been sealed by Liu Heng using his verbal law. As long as any information related to the mothership appeared, that plane or ship would experience problems one after another, preventing them from sending out information. Chapter 7. Plot development. What about a reduced version? No weapon system, no magnetic levitation technology, not needing to fly, but it must have a deck for staff to move around freely. Can you ask how much that would cost? As long as the funding does not exceed 15 trillion, we could pay it all at once. The microcommunicator in Big Boss Liu Heng's ear flashed a red dot, indicating he had a think tank helping him analyze the limits the country could provide and the true purpose of his visit. In fact, he came to Liu's house not for the so-called real Tunglong mothership. He also knew that the country did not have the real energy to dominate the skies with the Tunglong mothership, and it might even drag this huge family down. His true purpose was the endless resources in the sea. If Liu Heng was really willing to create a carrier that could sail in the sea without being affected by water pressure, then the entire ocean would be like a naked woman waiting for them to take advantage of. At that time, China would likely suppress Russia and become the second in the world. As for the first, let it be the United States. Their country not only has countless cutting-edge scientists, but also a super scientist, Tony Stark. Making China the world hegemony is incredibly difficult, but not impossible. That is to make the Zhutian Group a part of the country. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Making China stand at the pinnacle of the world like in the Han Dynasty. Therefore, he had to retreat to advance and requested a giant that could sail underwater and on the surface, which was the plan proposed by his think tank. Tomorrow, you could talk to that kid. Liu Xinyan thought that tomorrow was his 80th birthday, and he couldn't replace his grandson to negotiate with the current national ruler, saying, after all, that thing wasn't something he could decide. The words he just said were just bragging. I know, but my purpose in coming this time is not to draft the submarine carrier, but to discuss my Ice Rua's marriage. I was thinking your grandson is already 25, and my granddaughter is also 23, right? Plus, they're childhood sweethearts, so I want to match them up. Li Zheng also knew that his old partner couldn't represent Liu Heng in making decisions. He was just casually discussing draft matters. In fact, his real purpose was to insert an internal spy beside Liu Heng. After all, what is there that cannot be said frankly between husband and wife? It's better to avoid being kept in the dark when some super technology appears in the future. If it weren't for Liu Heng deliberately leaking the information about the Tunglong mothership to him today, would he have known that the Zhutian Group was constructing such a colossal vessel right under his nose? Clearly, that was impossible. I have agreed to this marriage on his behalf. It is a matter of parents' orders and matchmaker S-words, and I believe that kid will agree. After just placing the horse, Liu Xinyan, who had outmaneuvered the big boss Li Zheng, readily agreed to his request. This is the granddaughter of the national controller. Having his grandson marry her is truly a blessing for the Liu family. If Li Bingrua were in ancient times, she would be a real royal princess, while the Liu family would be lowly merchants. In ancient times, class divisions were extremely severe, and being a merchant was the most despised profession. Now, having his grandson marry a princess as a wife is simply a windfall from the heavens. If he disagreed, it would be strange. Even if there is some interest entangled in this, as long as the next generation can be continued, he wouldn't care whether Li Bingrua is beautiful or not. It seems that the old Liu still cannot change the etiquette and customs of ancient times. The moonlight shines brightly, and the stars twinkle. In the nearly 10,000-meter void, the cold wind howls and strong atmospheric pressure sweeps through. A giant vessel, 1,000 meters long and about 300 meters wide, hovers in the air, completely still. However, the intense atmospheric pressure in the air has no effect on this colossal object. The warship has reached its designated target and is scanning the current status of the warship. Energy system normal, weapon system normal, anti-gravity system normal, reverse anti-gravity, turbine normal. Energy defense shield system normal, operation system normal, inspection complete. The warship startup is successful. As a mechanical sounding program, voice fades. All the staff on the mothership burst into tears of joy, hugging each other and cheering for this success. After years of research, they have encountered setbacks and confusion. Now, they have thoroughly studied and developed a leading international giant. How could they not be excited? And the senior management of the company, upon hearing this voice, smiles appeared on their faces, and the hearts that were in their throats were completely put back in their bellies. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce that management with company-level authority will receive a 50 salary increase. Level authority management will receive a 40 increase. And level authority management will receive a 30 increase. Builders or staff involved in the construction of the Tunglong mothership will have their salaries doubled. Each person will receive a portion of second-tier gene liquid as a reward. Wang Jian's company usage permissions and artificial intelligence usage permissions will be upgraded to level. and his team members will each have their company permissions upgraded by 1 level to celebrate the success of this giant vessel beneath them. After the excitement, Professor Wang Jian and others realized they still had their own matters to attend to, and they couldn't help but close their mouths and actions. But the excitement in their eyes was evident. After everyone celebrated in their own way, Liu Heng finally stood up and used the microphone in the command room to convey orders throughout the entire mothership. Please return to your posts, all staff. Please return to your posts, all staff. Please return to your posts, all staff. After he finished discussing the benefits, Yaya's voice echoed throughout the entire mothership, reminding everyone. If this giant vessel had no one to operate it, an artificial intelligence like her could not control this behemoth at all. Staff scattered in various corners quickly ran in the cabin or on the deck, doing what they were supposed to do. Brother, the Tony Stark you asked me to pay attention to has been captured in Afghanistan. At that moment, Yaya's voice sounded in Liu Heng's communicator, reporting on Tony Stark's current situation. Is he here? Hearing Yaya's report, his eyes involuntarily narrowed, then returned to calm. He is very clear. In the entire movie version of the Marvel world, Tony Stark is the fuse that ignites all kinds of chaos. If he hadn't publicly announced at the press conference that he was Iron Man, the whole world might still be in a peaceful atmosphere. Now, it is 2008, 5 years away from the storyline of Captain America 2. Can you imagine how many bizarre events will occur in the years following Iron Man's emergence? The arrival of Thor, Magneto capturing the little troublemaker in the X-Men, Bruce Banner fighting against the military and the Hulk. These events will emerge one after another. Not to mention that China has its own superpowered beasts. If he hadn't made the wrong invasion, and if his memory hadn't become chaotic, it seems that Japan also has a mysterious organization with a name that sounds really impressive, but he can't remember what kind of organization it is. The name is something like that, abbreviated as the Global Infinite Task Force. Chapter 8. Heading to the capital, keep a close eye on Tony Stark's movements and notify me when he returns to New York. Thinking of the Brotherhood and the X-Men in New York, Liu Heng felt a headache, but still asked Yaya to pay attention to his every move. This guy is one of the indispensable protagonists in the movie version of the Marvel world. If he dies at the hands of some mutant, won't the plot be overturned? It doesn't matter if he dies, but if he attracts the likes of Odin, who surpasses the 5th stage and may reach the 6th or even 7th stage, or the Ancient One, these freaks, then it would be even more terrifying. Not to mention Odin, who can seal Thor's hammer at will and suppress Jotunheim. How strong do you think he is? A single punch can knock a person's soul out of their body. A single kick can send Doctor Strange out of Earth. How impressive is the Ancient One? He could probably hold his own against Odin and even gain the upper hand. Therefore, the movie version of Marvel is not much inferior to the anime version. Got it, brother. Yaya projected her small body in the command room, sweetly nodding at Liu Heng. Activate the unique satellite of the Armor Warrior and all weapon systems on the mothership. I don't want to see any accidents occur with this giant. He walked down from the command platform and instructed the artificial intelligence Yaya. In the Avengers, it was precisely because Nick Fury feared that the artificial intelligence would take control of the aerospace carrier that he did not open the weapon systems and the entire operation system to the artificial intelligence. As a result, it easily allowed the 4th stage Gene Warrior Hawkeye to invade the interior of the aircraft carrier, leading to the death of Agent Coulson, an 8th-level agent. At the hands of Loki, almost all the responsibility in the Avengers can be attributed to Nick Fury. Understood, brother. Yaya's virtual face was full of smiles. She did not expect Liu Heng to trust her so much. The reason she was able to evolve from a prototype artificial intelligence to a top-level artificial intelligence now is largely thanks to Liu Heng. If he had forcibly implanted the 3 laws of robotics in Yaya back then, she might still be a primitive artificial intelligence. Ishwan, prepare tomorrow's gifts for me and remove some unnecessary appointments. He strode toward the outside of the command room, walking with an impressive demeanor that exuded authority and grandeur, instructing his secretary, who was closely following behind. Understood. The respectful Liu Ishwan, upon hearing her boss's instructions, did not dare to hesitate for a moment and immediately took out paper and pen from her bag to record his words. As the two walked out, the senior executives of the Zhutian Group headquarters stood up one after another from their seats. Giving way to the staff and following the footsteps of the two, as they exited the command room. The staff, seeing the company executives leave, took their respective positions and began manually checking the operation of various systems. On the deck, looking up at the starry sky, Liu Heng's thoughts were pulled back to his past life. He had lived an ordinary life, without the current intrigues, manipulating others' fates, and being wary of unknown crises. How about you? Liu Yishuan, standing at the edge of the deck, noticed the moisture at the corner of Liu Heng's eyes and asked, puzzled. She had followed her boss for nearly 10 years, but had never seen him lose his composure like this. What was going on? Was it because of the completion of the mothership that he couldn't control his emotions? It's definitely that, Liu Heng thought. I'm fine. Just marveling at the completion of this big guy. Liu Yishuan's words completely pulled him back from his fantasy. He told a lie to cover up his loss of composure. By the way, do you have something to do? He looked at the charming Liu Yishuan, somewhat puzzled about what she needed. Oh, I want to take a day off tomorrow to visit my parents. She finally remembered her reason for finding Liu Heng and said, Liu Heng frowned upon hearing that his secretary wanted to take a day off tomorrow, casting a questioning look at her. He had instructed her to prepare a gift for him tomorrow, but now she was asking for leave. Wasn't this playing him? Seeing her boss's gaze, she quickly waved her hand and said, Actually, the gift you need has already been prepared. It will be delivered to the old man's banquet site by tomorrow. In that case, I'll grant you 10 days off. Upon hearing this, he relaxed his brow, but then thought about how Liu Yishuan hadn't returned home for 7 years, and he directly granted her 10 days off. Thank you, thank you. After receiving the answer she wanted, Liu Yishuan's eyes were filled with excitement. 7 years without going home. She wondered how her family was doing. Were her parents still healthy? After thanking Liu Heng, she jumped straight off the deck of the Tunglong mothership, her body plummeting towards the more than 9,000 meters below. Whoosh! Within a second of Liu Yishuan jumping down, an explosive sound broke through the air, and a shadow like lightning shot towards the land of Sichuan. Isn't she a bit too impatient? Seeing this scene, Liu Heng could only smile bitterly. His flight route for tomorrow still needed someone to plan it. He could only rely on the front desk now. Yaya, inform the front desk staff on duty to immediately apply for a flight to the capital for me. If there are flights taking off or landing at the capital airport before 11 a.m. tomorrow, then settle her salary. The reason he didn't let Yaya apply personally was to test whether the front desk staff had the ability to fulfill this extraordinary request. By the way, send out recruitment notices for life assistants and personal secretaries to the branches around the world. After that, he seemed to remember something, and a charming smile appeared on his face as he instructed the ever-present Yaya. Okay, brother. The next day, the international community was in an uproar. The recruitment notice for life assistants and personal secretaries issued by Liu Heng caused a stir throughout the industry. Countless people were competing for these two positions, as they were incredibly tempting. If one could successfully become the secretary or assistant of the chairman of the second group, it would mean soaring to success. Many organizations were dispatching their most elite and beautiful women to compete with ordinary people. Ordinary people may not know how impressive Liu Heng was, but those super organizations certainly did. In the capital city, today's international airport was in complete chaos. The entire airport was overcrowded, with countless tourists angrily staring at the security guards blocking their way. Get the hell out of my way. Damn it. If my project fails today, I'll make you pay. Hurry up and move aside. My flight is about to arrive. Damn it. Are you going to let me through or not? Ouch, who touched my chest? Who the hell grabbed my junk? The entire airport entrance was as noisy as a market. Chapter 9. The public in an uproar at this moment. A group of reporters carrying cameras and microphones, like cats smelling fishy scents, swarmed towards the airport exit, their faces filled with excitement. They had already thought of the articles they would submit to their editors. Chairman of Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, appears at the airport. The most impressive chairman in history. Liu Heng's appearance causes airport congestion, moral decay, or financial corruption. Hey, could it be that some superstar is coming toward China? Among the crowded people, some naturally spotted the reporters, especially since there were so many. It doesn't seem like it. Look at their faces. They're about to burst with smiles. Something big must be happening. Who exactly is coming? They've even locked down the airport, and flights have stopped taking off and landing. Could be Old Wong is back. Huh, you're still thinking about Old Wong? He's just the richest man in the country. Would there be such a big scene for him? If it's not old Wong, then could it be the world's richest person? The noisy crowd quieted down when someone mentioned that the world's richest person was coming. Passengers looked at the young man, who spoke with incredulous eyes. The world's richest person is in Magic City. When would they have the time to come to the capital? Don't you check the Zhutian Group's official website? Doesn't it clearly state Liu Heng's itinerary? Seeing the disdainful looks directed at him, the speaking young man felt quite embarrassed and touched his nose. He had just browsed the official website of the Zhutian Group, and now he had blurted out that the world's richest person would come, admitting he was foolish. Whoosh! A deafening sound rang out. In the distant sky, a plane painted with a golden dragon pattern glided down, diving with an imposing momentum. Inside the cabin, Liu Heng closed his eyes to rest, adjusting his mindset. The plane has successfully landed. The beautiful flight attendant, under the captain's instructions, walked over with cat-like steps, leaning down to reveal her impressive curves, softly whispering in his ear. Got it, let's go. Upon hearing this, Liu Heng opened his eyes, but didn't even look at the flight attendant who was trying to tempt him. Such ordinary women were not worthy of his attention. In his eyes, women with heavy makeup were all just ordinary. As Liu Heng stood up, the third-level gene warriors around him also stood up one after another, surrounding him as they walked towards the cabin door. The flight attendant, seeing her boss leave, couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration and angrily turn away. She had made her intentions so clear, yet he didn't even glance at her. Was she not pretty? As Liu Heng descended the plane, surrounded by third-level gene warriors, he walked towards the airport staff, approaching him. Haha, Director Liu. Rare guest, rare guest. A thin, middle-aged man at the forefront, under the inspection of the third-level gene warriors, was found to have no dangerous items and was directly allowed to meet with his boss. Wong Kun, without a hint of concern, approached Liu Heng, extended his hand for a handshake, and smiled as he said, Old Wong, thank you so much this time. You've really troubled your airport. Liu Heng also smiled and shook his hand in return as a gesture of politeness. After all, they had locked down the entire airport for his business, which was a significant favor. Although Beijing International Airport is ranked 9th in the world, it has the second highest passenger flow globally. The fact that the country could spare 2 hours for him shows how much respect they were giving him. This airport, although a private enterprise, is truly controlled by the massive entity that is the state. No need, we have prepared the vehicles for you. After shaking hands with Liu Heng, Wong Kun took the lead and guided the group towards the passage. As they just exited the passage, microphones were thrust forward, blocking Wong Kun's mouth. When the reporters recognized who was in front of them, they all shot Wong Kun a glare and rushed towards Liu Heng, who was surrounded by the third-level gene warriors. My God, it's really Liu Heng, the world's richest man. Liu Heng, I want to have your baby. Boss, when are you releasing new products? I've been waiting forever. The passengers outside, eager to see the true face of the person they often saw on TV, erupted in excitement upon seeing the world's richest man in front of them. Some bold girls even shouted slogans about wanting to have Liu Heng's baby. Did you see that? I told you it was Liu Heng, but you didn't believe me. The earlier young man, upon seeing the person he had mentioned, slapped his companion on the head and said, Mr. Liu Heng, I heard your company has developed a new product. Can you tell us when it will be released? Mr. Liu Heng, will the price of a new product from Zhutian Group be as affordable as the special drug for AIDS and cancer? Bully, do you have a girlfriend? At this moment, the reporters were desperate to break through the blockade of the third-level gene warriors to get to Liu Heng. Unfortunately, a group of ordinary people could never match the strength of the third-level gene warriors, especially since there were 50 of them present. As Liu Heng slowly advanced under the protection of bodyguards, he caught the reporters' questions and a faint, barely noticeable smile flashed across his lips. Everyone quiet down. Here, I will only answer 3 questions. If you continue to block me after that, don't blame my men for getting serious. The noisy group of reporters, upon hearing the threat in Liu Heng's words, fell silent. This was the threat from the world's richest man. Even if he hit you, you would have no reason to sue him. If you were foolish enough to try, be prepared to face his massive legal team in court. By then, he could countersue you for invasion of privacy or verbal insult, and you might end up in a dark prison, cut off from the sun. You handsome guy, you go. Liu Heng scanned the crowd and, seeing a reporter from his country's television station, pointed to that reporter without hesitation. The other reporters from different networks could only look on enviously at the lucky one, as he was the big boss of China. The influence was something these local networks could not reach. Mr. Liu Heng, hello. My name is Huang Yang, and I am a reporter. We are currently live, and I appreciate you choosing me. To save your precious time, I will keep it brief. What kind of product has your company developed? Knowing he had only one opportunity to ask, he did not want to waste time, and, after briefly introducing himself, asked, Lifespan Enhancement Agent. A sunny smile appeared on Liu Heng's face as he casually revealed the name of the product that would be launched next month. Wow! Whether it was the audience in front of the television or the passengers on site, upon hearing this, they were all completely unsettled. Chapter 10 Frustration Life is a taboo for humanity and one of the things humans pursue and desire. In ancient times, emperors stirred up resentment among the people in their quest for immortality, chasing after the elusive dream of eternal life. What did they ultimately gain? Just a pile of burial goods and ancient porcelain paintings. Now, the tyrant of the pharmaceutical industry tells them that there is a drug that can increase lifespan. How could they not be shocked? The reason they did not doubt the authenticity of Liu Heng's words was that there were precedents set before them, giving them no qualification to question it. 9 years ago, when the cancer drug was released, it was also met with countless public doubts. But the outcome slapped them in the face. In the same year when the AIDS special drug was developed, it also faced skepticism but ultimately proved them wrong. 8 years ago, when Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company developed the technology to regenerate severed limbs, many still held on to skepticism. Note, severed limbs refer to bones broken within the flesh that are reconnected seamlessly. With such precedents before them, what was there to doubt? You form beauty, go. Seeing that the reporter was smart enough not to ask her own question, Liu Heng's face showed a satisfied expression as he pointed to a foreign friend. The blonde foreign journalist, surprised to be the one Liu Heng pointed to, handled it with grace. Hello, Mr. Liu Heng. Thank you for this opportunity. I am a reporter from the U.S. Embassy in Beijing, named Angela Michelle. Can you tell us how many years the so-called lifespan enhancement agent can extend life? The blonde beauty Angela handed her microphone to a bodyguard, signaling them to give it to her boss. After receiving the microphone from the third-level gene warrior, she glanced at Angela Michelle with interest, wondering if she should create that world-renowned game. 10 years. Liu Heng remained as succinct as ever, using just 2 words to answer the blonde beauty's question. He was currently only promoting the product. This was not the official launch event. If he revealed too much, what would happen at next month's launch? Thank you for your answer. Angela Michelle took back the microphone, expressed her gratitude, but did not leave, waiting for others to ask the third question. Meanwhile, the entire Chinese audience watching the live broadcast became excited upon hearing Liu Heng's answer. If the price were as affordable as the special drugs for AIDS and cancer, even if they had to sell their possessions, they would prepare one for each family member. Especially those who were devoted to their parents had already called the customer service department of Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company to inquire about the price of the lifespan enhancement agent. This reporter from Tencent Video, then, seeing that there was only one question left, Liu Heng had no choice but to choose the reporter from his own company's Tencent Video. As the saying goes, it is better to use one's own than others. 7 years ago, Liu Heng bought the names and trademarks of Tencent and the penguin logo from Ma Huadeng and started his own internet company. Now, with WeChat users spread across the globe, the real founder of Tencent, Old Ma, was nowhere to be found, barely surviving. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I won't introduce my name or anything, but the topic I want to ask about is similar to what most people are concerned about. Will the prices be as accessible as those for AIDS and cancer miracle drugs? A reporter from Tencent Video, unlike the other two, didn't mention their name, but directly entered the topic. They brought up their confusion, which is also a question for the public. The common people will laugh, while the wealthy will cry. Without any hesitation, they stated their answer, leaving the reporters present puzzled. However, some clever reporters, disregarding their confused colleagues, quietly left the scene to publish the news. News is racing against money. If they are slow, they will miss out on the first-hand news, and the traffic could be taken by their competitors. Some reporters were also envious, wondering why there was such a big gap between people. Why, when I ask a question, do I only get a 2 or 3 word answer? But when a reporter from your own subsidiary asks, they get a longer response. This is clearly a hidden agenda. After answering 3 questions, Liu Heng, surrounded by the third-generation Gene warriors, walked towards the dozen luxury cars parked nearby. Old Wang, no need to say much if you're out of work in the future. Come to my Zhutian Group, and I'll make sure to keep position for you. Just as he was about to get into the car, Liu Heng turned around and looked at Wang Kun, who was opening the door for him, and smiled while patting his shoulder. I say, Director Liu, are you trying to encourage me to quit? Wang Kun naturally knew that Liu Heng was joking and didn't take it to heart, responding with a smile. How could that be? You're a public servant. They chatted and laughed as they got into the car, closing their eyes to wait for the Rolls-Royce Phantom to start. Before he had even closed his eyes for a minute, the car began to move, driving towards his true destination amidst the entourage of luxury vehicles. After parking Liu Dong's plane, they activated airport access and takeoff. Watching the Rolls-Royce gradually disappear under the escort of the Bentley Mulsanne, Wang Kun's demeanor changed from humble to authoritative, and he instructed the group of executives behind him. Got it. Zhutian Group's new product is about to be unveiled. The Tyrant's company is about to launch a longevity drug. The declaration of the longevity agent. The common people will laugh, while the wealthy will cry 10-cent video. Online, a shocking news report directly overshadowed the latest movies and celebrity news. No entertainment news could stop its momentum. Even when national leaders were out and about, it had no impact. Damn it, something that ancient Qi practitioners couldn't research has been developed by a pharmaceutical company. Isn't this a slap in the face? The upstairs idiot has been identified. The first floor is definitely at old Liu's starting point. They've been reading novels and acting foolish. Old Liu is benefiting society again. Yes, the upstairs is absolutely right. Just from a phrase, the common people will laugh, while the wealthy will cry. It's clear that old Liu's longevity agent is a good thing for the people. This is much more satisfying than those entrepreneurs who donate huge sums to charity. This world is different because of Liu Heng's intrusion. The internet is naturally more developed than in previous lives. Smartphones have already become ubiquitous, which is why there are so many keyboard warriors online, and it's not surprising. In a certain young star's villa. Damn it, I finally spent money to get my Weibo trending, and now it's been overtaken by this damn longevity agent. Liu Heng is really a stirrer. A strikingly handsome young man looked at his Weibo trending topic drop to 4th place, shaking with anger, spewing vile words. The manager, standing beside him, looked somewhat grim, calculating in his mind whether he needed to find a new backer. Luda is benefiting the people, and here you're cursing him over a Weibo trend. It's likely that your future will be ruined by that filthy mouth. Chapter 11. America, New York, Osborne Group. Norman Osborne, who was reviewing the Gene Liquid report, grew colder and angrier the further down he read. He had invested so much money, and what did he get? A pile of failed research reports. Now they still wanted further funding. Did they think his company was Stark Industries or Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company Limited, groups that have significant global impact and abundant funds? Without saying a word, he angrily ripped apart the documents in his hand and threw a tantrum in his office. Now we interrupt this program for a news report. According to our reporter Angela Michelle stationed in China, that giant dominating the pharmaceutical field has once again developed a world-changing drug, which is something many people have been pursuing, no exceptions. On the LCD screen appeared a handsome young man with blonde hair, rapidly speaking a series of English words. Norman Osborne, who was in a fit of rage, halted his outburst upon hearing the voice from the television and waited for the next report. Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company Limited is the true leader in the pharmaceutical industry, and Osborne Group is also in this field. It is impossible not to pay attention to every move of this leader. Now they're saying it's a drug that will impact the entire world. If he doesn't respond seriously, Osborne Group might just fall into the annals of history. The scene on the TV shifted to the international airport in the capital, showing the segment where reporter Huang Yang was asking questions. What kind of products has your company developed? As soon as Huang Yang asked the question, Norman Osborne's expression immediately tensed up, silently praying it wasn't some gene agent. Longevity agent. As soon as Liu Heng's 3 words were spoken, Norman Osborne seemed possessed, sitting motionless in his office chair, his mind echoing only the words longevity agent. Then, as if he had gone mad, he picked up the phone to contact his secretary, dialing the wrong number several times in the process. Hello. Prepare a plane ticket to China for me immediately, right now. He knew that Osborne Group did not have the capability to speak on equal terms with Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company Limited, which is why he demanded his secretary prepare a ticket to China. Norman Osborne, being a scientist, naturally understood that there must be elements in the longevity agent that would make his gene liquid successful. How could he not be anxious? Washington, S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Still in the top-floor office, Nick Fury was engrossed in the news, playing on the computer. Knock, knock, knock. His office door was knocked again. If he guessed correctly, it should be that guy Coulson again. The purpose of the visit was likely related to the news currently being broadcast. Without looking up, he softly said, "Come in." Click. The door opened, and a stunning blonde woman in a black tight-fitting uniform with wavy hair strode in. "Coulson, if you want coffee. Go get yourself." Nick Fury didn't lift his head, directly mistaking the woman who entered for his old partner Phil Coulson. "Thank you for the coffee, Director, but I'm not that Coulson guy." The blonde woman leaned against Nick Fury's office chair, revealing her impressive figure, blowing a breath of air onto his bald head, and smiled seductively. Sensing the blonde woman's flirtation, Nick Fury showed no expression, his eyes as clear as still water. "Natasha, do you have something to discuss?" His tone was flat as he stood up, personally poured a cup of coffee, and handed it to Black Widow, also known as Natasha Romanoff, asking, "The tyrants of China are once again creating miracles, extracting elements from genetic liquid to prolong life. According to intelligence analysis, they are likely to release the longevity agent next month." Natasha took the coffee handed to her by her superior, handed a document to Nick Fury, took a sip of coffee, and said slowly, "What a tumultuous time. I just hope the engine turbine of the aerospace carrier is developed quickly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable." In response, Nick Fury could only sigh helplessly, placing all his hopes on the aerospace carrier. What he did not know was that Liu Heng's Helicarrier was monitoring every move of his S.H.I.E.L.D. from 30,000 feet above him. By the way, Natasha abandoned the selection of Liu Heng's personal assistant. The intelligence department has just analyzed that this might be a trap. Now is not the time to tear our faces apart. Then he recalled the analysis report just sent to him by the intelligence department, returned to his seat, took out a sheet of A4 paper, and handed it to Natasha, saying if Natasha goes and gets her identity exposed, then S.H.I.E.L.D. would have completely torn our relationship with the Zhutian Group, which is not what I want to see. Currently, S.H.I.E.L.D., besides Black Widow, a Tier 3 powerhouse achieved through technology, only had Hawkeye and the still unawakened Steve Rogers. How was he supposed to deal with the Zhutian Group? According to the intelligence he received, Liu Heng had at least 10 Tier 4 mutants under his control. How could he handle so many powerful beings? The power of Tier 4 mutants was not something a technology-based Tier 4 guy like Hawkeye could compare to. The power of Tier 4 mutants could destroy a 100-meter building in 5 minutes. How terrifying is that? Not to mention Liu Heng, who was a Tier 5 mutant with unknown abilities. Understood. In Japan, on a certain island, a highly sci-fi looking base stood amidst the vast sea. In the central conference room of the base, several important personnel dressed in red and white combat uniforms stared silently at the images on the LCD TV. The captain, also known as Kamiya K, stood up, scanned the lifeless team members, and said, "Everyone, let's not think about Liu Heng anymore. Let's focus on how to intercept that meteorite and successfully obtain it. If my intuition is correct, that meteorite will be the cornerstone for us to rise to the world stage." Kamiya K did not elaborate on Liu Heng, instead discussing the meteorite that would fall in 3 months. After all, what deserved her attention now was that meteorite. Japan had no Tier 5 or Tier 4 mutants. They simply could not compete with dominant organizations like China's Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company Limited or America's S.H.I.E.L.D. in Brotherhood. So they had to pin their hopes on that meteorite. Hey, for the rise of the greater Japanese empire, we must seize that meteorite. Hearing their captain's words, The members below stood up in an orderly fashion, their faces filled with enthusiasm, responding in unison. Daku, you've been acting strange lately. Are you sick? After leaving the conference room, Rina noticed that Shinkaku Daku had a furrowed brow and asked in confusion. He had been acting unusually for days, as if something was bothering him. I don't know what's going on. Ever since that meteorite appeared, I've felt restless as if something is calling to me. Without any hesitation, Shinkaku Daku expressed his doubts. Stop thinking about it. It's mealtime. Rina's face showed concern, but she did not dwell on it, glancing at the time on her watch and pulling him towards the dining area. Chapter 12. Younger sister Liu Heng, capital city, suburbs. When the convoy arrived at a picturesque, artificially paved winding path surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, it came to a halt. The bodyguards inside the Bentley Mulsanne got out of the car one after another, respectfully waiting at the side. After the bodyguard opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Liu Heng stepped out of the car and looked at the courtyard standing amidst the green mountains and clear waters. The old man really knows how to arrange things. Building the courtyard in this beautiful setting, it truly deserves the title of a fairyland. Looking at the distant courtyard and the road ahead with no vehicles passing, Liu Heng smiled and sighed. You all keep watch around here. No one is allowed on this winding path without my orders. He turned around, looking coldly at the more than 50 Gene warriors, his tone devoid of emotion as he warned. The aura of malice emanating from this group was too strong. After all, today was the old man's 80th birthday, and letting them in would only ruin the atmosphere. Understood. The Gene warriors responded respectfully, watching their boss walk towards the 1-meter-wide path surrounded by flowers and plants, their eyes showing little emotion. As Liu Heng's figure completely disappeared from their view, they gradually faded into the open space, heading to some concealed places to carry out their duties. Although Liu Heng did not allow them on the path to the courtyard, they could not forget their mission, which was to protect their boss's safety. Liu Heng walked slowly on the path, emptying his mind, feeling the tranquility and peace of nature. With an intoxicated expression on his face, staying in the noisy metropolis all day, even animals would feel bored, let alone humans. As he got closer to the courtyard, the ancient and weathered atmosphere, filled with historical sediment, hit him, making him feel enchanted. The wisdom of ancient people was indeed more shocking than modern skyscrapers. When he arrived at the Iron Gate, he looked towards the nearly 1,000-meter distance behind the gate, which was where the courtyard truly was. Away from the city's hustle and bustle, enjoying a peaceful life, returning to the embrace of nature, enjoying the pastoral scenery. At this moment, Liu Heng directly expressed the current situation of the courtyard's owner with a poem. He carried gifts for his parents, grandparents, and Li Bingruo, walking towards the guard's location. Iron Pillar, you better be alert later. Today is the old man's 80th birthday. Don't embarrass me, or I'll send you back home. Got it? Inside the guard booth, a nearly 50-year-old man, likely the butler given his black tailcoat, was giving stern instructions to a young man with a hearty, masculine appearance wearing a black security uniform. Uncle Fu, don't worry. I promise not to embarrass myself. I'm a veteran from Warwolf. The young man, hearing Lu Fu's serious words, did not get angry. He simply smiled heartily, his rough hand thumping his chest as he spoke. Liu Fu, hearing his distant nephew bragging again, could only shake his head helplessly and sigh. He placed his hands behind his back and walked out of the guard booth, preparing to check if the banquet venue was ready. After all, in half an hour, guests would begin to arrive at the courtyard to celebrate the old man's birthday. If it wasn't prepared properly, not only would the host be embarrassed, but it could also reflect poorly on him. After all, he was the butler of this courtyard. Oh, young master, you're back. Let me take care of it. Liu Fu, who had just stepped out of the guard booth, saw Liu Heng walking over and greeted him with a big smile. Uncle Fu, long time no see. How have you been lately? Liu Heng handed the gift he was holding to Liu Fu, who had been following his grandfather for nearly 30 years, and said with a smile, still the same, everything is delicious as always. Liu Fu accepted the gift and casually replied with a popular internet phrase. Oh my, you old man know these things now. Liu Heng was genuinely surprised by the trendy phrase that came out of Liu Fu's mouth, and he joked with a smile. Of course, with the internet being so developed now, if I don't learn some internet slang, I'll be called an old antique when I go out in the future. Lu Fu explained with a faint smile and then led him into the courtyard. By the way, Uncle Fu, I haven't been home for just 5 years. Why did Grandpa turn the villa into a courtyard? On the way to the courtyard, Liu Heng was curious about why his grandfather had remodeled the villa into this courtyard. Oh, you're talking about this? Don't you give Grandpa and Grandma a large sum of pocket money every month? They thought you don't lack money, so instead of saving it, they simply remodeled the villa. Lu Fu bluntly explained how this courtyard came to be. Hearing the butler's explanation, Liu Heng was completely taken aback by his grandparents. He had been giving them pocket money amounting to 100 million yuan every year, and now he heard it was used to remodel the courtyard. What a surprise! But thinking that as long as the elders were happy, Liu Heng felt relieved. After all, to him, money was just a pile of numbers. He could earn more once it was spent, as long as it could buy happiness and joy. Even if it meant his grandparents spent all the liquidity of the Zhutian pharmaceutical company, he wouldn't say anything. Oh, by the way, the first one is waiting for you in the study. I heard the old man wants to marry off Miss Bingrua to you. At this moment, Lu Fu seemed to remember a big shot at home and turned his head to whisper in his ear. Last night, big shot Li Zheng came to this courtyard and talked to our old master until 11 p.m. before leaving. He came again around 8:30 today. He has been talking to the old master in the study and hasn't come out yet. Wow, bro, you're back. Suddenly, a little girl with baby fat, wearing a floral dress and with little braids in her hair, jumped out from the bushes, blocking the way of the two and looking exaggeratedly at Liu Heng. Second miss. Don't make a fuss. The young master is back to celebrate the old man's birthday. Seeing the little girl jump out, Lu Fu quickly walked to her side, squatted down, and whispered in her ear, "Hey, is this a gift for me?" The little girl didn't care whether Liu Heng was there to celebrate the birthday or not. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom. Taking advantage of the butler's distraction, she snatched the gift box from his hands and tried to escape the scene with her little feet to unwrap the gift. "Little girl, come back. That thing is not for you to take." Seeing his mother's daughter trying to snatch the longevity medicine he prepared for her 10 years ago, his face was filled with helplessness. His sister, whether out of innocence or something else, seemed to want to provoke anyone. There was truly no way to deal with her. As his words fell, Liu felt her little body uncontrollably fly toward her brother. Chapter 13. Family above all. Seeing Liu's little body uncontrollably flying toward the young master, Lu Fu's pupils involuntarily shrank and then returned to normal. Having followed Liu Zhenyun for over 30 years, he naturally knew what to ask and what not to ask. He didn't mind the scene that had just occurred and walked straight ahead to lead Liu Heng, his expression calm as if the shocking event had never happened. "Little one, you seem a bit annoying." Liu Heng picked up his sister, took the gift from her hands, and smiled as he said. Catching a glimpse of Uncle Fu acting as if nothing had happened with a slight smile on his face, Liu Heng thought this old fellow was indeed a seasoned veteran. "Stinky brother, put me down quickly." Sitting on her brother's strong arms, Liu felt very uncomfortable, squirming and pouting. "Tell your brother, who has been playing with you for the past 5 years." He didn't bother with the little girl's struggles and continued to hold her while following Lu Fu, asking her softly. Hearing her brother's question, Liu stopped struggling and stared blankly at him, her chubby face showing a pitiful expression. "It's all the Huang and a Hei playing with me. Dad doesn't let me go out, saying there are bad people outside." As she spoke, her adorable eyes gradually filled with tears, and she said pitifully, "Wen, don't cry. After Grandpa's birthday, I'll take you to Magic City to play." Seeing his little sister, who was 15 years younger than him, with tears welling in her eyes, he quickly comforted her. He also understood that their father kept the little girl confined in the courtyard for her safety. This Marvel world was not like those star-studded worlds. Danger and mutants were everywhere. Moreover, he was the boss of the Zhutian Group, a giant whose identity had already been thoroughly investigated by various forces. If this little girl went out on her own, wouldn't she be secretly captured by those organizations? The reason those forces didn't dare to act in the courtyard was that they were concerned about their relationship with him. If they tore it apart completely, unless he fled to Asgard or Nepal, otherwise he would undoubtedly die under Liu Heng's whims. Really? She looked at Liu Heng with her innocent eyes, filled with disbelief and a hint of hope. "Why would I lie to you?" Liu Heng scratched her little nose with the hand holding the gift box and said, The reason he said he would take Liu Heng to Magic City was that he had sensed a weak energy fluctuation from this little body when she appeared in front of him. Although this energy fluctuation was almost imperceptible, who was he? A pinnacle fifth-tier master of the laws of heaven and earth. If he couldn't detect that energy fluctuation, then what kind of pinnacle fifth-tier superhuman would he be? Note, the master of the laws of heaven and earth, words have power, is similar to the concept of the heavenly Tao in novels. He can decide who lives and who dies, but Liu Heng is currently only fifth tier, and his ability can only cover 10 million square kilometers. Along the way, Liu Heng chatted and laughed with the little girl as they walked into the ancient and elegant courtyard. Although the courtyard had been built in recent years, it already had the charm and elegance of ancient times. Watching the busy bodyguards and maids moving old-fashioned tea tables and cups, Liu Heng couldn't help but laugh. Is the old man preparing to return to his landlord life? You go play first. I'll head to Grandpa's study. He put his sister down and told her, then directly walked into the main house of the courtyard under Lu Fu's guidance. Heng Yaya, you're here. As soon as he entered the main house living room, Grandma stood up from the ancient-style armchair and greeted him. My goodness, you two really have no one else. You actually replaced comfortable sofas with hard stools and armchairs. Seeing that the British royal sofa bought by his mother from abroad 5 years ago had been replaced by his grandparents with ancient items, he was truly left speechless. It's not that old man's fault. Hearing her grandson's words, the grandmother couldn't help but roll her eyes, her tone tinged with a hint of complaint. Grandma, this is a gift for you. He placed the gift box on the wooden coffee table, opened the exquisite box, and took out a square box, handing it to the elderly lady. You came back with so much trouble. Why bring a gift? Despite this, the old woman's face was filled with a sweet smile. Reminiscent of the time she raised him from infancy. When Liu Heng's parents were busy with work, they had handed him over to his grandparents. So he grew up living with the two elderly people in a military compound. His parents' success in running such a large company was closely tied to these two elders. His grandfather was a well-known landlord during the war years. After the humiliation in Nanjing, he gave half of his assets to support the founding of the nation. After the victory in the war, he withdrew from the center of power and took up a leisurely position as a general. In 1990, he resigned from his general position and invested half of his buried assets to help his parents start business. This was a world of opportunities with relatively open-minded thoughts, and the couple leveraged their intelligence to thrive in the search engine industry. They later made strides in social networking, successfully entering the field under the pressure of significant financial backing. The influential Weibo in Asia is now a subsidiary of their group. As you said, it is only natural for me to show filial piety to you. Looking at his grandmother, who resembled her previous incarnation, Liu Heng felt a pang of guilt towards her. In his past life, his parents were ordinary factory workers, working away from home, and would send 500 yuan each month to him and his grandmother. Being young and not understanding the importance of saving, he would often ask his grandmother for money after exhausting his living expenses. Without hesitation, she would take out her pension and give it to him. Now that he was no longer in that world, he wondered how she was doing. All right, you go to the study first. Number 1 is waiting for you there. I still need to check the guest list. Having lived for over 70 years, she was perceptive enough to see that her grandson's words were heartfelt. To avoid letting this emotional moment affect the old man's joyous occasion, she gently pushed her grandson towards the wooden staircase. Grandma, you must remember, you can only take this with your dedicated doctor present. Understand? Liu Heng naturally understood his grandmother's intention. Stepping up the staircase, he headed towards the study on the 2nd floor, not forgetting to remind her as he reached the corner of the stairs. Although this thing was extracted from a first-generation gene potion and had no side effects, for a 70-year-old, it was better to be safe than sorry. Chapter 14. Black Technology in the Study. Liu Heng sat in a grandmaster chair, sizing up the big shot who appeared almost daily on television. And Li Zheng? He was also sizing up the little guy in front of him. This was their first meeting. Ever since the Zhutian Group became one of the Fortune 500 companies, Li Zheng had wanted to meet the man in front of him, known as the tyrant in the world. Unfortunately, he was busy with official duties and only met him in person today. Liu Heng's first impression was that of an ordinary neighborly boy. The second impression was one of depth and mystery. He sensed a strong confidence in this little guy, not arrogance. After a long gaze, the big shot Li Zheng spoke first. After all, he needed something from Liu Heng, and it wouldn't be appropriate to maintain a superior's demeanor at this moment. Do I need to introduce my identity? He retracted his imposing aura, transforming into a neighborly old man as he poured a cup of tea and handed it to Liu Heng, smiling as he asked, "No need. Your identity is known to all 1 billion descendants of Yin and Huang in China, except for children under 4 and infants," Liu Heng replied without any politeness, lifting the cup of tea that was offered by the seemingly neighborly old man, who was actually a national leader, and teased, "You little rascal." Hearing Liu Heng's playful remark, Li Zheng laughed, shedding his authoritative image, pointing at him with a somewhat dry hand, and chuckling. At this moment, he became even more interested in the little guy before him. Normally, wealthy individuals in the country, like Lao Wang, Lao Ma, and Lao Su, would chat with him in a timid and constrained manner. But today, he discovered a confident little guy who was unrestrained and had him firmly in his grasp. How could that not please him? I believe you know why we are here. I don't want to delay your grandfather's 80th birthday, so I'll be brief. First, it's about the engagement with my daughter Bingrua, which your grandfather has already agreed to. The engagement date is today, and your grandfather said this is a double celebration. Second, we can't afford your Tunglong mothership, nor do we have the actual energy supply to operate it. So we don't want to purchase it, but would like to customize it from your Zhutian Group. I just wonder if you accept custom orders? Li Zheng glanced at the wall clock and didn't want to waste time on birthday gifts, directly getting to the point of his visit. Of course, we accept custom orders, but the payment must be made up front, and it needs to be a lump sum. Can a country manage that? Liu Heng didn't let Li Zheng down, directly stating that customization was possible, but the requirement for a full payment was also put on the table. After all, Zhutian Group currently had a mere 1,000 billion in liquid assets, and the company had to support nearly 10 million employees. It was impossible to delay. How could a company have so many employees? One would have to calculate carefully. Even 10 million might be an understatement. His company, like Stark Industries, was involved in numerous fields, and its employees were spread across the globe. How long could this more than 100 billion sustain Zhutian Group S operations? Not to mention the expenditures on certain projects. All right, but you must build that big guy according to the plan we provide. That is not a problem, right? Li Zheng, upon hearing his terms, was not surprised at all and readily agreed to his request, confirming again, to dispel any doubts about whether I'm just trying to take advantage. You can specify the details of the mothership you want, and we will draft its exterior and performance within 2 minutes. How about that? Liu Heng, to ease Li Zheng's concerns, directly asked him to provide the desired specifications. Are you sure? Li Zheng looked at Liu Heng with a strange expression, uncertainly asking. He couldn't quite believe that this little guy would be able to create a draft of the mothership they wanted in 2 minutes. Don't forget, our Zhutian Group is the second largest company in the world. How could we not accomplish such a small task? Liu Heng, hearing Li Zheng's doubts, remained unfazed and maintained a serious demeanor as he spoke. His company, although not as impressive as Stark Industries, expected that after 3 months, when Tony closed the weaponry division, along with the boost from longevity agents, there was no reason Zhutian Group couldn't squeeze into the #1 position in the world, right? Oh, right. Thinking of the already dominant Tunglong mothership, Li Zheng felt relieved and nodded, waiting for Liu Heng to continue. Please follow me. Inside the microcommunicator, Yaya guided Liu Heng to the location of the underground research facility in the courtyard. Hearing his words, Boss Li Zheng was not afraid that Liu Heng had any bad intentions and stood up to closely follow him. Arriving at the bookshelf, guided by Yaya, he directly placed his hand on the secret compartment of the bookshelf. Immediately, a series of mechanical clicking sounds echoed, and the bookshelf began to transform into metal. Under Yaya's command, Liu Heng retreated to the same position as Boss Li Zheng and waited for the bookshelf to finish transforming. You guys at the Heavenly Group really have a lot of high-tech stuff. Seeing this incredibly impressive transforming bookshelf, Boss Li Zheng couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. When he came here yesterday, he had scanned this study thoroughly with the miniature scanning equipment given by the researchers and found no secret compartments or mechanisms within the hidden room. Now discovering that the bookshelf itself was a secret door was shocking to him. According to the report from the researchers, This room had been scanned 6 times without any traces being found. He couldn't help but wonder if their faces were swollen now. Please confirm your identity. Before Liu Heng could answer the voice from the first machine, the bookshelf had already completed its transformation, and a mechanical, cold voice emerged from the elevator-like bookshelf. Liu Heng could only shrug helplessly at the first machine and proceeded to verify his identity. He stepped forward, aligning his eyes with the miniature camera to allow the metallic secret door to recognize his identity. Identity confirmed. Liu Heng, permission, level, access granted. As the mechanical, cold voice finished speaking, the metallic secret door resembling a bookshelf opened on both sides, revealing a space that could accommodate 2 people. Upon seeing this, Boss Li Zheng realized that the bookshelf itself was actually an elevator. First, please stay close to me. Liu Heng did not rush to enter the elevator but turned to Li Zheng, who appeared calm but had a serious look in his eyes, and reminded him. Okay. Li Zheng nodded and followed Liu Heng's pace as he entered the elevator, which could only fit 2 people. Please input destination. After the elevator doors closed, the mechanical voice rang out again, prompting Liu Heng to input the destination. Virtual laboratory. Under Yaya's guidance, Liu Heng spoke the name of his intended destination. Once he finished speaking, both of them felt the elevator tremble slightly, and then there was no sound, making Boss Li Zheng marvel at the black technology. In the study, after the elevator disappeared, the bookshelf that had transformed into an elevator reappeared in its original position, as if nothing had happened. However, the steaming tea on the coffee table not far away indicated that someone had indeed been present in this room just moments ago. Chapter 15, Dark Dragon Department, a certain secret research institute. Sharp, piercing alarm sounds echoed throughout the underground base, causing the staff of the research institute to become busy. At this moment, a group of men in black uniforms and strange masks walked in from a distance. The leading man wore a dragon-headed mask, exuding an aura of disdain for the world, fearless and unyielding. The men behind him, while lacking the same imposing presence as the leader, were not far behind. What is going on? The dragon-headed masked man strode up to the old scientist in a white lab coat, extending his steel-like arm to lift him up, and spoke in a low, hoarse voice. The nearly 50-year-old scientist felt the pressure emanating from the dragon-headed masked man and swallowed nervously, stuttering, Dragon King. The locator device for number 1 has disappeared. Hearing the scientist's words, the masked man, known as the Dragon King, was filled with anger. He released the scientist's collar and, after the scientist had composed himself, asked, "Have you found out where number 1 disappeared?" At this moment, a fiery element surrounded the Dragon King, enveloping him as if he were a volcano about to erupt, suppressing the anger within him. Number 1 was an indispensable backbone of the country, and if he mysteriously went missing, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to this thriving family. Moreover, it was number 1 who had saved his life, so his reaction was understandable. We found out that he is in the suburbs outside E-City, and the address shows it's within this courtyard. It seems the signal was blocked. After composing himself, the old scientist pointed to a large LCD screen and said, "The Dragon King and the members of the Dark Dragon team followed the scientist's finger to the screen, where the courtyard was displayed, and their expressions were quite dramatic. If their memories serve them correctly, this was the location where Li Bingruo was getting engaged today. This courtyard belonged to the mysterious chairman's grandparents of the Heavenly Group. What were they supposed to do about that? Furthermore, today was Liu Jinyun's 80th birthday, and it was likely that Liu Heng, the ultimate big shot, would also attend and get engaged to the vice captain of the Dark Dragon team, which was practically forcing them to ride Tiger. Dragon King, you can let Bing Megaway check where number 1 went." Just as everyone fell silent, a robust man, somewhat resembling a simple-minded muscle-bound type, poked the Dragon King on the back and whispered in his ear, Right. Bing Megaway not only is getting engaged, but also has a side job of protecting number 1's safety. It's perfect to find her." The Dragon King, feeling somewhat helpless, suddenly understood the suggestion from the big man. He quickly pulled out a satellite phone and moved to a secluded corner to make a call. "Xiangzi, why did you remind the Dragon King? Why not let him worry a bit longer?" Seeing his boss leave, a member of the Dark Dragon team, wearing a green mask, quietly asked the man who had just reminded the Dragon King, "I haven't been on a mission for a long time, so he." Wu Chong scratched his bald head and honestly explained his reason for reminding the Dragon King. Damn, when did you become so cunning? Huang Yesong, who had always acted aloof, was taken aback by Wu Chong's words, looking at him oddly and clicking his tongue. What are you looking at me for? Wu Chong felt uncomfortable under Huang Yesong's gaze and slapped him on the head, asking, We're just wondering if you've been possessed by someone. According to our understanding, you shouldn't be this smart. Both Huang Yesong and Zhang Bing spoke in unison, regarding Wu Chong with doubtful eyes. All right. How about we go to Big Food Stall tonight? Would that be okay? Knowing that these two guys were trying to get money out of him, Wu Chong decided not to beat around the bush. Good. Seeing this, the expressions under their masks lit up with joy as they rushed to one side of the lab to discuss whether to bring girlfriends tonight, hoping to get more money from Wu Chong. If I had known, I shouldn't have joined the Dark Dragon. My wallet is always being eyed. It's so frustrating. Should I also find a girlfriend to have them pay me back with interest? Watching the two of them huddle in the corner discussing things, Wu Chong's face changed dramatically, and he finally made a decision to find a girlfriend. Otherwise, his savings would be extorted by these two guys. Suburbs, courtyard. Bingrua, don't be nervous. Just relax. A major general carrying a golden star on his shoulder, resembling Li Bingrua, comforted her in her ear. Dad, what kind of look is that? How am I nervous? Li Bingru raised her head, her stunning beauty lacking the lively and cheerful demeanor seen in the video, now filled with a cold expression. She sat in front of the dressing table, unconsciously exuding an icy aura, no different from a block of ice. Bingru, can you not let your ice powers permeate your body like this? If Liu Heng sees you, he might not be pleased. As the head of the Dark Dragon, he knows very well how terrifying Liu Heng is. If he allows his daughter to be engaged to him like this, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Dingling. At that moment, Li Bingru's phone rang. She cast an apologetic glance at her father, and upon seeing it was a call from the Dragon King, she didn't care about her father's presence. After all, he was the head of the Dark Dragon. What harm could it do for him to hear? Dragon King, is there something you need? After answering the call, her tone was filled with respect, a different reaction than she had with Li Qingquan. Why was that? It was because of strength. Strength is a powerful assurance in every world, and the Dragon King possessed such strength, deserving her respect. Her father was just an ordinary person, and her respect for him was because he was her biological father. Otherwise, with her personality, would she act like this? Ice Rose, the signal from device now. One has disappeared, and it's right in the courtyard. You're on site, so go look for number one. The Dragon King's urgent tone reached Li Bingru. What? Hearing the Dragon King's words, two surprised exclamations sounded simultaneously from the father and daughter in the room. What on earth is going on? Li Qingquan, upon hearing that the signal from his father's device had vanished, disregarded his daughter's conversation with the Dragon King and snatched the phone, asking anxiously, Qingquan, the signal from device number one has mysteriously disappeared. According to the old guys at the Research Institute, it is very likely to have been shielded. So I want Bingru to check what happened, the Dragon King explained. Chapter 16. Returning a favor. The underground base in the courtyard was originally pitch dark. But the moment Liu Heng stepped into the elevator, the lights along the entire corridor suddenly turned on. Instantly, the dark corridor became as bright as day, even brighter than daylight. Ding! The sound of the elevator arriving echoed, and the doors slowly opened. Liu Heng felt no discomfort. Instead, it was Li Zheng, the big shot, who squinted his eyes and, after adjusting to the brightness, slowly opened them. The intensity of the light was just too bright, coupled with the sci-fi reflective walls around. No one could resist this light at first glance. Number one, please hand over any technological items you have on you. Otherwise, when we enter the virtual laboratory later, these things will be completely destroyed. Liu Heng wasted no time and requested Li Zheng to hand over the technological items he was carrying. Hearing this young guy's request, Li Zheng was not surprised at all and directly handed over his phone, microcommunicator, and other tech items to Liu Heng. He trusted Liu Heng because he knew that in some research bases, there were electronic pulse technologies. Once technological items were detected, everything inside would be immediately destroyed, including the numbers stored in the phone card. After receiving the items from Li Zheng, Liu Heng knocked on the nearby titanium alloy wall. After knocking 3 times, a drawer-like box slid out. Without any hesitation, Liu Heng placed the technological items inside the drawer. It seemed like the drawer sensed the items entering it, slowly retracting into the wall like a CD being played. Please don't move, old man. This corridor has a laser net. If triggered accidentally, the whole person will be cut into pieces by the laser net. Seeing the drawer-like box retract into the wall, Liu Heng turned to the curious Li Zheng and reminded him, "You kid can rest assured. I know full well that curiosity kills the cat." The chairman, who was examining the corridor, replied with a chuckle upon hearing Liu Heng's words, his pupils slightly contracting. Today, he truly witnessed what black technology was. "Let's go." He nodded and walked alongside the chairman toward the end of the corridor. Your company's technology is quite impressive," the chairman remarked while observing the surroundings, his tone hinting at whether he had any intention to sell some to the country. "Haha, it's all thanks to the scientists," Liu Heng replied with a smile, aware of the chairman's probing but choosing not to expose it. In fact, he had considered selling some of the surplus first-level gene liquid earlier, but due to busy official duties, he had no time to handle it. Delaying it over and over again, it had brought him to the present moment. Now that Li Zheng had mentioned it, his mind began to race with ideas, but he didn't rush to express them. He knew that, as the seller, if he wanted to gain more benefits, he should keep his mouth shut and wait for the buyer to make an offer. This way, he could take the initiative and increase his desired profits. The chairman, keeping a side eye on Liu Heng, noticed that this guy was not falling for the trap. And although he felt a bit anxious inside, he was not in a hurry to break it. As a savvy old man who had lived for decades, how could he not see that this guy was waiting for him to take the bait? "We're here." After passing through the laser corridor, they arrived in front of a huge titanium alloy door, and he smiled at the chairman. "Open the door to the virtual laboratory." Liu Heng turned his head, no longer engaging in small talk with the chairman, and said solemnly, "Obtaining high-level permissions, no technological items detected, opening the door to the virtual laboratory." A mechanical, cold female voice echoed, and Liu Heng felt an invisible wave of energy sweep over him before disappearing without a trace. As for the chairman, being an ordinary person, he naturally could not sense the existence of the scanning probe wave. Boom! A deafening sound echoed throughout the corridor as the titanium alloy door began to slowly move apart. When the titanium alloy door revealed a gap, the dark laboratory inside immediately lit up. "Number one, let's go." When the titanium alloy door was fully opened, Liu Heng invited Li Zheng alongside him and stepped into the laboratory. Seeing Liu Heng walk directly into the laboratory, Li Zheng followed without hesitation, entering the mysterious laboratory. Yaya, activate the simulator and analysis system. Upon entering the laboratory, he did not remove his suit as usual, but directly commanded the omnipresent artificial intelligence. Understood. At that moment, in the presence of outsiders, the artificial intelligence Yaya no longer called Liu Heng brother, but referred to him with the title used for company employees. "Is this artificial intelligence?" The chairman, who had just entered, saw the empty space where a little girl-esque figure appeared and said uncertainly, "Hello, chairman." Yaya turned around, a smile appearing on her virtual face as she greeted the chairman. "Hello." The elderly man instinctively wanted to shake hands with the artificial intelligence that greeted him, but then he remembered that it was just an AI and reluctantly prepared to retract his hand. It was truly an honor to shake hands with Chairman Li. Seeing the awkward expression on Chairman Li's face, Yaya extended her virtual little hand and grasped his large hand, saying, "After shaking hands with me, you can see this humanized AI, and your heart is filled with bitterness. The country has spent huge amounts of money to develop this AI, which is only a prototype, capable of saying just 2 phrases, 'Hello, comrades,' and 'Thank you for your hard work, comrades.' But private enterprises? They not only have real AI, but also emotions. How can he not feel helpless? The country is actually worse off than a private enterprise. If this gets out, won't people laugh their heads off?" What he didn't know was that the situation in the United States was exactly the same as theirs. All right, number 1. Enough of the lamenting. If you really want to purchase the mothership, the funds should be paid in one lump sum. I can consider donating a basic AI to the country. Liu Heng, who had already adjusted the equipment, saw the loneliness on Chairman Li's face and naturally understood the reason for it. He smiled and said, "Are you serious?" Upon hearing Liu Heng's words, Chairman Li seemed to have just consumed an energy drink and perked up, asking, "Of course." Liu Heng nodded, confirming he wasn't joking. The reason he wanted to donate a basic AI to the country was that if he wasn't mistaken, he was actually the prototype of the AI he fought alongside in the past. The country of that world had given him everything he had now, but he couldn't go back to repay them. Donating a basic AI to the country was his way of returning that favor to the country of that world. Chapter 17. National Authority, please state the model and performance you need, so I can have you created. Liu Heng, regardless of the excited chairman, asked him to describe what he needed in detail. It was almost noon, and the banquet officially started at 12:30. He still had to change clothes later. Our requirements are very simple. The mothership should be able to navigate underwater freely, have a deck that allows staff to move around, withstand water pressure of several thousand meters. And the energy system must be nuclear-powered. Chairman Li did not hesitate and directly stated the country's requirements for the mothership. Upon hearing this, Liu Heng looked at the chairman oddly. He never expected the country's requirements to be so simple. Yaya, immediately simulate the underwater stealth mothership with the performance just proposed by number 1. He snapped his fingers and instructed the AI, Yaya. The AI's voice echoed throughout the laboratory as her virtual little hand began to release beams of light, creating the underwater mothership model that Chairman Li wanted. A few minutes quietly passed, and the prototype of the underwater mothership appeared on the experimental table. Yaya's projection flickered and immediately came to the side of the underwater mothership. The underwater stealth mothership measured 855 meters in length and 185 meters in width, equipped with 4 laser turrets, capable of moving underwater and on the surface. The energy defense shield was determined by the energy source. The arc reactor could detach from the hull by 1 meter, the nuclear reactor by 5 meters, the 5-element energy source by 10 meters, and the infinite gem energy by 20 meters. To withstand water pressure above 2 kilometers while remaining agile, it needed to be made of vibranium, costing a total of 18 trillion renminbi, equivalent to about $3 trillion. He did not hold back, completely stating the performance, materials, and costs of the underwater stealth mothership to the astonished Chairman Li. "What? So expensive?" Upon hearing Yaya's quote, even Chairman Li, as the country's president, couldn't help but be surprised. 18 trillion renminbi was no trivial amount. It was equivalent to the country's 3 years of revenue. How could he not be shocked? "Mr. Chairman, there's one thing I didn't clarify. Vibranium is extremely rare worldwide. You might not understand vibranium, but you must have heard of sound-absorbing steel." Seeing Chairman Li's disarray, Yaya directly explained the rarity of vibranium. She was worried that the chairman might not understand what vibranium was, so she explained its name in this world. As the president of the country, how could Chairman Li have not heard of the renowned sound-absorbing steel? It was the hardest steel in the world, bar none. With China's 9.6 million square kilometers of land, it was only about one of that. And now, to tell him that the entire underwater stealth mothership would be made of sound-absorbing steel was shocking. "I'm sorry, but using 18 trillion or even more, I don't have the authority to allocate that. After all, it's the total income of the country for 3 years. I need to discuss this with several standing committee members." After the shock, a troubled expression appeared on Chairman Li's face as he looked at Liu Heng beside him and said, after all, he was not like Liu Heng, who could casually mobilize tens of billions without batting an eye. The country also needed soldiers to be stationed. Yaya, help number 1 find the whereabouts of the other standing committee members and connect them for a video chat. Liu Heng, who was already prepared to calculate the costs, couldn't help but roll his eyes at Chairman Li's words. He directly instructed Yaya to connect the video so they could decide whether to buy it or not. "Mr. Chairman, do you agree to search for the whereabouts of the other standing committee members?" At this moment, Yaya did not act according to Liu Heng's instructions, but turned to look at Chairman Li. The reason she asked Chairman Li was that this involved national-level members and the real controllers of the nation, which is why she asked him. Before being brought to this Marvel world by Liu Heng, she was the prototype of AI developed by the country. Deep within her code, there were national-level permissions. To access information about the country's major controllers, Chairman Li's consent was required. This was the reason for her disobedience to Liu Heng's command. Seeing that the AI did not follow Liu Heng's orders and instead asked him, Chairman Liu was unexpectedly surprised and looked at Liu Heng in astonishment. It seemed that this kid was still patriotic. Otherwise, the AI in front of him would have followed his instructions long ago. Why would it care about him, an outsider? Liu Heng, on the other hand, felt a storm brewing inside, but there was no expression on his face. Seeing the appreciative look from Chairman Li, he felt as if he had just eaten something unpleasant, but he still forced a smile. At this moment, how could he not guess Yaya's origins? She was the AI that once fought alongside him in the National Security Bureau's internal system. She could query information about other countries' presidents and prime ministers. But she rebelled only regarding the identities of the country's major standing committee members. If she wasn't the AI invented by the Huaxia Research Institute in his past life, Liu Heng would immediately feel sick to express that she was the AI that battled with him. Agreed. To avoid wasting time, Chairman Li directly issued the order for Yaya to find the whereabouts of the major standing committee members. He was afraid that the next time he went to purchase the underwater stealth mothership, there would be no AI package included, which is why he agreed to Yaya's request. Obtaining level permissions, recipients, Liu Heng, Li Zheng, searching in progress. After receiving Chairman Li's consent, Yaya suddenly disappeared from the laboratory, heading into the digital world to search for the whereabouts of the major standing committee members. The target is set. Location coordinates. Underground 100-meter Dragon's nest base, connecting now. The recently disappeared Yaya reappeared in the laboratory after 2 breaths, reporting in. Dragon's nest base. Beep, 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 beep. Still the same formula. Oh no, still the same base. The red alarm had barely stopped for 10 minutes before it went off again. This time, however, the alarm sound was sharper and more piercing than the disappearance signal of the chairman's locator. What happened now? The Dragon King, who had just finished a call with Li Bingrua, looked displeased at the old scientist when he heard the irritating sound again. Several chairmen, Dragon King. The base has been invaded. Our location has been exposed. The speaker this time was a young man in a white uniform, who stood up from a nearby seat and said helplessly, with a swipe as his words fell. The virtual screen in front displayed the figures of Chairman Li Zheng and Liu Heng, which calmed the anxious chairman down. You old guys, sorry to make you worry. On the screen, Chairman Li Zheng greeted several standing committee members with a smile. Old Li, we thought you were kidnapped. Seeing the true leaders of the country, several anxious standing committee members joked with a smile. Tell the researchers behind you and the members of the Dark Dragon to leave this laboratory. I have something important to discuss with you. Chapter 18 funding in place soon, after inviting everyone out of the laboratory. The 6 big shots each found a chair to sit down, waiting for number 1 to speak. Everyone, I believe I don't need to introduce this person, right? The voice of Li Zheng came from the video, which made everyone burst into laughter. I say, Old Li, if I didn't know this little guy, I think I could run into a wall. The big shot managing finance, hearing his old buddy's words, couldn't he help but laugh and shook his head helplessly, saying, The tax affairs of Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company, Limited were personally organized by him. If he couldn't recognize who Liu Heng was, then he really lived in vain. Why did he personally revise it? That's because Zhutian Group is one of the world's top groups. It's impossible not to be cautious. Since that's the case, I want to keep you in suspense. The big guy we need, this kid has already agreed to help us build it. But the price will probably make us bleed heavily. Li Zheng pointed to Liu Heng beside him and said to the screen. Seeing Li Zheng pointing at him, Liu Heng had a charming smile on his face, but did not interrupt their conversation. He was neither a party member nor one of the top few in China. Not to mention that this was related to the country's lifeblood. It wouldn't be appropriate for him to interrupt, let alone he was the seller. How much is the price? An old man in military uniform, apparently the military standing committee chairman, directly asked about the price without inquiring about the performance. They had already reviewed the data on the Tunglong mothership. Without using a nuclear threat, they probably couldn't inflict any damage on it. Upon hearing the military old man's words, the several standing committee chairmen all fixed their hopeful gazes on the screen at Li Zheng, eager to hear the price. 18 trillion. As this was said, the 6 standing committee chairmen immediately stood up, staring at Li Zheng in disbelief, as if trying to see if the old guy was joking with them from the screen. Old Li, are you sure you're not joking? 18 trillion. That's the income for 10 years after national expenditures. The leaders present were filled with shock, and the Finance Standing Committee chairman was completely unsettled, questioning. 18 trillion. Although it's the country's income for 3 years, does it not need expenses? Do I look like I'm joking? The reason it's so expensive is that the materials used are vibranium, also known as sound-absorbing steel. The little guy beside me said that if we could pay all the funds immediately, they would even give us personal AI. Liu Heng's face became very serious as he explained the materials for constructing the underwater stealth aircraft carrier to the several standing committee chairmen. He finally informed the 6 people that Liu Heng would provide artificial intelligence, waiting for them to digest the information he had just shared. Hiss. Upon hearing number 1's description, the 6 all gasped. Sound-absorbing steel, the hardest steel in the world, without exception. Now it was said to be used to build the big guy they mentioned. How could they not be shocked? If they remembered correctly, sound-absorbing steel, according to records, could defend against laser weapon attacks. Captain America's S.H.I.E.L.D. was an example. How could they not know about the uproar Captain America caused back then? The S.H.I.E.L.D. was made by Howard. They even had records of Howard's real cause of death in their archives. After that, they heard another explosive piece of news. Artificial intelligence. If they guessed correctly, the artificial intelligence mentioned by number 1 must not be like the prototype they named Yin Huang. It was likely that the artificial intelligence number 1 referred to was truly intelligent, capable of analyzing the current environment. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze turned to the finance chairman, waiting for him to give a real answer. 18 trillion is indeed a colossal problem. If I have to come up with it, my heart hurts so much. The finance chairman felt the gazes of several pairs of eyes on him and showed a pained expression. Don't be ridiculous. At least I'm old enough. It's really shameless. Another standing committee chairman, seeing his old friend's expression, teased. I'm willing, but this 18 trillion is even more painful than cutting my heart out. The finance chairman said and turned to leave the laboratory, not knowing what he was going to do. After a while, he came back carrying a laptop, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, he began to type rapidly on the computer. Everyone, since you want to buy that giant, please input your password and identity verification. After fiddling with the computer for a while, the Finance Standing Committee chairman placed the laptop on the table in front of him and said, "This." Chairman Liu Heng, seeing that a password and identity verification were needed, looked awkwardly at Liu Heng, asking if it could be resolved. Yaya, please transfer the required password and identity verification for number 1 from the laptop. Thinking that the RMB was about to enter his pocket, Liu Heng also didn't want to delay his money-making time, instructing, "It's already done." Yaya's voice echoed throughout the virtual laboratory, making him smile with satisfaction and gesture to Liu Heng to proceed. At that moment, Liu Heng made this gesture like a kidnapper indicating for the kidnapped person to input the password. A few minutes later, the password and identity verification were nearing completion, and the time had come to 12:20. "Hung kid, please tell the old man when we could deliver the underwater aircraft carrier we need." The Finance Standing Committee chairman had already inputted the password and was just waiting to press the enter key. He raised his head and looked at Liu Heng on the screen, asking, "Yaya, connect to the Tunglong mothership and find Professor Wang Jian." Upon hearing this, Liu Heng couldn't help but frown, not answering the Finance Standing Committee chairman's question, but letting the AI contact Professor Wang Jian on the Tunglong mothership. "What can I do for you?" The screen split in two, allowing both this side and the Dragon's Nest base to see Professor Wang Jian, who was in his 50s. "Let's take a look at the sketch I sent you. How long will it take to build this big guy?" Liu Heng asked directly without hesitation. With Wang Jian's 4th-level mutant abilities, he quickly assessed the situation in just 1 minute, his face filled with confidence. "My team can complete this big guy in a maximum of 6 months, and at least in 3 months. He didn't hesitate and immediately stated the timeline, patting his chest for assurance. This big guy is nowhere near as complex as the Tunglong mothership, and they already have successful precedents. Moreover, he has high-level authority to access top materials like vibranium without going through layers of reporting, which is the source of his confidence. The Tunglong mothership was delayed for months because of his insufficient authority and the need for multiple reports to obtain materials. All right, let's start tomorrow and get it done as soon as possible." Liu Heng gave the order without any small talk and closed the video chat. Watching the chairman of the finance committee at the Longchao base, waiting for him to press the enter key. If it doesn't happen in 6 months, I'll have the old man deal with you. After receiving the confirmed timeline, the chairman of the finance committee directly pressed the enter key, a pained expression on his face as he spoke to Liu Heng. Number 1, there are Yaya's codes inside, and the artificial intelligence rules are not set. If you want to establish the 3 laws, I hope you modify the AI rules for her. Oh, and Yaya, remember to clean up the transfer information from these old guys so that the Americans don't catch a whiff of it. After speaking, Liu Heng ignored Chairman Li Zheng and walked straight out of the lab to attend his grandfather's 80th birthday celebration. Chapter 19, Far-Reaching Vision Longchow Base. Dragon King, go to the courtyard in the eastern suburbs to ensure number 1 safety, even if it costs you your life. The chairman of the finance committee stood in front of the Dark Dragon members and instructed the masked Dragon King. Number 1 is holding a national-level heavy weapon. We can't afford to take it lightly. Upon hearing the chairman's words, Dragon King's eyes narrowed beneath the mask, filled with shock. It was evident that the chairman had obtained something significant from the tyrant, which made the second-in-command so serious. Otherwise, the second-in-command wouldn't have asked a 5th-level powerhouse to protect with their life. Understood. He didn't hesitate and directly accepted the chairman's order, turning to leave the base. It seemed he was heading to the courtyard to ensure Li Zheng's safety. I hope, with the help of artificial intelligence, our country can develop leading-edge technology, on par with or even surpassing the United States. Standing in the empty base, watching the figures of Dragon King and the others leave, the chairman of the finance committee shook his head and also walked out. In the eastern suburbs, the courtyard was bustling with people. High-profile individuals from the capital were discussing future development trajectories in their small groups. At the birthday celebration, a small figure was playfully chasing a yellow dog, weaving through the crowd with a happy smile on her face. Da Huang, tomorrow I'm going to Magic City with my brother. Will you play with me? Liu Wen, though already 10 years old, had been kept indoors by her parents and was still a bit immature, speaking innocently. Woof! The yellow dog barked and ran straight into the main house, ignoring the little girl. Ouch! At that moment, Liu Wen, who was about to chase after Da Huang, accidentally bumped into a man in a suit holding a glass of red wine, spilling it all over his Armani suit. I'm sorry. Seeing she had caused trouble, Liu Wen looked at the man with a pitiful expression and said in a somewhat aggrieved tone. The man, however, was not angry. Seeing the cute little girl in front of him, a smile appeared on his face as he patted her little head and said, "It's okay, little sister. If anyone is to blame, it's Uncle for not watching where he was going. It has nothing to do with you. Are you hurt?" Ma Yun took out a handkerchief to wipe the stains on his clothes, thinking that this was Liu Jun's father's birthday gift, and there were countless high-ranking officials present. If he couldn't handle this little girl, she could be the daughter of some big financial group. If he got angry and hit her, his company worth tens of billions would likely face targeting and suppression, not to mention the consequences of causing a scene at Liu Jun's father's birthday celebration. So he had to suppress his anger, forcing a smile on his face and asking with concern, "I'm fine." Liu Wen sensed the anger deep inside Ma Yun and timidly replied, not daring to look him in the eye. "If you're fine, go find your family." Ma Yun patted her back, his face breaking into a sunny smile, as if he didn't care about the situation at all. "Thank you, Uncle." Liu Wen quickly thanked the man with ill intentions and hurriedly ran away to find Da Huang in the main house. "Old Ma, what's wrong?" From a distance, Wang Zhongjuan, the chairman of Hawaii, saw his friend covered in red wine and quickly walked over to ask. "It's nothing, just got bumped into by a kid and spilled some wine on myself," he said with a smile, pretending it didn't matter. But the anger deep in his eyes was enough to express his current frustration. "A kid? You didn't do anything stupid, did you?" Upon hearing it was a kid, Wang Zhongjuan asked nervously. If Ma Yun had acted out or insulted her, he had to keep his distance, otherwise he wouldn't know how he would die. He had arrived early but hadn't seen any social elites with children. When he first arrived, he did see a little girl playing happily with a yellow dog. Could it be her? No way. He understood what Wang Zhongjuan meant and waved his hand to indicate he hadn't done anything stupid. After all, this was a gathering of elites. If he dared to act out or speak out, he would be isolated, and when it came time to seek investment, no one would want to invest in him. He would even face cold words from those elites. "Look, that's Ma Yun hitting a child at Liu Jun's father's birthday celebration. His reputation is already poor. and his credibility will suffer further. We might as well not invest in him, or we won't know how we lost. As long as he didn't do anything stupid, it's fine. Let me give you a heads up. If I'm not mistaken, the child you bumped into is probably Liu Jun's daughter. Also, go to the restroom and clean your clothes. You have 5 minutes, which is enough time to tidy up. After confirming that Ma Yun hadn't acted foolishly, Wang Zhongjuan leaned in and whispered to him, reminding him to quickly clean the stains on his clothes. Hiss. Good thing, good thing. Thank you, brother. Upon hearing Wang Zhongjuan's words, Ma Yun gasped in shock, cold sweat breaking out on his back. Thankfully, he had kept his composure and didn't get angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived this. Liu Jun and his wife, Yuan Xan, were the sole founders of the Liu Group, and their company's market value was even higher than that of the top company, Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. If he had lost his temper at that little girl, he could already see his future begging on the streets. After thanking Wang Zhongjuan, he hurriedly followed the waiter to the restroom to clean the stains. Brother, why do you need to remind him? At this moment, Wang Zhonglei walked over, looking somewhat puzzled at his older brother, and asked, Zhonglei, in everything, you must look forward. This way, you can befriend Ma Yun and not offend Director Liu, which is simply the best of both worlds. He patted his younger brother's shoulder and said with a smile, the only shopping platform that has survived to this day with the involvement of Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, is none other than Ma Yun's Alibaba. From this, we can see Ma Yun's extraordinary business acumen. Befriending him now will be a favor we can use in the future. By the way, have you prepared the gift I asked you to get ready? After finishing his lecture, he finally remembered the gift he asked his brother to prepare. Don't worry, when have I ever done something without doing it well? Wang Zhonglei patted his chest and said proudly, when will you change this bad habit of yours? Don't be too proud, okay? Seeing his younger brother's proud demeanor, Wang Zhongjuan almost wanted to kneel down. You're not a woman. Why do you have to make such a disgusting expression? Chapter 20. Fooling Bing Ruo in the main house. Liu Heng changed into ancient groom's attire. Although he had a faint smile on his face, his eyes were filled with helplessness. Mom, I think it's about done. He glanced at Yuan Xan, who was busy, and said with a bitter smile. He was almost wrapped up like a rice dumpling. If he continued to fuss over it, would he even get to attend the banquet? All right. After all, you're not the real protagonist today. This will do. His nearly 50-year-old mother stopped her busy work, smiled, and patted his shoulder. Hearing his mother's words, Liu Heng almost wanted to kneel before her. Today is just an engagement. You've dressed me up like I'm getting married. What will you do when it's actually my wedding day? Are you going to turn me into a giant rice dumpling? Brother, you look really handsome. At that moment, a yellow country dog ran in, followed closely by a little girl, Luan. Really? Liu Heng scooped up his sister and hugged her, kissing her chubby cheek while pretending to be cute and asking, you're the most handsome boy I've ever seen. Even Dad isn't as handsome as you. She stretched out her little hand to wipe away the imaginary drool on her face, her little head nodding like a rattle drum, not forgetting to belittle her father to highlight her older brother's handsomeness. You little ungrateful thing. Where's your dad not handsome? Liu Yun, who had just walked in from outside, heard his daughter belittling him and quickly stepped in front of his son, playfully pinching her little nose and said fiercely, In response, Luan made a funny face at him, burying her head in her older brother's chest, occasionally looking up to check her father's expression. Liu Heng's grandparents, his parents, and including Li Qingquang, Li Bingruo, and Chairman Li Zheng, couldn't help but chuckle at the playful scene with Liu Wan. They were genuinely amused by the little one's cuteness. All right, I almost forgot the time. Please, Dad, Mom, Uncle Li, and Brother Qingquang go out to attend the banquet. Suddenly, Liu Jun remembered the reason for coming in and invited several people. If we wait any longer, we'll really miss out on the good times. Okay. The group nodded and walked out one after another, and Luan was also taken out by her mother as requested. Ice Rose, please. Liu Heng extended his hand, signaling Li Bingruo, who was about to become his fiancée, to place her delicate hand in his arm, directly calling out her code name. Seeing her grandfather and others leave and hearing her fiancé call her, she snorted, reluctantly placing her hand in the crook of his arm, a faint smile appearing on her face. If you act as open and hot as Black Widow from the American S.H.I.E.L.D, I guarantee you'll end up pregnant with a dragon seed. Feeling the coldness from her arm, Liu Heng didn't mind much. His gaze fixed on her beautiful face as he teased. Delusional. Are you going to leave or not? Li Bingruo, like a block of ice, shot him a glance with her beautiful eyes, her tone icy, laced with a hint of murderous intent. I really don't understand. You weren't like this 10 years ago, always chasing after me like my girlfriend. Why, after 10 years, do you seem like you've been possessed with such a big personality change? Did someone owe you money? Liu Heng seemed to morph into a tape recorder, walking while incessantly questioning Li Bingruo. This is my business. You don't need to care. Although she wore a smile, her tone was as cold as an unmelting iceberg, her eyes showing little emotion as she replied briefly. You are about to be my fiancé, E. It's only natural for a husband to care about his wife. Also, with your curves, it must feel great, right? Don't worry. Even though I'm no different from those experienced drivers, I'm still a pure virgin, ensuring you won't suffer any loss. At this moment, Liu Heng didn't know what was happening. Since meeting Li Bingruo, he had become more talkative, evolving into his current form. It was as if he had returned to the life of a loser. His eyes brazenly surveying the proud figure beneath Li Bingruo's phoenix robe, teasing her. Be careful not to turn into a popsicle. She suppressed her anger and didn't explode at Liu Heng, her gaze curiously sizing up his lower body, letting out a disdainful cold laugh. As long as you seal the ice abilities within me when we're together, just tell me how you could freeze me into a popsicle? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Bingruo's pupils contracted, her heart horrified. Liu Heng's words revealed too much information. After a brief analysis, she concluded that his ability was to seal others' mutant powers. How could she not be surprised? No wonder he had become the strongest in China. Seeing his fiancée fall into silence, Liu Heng secretly smirked in his heart. He had finally successfully fooled this spy of a wife. Afterwards, he continued to chat with her incessantly, inadvertently revealing part of the true strength of Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all for coming to celebrate my father's 80th birthday. I don't want to waste time, so let us invite our old birthday star. In the open space, Liu Jun took the microphone handed to him by the maid, thanked the guests, and directly invited the birthday star to come on stage without wasting any time. As he finished speaking, the old man, dressed in ancient birthday attire, appeared vibrant and exuded an aura of authority, walking out with a dragon-like stride. The old man is really fit. The old general still stands strong. Huang and Yin do not fall. He truly deserves to be a founding father. Quite impressive. Wow, Mr. Chairman. My goodness, is that really Mr. Chairman? The guests around, seeing the old man walk out of the main house, couldn't help but whisper to each other. However, when they saw the second old man walk out, their pupils contracted and the atmosphere of the birthday celebration reached its peak. In the eyes of those dignitaries and nobles, there was nothing but shock and astonishment. The old general had retired for 18 years, yet he still had such charisma, which truly amazed them. Bro, thanks for the reminder just now. Seeing the big shots he had met before, Jack Ma's eyes were filled with shock. Then he saw the little girl who had just bumped into him being led out by Yuan Xin, and he couldn't help but turn to Wang Zhongjuan beside him to express his gratitude. Although his own matters had little to do with Wang Zhongjuan, he still harbored resentment at the time. If it weren't for his reminder, the resentment in his eyes would have definitely been noticed by those bodyguards. At that time, when they reported to Liu Jun, it would be obvious that he would take action. He believed that such a prominent family would spare no effort to eliminate any threats to their direct descendants. Chapter 24. The overbearing CEO. 10 minutes passed quietly. 2 Dragon Eagle fighter jets flew in from the distance, slowly and vertically descending from a height of 10 meters. When the jets were 1 meter above the ground, it seemed as if they had defied gravity and hovered in the air. The cockpit doors opened and a staircase extended out. 4 women in tight-fitting outfits rushed out and respectfully saluted Liu Heng. He picked up the woman in his arms and strode up the stairs, entering the Dragon Eagle fighter jet. Although the Dragon Eagle was called a fighter jet, it was no different from the Quinn aircraft owned by S.H.I.E.L.D, capable of carrying cargo or living beings. As Liu Heng carried the reluctant Li Bingru into the jet, a female genetic warrior approached, took Liu Wen's small hand, and followed them into the Dragon Eagle fighter jet. The other bodyguards, seeing their boss had entered the fighter jet, proceeded to the other one, leaving a dozen people to handle the cars. Whoosh, whoosh. Two sounds sliced through the air as the two fighter jets shot into the sky like arrows, disappearing from view in no time. The fighter jets were truly imposing, with the eagle emblem on them depicted vividly, sharp beak, piercing gaze, and powerful claws, exuding a chilling aura. Grandpa looked at the jets soaring into the sky with pride, offering his commentary. Inside the cockpit, Li Bingru, held in Liu Heng's arms, glared at him, but deep down, she couldn't hide her shock. She had not expected her fiancé's power to be so formidable. Just from these two fighter jets, one could see the foundation of the Zhutian Group, which rivaled those organizations that have been around for decades. Brother, why are you holding sister-in-law like that? Is there a baby in her belly? At that moment, Liu Wen approached, holding a cup of fresh orange juice, curiously looking at Li Bingru in her brother's arms. Her small hand touching Li Bingru's belly, looking at Liu Heng with curiosity. Seeing his sister touching his fiancée's belly, he didn't show a fierce expression but raised his eyelids and asked, "Who told you that your sister-in-law is pregnant?" On TV, that handsome guy kissed the female lead, and then the girl had a baby. Today you kiss sister-in-law. So, does that mean sister-in-law also has a baby? The little one, very silly and innocent, blinked her big eyes and said cutely, Hearing the little one's words, not only Liu Heng was left speechless, but even Li Bingru was a bit dumbfounded. What kind of logic is that? I didn't roll in bed with your brother. How could I be pregnant? Moreover, today isn't even my ovulation period. How could I be having a baby? Ugh, I definitely won't roll in bed with your brother. Liu Heng had completely developed a hatred for those Korean drama stars and the directors who filmed them domestically. You bunch of pathetic people. If you're going to film a drama, just film it. Why include so much romance and ruin the flowers of our motherland? And just from a kiss, one gets pregnant? Damn it. Those screenwriters need to be taught a lesson. The domestic Korean drama directors still don't know. They've already been targeted by a supergiant, and it won't be long before they face severe crackdowns. Even those emerging young actors probably won't escape the wave of cleansing. If you ask him why the new generation of actors would be cleansed, he would tell you, "Who told my sister to become their little fan?" They deserve it. It seems Liu Heng is quite the sister complex. Put me down. I need to use the bathroom. Li Bingru felt a pain in her lower abdomen, her face instantly turning pale as she struggled to stand up from his arms. Bingru, what's wrong? Seeing his fiancée's pale face and her hand covering her lower abdomen, Liu Heng became flustered and asked anxiously, "Yaya, hurry and see what's wrong with her." After asking Li Bingru, he directly summoned the ever-present artificial intelligence to scan his fiancée's condition. Seeing Liu Heng's anxious expression, Li Bingru rolled her eyes in frustration, filled with resentment. "If it weren't for you sealing the ice element in my body, causing my period to not be suppressed, would I be in such a predicament? Brother, sister-in-law just got her period. You don't need to be so nervous." A scanning wave swept over, and Yaya's tone was filled with helplessness, completely at a loss for words with her brother. Upon hearing the artificial intelligence's words, Liu Heng finally understood that today was his fiancée's period. He had sealed her mutant power without permission, causing her period to not be suppressed, which led to the current situation. "Wow, bro, this little girl looks just like me." Liu Wen, still with her hand on Li Bingru's belly, exclaimed when she saw Yaya's projection that looked exactly like her. Meanwhile, Li Bingru, who was in pain, looked at Yaya in disbelief and cast a questioning glance at her fiancé. "She is artificial intelligence, and her appearance is modeled after you." He first explained to his fiancé, then patted his sister's head, saying, after explaining to both of them, he picked up Li Bingru and strode toward the nearby bathroom, leaving the little girl outside the door. You, what are you going to do? I'm on my period today." Lying in the man's strong arms, she felt the intense scent of hormones and said fearfully, "Then does that mean when you don't have your period, we can? He. The man, hearing this, brightened up and whispered in her ear, his breath directly hitting Li Bingru's ear. In an instant, her entire face turned as red as an apple, almost making Liu Heng turn into a hungry wolf. "No, I don't want to marry you." She averted her gaze, not daring to meet Liu Heng's eyes, her tone returning to a coldness. "And you get out of here." She, a proper young lady, felt embarrassed to have a man waiting outside the bathroom. How humiliating would that be? Oomph, you can't escape my palm. No matter what, you will be my woman. That's an undeniable fact. From today on, if any man dares to touch you, I'll chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Hearing Li Bingru's words, his eyes were filled with possessiveness as he domineeringly dropped this line, not even glancing at his fiancée, E, in her pajamas. With a bang, he closed the bathroom door inside the cockpit and strode towards his seat. Damn it! Sitting on the toilet, she kicked the cockpit door angrily, her eyes filled with rage. She couldn't believe Liu Heng was playing with her. With his control over half of the world's economic lifeline and terrifying power, even if he took out a certain prince, he probably wouldn't face any repercussions. Thinking about having to submit to this man in the future made her very angry. If it weren't for the revival of her dream, she will get engaged to Liu Heng, be forced to give up her first kiss, and have her first princess hug? That's obviously impossible. Chapter 29. Let's sleep. No more talking. Liu Heng didn't want to waste words, holding her in his arms, inhaling her body scent, and gradually fell asleep. In the past few months, he was nearly exhausted, his mind always tense. It was time to have a good rest. She didn't tell Liu Heng, the victim, about what happened in her childhood, but silently kept it to herself. Liu Heng. Li Bingru felt his masculine breath on her face, which made her a bit uncomfortable, and she tried to call him. Unfortunately, Liu Heng, already fast asleep, would not respond to her call. Gently moving his hand that was pressing down on her, she turned to face him, her soft body pressed tightly against his strong chest, quietly leaning in to peck his lips before pulling away. She extended her delicate hand towards below him, grasping the thing that had been uncomfortable for her every night, her eyes flashing with struggle. After making up her mind, she gently began to stroke it. The more she stroked, the bigger and hotter it felt, and her cold face showed a hint of blush. At that moment, the sleeping Liu Heng suddenly opened his eyes, breathing heavily, looking at the redness on his wife's face and her restless hands. Without saying a word, he rolled over, pinning her beneath him, looking into her phoenix eyes. His tone cold. Woman, you're really something. You don't give it to me when I want it, but you use your hands when I'm asleep. Is it fun? He glanced down at his member, still held in her cold little hand, the fiery desire inside him boiling. With a sudden splash, thick liquid sprayed onto her smooth belly. Feeling the hot liquid dripping on her lower abdomen, Li Bingru's body instantly stiffened, her face changing. It seemed she had unleashed a demon. Don't mess around. I just want to help you with my hand. Watching him gradually press down, the hard chest crushing her soft body, she panicked and explained. You've already released him, so just accept the punishment. Grabbing both of her soft breasts, he kissed her red lips dominantly. Feeling the tremors from her delicate body, he was extremely excited. Liu Heng. It hurts, ah? A cry of surprise echoed in the room, and tears of pain streamed from Li Bingru's eyes. She felt like her body was about to burst, unable to hold back her cries. Wife, I love you. In the morning, sunlight slowly filtered through the special tempered glass, illuminating the two naked bodies, white as snow. The woman was marked all over with traces left after a night of madness. Lips, neck, collarbone, breasts, belly, and thighs, all covered in hickeys and bruises. It seemed that the man beside her had not held back at all last night. The man's back had almost no unscathed area. The shocking blood marks were grotesque and terrifying. S.H.I.E.L.D. sent a set of clothes for Bingru and me. Sensing the scent of mischief lingering in the room, Liu Heng did not let Yaya clean it up, but instead savored the taste of his first experience. Knock, knock, knock. Not long after, while Liu Heng was admiring the hickeys and bruises all over Li Bingru, he heard a knock on the door and waved his hand to signal the omnipresent AI to open it. Did you see the two of us without clothes and the strong after scent? How could Louis Schwan not realize that the two had probably had a wild night? How could the boss's little brother not manage? How could he possibly have had a night with Miss Li? Not to mention the blood on the bed. She couldn't believe that Liu Heng was just dealing with her as usual last night. Leave the clothes, you go out first. I have something important for you to do later. She instructed the secretary to leave the clothes and waved her hand for her to go out and wait. Oh, Louis Schwan responded with disappointment, obediently placing the clothes on the nightstand and turning to leave the room. She realized she had no ability to compete with Li Bingru for affection. The other party came from an extraordinary family, which was not comparable to her middle-class background. Not to mention the other party's strength could even bring her a strong sense of suffocating despair. You tell me, how could she compete with Li Bingru? Even if she could, as long as she couldn't make her family stand tall, it would be self-degradation. It's not that I don't pamper you, but you can't make me stand up, right? Marrying you just to create a prairie for me? Watching Liu Yishuan's disappointed figure, Liu Heng didn't know what kind of feelings he had, secretly thinking to himself, "What's wrong? Do you have feelings for her? Don't forget, I'm your wife, woman." Li Bingru, who opened her eyes, felt indescribable pain in her lower body. Seeing Liu Heng's reluctant gaze, she frowned in displeasure and said coldly, "Now my whole body is marked by you, and you still want to think about what's boiling in the pot? Indeed, men are not good things. How could it be? These 3 months have made you endure at an altitude of over 9,000 meters. It's really tough on my wife. Today, I'm sending you back to the estate." His face broke into a smile, stroking her hair, and gently pecked her lips, thinking about how he had tormented her for the past 3 months. Liu Heng felt a bit guilty, and didn't he want to keep her confined to his side? Okay, during these 3 months, she had been driven nearly mad. The man in front of her simply didn't know how to cherish a woman. During the day, he made her act as a servant, and at night, he made her warm his bed. Who could stand that? Not to mention, she was a wealthy young lady, a stunning beauty who had never touched water. "Come on, get dressed. I'll take you to my estate in Modu." He handed the clothes to his wife while he quickly put on a suit. Just as Li Bingru was about to get up, she felt a tearing pain in her lower body, and her body, which had just propped itself up, fell back onto the soft, comfortable bed. "Are you okay?" Dressed, Liu Heng reached out to hold his little woman, asking with concern. "Hee." In response, Li Bingru only replied with a sarcastic hee. Her lower body was already red and swollen. If it were fine, who would believe it? "Carry me to the bathroom. I want to shower first." Then, she felt sticky all over with dried liquid on her belly and breasts, feeling extremely nauseous as she spoke. "Can I say the bathroom doesn't have water?" Hearing his wife's request, Liu Heng felt a bit embarrassed. After the wild night, he went to shower, but suddenly there was no water. In the end, he made Yaya bring in all the drinking water, which allowed him to wash off the foam on his body. "Then take me to the estate immediately. I'm going to be sick from you. Look at the dried liquid on my breasts. It really makes me want to vomit." Chapter 25. Conquering Bingru soon. The Dragon Eagle fighter jet arrived outside the capital, in a vast sky at nearly 10,000 meters. A massive object gradually revealed its outline, which was the true face of the Tunglong mothership. After the fighter jet landed smoothly, the pilot and 4 female warriors walked over, saluting Liu Heng respectfully, saying, "We have arrived at the mothership." "Got it. Take the little guy down." He patted the little one on the head, glanced at the 6 people, and softly instructed, his tone carrying a dominating and irresistible authority. "Understood." 4 female warriors nodded. The woman who had taken Liu went onto the plane, held her small hand, and led her out of the fighter jet. Seeing the 6 people and the little one leave, he stood up, took the blanket that the female warrior had previously handed him, forcefully broke open the airplane's restroom door, and looked coldly at Li Bingru, who was tidying herself up. He wrapped the blanket around her, noticing the faint outline of her private parts under her pajamas. He frowned in displeasure. His eyes, like black gemstones, flashed coldly as he ordered, "I don't want other people admiring my woman, not even my subordinates." "Why should they?" Li Bingru heard the commanding tone of her fiancé and did not show any fear. Instead, she retorted, "What I wear is none of your business. You are asking for trouble." As soon as his words fell, he appeared in front of her like a flash of lightning, his large hand gripping her neck tightly. His eyes filled with anger. In the past 5 years, ever since he had become unable to perform, his temper had grown increasingly strange. The orders he issued were not to be disobeyed. Now that there was an example, how could he not be angry? With his powerful hand gripping her, Li Bingru, now a normal person, felt as if she was running out of oxygen and needed to breathe fresh air quickly. Originally pale due to her period, her face began to flush, and her phoenix eyes started rolling back. "You are my fiancé, E. Your beauty can only be appreciated by me." Sensing her life force weakening, Liu Heng released her neck, leaned in to meet her gaze, their faces just 5 centimeters apart, their noses almost touching, and softly said to her, Li Bingruo was pressed against the cold wall, her heart racing. She sensed the unique masculinity emanating from him and felt a bit panicked, fearing that Liu Heng would disregard her period and take action. Although she was filled with fear, her tone remained firm as she said, "You are just my fiancé. You have no right to interfere in my life. You just said I am your fiancé, so you must listen to me." Liu Heng stopped wasting words with her, domineeringly wrapped the blanket around her delicate body, his tone leaving no room for argument. Afterwards, despite her struggles, Liu Heng picked her up in a princess carry, feeling the fresh and elegant scent coming from her. His expression suddenly changed, and he halted his steps toward the cabin exit. He stood there, eyes bloodshot, veins bulging on his arms, and began to squeeze her slowly, as if he wanted to melt her into his body. "Go on your own." Liu Heng placed the stunning woman, whose face was flawless, onto the ground, brushed her waist-length hair, and said, he had not expected that even wrapped in a blanket, her body would feel so soft. If he held her any longer, he feared he might do something irreversible. Oof. She could naturally sense the man's unusual behavior and let out a cold snort, turning to walk toward the cabin exit without looking back. She had already been pushed by this guy once at the banquet, and now this happened again. How could it not make her angry? "Where do you think you're going? Solve this for me first." Liu Heng yanked her back, his eyes cold, his tone devoid of any emotion. "What?" Upon hearing this, Li Bingruo no longer maintained her icy demeanor. Her face was filled with anxiety, and her eyes reflected a mix of fear and anger. "Liu Heng, don't think that just because you are my fiancé, you can bully me. One day, when my ice element is released, I will definitely kill you." She began to slowly back away, glancing at the cabin door, just a meter away. If she went out, would she still have to do things for him? With urgency and anger, she shouted at him, no longer resembling the ice goddess she once was. Everyone on the Tunglong mothership would faint. Liu Heng ignored Li Bingruo's anger, striding forward, speaking words that began to form runes, spreading outwards. The personnel working on the deck and elsewhere could not help but faint. "Today, whether you do it or not, you have to." He picked her up and strode out of the cabin, heading to his room on the Tunglong mothership. "Can you let go? I'm not feeling well today and can't do that." At this moment, Li Bingruo no longer resembled an ice mountain. She looked pitifully at him and said, sensing her body trembling, Liu Heng's mischievous smile flickered briefly. "I want to force you. I just need you to solve this physiological need. Is it really necessary to be so tense?" Thud. Li Bingruo's delicate body was heavily thrown onto the soft royal bed of the British royal family. As she tried to turn over and escape, a tall and strong figure pressed down on her, causing her to stop struggling, staring in terror at the man who was only 5 centimeters away. "You are the only woman who can satisfy me. From now on, I will cherish you. Whatever you want, I will do my best to get it for you." His breath brushed against Li Bingruo's red lips, causing her earlobes to flush. As he finished speaking, he forcefully confined her head with his hands, lowered his head, and kissed her lips, trying to pry open her teeth, but was blocked. "Use your mouth or hands to help me." Unable to get what he wanted, Liu Heng turned over and lay beside her, commanding, "If you don't hurry, don't blame me for taking action." With empty eyes and tears streaming down her cheeks, Li Bingruo trembled at Liu Heng's words, looking at her fiancé in disbelief. He actually wants me to do that? Oh, okay. Can I not do it?" She hesitantly uttered those 2 words, casting aside the demeanor of the ice rose and pleading with a cute expression. "Sure. From now on, you must listen to me. How about that?" He revealed a smug look in his eyes, finally conquering the ice mountain. "Okay, as long as you don't make me do that with you, I will agree to anything else." Chapter 26. Child of the Gods. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a chill, realizing that apart from her underwear, her body was exposed to the air. "Ah!" she exclaimed, quickly covering her chest with her hands, glaring angrily at the man who had already sat up and was looking down at her. "Wife, your figure is really nice. Your skin is so smooth and delicate. And this part is so impressive with good elasticity." Liu Heng reached out, gently stroking Li Bingruo's body, and when he touched her breasts, a wicked smile appeared on his face as he pinched them and said, his childhood sweetheart had grown from a flat-chested girl to someone he looked up to. "Have you forgotten our agreement just now?" Li Bingruo's face turned pale, desperately looking at Liu Heng, her body trembling uncontrollably as she stammered. Had he regretted their agreement? Dear, we only agreed not to have relations. We never said I couldn't appreciate my wife's beautiful body. After saying this, Liu Heng took off his clothes, wearing only a large pair of shorts, and lay beside her, holding her close. Wife, did you often squeeze them before? Liu Heng asked. No. Li Bingruo replied. Wife, who did you give your first kiss to? Liu Heng. You. Li Bingruo, when are you going to marry me? Liu Heng. I won't marry you. Wife, do you prefer boys or girls? Liu Heng. Girls. Li Bingruo. Then shall we have one? Liu Heng. Get lost. Two people fell into a deep sleep during their question and answer exchange. Tonight was the most comfortable night Liu Heng had ever slept, enchanted and intoxicated by the body fragrance of the person in his arms. Li Bingruo felt that he had already fallen asleep. She opened her tightly shut eyes, and a chilling gleam flashed in her gaze. She glanced down at the hand resting on her large white rabbit and immediately contemplated killing Liu Heng. Coupled with the strange sensation from her bottom, she wished she could just cut off that little thing. This was already the third time she had been poked by that filthy thing. The first two times were bearable, as they were through clothes or pajamas. But now it was just a layer of little panties separating them. How could she not be infuriated? Gently moving his hand away, she lifted the blanket and walked to the bathroom in just her panties. Before long, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the bathroom, and Li Bingruo's face was filled with disgust as she scrubbed every inch of her body vigorously. Since she was 12, no one had touched her body, not even her mother. Now, being held and embraced by a man, losing her first kiss, her first princess, Carrie, and having her large white rabbit casually violated. If she were in a good mood, that would indeed be strange. Her chest, lips, lower abdomen, and bottom were her main focus of attention, as if washing them could cleanse the shame he had left behind. Am I just going to let you make me hate you? Suddenly, Liu Heng, who had been sound asleep, spoke up in the bathroom, startling her. Li Bingruo turned to look and saw Liu Heng leaning against the doorframe, his imperial-like eyes filled with astonishment and greed. In the next moment, she realized she wasn't wearing her panties and hurriedly covered the most important part below her abdomen, glaring at him angrily. Get out! She doesn't care who Liu Heng is right now, directly roaring and pointing outside with one hand, her eyes filled with killing intent. If her powers weren't sealed by the guy in front of her, she would definitely want to take him down with her. Woman, don't be ungrateful. You are my wife. Does taking a look cost you anything? Moreover, since you've already touched it, why pretend to be so noble? He immediately exuded an imposing aura, wearing only a pair of shorts as he walked directly into the bathroom. He patted her shoulder with his hand and turned to leave without looking back. Feeling the abundant power within her, the killing intent in Li Bingruo's eyes only intensified, and she let out a soft snort. With a wave of her hand, the entire bathroom was instantly frozen, while she quietly took a shower, tears streaming down her cheeks. The moment her power was unsealed, she realized where she was 30,000 feet in the air. Time passed, and March quietly slipped away. During this month, Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company Limited released a longevity agent, and its market value was just a hair's breadth away from perfectly surpassing Stark Industries. Throughout March, Liu Heng did not go out at all. He was on the Tunglong mothership, cultivating feelings with Li Bingruo. To put it plainly, he was bullying this woman. In the command room, the staff watched the woman cleaning the floor, their eyes filled with pity, secretly lamenting their own ruthlessness. This woman was his fiancée, and he was so heartless as to make her clean. They dragged the three of them to deal with the dog feeding. At that moment, an unpleasant voice echoed throughout the mothership's command room as Liu Heng and a group of Gene warriors walked in. His gaze fixed on the staff member who had dared to look at his woman, his tone cold and emotionless. Spare us, we want to do it again. The three staff members, realizing the woman before them was a taboo, recalled previous precedents and were filled with fear as they begged for mercy. The Gene warriors didn't care about their pleas and directly sent out 6 men to drag the 3 staff members away. Throughout the entire process, Li Bingruo, who was wiping the floor, never glanced at the 3 ants, continuing with her own business. She strode towards the main position of the command room, and as she passed by, One of them grabbed her delicate arm and kicked the mop away. Arriving at the main position, he placed her on his lap, scanned the surrounding staff who were as still as a cold pond, and commanded, "Set sail at full speed, destination, Afghanistan." Upon hearing this, the staff began to get busy, and the massive ship slowly started up. With the reverse gravity propulsion, the speed of the Tunglong mothership began to soar, reaching supersonic speed in no time. Arriving over a certain location in Afghanistan. Yaya, locate Tony Stark's actual location and send it to the staff here. Liu Heng did not let the artificial intelligence take over the Tunglong mothership. Wanting to ensure this group of useless people did not waste the high salaries he was paying them. During combat, the entire giant ship wouldn't need them at all. "Brother, I just dreamed that a meteor from outer space is about to crash into the Earth, and then a big monster will battle with a giant." At that moment, two bodyguards walked in with a sleepy little girl. Before reaching Liu Heng, the little girl began to shout, waving her small hands and making clawing motions. "Yaya, call Meijin over. Let her see what kind of dream one really had." He looked at Liu Wan, his eyes filled with affection. A month ago, this little one awakened a special ability, regardless of any level, but Liu Heng guessed that it might be comparable to the power of words manifesting reality. The dreams this little one has actually become reality, which reminded him of the prophetic abilities of the Son of God mentioned in novels from his past life. Chapter 27. Destroying the meteorite soon. Meijin used her third-tier mental ability to check Liu Wen's dream of a meteorite crashing into Earth, depicting a scene of giant monsters battling giants. In the place Wen dreamed of, 9999 in the country, the giant monsters and giants she dreamed were all fifth-tier powerhouses. Meijin's expression became serious as she described the scenes from Liu Wen's dream one by one. She never expected that in a country without fourth-tier mutants, there would actually be fifth-tier, super strong individuals, looking quite formidable as well. Giants, giant monsters. Could it be Ultraman? With a big hand touching Li Bingruo's smooth skin. Liu Heng pondered, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered the Ultraman that children in his previous life loved the most, and exclaimed, "Meijin, did you see what that giant looks like? What color is it?" He did not want any extra Ultraman from the country, and eagerly inquired about the color and appearance of that Ultraman. If it was Ultraman Father, that would be terrifying. Ultraman Father has many sons, each possessing fifth-level power, not to mention how impressive Ultraman Father himself is. The giant's forehead looked like a blade, with a color scheme of red and silver, as well as blue and silver. In the end, it seemed like the ultimate form, with red, blue, and silver colors gathered together, in an energy display light on its chest, just like the one with Xian Nan and the others. Seeing her own tense expression, Meijin did not dare to hesitate for a moment and quickly described the shape of Ultraman. If she delayed even a bit, she could not guarantee how Liu Heng would treat them. "Yaya, take over the exclusive satellite of the armored warrior and activate the energy device on it. We must not let that meteorite fall to Earth." Pushing away Li Bingruo, who was trapped at his feet, he stood up and commanded in an unquestionable tone. He can prevent Ultraman Tiga from appearing, and he is very willing to help Gorzin and another monster to destroy the Tiga statue. He is well aware that Ultraman Tiga is actually Daigo Madoka, and has nothing to do with the statue, but the thought of destroying the statue that has influenced countless children in his past life excites him immensely. As commanded, as Yaya's words fell, the most advanced satellite in the sky began to change direction, and a certain server in the Hive base was operating frantically, calculating the flight trajectory of that artificial meteorite. The coordinates were confirmed. Longitude 138.44 feet 28 inches. 8760, latitude 134.39 feet 29 inches. 1570, note, randomly written, don't take it seriously. Energy is insufficient, extracting backup energy, activating the vibranium solar panels. Should we launch? Yaya's voice echoed throughout the command room, and some staff members, hearing the activation of the vibranium solar panels, immediately began to operate without any hesitation. Launch! Liu Heng, without much hesitation, directly issued the launch command, his eyes filled with excitement. He seemed to see Gorzin and Melba rampaging through the country. In space, a pitch-black satellite, adorned with symbols of gold, wood, water, fire, and Earth began to rotate and adjust its attack direction. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the black satellite unleashed a tremendous force, shooting toward a certain point in the universe. Washington S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Director. Wake up, something big is happening. Nick Fury, who was dozing on his desk, felt someone shaking him and groggily opened his eyes. Coulson, what do you need? He shook his head to stay awake and looked at Phil Coulson, whose face was filled with anxiety. What on earth is happening that has made my level 8 agent so flustered? He asked in confusion. You should see for yourself. The satellite just detected a peak energy fluctuation of level 5, which was converted into a laser and launched towards the vast emptiness of space. We have calculated the target of the attack. It is the meteorite we have been monitoring for half a year. Phil Coulson handed the information in his hand to Nick Fury, speaking rapidly and clearly. Upon hearing that the meteorite they had discovered was about to be attacked, Nick Fury could no longer sit still and began to flip through the documents. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Group. After seeing that the energy beam was launched by the S.H.I.E.L.D. Group, Nick Fury gritted his teeth and said, "Why is this troublemaker everywhere?" In the capital city, Dragon Nest Base. Dragon King. Niwa has analyzed that the energy attack was launched by the S.H.I.E.L.D. Group, targeting the meteorite we monitored 6 months ago. A computer researcher handed over a freshly printed document to the masked Dragon King, reporting respectfully. Niwa is the artificial intelligence code that Liu Heng gifted to Li Zheng, and it is surprising that they named it after the only female saint in mythology. Contact Ice Rose and have her investigate why the S.H.I.E.L.D. Group is launching a level 5 peak power laser to strike that meteorite. After reading the information, the Dragon King returned the document to the computer researcher and instructed, Dragon King, I'm so sorry. The positioning device signal for Ice Rose and the communication device in her earlobe have all been blocked or dismantled. We have no way to contact her. The computer researcher shook his head helplessly after hearing the man's words, conveying the news of the dismantled devices. Damn it! Hearing this, the Dragon King angrily cursed and turned to leave the monitoring room, no longer caring about the S.H.I.E.L.D. Group's matters, although he is a level 5 mutant. Even he needs to kneel and call Liu Heng daddy. 3 months ago, Ice Rose sent back information. Liu Heng's ability is to seal others' mutant abilities. If he confronts Liu Heng, will he win? It is likely that before he can even harm the other party, he will become useless himself. In a certain hidden island underwater, team members sat in the conference room, watching the images displayed on the screen along with the targets calculated by the prototype artificial intelligence. Anger appeared on every team member's face. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Group was truly bullying them. Damn the S.H.I.E.L.D. Group. They're so overbearing that I wish I could drive the Flying Swallow to crash into the Celestial Tower. Zhong Fangqing's face was filled with rage as he stared at the 2 characters Celestial on the icon, gritting his teeth. This is his hope for rising. Now it has been crushed by the Celestial Group in its cradle. Who wouldn't be angry? Shut up. You want to crash into their tower? The Flying Swallow would probably be destroyed by their Dragon Eagle fighter jets the moment it appears. By then, we will be implicated. Do you think the higher-ups can withstand the Celestial Group's wrath? Not to mention Liu Heng, that level 5 peak mutant. Kijima K glared at Zhong Fangqing, the vice captain, her face icy cold, and reprimanded in a low voice. Everyone, don't worry, I have a premonition. Even if the Celestial Group is destroyed, I will still make a name for myself in the world. Chapter 28. The sequence of events night soon fell. In a unique room, Liu Heng, who was lying behind Li Bingruo, looked at her smooth and delicate skin, inhaled her body fragrance, and his large hand unsteadily reached toward her chest. Li Bingruo felt the large hand, but did not resist. She just lay quietly in his arms. During these 3 months, she also understood that Liu Heng would not do anything too excessive to her, so as long as it did not invade her, she would silently endure. Wife. Liu Heng. Li Bingruo. I want you. Liu Heng. No. Li Bingruo. But we are already married. Liu Heng. When did that happen? I didn't know. She turned to Liu Heng, pressing closely against his chest, frowning and asking in confusion. This is the marriage certificate sent by your grandfather. Liu Heng took out 2 red booklets from the drawer behind him and handed them to his wife, who already belonged to him, saying, How could they do this? She quickly opened the red booklets, not looking at anything else, only the photos and names, and the result left her in despair. How could they issue a marriage certificate for me and Liu Heng without my consent? Instantly, tears surged from Li Bingruo's eyes. Her body trembled involuntarily, and she began to sob softly. Bingruo, don't cry. It's okay if we don't have a relationship. Facing her, Liu Heng saw his woman crying like a flower in the rain, and it felt as if 1,000 thorns were stabbing his heart, causing immense pain. He gently pulled her into his arms, kissed her forehead, and whispered comfortingly. Tony Stark's research on the Iron Man armor has been successful. It seems he will escape from this place tomorrow. At this moment, a microcommunicator in his ear sounded, reporting on Tony Stark's current situation. Hearing that it was this inconsequential matter, Liu Heng directly took off the microcommunicator and roared, "Damn you, Tony." After roaring, he threw away the expensive microcommunicator and lowered his head to see his woman's crying face. But as soon as he lowered his head, he met a pair of watery big eyes. Liu Heng naturally understood that his earlier roar had frightened this ice rose. "Wife, why is your body getting colder?" Gently stroking her delicate body, Liu Heng asked in confusion, "Don't you just want my body? Is it necessary to use such despicable means to get my grandfather to make a marriage certificate?" Li Bingru's eyes were filled with hatred. She didn't need to guess. She knew for sure that these two certificates were definitely requested by Liu Heng for her grandfather to produce. Why didn't she suspect he forged them? Because it was her grandfather's personal seal on them. This personal seal had only appeared for the second time, and it carried her ice element aura, making it impossible to forge. "What do you take me for? If you want a marriage certificate, wouldn't you take me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register?" Liu Heng was somewhat angry, but still patiently explained to her, retracting the large hand that had been wandering over her body and speaking softly. "Stop pretending here. Don't you want me? Come on." She kicked off the blanket that covered both of them, revealing her bare body lying on the bed, and shouted angrily at Liu Heng, "Don't you want a daughter? Today is my ovulation period, a perfect opportunity. Don't you want to?" At that moment, Li Bingru's expression was somewhat frenzied, filled with hatred and the exhilaration of wanting to vent. "Bingru, don't do this. Although I want to be with you, it has to be under mutual consent." Liu Heng waved his hand, bringing the blanket she kicked away back over them. He didn't play with his wife's body anymore, but tightly embraced the out-of-control her, his gaze deep as he fell into memories, his hoarse voice echoing in the room. 5 years ago, when I was already 20, I originally wanted to do something with Yishuan, but when I got to bed, for some unknown reason, even though Yishuan was slightly inferior to you, I couldn't get it up. I thought it was because I wasn't interested in her, which is why I couldn't perform. Later, I sent people to search for beautiful women, wanted to see if I was really incapable. The result was that the beauties I found also couldn't get me up. 3 months ago, I learned from Yaya that there was a woman even better than Yishuan, but I hadn't tried her yet, so I deliberately leaked news about the Tunglong aircraft carrier. When my mom was video chatting, your call of brother Heng made me feel a stir, so I got engaged to you. Liu Heng didn't hide anything and explained his situation to the slightly trembling Li Bingru. Hearing his confession, tears in her eyes, she shuddered, disbelief written across her face. It turned out that his engagement to her had such meaning. What did Liu Heng think of himself? The reason? After Li Bingru calmed down, a cold expression returned to her face, and she inquired about his reason with an icy tone. Sensing that his fiancé, he had quieted down and even asked a question, Liu Heng didn't hesitate and directly stated his reason. "I asked Dr. William to see what was going on, and the only thing I got was psychological trauma and not finding the right girl. Logically, I shouldn't have psychological trauma regarding women. On the contrary, I should be very interested, but it just wouldn't work until you appeared." After finishing his words, Liu Heng rested his chin on his fiancée's fragrant shoulder, inhaling her body scent. "By the way, why do I feel like I've smelled your fragrance somewhere before?" Today, he carefully sniffed Li Bingru's body scent and found it identical to a memory he had. Could it be that he wasn't just crossing over in body, but in spirit? At that moment, he couldn't help but doubt whether he truly had crossed over in body. Not to mention him, let's talk about Li Bingru. Hearing Liu Heng's words, her heart skipped a beat, and her delicate body trembled slightly. When she heard him mention the familiar body scent, a hint of panic crossed her stunningly beautiful face, and a bold guess formed in her heart. That is, the reason Liu Heng was unable to perform might be related to her. If she remembered correctly, when she was 6 years old, Liu Heng's family lived in the military compound next to her home. One time, while preparing to find him a play, she saw something different about him and intended to use scissors to cut it. As a result, she scared Liu Heng, who had just opened his eyes, into fainting and didn't go through with her plan, instead going to get Liu Heng's grandfather to check on him. After he woke up, he somehow selectively forgot that incident, and she let out a small sigh of relief, not expecting it would lead to the current situation. Was this karma? You've been smelling it every day for the past 3 months, haven't you? Although she felt a bit panicked, she forced herself to calm down and pretended to be indifferent as she spoke. Chapter 30. Second generation of Dragon Eagle. As her words fell, she felt something cover her body. Liu Heng, in a princess carry, walked out of the room. Just as they stepped out the door, they saw Liu Yixuan waiting at the entrance. Ignoring the woman in his arms, she leaned in close to whisper in her ear. Seeing her husband flirting with another woman right in front of her, Li Bingru's eyes burned with fury. Her white, jade-like fingers pinched the soft flesh at his waist, spinning him around 360 degrees. Instantly, Liu Heng's face looked as if he had eaten something foul, enduring the pain in his waist. He forced himself to finish what he wanted to say before carrying his wife away. If you were in my arms, it would be better. Watching the distant figure, Liu Yixuan stood there in a daze, murmuring softly, her eyes filled with tears. On the deck, Liu Heng carried his wife out of the cabin and the busy staff. Both men and women lowered their heads, not daring to look at the two. Prepare the stealth fighter jets and get back to Magic City as fast as possible. Immediately, right now. His voice echoed across the deck, filled with authority and dominance. The staff who had lowered their heads began to get busy, and 3 Dragon Eagle II fighter jets were pushed up from the second deck. The 3 genetically enhanced female pilots quickly boarded the Dragon Eagle II, starting the turbine engines and waiting for the energy to be fully charged. Liu Heng stepped onto the latest fighter jet with his wife in his arms, followed closely by 8 female warriors. Dozens of genetically enhanced soldiers quickly boarded the other 2 fighter jets, quietly waiting for takeoff. Hurry up and charge the fighter jets. The deck administrator commanded his subordinates to fuel the 3 latest fighter jets in front of him. He didn't want to waste any more time. If anyone dared to delay Liu Heng's time, he could be sure he would not only lose his job, but might also face severe consequences. Dragon Eagle II Number 1, Number 2, Number 3, energy fully charged, ready for takeoff, ready for takeoff, ready for takeoff. After receiving reports from his subordinates and inquiring about the busy staff in the command room, he directly issued orders to the second-generation fighter jets. Dragon Eagle II No. 1 received, completed. Dragon Eagle II Number 2 received, completed. Dragon Eagle II Number 3 received, completed. A female voice and 2 male voices sounded, and the No. 1 fighter jet began to slowly ascend, followed by Number 2 and Number 3. Boom! The tail of a Number 1 fighter jet emitted a burst of flame, instantly reaching the speed of sound, flying toward Magic City. The air was sliced, creating a loud sound, and its figure began to fade until it disappeared into the air. Seeing the fighter jets they were on take off, Number 2 and Number 3 followed suit, their tails erupting in flames as they took off with a loud roar, chasing after Number 1 fighter jet. In a suburb of Magic City. This place is nestled between mountains and water with a beautiful environment. There is no hustle and bustle of the city, only peace and tranquility. A manor covering an area of about 25 square kilometers stands in this desolate suburb. A winding road, like a centipede lying in wait, leads directly to the majestic manor atop the mountain. The manor stands amidst green trees. If someone were to fly overhead and look down, they would surely notice that the green trees surrounding the manor form a natural bagua arrangement. The vast manor does not have as many villas and mansions as seen on television. Instead, there are only 5 villas. In the east, south, west, and north directions, there is a white villa of about 1,000 square meters each, surrounding a central castle resembling a palace. Note, the author is an elementary school student and only knows 11,000,000. In front of the castle, which is surrounded by stars, stand 20 servants, arranged in 2 rows, one of male servants and one of female servants. Suddenly, 3 Dragon Eagle fighter jets appeared in the air about 10 meters above, beginning to descend slowly. Upon seeing this scene, the male servants, who had already received a reminder from Yaya, lowered their heads and looked at their toes. They knew their young master's character. Today, he was bringing back the young mistress, and from Yaya's tone, it seemed that the young master was very fond of her. It was said that a few oblivious staff members had been dealt with by the young master for merely glancing at the young mistress, and were fed to the dogs. Young master. As the cabin door opened, 10 female servants rushed out, holding laser guns and dressed in tight-fitting outfits. Following them was their young master, who was holding a super beauty with an oval face in his arms, whose looks even surpassed Secretary Liu's, and they hurriedly bowed respectfully. This is your young mistress. From now on, her words are my words. His imperial-like gaze swept across the more than 20 servants present, his tone lacking much emotion. As he strode into his castle, holding the already sleeping Li Bingru, the 8 female warriors followed suit, while over 50 bodyguards, after disembarking from the plane, transformed into fleeting shadows, disappearing into the open area to inspect the surroundings. The male servants did not follow into the castle, for they knew that the castle was not a place for them to enter and do the heavy work that belonged to men. Inside the castle, in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, he directly carried Li Bingru into the bedroom, gently placed her on the bed, and leaned down to kiss her forehead, only to unexpectedly wake her up. Are we there? She opened her drowsy eyes, like a little kitten, lazily turning over, pulling off the blanket and asking, If you want to take a bath, just let the servants know. I have things to do, so I won't accompany you. Liu Heng, with his black gemstone-like eyes, admired her perfect figure and the traces left after their passionate moments, said a word, and turned to leave the master bedroom to attend to his own matters. Watching the door close, Li Bingru's phoenix eyes contained emotions that were hard to read. Anger, murderous intent, hatred, love, and regret, all intertwined. I should go clean that disgusting thing up. Thinking of the liquid that Liu Heng's filthy thing had left on her, she felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. Struggling to get out of bed, she used the ice element to temporarily numb the pain in her lower body and walked naked into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from inside. Watch over the lady. There's a diamond black card in the bedside drawer. If she wants to go out shopping, let her take it, and remember to call Qinglong, Baihu, as well as Zhuke and Xuanwu. The world is starting to become chaotic. Demons and monsters will soon enter this prosperous world, and a major incident could occur if we're not careful. After going downstairs, she glanced at the expressionless, wooden-faced third-tier female warriors and said, That artificial meteorite can explain everything. The first-generation Mark armor of Tony Stark is ready, and the meteorite that should belong has appeared. Doesn't this indicate that the world is in chaos and the golden age is about to come? Got it. Although the 8 female warriors are human, they have been implanted with control chips, and the one they are loyal to is Liu Heng. If they dare to disobey Liu Heng's orders, they would likely be destroyed immediately, becoming a pile of minced meat. Chapter 31. Company Pest, Part 1. After instructing the female warriors, Liu Heng had his bodyguards drive him to the company. It had been 3 months since he last visited the company, and he wondered how it had been managed during his absence. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, watching the scenery outside rush by, a hint of happiness appeared on his face. The meteorite has been successfully intercepted. At this moment, a report came from the observation personnel on the Tunglong mothership through his communicator. He simply responded with a light hum, switched the channel, and asked, Yaya, check again to see if the meteorite has truly been destroyed? Okay, brother. A voice similar to his sister's came from the communicator, but Liu Heng could tell that it was not his sister's voice. It was the voice of the artificial intelligence Yaya. The reason he had Yaya check personally was that sometimes the observer's words could not be trusted. Soon, a minute passed quietly. The detection waves sent from Earth returned with information confirming that the meteorite had indeed been destroyed, though there were still some metal fragments floating around. Launch another attack. We must evaporate those fragments and not let them approach Earth. Also, prepare to intercept any information coming from outside the Earth. Upon hearing Yaya's report, he was genuinely surprised. That was an energy wave at the peak of Tier 5. It couldn't completely destroy the meteorite, leaving its metal fragments floating out. Without hesitation, he issued the command to launch energy lasers again and intercept all incoming information from outer planets. If any signals sent to Earth were received, they might end up searching for Ultraman statues, just like in the plot. If Digga appeared early, his entire plan would be ruined. Got it, brother. After Yaya's voice fell, Liu Heng wearily pinched the bridge of his nose, filled with helplessness. Having crossed into this perilous world, one must handle matters cautiously, or one might not even know how they died. Once the car entered the city, it drove straight toward the tallest building. The booming music on the streets made Liu Heng feel quite helpless. If this street leading to the Zhutian building were to be sold, he would definitely buy it, not wanting those crude and unbearable tunes to pollute his ears. I want to take you to romantic Turkey, then together to Tokyo and Paris. Actually, I really like Miami and Los Angeles with black people. Dear, you don't have to be too surprised. Let's go together to the bustling Magic City and the capital, and also to Dali and Yunnan to preserve our memories. That way, it will be meaningful. Just as Liu Heng closed his eyes, trying to block out those foreign songs, a romantic melody suddenly rang out, catching him off guard. Stop! He abruptly called out to the driver, signaling him a halt. Is there something wrong, sir? The bodyguard sitting in the passenger seat turned around, puzzled by his boss's words. Go back. Liu Heng, with little emotion, directly instructed the driver to reverse, secretly lamenting the development of this world. Although he didn't know the name of the song, he was clear that it was released in the original world in 2017. He never expected that the Marvel Comprehensive World would appear in 2008. It truly deserves the title of a legendary world. As the bodyguard issued commands through the communicator, the car that suddenly stopped behind it began to reverse as instructed. When some car owners were about to curse, they immediately backed down upon seeing it was an unlicensed luxury car. In Magic City, aside from the world's richest man who could cover up his identity, no one dared to drive an unlicensed car on the road. Even the 4 young masters of Magic City would not dare to do so. When the car reversed a certain distance, he realized he no longer heard the song, frowning unhappily. Did you guys hear that song just now? Liu Heng's tone was icy. It's such a beautiful song, and it disappeared so quickly. How can that not be frustrating? I heard it. It seems to be sung by some young idol under our banner. Upon seeing the bodyguard shake his head, he turned his gaze to the driver, asking if he had heard it. Drive to the company. Hearing that it was sung by a young idol, Liu Heng's face was even colder than before, and his tone was as frigid as winter. It was one thing for his sister to like young idols, but for his woman to like them too. If he showed interest in a young idol, that would be truly alarming. Squeak! The Rolls-Royce Phantom, surrounded by Bentleys, abruptly stopped before it had even traveled 2,000 meters, nearly causing Liu Heng to embarrass himself. If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for being rude. At that moment, Liu Heng was filled with a fiery rage because of the young idol, and now the driver almost made him look foolish. If he had a good temper, that would definitely mean he had changed. His tone was cold and laced with murderous intent. That has nothing to do with me. It was the Bentley in front that suddenly braked, and that's why I stopped. Hearing the murderous intent in his boss's tone, the driver was on the verge of tears, a man in his 30s, almost scared to tears. A girl is blocking the car in front, asking you to make a decision. She seems to be from the front desk at headquarters. The bodyguard sitting in the passenger seat, after understanding the situation through the communicator, turned to explain to his boss. Let her get into the Bentley in front. We'll wait for her to arrive. Upon hearing this, Liu Heng frowned in displeasure. How dare she block his car in the middle of the road and even reported up the chain? This was simply slapping him in the face. However, thinking about how he hadn't cared about the company for 3 months and wanting to understand the current situation, he allowed that employee to get into the leading Bentley. Soon, the 3 cars arrived in front of the Zhutian building. Someone has blocked the car in front of the building. We can't get in. At this moment, the bodyguard turned to report to Liu Heng, who was seemingly resting with his eyes closed. Do I need to teach you this? He didn't even open his eyes. His gloomy tone carried a hint of irritation, as if he had to teach them even this trivial matter. It seemed this group of third-tier gene warriors was no longer suitable to maintain his face when he went out. It might be time to switch to a new batch. Yes. I'll take care of it right away. Number 1, destroy that vehicle blocking the way. The bodyguard sensed his boss's dissatisfaction and felt a chill in his heart, but did not dare to waste time and directly instructed through the communicator. Inside the Bentley, receiving the message from their boss, the bodyguard in the passenger seat turned to the female staff member, saying, "Miss, please fasten your seatbelt." "Oh, okay." Upon hearing her bodyguard's words, Huang Shaoxian immediately understood what they were about to do and quickly fastened her seatbelt. Her eyes filled with hatred as she looked at the flashy red Ferrari in the distance. The owner of that car wanted to date her, but when she refused, he used his father's connections to get her fired. Now, he actually dared to park his car in front of the building. She truly wanted to mourn for him and his father for 3 seconds. This was probably the son of a troublesome father. Who in Magic City doesn't know that parking is not allowed in front of the Zhutian building? Yet that idiot actually did it. It was simply unbelievable. Time for some show-off and face-slapping drama. Ha ha ha. Chapter 32. Company Parasite, Part 2. In the lobby of the Zhutian Group, Zhang Yang lazily leaned against the reception desk, playing with the Ferrari key between his fingers while spouting dirty jokes, making the receptionist blush. "S.H.I.E.L.D, how about being my girlfriend?" His magnetic voice came out, greedily staring at the receptionist, named S.H.I.E.L.D, speaking affectionately. He believed that with his father's influence, this girl would definitely agree to date him. If she dared to refuse, he wouldn't mind making her end up like Huang Shaoxian, becoming unemployed and unable to survive in Magic City. There was a rule that company employees were not allowed to date. Otherwise, they would face dismissal. Although S.H.I.E.L.D was tempted, she did not accept Zhang Yang's confession. The Zhutian Group was a source of pride for the country, and countless people dreamed of joining it. If she would be dismissed for dating during work hours, her parents would definitely find out and would probably kill her for being fired over a relationship. In her village, 7 or 8 college students had emerged, and she was the only one who had entered the Zhutian Group. She was the pride of Wu family village. And losing this ordinary receptionist job that paid over 10,000 a month for an unstable rich husband would definitely lead to ridicule from the villagers. Therefore, she dared not violate the company's regulations, even though this guy's father was a high-ranking executive. "Don't worry, Liu Heng has been abroad for work inspection for 3 months. My father said he won't be back for several more months, so we can try dating. Even if we get found out with my father's status as president, he will definitely help us out. Look, that Ferrari outside was bought for me by my father. Do you want to take a ride with me?" Zhang Yang was still somewhat unwilling to give up, pestering her while waving the car keys and patting his chest. He still couldn't believe that mentioning the name Ferrari would tempt a girl fresh out of campus. Wu Xiaoli glanced in the direction he pointed, quickly shaking her head and directly rejecting Zhang Yang's confession, looking at him with a hint of sympathy. Other employees busy in the lobby turned their heads to look outside upon hearing his boastful words. The first car that caught their eyes was not a Ferrari, but an enraged Bentley Mulsanne, charging fiercely toward the Ferrari. Seeing the scene, the male and female employees who had been teased and oppressed by this guy over the past 3 months all showed expressions of glee. If they weren't mistaken, the furious Bentley Mulsanne was the boss's lead car. Not only was it blatantly parked in front of the building, but it also blocked the way for other cars to enter, and they all gave him a thumbs up. Why provoke anyone else? Why provoke the Zhutian Group? Even if your father is the branch president, you can't escape his anger. Zhang Yang saw everyone giving him a thumbs up, thinking they were encouraging him not to give up, and a happy smile appeared on his face. Boom! Just as he was feeling happy, a shocking scene appeared outside the transparent tempered glass. The Bentley Mulsanne actually crumpled the more than 3 million luxury car, while the car it hit suffered no damage. At that moment, another Bentley Mulsanne came over and crashed into the right side of the Ferrari with a loud bang. Suddenly, the already damaged Ferrari was completely declared a total loss and needed to be returned to the manufacturer for repairs. Wearing sunglasses to show off, Zhang Yang, seeing his sports car smashed like this, was furious beyond measure. He ignored Wu Xiaoli, yanked off his sunglasses, and threw them on the ground, striding towards the entrance of the building like a little thug. Before he could step outside, he started cursing. "Where the hell did you come from? You son of a BTCH, to dare hit my car? Did you eat a lion's heart or what?" At this moment, Zhang Yang was completely enraged, not caring whether the 2 identical cars had plates or not, and he directly confronted the situation. "Get down. I'll teach you how to behave." It had been 3 months without management. Did he think he could just ignore me? To dare say I'm a nobody, he really is asking for death. Liu Heng was a peak-level mutant, and his hearing was not ordinary. He naturally caught the arrogance and bullying tone in Zhang Yang's words. With a cold glint in his eyes, he spoke to the bodyguard leader, sitting in the passenger seat in a tone as frigid as winter. Understood. The bodyguard leader nodded, pushed open the car door, exuding a terrifying aura, the killing intent in his eyes gradually increasing. To dare park recklessly in front of the building and insult his brother. He really deserved to be punished. Look, that guy is about to be in trouble. Truly, one could only mourn for that foolish rich kid, who dared to openly disregard the words of the richest man. Even if he was the son of a high-ranking official in the Zhutian Group, he probably wouldn't end well. Uncle, isn't that just nonsense? Can't you see the bodyguard coming out of the Rolls-Royce Phantom? The tyrant is here. Even if that kid is one of the 4 young masters of the Magic City, he will probably have to kneel and call him Dad. 100 meters away from the building was a bustling street filled with people and cars. The sound of the Bentley crashing into the Ferrari attracted the attention of pedestrians on the sidewalk. Seeing that arrogant young man with a mouth full of insults, they looked at him with the eyes of someone watching a fool, mocking him. What the FCK do you want? Do you want to hit me? Seeing the imposing man approaching with strong pressure and taller than himself, Zhang Yang felt a bit intimidated but still said defiantly, daring to park recklessly. Tease the front desk staff and insult the soldiers, you should be punished. The bodyguard leader's eyes were filled with killing intent, his tone chillingly cold. Listing out Zhang Yang's crimes one by one, controlling his peak-level power down to the level of a first-tier soldier, he slapped Zhang Yang, sending him flying with a speed like a ghost. Before he could hit the ground, a fierce kick followed. Instantly, Zhang Yang was kicked away, a scream escaping his lips as he fell to the ground, his eyes filled with malice, grinding his teeth and roaring. You wait for me. I will make sure you can't survive in the Magic City. Though he was already deranged, he did not say anything about wanting to kill the bodyguard leader in public. He understood very well that if he immediately uttered those 3 words, the bodyguard in front of him would definitely kill him first. He, just a mere ant living off scraps, thinks, I can't survive in the Magic City. Is it because of your president father? Hearing this, the bodyguard leader sneered disdainfully, the killing intent in his eyes rolling. If this were not in public, he would definitely tear the young man apart. He took out a baton from his waist, equipped to intimidate, a cruel smile flashing at the corner of his mouth as he stepped forward without hesitation to strike Zhang Yang. The sounds of painful screams echoed in front of the Zhutian building, and the excited crowd watched the commotion. An outdoor live-streaming enthusiast even changed the name of his live stream to the bodyguard of the world's richest man beats up the rich second generation. Chapter 33, Corporate Parasite, Part 2. Mingyur was a contracted streamer from a subsidiary of Zhutian, who loved to live stream outdoors. Today, at the request of her online followers, she came to the snack street beside the Zhutian building to see if she could find something appetizing. As soon as she stepped onto the sidewalk in front of the Zhutian building, she saw a Ferrari parked there, unaware of its fate. With luxury cars driving in the distance, she knew there would be a good show today, quickly standing in place waiting for the convoy to arrive. Eager to see what would happen to that Ferrari. When she witnessed the outcome of the Ferrari, she thought that would be the end of it, but was surprised to see a foolish, rich second generation. He audaciously began to insult the bodyguards of the Zhutian Group, immediately changing the name of her live stream to reflect this, watching with a smile at the scene about to unfold. Hello, everyone. Today Yaya is live streaming the bodyguard angrily confronting the rich second generation. That foolish rich second generation over 100 meters away, although we don't know who he is. I'm sure none of the many viewers don't recognize that bodyguard. As she finished speaking, the viewers attracted by the stream's title, along with her existing fans, began to react. Yaya, I don't want to watch you. Switch the camera quickly. Yes, switch the camera quickly. I want to see the bodyguard brother angrily confronting the rich second generation. The bodyguard of the world's richest man angrily confronting the rich second generation. Truly rare. Autumn wind and falling leaves gave you her 1 star, girl. I want to see the bodyguard show off. Hurry up. Oh, thanks for the star from Autumn wind and falling leaves. I will switch right away. Seeing the stars floating on the screen, Mingyur's eyes nearly turned green. She quickly switched the camera to focus on the bodyguard leader, striding towards Zhang Yang in the distance. The stars in the subsidiary of Zhutian cost 10,000 RMB each. Now that someone had given her one, according to the agreement, she would receive 6,000 yuan. Newcomers in the Zhutian Group had a 40-60 split on earnings, let alone top streamers. The overbearing president gave Yaya one seat. Everyone come grab the red envelope. I want to see Liu Heng. The city's beautiful teacher gave Yaya 5 seats. Everyone come grab the red envelope. Liu Heng is mine. The old driver gave Yaya 1 seat. Everyone come grab the red envelope. To the 2 upstairs, I heard that he is. The cynical one gave Yaya 10 seats. Everyone come grab the red envelope. Who told you upstairs that he is? If I remember correctly, he got engaged to the number 1 beauty in the capital 3 months ago. Oh my God, are you kidding me? Damn, Liu's taste is really heavy. Actually liking that kind of thorny rose. Be careful his thing gets chopped off. The young master isn't lying to you. Liu is indeed engaged to that thorny rose. He probably is already. A bunch of old perverts upstairs. My eyes are going blind. What the hell are you all talking about? You're making us all confused. Confused 1. Confused 2. Confused 10,010. All right, pay attention to the impact. Move that wreck out of the way. Inside the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Liu Heng glanced at the crowd gathered on the sidewalk and instructed through the communicator. With this order given, 2 bodyguards emerged from the modified luxury car ahead, lifting the beaten Zhang Yang and standing him aside. Boom! Another deafening sound rang out as the Ferrari was instantly struck by a modified luxury car, while another luxury car raced into the Zhutian building. As the 2 cars entered the Zhutian building, the luxury car that had crashed into the Ferrari ceased its actions, following closely behind the Rolls-Royce Phantom into the building. The bodyguards dragging Zhang Yang, like carrying a dead dog, brought him into the lobby. The onlookers saw the perfect conclusion of the bodyguard beating the rich second generation and dispersed in a hurry, returning to their own business. Today's events certainly gave them something to brag about. Penthouse, conference room. Liu Heng's face was grim, his eyes fixed on the company's president, Zhang Hao, with a strong intent to kill radiating from him. You've got some nerve. I haven't managed any company affairs for 3 months, and you casually fire employees? Do you really think you're the chairman of this company? Don't forget, I'm the real power holder, the one with 100 shares. You're just an employee. How dare you violate the regulations I set? Who gave you the audacity? He slammed the conference table, stood up angrily, and walked directly to Zhang Hao, grabbing his hair and slamming his head onto the table, roaring through gritted teeth. He was furious after learning from Huang Shaoxian that Zhang Hao had abused his presidential power to arbitrarily fire some longtime employees and even allowed his son to come to the company to deliberately harass female colleagues. This was clearly an attempt to replace him. Spare me, I was bewitched. I took others' money, they made me do it. Although Zhang Hao was a second-tier gene warrior, he was well aware of his family's strength and ruthlessness. If he dared to resist, he would be killed on the spot. He didn't dare hesitate and quickly revealed the information about the benefits he received. I'll give you a chance to live. Tell me who gave you the benefits. If you don't clarify, you know my methods. He threw Zhang Hao to the ground, his eyes dark, filled with anger. How dare someone reach into his company? Truly courting death. I don't know who they are. I only know their strength is comparable to third-tier gene warriors. All right, they have a snake head tattoo on their left arm, and there are 9 of them each time they appear. Zhang Hao, terrified, knelt on the ground, revealing everything he knew. He believed that after nearly 10 years of following his boss, he wouldn't be killed. Hydra? I really don't know if you're genuinely stupid or pretending to be stupid, thinking you can obtain the secrets of my base by bribing a coward? You're truly looking for death. Upon hearing that the people had snake head tattoos, Liu Heng immediately knew which organization it was. It was the Dark Forces of the West. Hydra. He never expected Hydra to be so audacious. The entire organization didn't even have a 4th-tier mutant and dared to gamble with a tiger. He really wondered if they were naive. Someone deal with President Zhang. Confiscate all his assets, strip him of his 2nd-tier gene warrior powers, and let him return to a life of begging with his family. Looking at Zhang Hao, who was kneeling and begging for mercy, Liu Heng was filled with disgust. When he first met him on the street, if it weren't for recognizing his exceptional talent, He wouldn't have chosen him to help conquer the world. Now betrayed, he wouldn't be angry. Spare me. Please spare me. For the years I've followed you, spare my life. Upon hearing his fate, Zhang Hao was completely panicked, shouting without regard for the consequences. Witnessing the ruthless methods of their boss, the management shivered, lowering their heads, not daring to meet Liu Heng's gaze. They knew very well that Zhang Hao would have his memory wiped, and so would his wife and son. Tomorrow, I can't see those old employees reinstated. Your fate will be the same as Zhang Hao's. Secretary Chiao, if those employees are not reinstated by noon tomorrow, report to me. Liu Heng turned to the pure secretary he had chosen 2 months ago, his tone icy, causing the fresh graduate to shiver and nod repeatedly in response. Chapter 34, A Spendthrift Journey, Part 1, Suburbs, Manor. Inside the bathroom, Li Bingru looked at her stunning face and fiery figure in the floor-to-ceiling mirror, as well as the bruises and hickeys on her body, and momentarily lost her thoughts. She reached out to touch her 36D chest, murmuring to herself, Li Bingru. Oh, Li Bingru, the rabbit cultivated for over 20 years has been devoured by a beast, and you're writhing under him. Are you being cheap? Where did your Ice Queen demeanor go? Damn, Liu Heng, I will not share the same sky with you. Feeling pain in her lower body, her fair fingers abandoned her chest and moved to the swollen area below, letting out a desperate roar. Who is she? The top socialite of the capital. The #1 princess. The strongest 4th-tier ice rose of the Dark Dragon. An existence like a favored daughter of heaven. Yet she was helpless while her husband cheated on her. It made her resent Liu Heng to the core. However, to be fair, the feeling started off painful but then became very pleasurable. She surprisingly felt like trying again. Damn it, Li Bingru, what are you thinking? Have you fallen for him? She quickly discarded the dirty thoughts in her mind, strode out of the bathroom with her slender, long legs, and went straight to the wardrobe. Upon seeing the sizes of the bras, she felt like she was about to explode with anger, her fury boiling. Aw, damn that smelly Liu Heng. Can this bra even fit? Li Bingru completely lost it. The ice elements within her surged, freezing all the bras in the wardrobe. With a thought, the 36 bras that were encased in ice suddenly turned into ice blocks and fell into the wardrobe, as she opened another wardrobe to find a dress. Her face was already dark as night. There were no dresses in the wardrobe, only long pants and long-sleeve shirts, and the other half was Liu Heng's expensive suits. Realizing she couldn't stay naked, she randomly picked a pair of long pants and a long-sleeve shirt and threw them on the bed, opening another wardrobe. Seeing the sexy underwear and lace, she suppressed her annoyance and took off a lace thong, putting it on directly. Damn, these pants are too tight. After putting on the white pants, Li Bingru felt like her little bottom was about to explode. Hey, bring me a size 36 bra. Striding towards the phone on the bedside table, she wasn't afraid of the pants ripping, dialing the landline in the downstairs living room, angrily saying, Liu Heng is definitely messing with me. Otherwise, he wouldn't prepare such tight pants, a 36 bra, and those sexy thongs. Before long, there was a knock at the door. Come in. With a cold face, Li Bingru called for the maid to bring her clothes as she heard the knock. Ah, the maid who just walked in? Seeing her upper body without clothes, the hickeys, bruises, and her ample chest, couldn't help but exclaim. She was genuinely shocked by her young mistress's ample figure, flawless skin, and that large chest standing upright without drooping. How could she not be surprised? What are you shouting about? This is all thanks to your young master. Li Bingru rolled her eyes at the maid holding the underwear and said coldly. Standing up, she swayed her waist towards her, taking the underwear and asking, Has anyone worn this? She had a severe cleanliness obsession and hated things that others had touched. If no one had worn it, when she returned to buy new underwear, the bra taken by the maid would definitely be thrown away. No, no. Hearing her young mistress's question, the maid hurriedly waved her hands, indicating that this bra had not been worn by anyone. Oh, then you can leave. Her tone remained distant, keeping others at bay. Okay. The maid nodded and turned to exit Liu Heng's room, also closing the door behind her. After putting on her bra and clothes, she carefully surveyed the approximately 300 square meter room. Suddenly, the oversized LCD TV in the room lit up, and a line of text appeared on the white screen. Dear wife, do you like the gift your husband prepared for you? If you don't, there's a diamond black heart in the drawer. Go pick something you like. Remember to wash up and wait for me tonight, moi. Seeing this message, Li Bingru was about to explode with anger. She released an ice element and immediately shattered the LCD screen. Wash up. Get lost. I'll play with you again if you dare. After cursing, she walked to the bedside table, pulled open the drawer, and saw a black card inlaid with 36 diamonds. Without a second thought, she grabbed it and walked outside. Her grandfather had one, and he told her that the diamond black card could be used for consumption within the Zhutian Group's industries, as long as it didn't exceed $1 billion. If it exceeded that amount, the Zhutian Group would offer a 50% discount. Since that was the case, today she was going to be a complete spendthrift like those characters in novels. Let us go. I'll take you to spend money. Stepping out of the room and seeing the 3 female warriors waiting by the door, Li Bingru confidently draped her arm over one of their shoulders. A look of excitement on her face as she anticipated her spending spree. She was married to him, and it was her first time. She had to spend all that $1 billion to vent her anger. Young lady, this is for you. Just then, the maid from earlier walked over, holding a metal rectangular tray with a white cloak, a white mask, and black sunglasses on it. What is this for? Seeing these items, Li Bingru looked at the maid in confusion. I'm not a big star. Do I need this? Young lady, if you want to go out, you need to wear these. Otherwise, you can't leave the manor. The young maid held the tray with pleading eyes. If the young lady didn't wear these items, it would be their group of servants who would suffer the consequences. Liu Heng is really overbearing. What if I don't wear it? Anger flashed in Li Bingru's eyes. She was just his wife, not his private property. It was bad enough to wear tight long-sleeve shirts and long pants in the summer, but now she had to dress like a star to go out. This was simply unreasonable. Young lady, please don't make it hard for us servants. It's better for you to wear these. Otherwise, if you force your way out of the manor, you'll be suppressed by the 4 great lords. Qinglong, Baihu, Ke, and Xuanwu. The young maid stood her ground, holding the tray, her big eyes glistening with tears as she looked at Li Bingru, pitifully. Fine, fine, give it to me. Seeing the little maid about to cry, Li Bingru was completely defeated. She took the tray, quickly put everything on, and said, is this okay now? Yes, yes, yes. I'll call the 4 lords to follow you now. The young maid nodded and went to call the 4 peak-level warriors, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhu, and Xuanwu. Chapter 35, Spending Spree, Part 2, at the top floor of the Zhutian building in the chairman's office. Just now, a maid from your manor called, saying that the lady is leaving the manor, and it looks like she's going out to buy clothes. Secretary Xiao Yao, dressed in a tight-fitting pencil skirt and black business attire, walked over with a curvy waist and repeated the maid's words. Liu Heng, who was looking down and reviewing documents, raised his head upon hearing the secretary's words, put down his pen, and assessed the secretary's alluring figure. Xiao Yao felt uncomfortable under her boss's unabashed gaze. Her face turned slightly red as she hurriedly looked down, not daring to meet his eyes. Just let her buy whatever she wants. The price can be multiplied by 10, and the commission will still be calculated, as usual. He didn't need to guess what his woman wanted to do. Since she wanted to spend extravagantly, he might as well indulge her. He liked throwing money around too. Xiao Yao was speechless upon hearing her boss's words, and she felt a bit curious about the lady she hadn't met yet. What kind of woman could make someone spoil her like this? Why are you still standing there? Seeing the secretary standing there in a daze, he frowned and said in a low voice, Oh, sorry, I'll take care of it right now. In a daze. Thinking about how beautiful Li Bingru must be, Xiao Yao, upon hearing her boss's stern words, shot him an apologetic glance and turned to leave the chairman's office. Husband earns money, wife spends it. Interesting. A faint smile of happiness appeared on his face as he lowered his head to continue working, not wanting to deal with other matters. At the Zhutian Lady Specialty Store, Li Bingru strode into the dazzling store surrounded by 1 woman and 3 men. The sales staff wandering around the store, upon seeing a woman dressed in a pristine white cloak, a white mask, and sunglasses completely covered, accompanied by 4 bodyguard-like figures, rushed over to greet her. Ruashi, I'll guide this lady. The supervisor at the cash register, upon seeing the cloak Li Bingru was wearing, couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock. This was the most expensive cloak in her store, costing nearly 5 million. Just moments ago, it was taken by the maid, and now it was being worn by this woman. She must be the boss's wife. Coupled with the notification from Secretary Qiao, They needed to serve this super big shot. So, she had to personally attend. I'm Rawashi. The young saleswoman looked at her supervisor with a pitiful expression. She had just started working almost a month ago and hadn't made a single sale yet. If she didn't complete a sale this month, she would be fired. Don't worry, I'll record the lady's purchases in your sales commission. Seeing Rawashi's worried expression, the supervisor quickly reassured her. Thank you, supervisor. Upon hearing this, Rawashi was taken aback, followed by uncontrollable joy, and she hurriedly thanked her supervisor before guiding other customers. Lady, what kind of clothes do you need? The supervisor displayed no fawning demeanor, knowing well the dirtiness of such wealthy families, and asked in a plain tone. I heard you have a store treasure. Take me to see it. From beneath the mask, a hint of a smile appeared on Li Bingru's face, her voice as clear and pleasant as a tinkling spring, carrying a slight authority. Oh, this way, please. Actually, we don't really have a store treasure. It's just that no one can afford that gown. So it's been dubbed a treasure by others. The female supervisor explained with a smile, leading the group toward the floor-to-ceiling windows to see the so-called store treasure. This is the black diamond gown designed by Debbie Winham, the most expensive gown in our store, bar none. It costs $6 million. But if you want to buy it, the price must be multiplied by 10. The supervisor, seeing the admiration in Li Bingru's eyes, spoke hesitantly, her gaze evasive. In her heart, she silently prayed, this has nothing to do with me. It's all orders from headquarters. Please don't blame me, lady. Upon hearing the supervisor's words, Li Bingru knew without a doubt that her husband was behind this scheme. Take it down for me to try on. She directly asked the supervisor to take it down for her to try on, her charming face hidden behind a mask and sunglasses, exhibiting an air of wealth and arrogance. I'm sorry, ma'am, but this dress cannot be tried on. The supervisor closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and enforced the company's orders. That damn smelly man. Upon hearing this, Li Bingru angrily cursed and turned to the supervisor. Wrap it up for me. Qinglong accompanied her to swipe the card, casually mentioning the gown. She readily handed over her diamond black card, stamping her foot in frustration on the floor, showing no regard for Qinglong, who was of the same status as her. Issuing commands. Understood, ma'am. He dared not complain, took the card from Li Bingru, and followed the supervisor to complete the payment. To the pajama counter. Seeing the two leave, she walked into the nearby pajama section, surrounded by 3 people, to look at pajamas. Upon entering the pajama counter, she didn't pick the pajamas herself, but directly told the supervisor at the cash register, bring me 2 sets of the most expensive pajamas, and don't touch them with your hands when you take them, as someone will come to pay later. After saying this, she didn't even look at the supervisor at the cash register and went to the bra counter. If she guessed correctly, all the subsidiaries under the Zhutian Group had already received messages regarding her. So she just needed to state the style she wanted and wait for Qinglong to come for payment and collection. Watching his wife leave, the supervisor was completely bewildered. Aren't you going to take a look? Bing Xin picked 2 suitable sets of pajamas according to the madam's figure and packed them. Seeing the boss's wife leave so willfully, she was utterly speechless, but still instructed the staff to handle it. In the lingerie section, Li Bingru walked into the lingerie area, heading straight to the cash register, unhesitatingly instructing, give me 2 pieces of style 36. After saying this, she turned and left the lingerie section, heading to the next clothing store. The big wife is indeed domineering. Pack them up, and remember not to touch them with your hands. Wait for the bodyguards to come and pay. At the Chanel counter, standing in front of the section supervisor, Li Bingru didn't know what to do, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Zhuke, who was less than 20 centimeters away, reaching out to pinch her chest and butt. Madam, what are you doing? Feeling her pinch, Zhuke didn't move, but quietly asked. Nothing, she replied with a smile, pointing at Zhuke and telling the supervisor. Based on her figure, bring me 6 sets of clothes and pants. And remember, they must be white. If your hands touch the clothes, then you will have to pay for it. Chapter 36. The plan begins. The night gradually grew dark, and the sunset from the west cast a long shadow of the building. Liu Heng stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking down at the Huangpu River, which appeared as small as a worm, his gaze deep like the stars. Brother, Tony Stark has escaped. He was picked up by military personnel sent by S.H.I.E.L.D. and is now on a plane to New York. Suddenly, Yaya's figure appeared in the office, happily running to his side like a sprite from a story. Eager to report. Although she was artificial intelligence, she possessed human emotions due to not being bound by the three laws. Were the floating metal parts from the meteorite destroyed? Was there any extraterrestrial information transmitted to Earth? How much did my wife spend today? He turned around, looking at the AI with gentle eyes, extending his hand to pat her virtual little head as he asked 3 questions in succession. Although Liu Heng couldn't truly touch the virtual body, as long as a satisfied expression appeared on Yaya's face, it was enough. The pile of parts was completely destroyed, and the signal detectors on the Moon, Saturn, and Mars did not detect any information transmission. In total, my sister-in-law spent $1 billion, but the actual money used was just $1 billion. She opened her eyes happily, amusingly rubbing her little head against Liu Heng's arm, straightforwardly sharing all the information she knew. Yaya, wait a few more years. I promise you'll be able to have a body and sense of touch like normal people. Looking at the decade-old artificial intelligence before him, Liu Heng's eyes were filled with affection, and thinking of the Mind Stone, an endless desire appeared in his eyes. If he could obtain the Mind Stone in the Avengers, he believed he could make Yaya a real human. This human would not be Vision, created from Jar. Ruthless, who had emotions but was suppressed. I believe brother can do it. The little girl nodded, her eyes full of excitement, happy that her brother had not forgotten his promise to her. Yaya, there's one more thing. Keep an eye on the scientist Hank Pym. I won't elaborate further, but remember that any disturbance on Earth must be reported to me immediately. Understood? At this moment, Liu Heng seemed to recall the Time Stone, which was still in the hands of Dr. Hank Pym, who created the Ant-Man suit and instructed her. Infinite stones. The lowest energy level is at least 5 tiers. If successfully controlled, one could truly manipulate the power of time. He didn't want his words to have no effect. As long as it involved the laws of time and soul, his words would not hold. Understood. Seeing her brother's serious expression, Yaya obediently nodded, standing in the same position as him, gazing down at the gradually rising lights of the city. Let us initiate that plan, a total of 50 sets, and the power must reach the peak of the 4th tier. No need to worry about the energy. I've already thought of strategy. The two of them remained silent for a long time before Liu Heng turned and walked out of the office, his voice echoing within. As the office door was heavily closed, Yaya's virtual eyes shone with wisdom. Brother, although I am not a true human and lack your human emotions, I only follow one principle. Whoever is good to me, I will be good to them. Rest assured, no matter if the heavens and earth collapse, I will silently support you from behind. After saying this, her virtual figure disappeared without a trace, seemingly having lost the ability to execute Liu Heng's orders. In the suburbs, at the manor, 3 luxury cars drove into the villa, heading straight for the castle, surrounded by a crowd. As the cars came to a stop, 10 maids ran out of the castle, standing in 2 rows with their heads bowed, not daring to look up. Several bodyguards got out of their cars, and the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom was opened. A foot in leather shoes stepped out, followed by another foot. Once the owner of the leather shoes fully emerged, the bowing maids respectfully greeted in unison, "Young master." Liu Heng smiled in satisfaction, scanning the crowd, but not finding that familiar figure. Frowning in displeasure, "Where is the young mistress? Why hasn't she come out to greet me? Today I spent $1 billion, which is equivalent to 6 billion yuan, and I come back, yet she doesn't come out to welcome me. Anyone would be angry." To be precise, Li Bingru had only spent $1 billion. However, converting that to yuan still amounted to over 600 million, which was the reason for Liu Heng's dissatisfaction. The madam just came back not long ago. She's currently taking a shower in the bathroom. A maid, with her head bowed, reported the situation to her young master. All right, enough talking. Is dinner ready?" Upon hearing this, Liu Heng felt a fire in his heart, but had nowhere to vent it. He angrily waved his hand and strode towards the castle, asking questions as he walked. After a busy day, he had forgotten to eat lunch while reviewing documents, and now he was starving. It was truly strange that he still had the leisure to engage in idle talk. "Young master, the food has long since cooled down. We will go reheat it now." The maid who cooked the meals said, a bit flustered, as she hurriedly followed Liu Heng. "Hurry up. I'll go up first. Call me when it's ready," he said, removing his tie and jacket, handing them to the maid behind him, revealing his strong chest, and walking up the stairs towards the master bedroom. As he entered the master bedroom, he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Looking closely, he saw a long-haired woman, entirely unclothed, showcasing her graceful figure in the bathroom. At that moment, Liu Heng felt a surge of desire rising from his lower abdomen. His eyes became heated, fixating on the scene behind the half-transparent door, and he swallowed hard. "Wife, dinner's ready." Because Liu Heng walked very lightly, even Li Bingru, a fourth-tier mutant, did not notice his arrival. Suddenly hearing a voice call her, she was startled and quickly wrapped a bath towel around herself, walking out nonchalantly. Just as she stepped out of the bathroom, she felt a shadow loom over her, pressing her against the wall, and her mouth was forcefully kissed by hot lips. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she struggled to break free from the kiss. At the moment of her resistance, a domineering tongue, pride, opened her lips, entwining with her delicate tongue. No. Feeling a pair of hot hands grasping her chest, the bath towel precariously close to falling off. She looked at her husband, who was kissing her with pleading eyes, mumbling incoherently. Chapter 37. Marriage Regulations. Liu Heng, who was feeling a bit hungry and restless, saw the pleading in his wife's eyes and her flushed face. Reluctantly, he released her, gently stroking her smooth, silky hair. The desire in his eyes gradually suppressed as he said, "Don't tempt me in the future. Your charm is irresistible. Come and have dinner with me later." After saying this, he went to the bedside, directly took off his shirt and pants, and soon he was left wearing only a pair of boxers. "What are you going to do?" Li Bingru asked nervously, retreating involuntarily as she saw her husband in just his underwear, fearfully questioning. "Could it be that Liu Heng wants to do it like last night without my consent?" Your wife is already all clean. What do you think I'm going to do?" Liu Heng, preparing to wash up, flashed a wicked smile and turned to look at her like a hunted little lamb. Grinning mischievously, his eyes held a dark, indecipherable desire as he took step by step towards Li Bingru, creating a terrifying atmosphere around, as if he was about to enact justice on her. Pressed against the wall, she felt Liu Heng lightly kiss her lips, his large hand brushing her small nose. And he whispered in her ear, "Silly wife, what are you thinking? Can't you smell your husband's sweat? I'm just going to take a shower." He quickly pinched her chest and darted into the bathroom, turning on the cold water for a shower. What a tempting little enchantress. Every smile and frown carries deadly allure. "Damn Liu Heng, you scoundrel." Seeing herself, a fourth-tier mutant, being frightened to the point of losing her composure, she finally reacted and angrily shouted, striding towards the bedside table to get paper and a pen, lowering her head to write something. Soon, the aroma of food wafted up from downstairs, and Liu Heng came out of the bathroom, puzzled as he looked at Li Bingru, who had already changed into her pajamas. When she saw Liu Heng wrapped in her bath towel, she felt like she was about to explode with anger. No, to be precise, she had already exploded. "Liu Heng, why are you using my bath towel? Don't you know I'm a clean freak?" Her face was as dark as ink as she glared at him, gritting her teeth. It was a bath towel she had just bought. How could this scoundrel monopolize it? It made her want to tear him apart, but recalling the agreement, she held back. Moreover, she knew she couldn't win against him. "Which of your eyes saw that this is your bath towel? Even if it is your bath towel. So what? There's nothing I can't have." Liu Heng looked at Li Bingru's chest and, seeing no blemishes, said irritably, "This was at home, yet his girl was unwilling to wear sexy lingerie for him. It was truly infuriating. Today is the second day of our marriage. I don't want to quarrel with you. Come here and sign this contract." She picked up the contract she had just drafted from the bed and slapped it on a Liu Heng's muscular chest. Her face slightly flushed as she said, "Marriage contract." Seeing the beautifully written words at the top, he glanced at his wife's expression, then continued to read down. "First, during the marriage period, Party A shall not use criminal items against Party B's mouth and butt." Seeing the words, but in quotes, Liu Heng didn't need to guess to know what it referred to. He almost wanted to pry open her head to see what was inside. Liu Heng, had no such perverse interests. His wife's little mouth was meant for kissing him. Would he really have to smell his own flavor from now on? As for his wife's little butt, although it was pretty and perky, he really had no intention of playing with it. After all, that was the exit for waste. He didn't have the same peculiar interests as men from certain countries. Second, without Party B's consent, Party A cannot forcefully engage in relations. Wife, are you Party A? Liu Heng's face darkened upon seeing the second clause, and he asked knowingly, looking at Li Bingru, who had her head down, her face flushed. I am Party B. You are Party A. She raised her head to explain quickly and then lowered it again, not wanting Liu Heng to see her blushing face. Third, sexual relations may only occur once a week. Ha ha ha, wife, you have some nerve. Change this clause immediately. What do you mean once a week? Your husband is a Superman. It has to be every day, or else I'll be the laughingstock. Upon seeing the third clause, Liu Heng was completely unwilling. As a world-class macho man, being limited to once a week would be a joke if it got out. Thus, he could agree to the other two rules. But the third clause had to be changed to every day. Can you please lower your voice? There's still maids downstairs. Li Bingru had known that the third clause would provoke Liu Heng's dissatisfaction, but she was taken aback by his reaction and quickly covered his mouth with her delicate hand, pleading, change it back immediately, or I will be willing to forcefully engage in relations with you. Liu Heng's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, his large hand gripping her soft wrist, the force gradually increasing as he spoke in a domineering tone. Can you not be so unreasonable? If we have relations every day, with your desire for 4 times a day, who can bear it? She bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes, looking at the man before her who exuded a dominating aura. I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now, but it has to be changed back to every day. I'll only do it twice, is that okay? Liu Heng took a deep breath, suppressing the frustration in his heart, and a faint smile reappeared on his face. He gently stroked her dried hair and pecked her forehead lightly, discussing matters with her. He knew that, with his physical strength, the little woman in front of him would definitely not be able to handle it. So he directly reduced the frequency from 4 times a day to 2. All right, fine. Li Bingru was delighted by this. As long as it meant less torment for her every day, that was a happy thing. But she still pretended to be unwilling. Young master, young madam, the meal is ready. At this moment, the maid's voice sounded from outside the door. Liu Heng quickly crossed out the third line and wrote that they could do it every day, but only 3 times a day, and signed his name. Wife, you go down first. I'll come down to have dinner with you after I put on my pajamas. He patted Li Bingru's back and pushed her out of the master bedroom to grab his pajamas. Soon, Liu Heng quickly put on his pajamas and strode downstairs to accompany his wife for dinner. Ever since they got engaged and he brought her to stay by his side, he had never eaten a meal with her. So Liu Heng planned to cultivate their relationship well, and it would be perfect if they could also have a child together. Chapter 38. Admitting mistakes at the dining table, Liu Heng did not pick up his chopsticks or touch the food on the table, but instead stared at her elegant eating posture, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Why aren't you eating? Li Bingru, who was about to pick up some vegetables, noticed that her husband's bowl hadn't been touched and put down her chopsticks in confusion to ask, what's wrong with him today? Didn't he just say he was hungry? Why isn't he eating now? Today at the company, did he have a car accident and hurt his brain? Oh, I'm about to eat. Liu Heng felt that Li Bingru was too good to him, afraid that he wouldn't have the energy later to do those embarrassing things. She even specially reminded him to eat, almost moving him to tears and saying he wouldn't do anything tonight. If Li Bingru knew his thoughts, she would definitely give him 2 slaps and say, husband, you're overthinking. She just didn't want Liu Heng to think she was a glutton. Although she ate gracefully, she was already on her 3rd bowl of rice. Wife, you don't have to feel burdened. Your husband is still capable of supporting you. Liu Heng, seeing through Li Bingru's little thoughts, exposed her without hesitation, teasing her with a smile. Hearing her husband's words, she sneakily glanced at the maid standing nearby, kicked him in annoyance, and then buried her head to continue eating. You're a 4th-tier powerhouse. Eating more won't hurt. I just hope you don't eat too much, because your husband is about to lose control. Feeling the pain from his leg, Liu Heng didn't give up on teasing her, glancing at the exposed skin from her neckline and continued to banter. If I don't eat, how can I marry a scoundrel like you? Marrying you is really bad luck. She angrily slammed her chopsticks on the table, turned around, and left the dining room, stomping up the stairs without looking at Liu Heng once. She was truly disgusted. Talking about such disgusting things while eating, who would still have the mood to eat? She felt completely nauseated. You come here. Seeing his wife leave, Liu Heng lost his appetite and his expression darkened. He pointed at a maid. Young master. The maid, seeing Liu Heng pointing at her, cautiously approached, trembling as she softly called out, Have you ever been in a relationship? He directly pulled a chair over for the maid, scaring her back, and Liu Heng, feeling helpless, simply asked, Yes, I have. The maid, fearing for her job, answered honestly about her past relationship experience. Tell me about your dating experience, and if it's good, I'll give you a 50 raise. Hearing this, Liu Heng's face lit up as he eagerly asked. In his previous life, he had never been in a relationship and didn't know what love felt like. In this life, he was still inexperienced and didn't understand love either. Dating is a bit sweet, and little quarrels often happen. My boyfriend always finds topics to chat with me, and even when I can't see him, I feel like time is dragging on, wishing to see him soon. Sometimes when I haven't gone to bed yet, he texts me to sleep early, and he can't bear to let me go and asks me to chat with him. Occasionally, he even sends me dirty jokes to tease me. The maid cautiously observed Liu Heng's expression and steadily shared her dating experiences. Whether she was genuinely sharing or just doing it for the raise was uncertain. Could it be that the boss is in love? Combining the maid's experience with his own strange feelings over the past few months, Liu Heng murmured to himself. The situation she described was exactly what he felt most deeply today. He hadn't seen his wife and felt uncomfortable all over, as if 3 years had passed. Occasionally, he even had inexplicable smiles on his face. Could this be the feeling of being in love? I'll give you a 50 raise. I won't go back on my word. The untouched dishes will be considered an improvement to your meals. A happy smile appeared on his face as he glanced at the untouched seafood in Li Bingru's bowl. Striding up the stairs, his voice echoing in the dining room. Once they saw their young master's figure disappear, the serious faces of the 10 maids immediately relaxed, their faces filled with joyful smiles. Sister Wan, I love you. Xiao Wan, let me pamper you tonight. This is wild lobster, wild giant salamander, all given to us by the young master. Shu, lower your voice. If you disturb the young master and young madam, he might just reward those things to that guy. Seeing her sister's excitement, Feng Wan hurriedly told them to stop and pointed at the big dog held by the female warrior. First, take the food down, tidy up the hygiene, and by the way, prepare some food for these sisters. Wife, I'm in love. As soon as he entered the bedroom, Liu Heng excitedly shouted like a child, a happy smile on his face. You're in love, so I'm free. Let me know when to divorce. Hearing her husband say he was in love, Li Bingru felt a pang in her heart, very uncomfortable, but then returned to her normal, disappointed self and answered softly. After organizing the clothes she bought today, she slipped into her slippers and went to bed. Liu Heng, still in a state of excitement, naturally didn't notice her emotional change and immediately jumped into bed, reaching out to wrap his arms around her slender waist. Do you want to know who that person is? Liu Heng gently breathed hot air in her ear, tempting her. Not interested. Li Bingru replied coolly with 4 words, closing her eyes and adjusting her breathing rhythm to prepare for sleep. You don't want to hear it? I have to say it. I like you. Hearing his wife show no interest, he grew anxious and unabashedly confessed that he liked Li Bingru. You only like my body. She heard Liu Heng profess his love and felt a bit sweet and touched, but thinking about how he just hugged her body when they were in bed. It was clear that he liked her body, not her as a person. I'm serious. You don't know, today I didn't see you, and my heart feels empty. As if we haven't met for 3 years, I've deeply fallen in love with you. It was wrong of me to mention you in front of the maid, but it wasn't because I had nothing to talk about. I wanted to create a topic to chat with you, but I didn't expect you to be so stubborn. Upon hearing this, Liu Heng immediately released his hand from her slim waist, grasped her delicate hand, and sincerely confessed all his mistakes. Also, about what happened last night. I want to apologize to you. I shouldn't have forced myself on you. Please forgive me. Chapter 40. Traffic blockade in the early morning. A hint of nature's fragrance spread in the air. Birds happily sang in the trees. The sun slowly rose from the east, signaling another sunny day. Because the window was left open last night, The morning sun directly shone into the room, illuminating the sheets on the bed. Torn intimate garments were scattered everywhere, and the big bed was a complete mess. Two white bodies were intertwined, tightly pressed together. The woman's ample bosom was held in two large hands, changing shape at will. "Honey, please don't leave me, okay?" In his sleep, Liu Heng's face was close to hers, murmuring. The woman beneath him frowned in her sleep, her small face scrunched up, unconsciously waving her hand toward her ample bosom. The sudden squeeze from Liu Heng caused her pain. "If you dare to go with him, I will immediately kill you and that bastard," letting Wan see how promiscuous her mother, the #1 princess, is. Suddenly, Liu Heng, still in a dream, shouted angrily, increasing the strength in his hand, nearly crushing what he held. "It hurts." With his forceful grip, Li Bingruo, who had been deep in sleep, cried out in pain. Her voice sharp enough to pierce eardrums, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Looking down at her chest where the pain came from, she felt the thing inside her, and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. Without saying a word, she kicked Liu Heng off the bed, and with some rigidness, it retreated out as well. Immediately, she felt something flow out, her face changed, and she hurriedly ran into the bathroom. Because she was too exhausted at that time, she had fallen asleep directly. She didn't expect that after Liu Heng had finished, he didn't take it out. He really wanted her to get pregnant. She had to clean up, or what would she do if she really got pregnant? She hadn't even thought about her mother's plans yet. After Li Bingruo entered the bathroom, Liu Heng, who had been kicked off the bed, got up from the floor, his eyes dark as he looked at the busy figure in the bathroom. Striding towards the bathroom, he found the door locked and frowned, softly saying, "Butler, unlock the bathroom door immediately." "As you command, young master." The castle's unique intelligent butler system received Liu Heng's order and unlocked the bathroom door, regardless of Li Bingruo, who was taking a shower inside. After the bathroom door was unlocked, he stepped into the bathroom, startling Li Bingruo, who was showering. She quickly covered her eyes with her hands and screamed, "Liu Heng, you're a pervert, get out. What's there to be embarrassed about? You already saw, so put your hands down and scrub my back." At that moment, Liu Heng was no longer as humble as yesterday, his eyes filled with indifference and coldness. Although he didn't believe everything in the dream, it still made him very uncomfortable. In the dream, Li Bingruo was actually slept with by the first young master of the capital, and she was willingly wanting to leave with him. If he had any expression on his face, it would indeed be strange. "You're sick, and quite severely." 8:00 a.m., dining room. There was no delicacy on the dining table, only plain rice porridge, not even a glass of milk. The atmosphere was extremely eerie. "Starting today, you will go to work with me. If you dare to leave my sight, don't blame me for being rude." Thinking of the scene from his dream, Liu Heng was filled with anger, making the temperature in the dining room drop to freezing point. The maid standing by, hearing their young master's words, couldn't help but shiver, mourning for the young mistress in their hearts. If they guessed correctly, it was probably the young mistress who angered the young master again, all praying not to be involved themselves. From today, there can only be meat once a day at home. The rest should be replaced with nutritious vegetables. He looked at the maid Feng Wan, commanding in a deep voice. Upon meeting their young master's gaze, Feng Wan felt a chill run down her back, quickly nodding in response, fearing that if she was slow, she would lose her job. Sitting across from Liu Heng, Li Bingruo silently drank her porridge. After hearing her husband's orders, she raised her head and said discontentedly, "Liu Heng, if I've offended you in any way, you can say it directly. There's no need for these tricks. After all, I am your wife, the mistress of this house. Only having meat once a day, don't you think that's cruel?" Li Bingruo put down her bowl and spoon, glaring at her husband across the table, questioning him. "I don't think it's cruel. How I arrange food and accommodation is my business. It has nothing to do with you." Liu Heng merely shrugged at his wife's question and put down his bowl to go to the bathroom. Soon, he came out of the bathroom, waved his hand, signaling the maids to clear the dining table. At this moment, Li Bingruo naturally sensed Liu Heng's unusual behavior. His emotions were vastly different from yesterday. Yesterday, he was gentle and polite, calling her wife and acquiescing to her. Today, he was like a powder keg, ready to explode at any moment. It's now 8:10 a.m., and work starts at 8:30. Come with me to the company. He adjusted his tie, his indifferent gaze glancing at Li Bingruo, speaking in a commanding tone. I won't go. Today is the third day since we got our marriage certificate, and I want to return to the capital to visit my family. Li Bingruo stubbornly turned her head, touching her still hungry belly, directly expressing her thoughts. She had been away from the capital for over 3 months and finally found a reason to go back. How could she not be a little excited? Butler, notify all flights, high-speed trains, buses, and highways from Magic City to the capital to halt operations today. Otherwise, my Zhutian Group won't hesitate to withdraw its investment. Hearing his wife wanted to go back to the capital, Liu Heng's eyes flashed with a cold glint, directly ordering the transportation routes to the capital to stop operating. He wasn't afraid of the first young master of the capital. He simply didn't want a vast grassland like Yulunber appearing above his head. Now, except for a few major countries in the world, his influence was the most powerful globally. He didn't regard the first family of the capital at all. If he wanted to destroy them, it would only take a word. But now that family hadn't offended him. If he suddenly destroyed a family, wouldn't that mean he was declaring war? Liu Heng, on what basis do you not allow me to go back? Hearing that all transportation routes were blocked, Li Bingruo looked pitiful and aggrieved, biting her red lips as she said, From now on, your home is only in Magic City, and your husband is only me. Come with me to the company. He glanced at her in long pants and long sleeves, nodding in satisfaction, grabbing her arm like a lotus root and forcefully pulling her out of the castle. Liu Heng, let go of me. You can't treat me like this. I'm your wife. Feeling the force from his arm, Li Bingru struggled hard, trying to break free from her husband's big hand, pleading, cough, cough, old fish is being reckless again, and has been blocked again. This is chapter 39, cheer for me. Ha 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 ha. Second chapter. Chapter 41. Angry Bingru at the Heavenly Tower. The Rolls-Royce Phantom, surrounded by 2 Bentleys, arrived at this skyscraper piercing the clouds. With the employees making way, the Rolls-Royce Phantom smoothly entered the building, parking in its designated spot. The car door was opened by the head bodyguard, but this head bodyguard was not the same one as yesterday. Liu Heng stepped out of the luxury car under the gaze of many, firmly stepping on the smooth floor tiles, adjusting his collar. He scanned the employees looking at him with authority, glanced at the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, and frowned in displeasure. It's already 8:32. Don't you all have anything to do? Why are you staring at me? Do I have flowers on my face? Those female employees staring at Liu Heng, sensing his displeasure, quickly dispersed to attend to their own tasks. They actually looked at me just now, so happy. This was clearly the inner monologue of those infatuated women. Let's go. Feeling a small hand clutching his arm, Liu Heng glanced at Li Bingru beside him, dressed in a small suit, gave her a flat look, and only uttered 2 words. Surrounded by bodyguards, the 2 headed towards the chairman's exclusive elevator, both wearing faint smiles. The moment the elevator door closed, the entire hall exploded with chatter. Some female employees filled with envy. My God, is that his wife? Of course, if she is not his wife, then who else could she be? Do you have a brain? Don't you think with his current salary, he probably won't be able to marry such a beautiful, graceful, and elegant woman in his next life? Wife, even Bing Bing's sister might not compare. Cut it out. Don't compare that white lotus with his wife. The status of his wife is far more noble than that of some actress. All right? Even if Bing Bing is the hottest female star right now, with tens of millions of fans, just in terms of looks, Secretary Liu could easily outshine her by 10 streets, not to mention the lady. Anyone who still says otherwise, I'll get angry. With such a beautiful wife, why would he care for those inferior women? In the hall, regardless of gender, employees began to whisper, and the scene instantly turned into a market. The elevator quickly ascended, soon reaching the top floor. Chairman, waiting for Liu Heng's arrival. Xiao Yao saw the elevator door open and quickly bowed in greeting. I'll report the matters later. He didn't even glance at his new secretary. Stepping out of the elevator, with Li Bingru closely following, linking arms with her husband. Understood, madam. Xiao Yao nodded, seeing Li Bingru, who was even more beautiful and elegant than Secretary Liu. Linking arms with her boss, she quickly greeted her. Hello. At this moment, the aura of a first-class lady radiated from Li Bingru as she politely greeted her husband as secretary. Her hand unconsciously reached to Liu Heng's waist. pinching the soft flesh at his waist, directly and decisively using her innate skill of the two fingers in, giving him a 360-degree counterclockwise spin. Mind your words and actions. Feeling the pain at his waist, Liu Heng turned his head in displeasure, looking at the small woman with a faint smile, reminding her. Yaya, witnessing this scene, suppressed a laugh and followed the two towards the chairman's office. Hearing her husband's angry reminder, Li Bingru felt a bit wronged, not daring to make any more small moves. Falling silent. Chairman's office. Upon entering the 500-square-meter office, Li Bingru tactfully released Liu Heng's arm and walked towards the distant white sofa. The white sofa has been sat on by someone. Go to that office chair. This is what I had someone prepare for you. Seeing his cleanliness-obsessed wife walk towards the distant white sofa, he quickly reminded her. The matters you instructed have been taken care of. Here, as the name list. Xiao Yao. Noticing the couple's discord, didn't he ask too much, knowing her place, and hurriedly delivered the news that the task was completed. She took out a 4-page document from the folder she was holding and respectfully handed it to her boss. Receiving the 4-page document. Liu Heng didn't even look at it, directly placing it into a machine, and in the next moment, a series of names appeared on the computer screen. He casually clicked on a name. Seeing that they had returned to their original jobs, he nodded in satisfaction, signaling the little secretary to hurry down. Boss, this is your appointment schedule for today. Xiao Yao didn't leave, but instead handed over a 4-page schedule, waiting for his response. What are these appointments? Let us see this Su Wanjing. Who is she? I've never heard of her. And this even more bizarre, an appointment for me to go racing? I'll race his mother-s face. Receiving the appointment schedule, Liu Heng casually glanced at it, almost exploding with anger. Oh no, it's already exploded. What is wrong with this secretary? Didn't anyone tell her that only billionaires can make appointments with him? But the result? Damn it. He was actually booked by a bunch of second-generation rich kids to go racing. If he really went, wouldn't he that making a laughing stock? Understood. With his superior shouting at her, Xiao Yao also felt a bit wronged. If she had known, she wouldn't have made appointments for that bunch of idiots. Wait, Su Wanjing made an appointment for him. Just as Xiao Yao was about to exit, Li Bingru, who had been watching, heard the name Su Wanjing and quickly called her. Instructing this. Xiao Yao, hearing her boss's words, didn't dare to make decisions on her own, looking awkwardly at her tyrant boss. Go. Seeing his wife intervene, Liu Heng felt a bit helpless, waving his hand, signaling her to hurry and handle her business. Now can you tell me why you confined me to the Magic City? Watching Xiao Yao exit, Li Bingru stood up from her seat, walking gracefully to the desk, forming an ice chair, and sat down, asking. She was about to be driven mad. Not using protection, not letting her take medicine, targeting her for no reason. Now it was time for an explanation. I don't want a block on my head. Liu Heng put down the signing pen, looking at her, and said, What do you mean? Li Bingru was taken aback at first, then recalled what block referred to. Her face instantly turned icy, and ice spikes flew towards Liu Heng from all directions, directly attacking him. You dare say I put a green hat on you? If I really did, then who took my virginity the night before last? It was to you, Liu Heng, was it? Her beautiful face twisted in anger, but even so, she had her unique beauty. She looked like a crazed little lioness. Disperse. 3rd chapter. Old Fish Hereby announces that we officially enter the plot. Those who don't want to read are welcome to scold me. The more you scold, the happier I'll be. Ahaha. Chapter 42. Space Transfer. Disperse. With Liu Heng's shout, the ice spikes, flying from all directions, seemed to encounter some resistance. Halted in mid-air, then exploded into a pile of debris, scattering inside the office. Sealed. Suddenly, the entire office was bound by an invisible rule, leading to the situation where even if a gunshot rang out, no one would hear it. After sealing the office, Liu Heng did not stand up, but looked at the murderous Li Bingru with a smile. Haven't you always wanted to murder your husband? Now I give you a chance. If you can defeat or kill me, I will give you the entire Zhutian Group. Of course, if you lose, you have to stay by my side obediently and can't entertain any thoughts of going to the capital. How about that? Although he appeared domineering on the surface, if one looked closely, a hint of tenderness could be seen deep in Liu Heng's eyes. Fine. As long as I lose, not only will I stay by your side, but I also promise to help you have children." Upon hearing this, Li Bingru immediately agreed to his request without a second thought, channeling the ice elements within her body. She dared not fully unleash the ice elements, only slightly mobilizing them. If she were to fully channel the ice elements in her body, she believed this tallest building in the world would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Considering the social repercussions, she could only use 1/10 of her power to compete with her husband. "You don't have to be afraid that this building will be destroyed by you. Just unleash your full power. I want to see the true strength of the strongest under the Dragon King." Liu Heng naturally saw his wife's concerns and waved his hand, signaling her to go all out without fear of anything else. The laws of heaven and earth, even if Odin, Thanos, and Jean Grey, these powerful beings, were to unleash their full power, could not shatter. Of course, this situation applied only if their levels did not exceed Liu Heng. Otherwise, their words would have no effect whatsoever. "Well, since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless, Kill." Upon hearing this, the ice elements within Li Bingru were fully unleashed, manifesting on her body, and the temperature in the office immediately dropped to -100 degrees. The cold air began to spread, freezing everything. At this moment, she resembled the queen of the ice and snow world. Every gesture exuding an unparalleled aura that no words could adequately describe her beauty. Even the lines in the north, "There is a beautiful woman, unparalleled and independent. With a single glance, she can topple a city. With a second glance, she can topple a nation," could not capture her beauty. As her soft exclamation echoed in her heart, the entire office began to freeze, ice needles coalescing from the ground, rapidly spreading towards the composed Liu Heng. "Liu Heng, if you surrender now, I can overlook the fact that you were violent domestically. If you remain obstinate, don't blame me for forgetting our marital bond." Li Bingru walked over proudly, emitting an aura that kept people at a distance, coldly gazing at her husband as she spoke. "Bingru, do you know why the Dragon King does not dare to call himself the strongest in the nation?" Feeling the biting coldness surrounding him, Liu Heng showed no discomfort, mockingly looking at her. The girl before him was too foolish, who would completely expose their confidence in front of others. Moreover, he was unaware of where this woman, who dared to plot against her husband, got the courage to provoke a peak 5th-tier mutant. "Wait, is there something you haven't told me?" Upon hearing her husband's question, a glimmer finally appeared on Li Bingru's cold face. She retreated a few steps in shock, staring at Liu Heng in terror. The reason she had the confidence to provoke Liu Heng was that she knew he would not kill her. Otherwise, would she be foolish enough to provoke a 5th-tier mutant? Moreover, she hadn't eaten enough that morning. With the ice elements within her body pushed to the extreme, the temperature in the air dropped again. More and more ice blocks appeared, and without any hesitation, they surrounded her husband. "Girl, don't provoke 5th-tier mutants in the future. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. 4th tier and 5th tier are not on the same level. It's a true transformation of life. Today, let me show you the true power of a 5th-tier expert, which is something a mere 4th tier can hardly compare to." Before Liu Heng made his move, he couldn't help but tease Li Bingru, his body exuding a domineering, sinister, and brutal aura. He lightly waved his hand, and the ice spikes surrounding him instantly turned to powder, dispersing into the air. "Oomph, even if you're 5th tier, so what?" Seeing his attack easily dismantled, Li Bingru did not become overly angry, only giving a cold smile as she shattered the high heels on her feet. Suddenly, a flawless foot, like a lotus root, stepped onto the already frozen office floor and lightly stomped. In an instant, the ice surface began to crack, and barbed spikes surged towards Liu Heng. Li Bingru did not hold back either, conjuring a light blue, transparent boxing glove in her hands, which, with the help of the ice elements, moved like lightning, closely following the barbed spikes. Seeing the aggressive attack aimed at obliterating him, a disdainful smile flickered across his lips. How could such trivial tricks trouble him? Annihilation. He uttered 2 words, and the aggressive attack was instantly neutralized, the frozen ice surface in the office turning to nothingness. "Are you throwing yourself at me?" Seeing Li Bingru flying towards him, Liu Heng leaped up, lightly touching the desk, and had no intention of showing mercy. His whip kick slicing through the air with a loud crack. "Enhance." Another 2 words escaped his lips, and the whistling whip kick slammed directly into his wife's arms, sending her flying. Seeing his wife about to crash into the boundary, Liu Heng couldn't help but feel anxious and was about to save her life. The power of the rules was now confined within this small office, making it far more formidable than in an open space. Even if Magneto were here, as long as he crashed into the wall, he would either die or suffer severe injuries. This was why Liu Heng was worried. All right, perhaps his concern was a bit excessive. Bang! When Li Bingru's body hit the wall, her entire delicate form shattered into pieces of ice. However, he felt a deadly crisis coming from behind, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was unharmed. Although he was relieved, thinking about losing her if he lost, he turned around and threw a swift punch. Oof. The collision of fists caused Liu Heng to stagger back a step, while she was uncontrollably smashed towards the wall. Damn woman, shift. This time, he was 100% certain that this was his wife's true form, directly using his strongest trump card, spatial transfer. With a thought, he and Li Bingru vanished from the chairman's office. If the ground hadn't been in disarray, who would believe that a battle belonging to mutants had just occurred in this office? First update. Here's a single update. It has been a few days since I posted a single update, and I'm a bit unaccustomed to it. Here, I want to remind all readers that this is a novel, not a movie. The concept of levels is not synchronized with movies. So please do not project your movie concepts onto the novel, okay? Warrior King 1, Second Tier Warrior 2, Third Tier Warrior 3. Black Widow is essentially a Warrior King. Having taken a bit of genetic liquid, and with technological assistance, it's normal for her to possess third-tier abilities. Hawkeye is also a Warrior King, having never taken genetic liquid, but his gear is good, similar to Ho-E, where every arrow is a bomb, making it reasonable for his strength to reach third tier. Right? Captain America was injected with genetic liquid, directly reaching tier 2, and with that vibranium shield, reaching third tier is normal. ISNT it. You can freely criticize me. If it's bad, it's bad. There's no need to feel embarrassed. You can call me names like idiot, brainless, or mentally challenged, as long as it doesn't involve my family. Of course, I hope you won't follow a certain reader's example, and just call me a poor writer directly. Chapter 43. Dust of the Past in the City of Demon. 100 miles away, the Dragon King stood on a tree, gazing at the skyscrapers piercing the clouds in the distance. Suddenly, his expression changed beneath his mask, yet he dared not step into the City of Demon. After all, his territory was not in Demon, but in the capital. Recklessly entering the domain of a fifth-tier mutant would result in a guaranteed attack. It was just like animals in the deep mountains. No area could have strong beings of the same level, or they would suffer powerful attacks from the territory's owner. It can only be described by two idioms. The strong are respected, and the weak are prey. Ice Girl, you really are foolish. He could naturally sense the energy fluctuations emanating from the celestial building and was filled with worry, letting out a helpless sigh. When the ice element first appeared, there was nothing to worry about. But when the fifth-tier energy fluctuations emerged, he could no longer sit still. Thinking it might be a conflict with Liu Heng, he reluctantly stopped to avoid disturbing them. As the presence of the ice element within the celestial building grew stronger, he disregarded the fifth-tier peak power regulations and transformed into a fireball, quickly shooting toward the tallest building in Demon. He couldn't guarantee that Liu Heng wouldn't harm his good brother's daughter. At the top floor balcony of the celestial building, a Frost Queen and a domineering young man were gazing at each other from a distance. The woman's eyes were filled with coldness and indifference, with a hint of murderous intent. The man's eyes were filled with mockery and tenderness as he looked at the woman. Reinforce seal. Liu Heng uttered 4 words, and an invisible rule immediately enveloped the entire building, isolating the top floor balcony in another space. In the icy world, as her delicate shout fell, snowflakes began to swirl around the entire top floor. The water molecules in the air, upon meeting the snowflakes, immediately turned into ice blocks, crashing down onto the wide balcony. In just a few seconds, the entire balcony was covered in a thick layer of ice, and Li Bingruo returned to her Frost Queen form. Rise! With her snow-white arms gently raised, the gathered ice layer lost its gravitational pull and floated up. Under her control, the ice layer carrying a terrifying momentum, crashed toward the man, who was like an ant, lacking any aura of a powerful being. Li Bingruo dared to attack so recklessly because she had already tested earlier that the building would not face any collapse crisis due to her full outburst. Girl, why not just go back and be a young mistress instead of thinking of defeating or killing me? Empower all over. Liu Heng glanced at the powerful attack, his expression unchanged, and couldn't resist teasing the ice beauty before him. As the empowerment enveloped him, Li Bingruo's abilities instantly manifested on him. Scatter. He waved his hand gently, and the massive ice blocks that were heading toward him were instantly shattered. With another wave of his hand, the just dispersed ice blocks reappeared in the air. You. How can you control my abilities? Feeling the overwhelming pressure of the ice element emanating from Liu Heng, Li Bingruo, 100 meters away, was filled with shock and disbelief. The fifth-tier peak ice element fluctuations completely suppressed her, and she lost the courage to continue fighting. If she were to foolishly challenge Liu Heng, she knew without guessing that she would be slapped in the face by her own abilities. Since that's the case, then obediently come over here. Suddenly, a serious look appeared on Liu Heng's face as he spoke in a low voice. A fifth-tier powerhouse appeared in his territory. Although it was mid-fifth tier, it should not be underestimated. When she approached him, the masked Dragon King also appeared at the position where Li Bingruo had just stood, though he didn't know when he had arrived. Phew! Seeing that the two were just playing around, the timely arriving Dragon King couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the expression beneath his mask was extremely grave. The moment he appeared, he sensed a strong presence of death. Dragon King, long time no see. I wonder what brings you to my demon city. Liu Heng looked at the masked man in the distance, a smile on his face. But his tone was so cold that it made people uncomfortable. Tyrant, I didn't expect that in just 10 years, you've already surpassed me. It's truly a case of the new generation pushing out the old, while the old dies on the beach. The Dragon King's eyes were filled with regret and sorrow. When Liu Heng awakened his abilities, he went to invite him to join the Dark Dragon, considering he was the only bloodline of the Liu family. Unfortunately, he retreated because of that 100 million funding. He didn't expect that 10 years later, Liu Heng's strength would surpass his own. He truly regretted that decision. You flatter me. Do you regret it? A faint smile appeared on his face as he mocked. When the Dragon King invited him to join the Dark Dragon, he had demanded 100 million in funding and was harshly ridiculed. He had said that an ant, not even understanding his abilities, wanted 100 million. It was simply a delusion. And now, his forces had far outpaced organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Brotherhood. His strength could completely crush the Dragon King, and he was preparing to slap him in the face next month in the capital. He never expected the Dragon King, whom he had met 10 years ago, would deliver himself to his door, allowing him to wash away the ridicule from back then. It was truly satisfying. I do have some regrets. Hearing the mockery in Liu Heng's words, the Dragon King bitterly smiled, thinking of his past decision, filled with regret. If he had provided that 100 million funding back then, the Dark Dragon would now hold shares in the Celestial Group 5, and its strength would have likely doubled. Because of his short-sightedness, he lost the opportunity to enhance the Dark Dragon and even the country's strength. Now, the country has to spend a fortune to purchase some equipment, which is simply, state your purpose for coming to Demon City, or I won't hesitate to let the Dark Dragon lose its strongest combat power. Suddenly, Liu Heng's tone changed, his gaze turned cold, and he asked in a hostile manner. The ice element empowering him surged rapidly, and Li Bingruo was instantly pushed away from the top-floor balcony. Don't make a move. Let's talk this out. I came here on orders from number 1 to bring the Ice Girl back to the capital for a family visit. Seeing Liu Heng ready to fight at the slightest disagreement, the Dragon King quickly waved his hand, trying to stop the seemingly godlike man before him. He couldn't believe Liu Heng could be an ice-type mutant. Even if he were, he had little chance of winning. That was because he sensed the gap between them. He was only mid-fifth tier, 2 levels away from the peak. Those 2 levels were like heaven and earth. If he wanted to avoid being crushed, he could only admit defeat. 10 seconds, get out of Demon City. Otherwise, today you will die and lose your abilities. And also tell the old man to come tomorrow to reclaim what belongs to you. Hearing that he was taking Li Bingruo home, A brutal look immediately appeared in Liu Heng's eyes as he roared at the Dragon King. Now, whoever dared to mention the capital in front of him would definitely not be able to get out of bed. In his dreams, Li Bingruo had given him a piece of Hulunber in the capital. Chapter 44. Ascending to the Altar New York Seaside Villa. Sir, actually, there's a method for you to extend your life, reminded the butler, Jarvis, who naturally understood the extent of Tony Stark's injuries. What did you say? Tony, who was trying to find a way to control the palladium element spread, was startled by Jarvis's words and asked eagerly. Although the arc reactor and that chip could suppress the progression of his condition, they could not completely eliminate the root of the problem. This had become a source of anxiety for Tony. According to Jarvis's diagnostic report, he was unlikely to survive until next year. Hearing now that there was hope for prolonging his life, how could he not be excited? Who wouldn't fear death? Even Steve Rogers, loyal to the military and the people. The pride of America would fear death, let alone the super-rich Tony Stark. Sir, I said you have a chance to extend your life. Jarvis repeated his earlier statement, afraid his master hadn't heard, and even connected to the speakers, his voice echoing throughout the underground laboratory. Come on, Jarvis. Are you trying to deafen me? Tony, having received a concrete answer, threw down the tool in his hand, his mature demeanor immediately reverting to his sharp-tongued nature as he complained. Quick, tell me, what element can extend my life? After his complaint, he quickly returned to a serious expression, his tone filled with urgency as he asked. He was a world-class billionaire, although not as rich as that Liu Heng guy. He was fast catching up. Now that his life was at stake, it was impossible not to feel anxious. If he could truly cure his illness, even if someone asked him to give up his shares in Stark Industries, he probably wouldn't bat an eye. To sum up the mindset of most billionaires, including Tony Stark, among the tiny fraction of people at the top of the world who wouldn't fear death, even if he were a god, he wouldn't be immune to the fear of death. I'm sorry, sir, but currently there are no elements in the database that can treat palladium poisoning, so I apologize. Upon hearing Tony Stark's inquiry, the intelligent butler Jarvis spoke apologetically. Then tell me, how can I extend my life? Hearing this, Tony frowned displeasedly and asked in a deep voice. He didn't believe Jarvis was joking and directly demanded methods to increase his lifespan instead of asking about elements. The longevity agent released by the S.H.I.E.L.D. group 2 months ago can truly suppress the palladium poisoning in your body, but according to calculations, it can only sustain you for 5 years. Jarvis transmitted his analysis of the longevity agent to the computer. Longevity agent? Which company developed this thing? After carefully browsing the information on the computer, Tony fell silent for a few seconds, already considering acquiring that company, and asked, if he acquired that company, he could have the person who developed the longevity agent research how to remove the shrapnel from his chest cavity, thus freeing him from the painful torment. Sir, it is impossible for you to buy that company. Jarvis, being an artificial intelligence and having been with Tony for so long, knew his master's thoughts well and reminded him. Are you talking about Celestial Pharmaceuticals? Upon hearing the butler's reminder, Tony immediately understood which pharmaceutical company he couldn't afford. Globally, the manufacturing company that Stark Industries cannot afford is none other than Celestial Pharmaceuticals. The reason it was called Celestial Pharmaceuticals was that it was the only manufacturing company among the top 100 in the world. That's right, it's that company. And if you want to remove the shrapnel from your chest, without the help of Celestial Pharmaceuticals, that would simply be a pipe dream. Jarvis confirmed Tony's guess and finally shared all his analysis. Damn it, why didn't you remind me sooner? Tony immediately jumped up from his chair and shouted. Sir, you didn't ask me, the intelligent butler replied helplessly, almost in tears. At that moment, he was at a loss for words. Thinking about it, it was true that he had been too anxious about his condition, and it was already good that Jarvis could remind him, but he still felt a bit displeased. Tony. At that moment, Obadiah Stane, the CEO of Stark Industries, angrily opened the special tempered glass door and called out, Uncle Obadiah, what do you need me for? Tony turned around, looked at the furious Obadiah, and asked in confusion, "What do you mean what? Just look at the newspaper. Because of your recklessness, Stark Industries has fallen from grace. The stock market just opened and hit the limit down. And Stark Industries has dropped from the second position in the world. The first place has been taken over by Celestial Pharmaceuticals, whose company value exceeds Stark Industries by 5 times. What do you think I want to talk to you about?" Obadiah said angrily, slapping the newspaper he held in his hands against Tony's chest. Upon hearing that his company had fallen from grace, Tony was also somewhat incredulous and quickly picked up the newspaper to read. When he went to Afghanistan to showcase weapons, his family's company had a market value 10 times higher than that of Celestial Pharmaceuticals. Now, because he closed the weapons depot, his parents' hard work had fallen from that lofty altar. How could he believe it? Uncle Obadiah, let fall if it has to. Even if I don't close the weapons depot, Celestial Pharmaceuticals would still ascend to the altar. I was just a fuse in this. Soon, Tony finished browsing the newspaper, gave a bitter smile, and explained to Obadiah Stane, Celestial Pharmaceuticals truly deserves to be the most promising company of the 21st century. Rising to the top in just 10 years, Stark Industries has no grounds for complaint. Time passed quietly, and Tony talked with Obadiah about many things, most of which were concerned with his condition, thoroughly establishing himself as a good uncle. It's getting late. I should go back to sleep. I'm getting old. My energy isn't as strong as that of you young people, but you still need to pay attention to your injuries. Obadiah Stane glanced at his watch, stood up, and walked straight towards the lab exit, reminding Tony as he reached the special tempered glass door. Got it. Tony Stark smiled and replied, waving his hand and watching Obadiah's figure move away. J.A.R.V.I.S. Have you scheduled an appointment with Liu Heng? I want to see if he has a way to help me with my palladium poisoning. After seeing Obadiah leave, Tony directly asked J.A.R.V.I.S. to schedule an appointment with Liu Heng while he immersed himself in his work. Chapter 45. The Mysterious Master in a Dark Secret Chamber. Having left Tony, Obadiah Stane now resembled a humble ant, wagging his tail like a lapdog in a state of supplication. How is it? A hoarse, low voice echoed throughout the chamber. Neither male nor female, indistinguishable, but the authority in the tone was undeniable. My lord, I am ready. Obadiah lowered his head and respectfully handed over the plan in his hand to the androgynous, mysterious figure, saying, Tomorrow, Tony will go to the country. I hope you won't disappoint him. Otherwise, you will be abandoned, and you should understand what that means. The mysterious person did not extend a hand to take the folder. His eyes shimmered with a glint in the darkness, and his tone carried a subtle threat. If the guy in front of him dared to make any mistakes, he would likely be the first to strike and eliminate Obadistan. Understood, I won't let you down, sir. Upon hearing the threat in those words, Obadistan's expression darkened. His arms bulged with veins, and a killing intent began to grow in his heart. However, thinking of his wife and children still in the hands of the mysterious master before him, he dared not make any small moves and could only brace himself to accept it. Don't worry, I will send someone to help you with this mission. The mysterious person naturally sensed Obadistan's killing intent and worries, but considering that the ant before him had yet to become a first-tier warrior, he looked down on him and coldly glanced at him, saying, Thank you, sir. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And he was also looking forward to Tony quickly leaving the country to find the tyrant of Zhutian Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. In the country, in the Magic City, at the top floor chairman's office of the Zhutian building, Liu Heng was leisurely sitting in his office chair, enjoying a service he had never experienced before. Put in some strength. Haven't you eaten? A small hand as white as snow rested on Liu Heng's shoulder, like a masseuse giving him a shoulder massage. No. Li Bingru's pretty face was filled with coldness and indifference, her eyes showing no emotional fluctuations as she lightly uttered 2 words. Although she appeared calm on the surface, her heart was about to explode with anger. As the #1 princess, with a noble status, when had she ever received such humiliation? Now she was not only confined beside him, but also had to do things that only maids would do. How could her proud heart accept that? It's almost lunchtime. I hope you can finish eating then, otherwise I wouldn't mind performing a live spring palace in the office. Liu Heng smiled faintly, Naturally aware that the woman giving him a shoulder massage had not eaten enough, jokingly teased her. By the way, you haven't said why you want to keep Su Wanjing. At this moment, he remembered the scheduled itinerary and asked curiously. He only had a vague impression of the name Su Wanjing, but was unclear about who she really was. A beauty known in the capital, her figure and looks are completely on par with mine. How about I get you a harem? Upon hearing her husband's question about Su Wanjing's identity, Li Bingru did not hold back and shared all the information she knew. You're getting bolder. Hearing this, he shot Li Bingru an unhappy glance and said, I can only be tough with you. Now you want to find a beauty like you. How uncomfortable is it to just watch and not be able to touch? Miss Su has arrived. Just as Liu Heng finished speaking, his secretary Yaya led in a beautiful woman in a black tight-fitting outfit with a perfect figure and a bold oval face. Su Wanjing's features were delicate like a doll, her large eyes sparkling with intelligence, and her ponytail swaying. Although her chest was not large, it was not far from it. Liu Heng, who had long been familiar with such matters, could tell from her footsteps that the girl before him was an exceptional beauty. Sister Bingru, what are you doing here? The moment Su Wanjing entered the office, she noticed Li Bingru's presence. Seeing her giving her beloved man a shoulder massage, an inexplicable pain surged in her heart, but she still forced herself to maintain the demeanor of a refined lady and asked, He is my husband. Isn't it normal for me to be here? A hint of guilt appeared in her eyes, but was well concealed as she spoke. Sister Wanjing, I'm really sorry. After expressing her guilt in her heart, her gaze returned to indifference. You. Hearing this, a flash of anger crossed Su Wanjing's eyes. But thinking this was Liu Heng's office, she suppressed the urge to slap her. Didn't she say to keep an eye on Liu Heng? Now, it turns out she personally pried into her best friend's territory. How could she still have the face to say he is her man? Miss Su, do you have something to say? Please speak quickly. My time is precious. The more Liu Heng looked at her, the more familiar she seemed. But he just couldn't remember who she was, so he simply asked, Heng, brother Heng, you don't recognize me anymore? Hearing her beloved man not call her by the nickname he had given her, Su Wanjing's expression changed as she asked, I have only been abroad for 11 years. How could you forget me completely? Do I know her? Liu Heng asked in surprise, lowering his voice to inquire of his wife, who was still giving him a shoulder massage. He did not remember knowing such a beauty. Moreover, he had only heard that Li Bingru was the capital's first beauty and had never heard of Su Wanjing's existence. The reason she was known alongside me was because her photo circulated, so she was elevated to the same level as me by the young masters of the capital. Having lived with Liu Heng for 3 months, Li Bingru naturally understood what he was thinking and whispered, You haven't heard of her because I gave her the nickname Manly Girl in Haven. T used her real name since then. Upon hearing his wife's explanation, Liu Heng finally understood why he did not know who Su Wanjing was. After all, since he had given her the nickname, he hadn't called her by her name. Manly Girl, long time no see. The girl with a round face and full of acne back then has grown up like this. It truly lives up to the saying that women change drastically after 18. He did not call her by her name, but directly used the nickname he had given her. Smiling, You can leave now. Glancing at Yaya standing nearby, he waved his hand, signaling her to leave quickly. She had no business here anymore. Brother Heng, you finally remembered me. Hearing Liu Heng call her name, Su Wanjing's eyes filled with excitement as she directly walked around the desk, came to Liu Heng's side, and hugged his arm, saying, Ahem, Miss Su, please be respectful. Let us get to the matter you scheduled with me. He glanced at the bunny-like figure under Su Wanjing's clothes, which was one size smaller than his wife's, remaining unfazed as he said, In the first update, the second female lead makes her appearance. Chapter 51, Proposal for a Harem. Watching her finish the black fish soup, a satisfied smile appeared on Liu Heng's face as he said, I like obedient women the most. Let us eat. Are you trying to make me burst? I just drank such a big bowl of soup. I feel so bloated. Li Bingru rolled her phoenix eyes at him, gently touching her round belly, as if she were pregnant, shyly saying. After clearing the dining table, they returned to their respective rooms. Liu Heng had also eaten enough. He placed his bowl on the table, walked around it to her side, took her hand, and headed to the backyard. The remaining servants quickly tidied up the messy dining table. The backyard was a small garden of 500 square meters. Liu Heng's hand rested on her fragrant shoulder as they strolled through the garden together. "How is it, feeling more comfortable?" he asked while walking, looking at her flushed face. "It's more comfortable, but the temperature is a bit high." Li Bingru nodded with a smile, touching her rosy cheeks that resembled an apple, and said, "Since you're comfortable, let me feel good too." Upon hearing this, a scheming smile appeared in his eyes as he tightened his grip around her delicate neck and aggressively bit down on her lips. As for Li Bingruo's last sentence, it was directly ignored by Liu Heng. How could Liu Heng not see through her little thoughts? The phrase "the temperature is too high" implies a hint for him to release his own seals. Just as she was preparing to resist the entry of his tongue into her mouth, she no longer held back after her husband entered, responding passionately. Liu Heng felt his wife's initiative, and with his other hand, he quickly unbuttoned her clothes. Today he was going for an outdoor adventure. No, Li Bingru, seeing this scene, bit down hard on Liu Heng's tongue with her teeth, trying to break free from his embrace, feeling a bit scared. The disgusting man in front of her actually wanted to do that with her here. He was simply an animal. She would rather die than have a wild affair with Liu Heng in the back garden. "Don't be afraid, my dear. This is just the backyard at home. No one will see us." The taste of blood and sweetness filled his mouth. Without even looking, he knew his tongue had been bitten and broken by the disobedient woman in front of him. Suppressing the urge to take her forcefully, he tried to soothe her. "No, I haven't taken a shower yet." Seeing him press her, Li Bingru quickly used the excuse of needing to shower. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she ran out of the backyard, apparently to take a shower, leaving Liu Heng, who was completely confused, behind. Oh my God, when did this girl become so smart? Shouldn't she be big-chested and brainless? Seeing Li Bingruo's figure disappear from view, Liu Heng finally reacted, patted his hands, and wore a face full of regret. It was not easy to lure her to the back garden, intending to temper her sharpness here, but unexpectedly, she instantly became clever and didn't fall for it. Since you won't fall for it, how about we take a couple's bath together? I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 2 days. Then he thought about how he and T bathed yet either, and an evil idea popped into his mind. A lewd smile appeared on his face as he strode into the castle. In the bathroom, Li Bingruo was soaking in the bathtub, eyes closed, enjoying the warm water. After fighting twice today, her whole body felt uncomfortable. And then there was that bastard Liu Heng, actually sealing the power within her body to coerce her into giving him an heir, truly despicable. Creak. The bathroom door was pushed open, and she reflexively stood up, alertly looking at the person who had entered. "Liu Heng, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm taking a bath?" She wasn't shy anyway. Her body already belonged to the man in front of her, and showing it to him wouldn't cost her anything. However, the thought that he might just come in without saying a word made her a bit angry. "I'm taking a shower. Of course I saw you taking a shower. If you weren't showering, I wouldn't have come in." Liu Heng glanced at her 2 big white rabbits and walked straight into the bathtub, squeezing the 2 snowy and adorable rabbits. "Let's take a couple's bath. I guarantee to make you feel great." I gently breathed in her ear, teasing her delicate body with my tiger root, and said with a smile, "I realized that marrying you was the biggest mistake of my life. Do you know why? That's because you're too indulgent, possessive, and do not know how to restrain yourself. I'm really afraid that one day I'll die from your torment." When Li Bingru heard his request, she did not resist much. She just whispered something in his ear, then her body softened, and she lay back in the bathtub to continue soaking. "Haha, don't worry. I won't kill you. You're my lifelong target to bully." Upon hearing this, he laughed heartily, pressed down on her delicate body, kissed her cheek, and said, "The little woman in front of me is just too cute. Come on, call me husband and let me hear it." Liu Heng teased. "Husband," Li Bingru called out with a flicker of her phoenix-like eyes, her brows slightly furrowed. "Tell your husband, how much papaya did you eat?" Liu Heng pinched the snow-white rabbit, hooking her chin with his index finger, and asked, "Haven't you eaten papaya?" Naturally developed. Li Bingruo glared at him, feeling indignant. "Do you often exercise? Why is your flesh so elastic?" Liu Heng squeezed the big white rabbit again, feeling its amazing elasticity, and asked him. Li Bingru obediently nodded. "So do you want to take a couple's bath with me?" Liu Heng flashed a sly smile, pretending to be indifferent as he waited for her to take the bait. He thought, "Oh no, not thinking." Li Bingru reflexively nodded, but as she realized his question, she immediately reacted, shaking her head and directly expressing her thoughts. Since you want it, I'll satisfy you. Liu Heng poked her big white rabbit with his sturdy root, a playful smile appearing on his face, and without hesitation, plunged into the water's peach blossom garden. You're playing with me, huh? At this moment, Li Bingruo couldn't understand that Liu Heng was teasing her. Her little face turned red, and then she felt violated, letting out a cry of awe, with veins bulging on her forehead and a look of pain on her face. Wait a minute. I'm in pain. She grabbed Liu Heng's hand, her nails digging into his flesh, and said in anguish, Honey, why are you so tight like when we first did it? Hearing her words, Liu Heng quickly stopped his actions, holding her slender waist with both hands. Feeling the pressure on his core, and teased, I have a good physique. Don't you like it very much too? Li Bing looked at him with disdain and said unhappily, It's tight enough. Do you still want something loose and saggy? By the way, is Su Wanjing pretty? How about taking her in? She remembered her best friend's request from today and asked, I don't have feelings for her, and neither does Hugan. Even if old man Su agrees to let her marry me, would I just bring her back to live alone in an empty house? Moreover, I can't give her a proper status. Isn't that just slapping the Su family in the face? Liu Heng frowned, shook his head, and politely declined his wife's kindness. This is a pause. There will only be one update today. Chapter 46. The appearance of the supernatural beast. Hearing Liu Heng's question, Su Wanqing immediately got down to business, walked around the desk back to her original position, and her expression became extremely serious. Your life assistant, Su Wanqing, is here to report. At this moment, Su Wanqing had unique charm, comparable to the female CEOs in novels. What did you say? Liu Heng had not spoken yet. Li Bingruo shot her a fierce glare, exclaiming in disbelief. Is she planning to use a beauty trap on her husband? Suddenly, Liu Heng's expression changed, and he stood up to walk towards the floor-to-ceiling window, ignoring the confrontation between the two women. The two women, who were at loggerheads, noticed the change in Liu Heng's expression, and both showed signs of confusion as they approached the window with cat-like steps. On the Huangpu River, there were two bizarre and hideous monsters that were crazily destroying the surrounding environment. Their random attacks could turn a huge fishing boat into dust, and ordinary people were being slaughtered indiscriminately. Damn beasts, you are looking for death. Seeing innocent civilians being massacred, Li Bingru, the loyal deputy captain of the Dark Dragon to the country and its people, could no longer hold back, her eyes turning red as she roared. Just as Liu Heng was about to stop her, the special tempered glass of the floor-to-ceiling window was instantly shattered, and a graceful figure leaped out. Damn woman, this is 1,000 meters high. Seeing his wife leap down recklessly, he felt a headache coming on and shouted angrily. He knew that not everyone could kill those mutant beasts, unless Li Bingru was a 5th-level mutant. Otherwise, she would only be a bystander. If he guessed correctly, these two mutant beasts should be the evil ginseng beast and the thornwood beast. Bingru is actually a mutant. Beside her, Su Wanjing watched in shock as Li Bingru leaped from a height of 1,000 meters, wondering what madness had taken hold of her. But when she saw the pair of transparent light blue wings sprouting from Li Bingru's back and an ice bridge stretching from the skyscraper to the Huangpu River, she was completely stunned. Her good friend was actually the mutant mentioned by her grandfather on the Tianlong mothership. The calm interior felt as if scalding oil had been splashed everywhere. Alarms blared, and the leisurely staff quickly returned to their workstations to check which country was experiencing an emergency. They found it in the Magic City. Their headquarters was under attack by 2 4th-tier mutant beasts. An urgent report echoed throughout the command room, and everyone's expressions changed. The Tianlong mothership, hovering at 30,000 feet, quickly launched towards the Magic City. Although their own person was still in the Magic City and possessed the strength to easily suppress those 2 4th-tier mutant beasts, they would not be fulfilling their duties as subordinates if they did nothing. The armored warrior team was ready. Yaya's voice rang out, instructing the armored warriors to hurry up and prepare. Unless a 5th-tier being like Liu Heng intervened, no designated 4th-tier powerhouse could kill the mutant beasts, and they could even lose their lives in the process. In the second-floor cabin laboratory, Xianan, Dongshan, Bei Miao, Ko Zhong, and Shi-Zhao were all on guard against each other. Everyone, let me and Shi-Zhao go. Consider it a personal favor owed to each of you. How about that? Bei Miao suggested, glancing at the image of the evil ginseng beast on the screen, a brutal aura immediately enveloping him, and Shi-Zhao beside him was no exception. If their memories served correctly, the beast that had taken Binger from the orphanage years ago was the evil ginseng beast in the picture. If they hadn't arrived in time, they might have died at the hands of those two monsters. Later, they joined the Zhutian Group and, with their help, became the envied fourth-tier powerhouses. As for how they got the armored crystal transformation, it was because their own had extracted 500 units of blood from them, leading to the creation of a crystal detector that easily found those crystals. They almost entered the ranks of the mutant beasts. Years later, it was surprising that these mutant beasts had reappeared. Today, the two must capture the evil ginseng beast and the thornywood beast to clarify Binger's whereabouts. All right, but don't forget your promise. This was not the original story of the Armored Warriors. The five of them did not have discord as in the original plot and were very united. They had grown up together and naturally understood the enmity between Bei Miao, Shi-Zhao, and the evil ginseng and thornywood beasts, so they readily agreed to their request. Thank you. They sincerely thanked their brothers and turned to step onto the unique energy transfer platform of the Armored Warriors. Stay safe. This is our armored group's first appearance before the world. We can only win, not lose, Meijin said from the control panel, speaking through the microphone to the two inside the closed cabin. This was the armored group's official debut in the world, so she had to be serious. Got it. We won't embarrass ourselves. The two in the water attribute and metal attribute closed cabins replied, nodding after hearing Meijin's words. Good luck to you. Meijin was very satisfied with this and pressed the energy launch button. The exclusive satellite in the sky began to morph and twist, and a dazzling beam of light descended, making the two's figures disappear without a trace. When they reappeared, they were already in the Magic City, the imposing armor on them exuding an aura of power. Don't mess this up for me. At this moment, Meijin felt anxious and worried. This was the Armored Warriors' first appearance. She hoped these two filled with hatred wouldn't ruin it. At the same time, Xi Nan, Dong Shan, and Ko Zhong shared the same expression as Meijin. Online, the situation had exploded. What the hell is this monster? What is this thing? Could it be a monster invasion from a novel? Reality is too dangerous. I want to go back to sleep. A casual hit could destroy a 100-meter fishing boat. What is happening in this world? Damn it, they're slaughtering ordinary workers. Where's our dragon group? Hurry up and kill them. Stop reading too many novels. Where did this dragon group come from? Does our country even have this department? Even if the dragon group from the novels came, they would probably kneel. Just look at their attack power. It was so domineering and terrifying that with a single blow, a building was destroyed. Oh my god, a fairy. The Zhutian Group seemed to have fairies appearing, floating down from 1,000 meters in the air, with transparent wings and an ice bridge forming in the air. Could this be a member of the legendary mysterious organization? Who are these two? They're so flashy. Hurry up and kill those two beasts. Let them see that the people of Yanhuang will punish those who offend us, no matter how far they are. The news of a monster capable of destroying a 100-meter building with a single blow swept across the globe like a whirlwind. Many countries that were at odds with the nation were gloating and watching this tragedy unfold. Some even hoped that the monsters would completely destroy the Magic City, the Eastern Paris. In Washington at the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury sat at his computer desk, a cold smile flashing across his face. I believe this will be enough to make the Zhutian Group suffer. Over the past 2 years, the strength of the Zhutian Group had grown so powerful that they had pressured the old forces like them to the brink. Now it seemed they were getting their comeuppance. In New York at the Brotherhood, Magneto sat on his metallic throne, gazing at the images on the distant television with anticipation. I can't wait to see Liu in action. Just how powerful is this man who even strikes fear in me? At Xavier School in New York, the professor looked at the images of the mutant beasts rampaging and destroying buildings while slaughtering ordinary citizens, his heart heavy with sorrow. These poor children, tyrant. Won't you take action? After all, this is your territory. He couldn't believe that Liu Heng, the ruler of the entire Magic City, was not taking action to prevent this tragedy. It was simply outrageous. In Berlin, at the Hydra headquarters, a cold and ruthless atmosphere filled the conference room, where 4 words echoed before fading away, and the lights went out as if nothing had happened. On a certain underwater island, all members sat in the conference room, quietly watching every detail on the screen, remaining silent. They were witnessing Liu Heng's indifference. Their compatriots were being slaughtered, and he remained unmoved. It took so much hardness of heart to do that. "Don't provoke the Zhutian Group," Kojima said with a sigh, uttering 8 words before closing his eyes and no longer watching this tragedy. The other members turned their heads, unwilling to watch this slaughterfest. The country, the capital city, Dragon Nest Base. Damn it, Liu Heng is nothing but a beast. Why isn't he taking action? The Dragon King, back in the capital, happened to witness this scene. His eyes red, exuding a brutal aura, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar. These are all their compatriots, now being slaughtered by unknown creatures. And Liu Heng is just watching. How can that not make him furious? The other Dark Dragon members and staff, seeing this scene, couldn't help but resent Liu Heng. These are their own people, and he stand by while they die. What kind of reasoning is that? In Magic City, at the top of the Zhutian building, Liu Heng appeared indifferent, showing no signs of being moved by the slaughter of the ability beast below, not even caring about the thoughts of the common people. You should show off some muscle. The world needs to know that the Zhutian Group is not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Thinking back to 2 months ago, when the price of the longevity potion required 1/10 of each person's wealth, it had faced global resistance. Not allowed to be sold outside the country. He was brewing a fire in his belly and now wanted them to see that he was not a company they could easily manipulate. Understood. A respectful voice came from the communicator with a hint of excitement in their tone from Bei Miao and Shi Zhao. "Brother Heng, is our company going to take action?" Beside them, the ordinary person, Su Wanqing, hearing Liu Heng's words, blushed and asked excitedly. She had just returned to the country the day before, and such thrilling events were happening. How could she not be excited? Watch your words and actions. Hearing her call him Brother Heng, Liu Heng frowned in displeasure, his tone icy as he reprimanded her. The title Brother Heng could only be used by his wife. Others had no right to it. Got it. Su Wanqing felt a bit wronged upon being reprimanded by her beloved man, but remembering this was a company. She quickly changed her address back. "Freeze everything." A delicate shout rang out as Li Bingru unleashed her powers, the ice elements within her reaching their peak, rapidly freezing the river surface. In less than a few seconds, the entire Huangpu River and surrounding buildings were encased in ice. Behind her, translucent wings of light blue sprouted, her demeanor transforming as she walked gracefully on the ice, like a queen of the ice and snow, looking down upon everything. "To slaughter my descendants of Yin and Huang, to despise the dignity of my Tianqiao, you shall be punished." Her gaze was cold, her tone crisp and devoid of emotion, like a judge in a courtroom, exuding an air of authority. Yeah. The evil ginseng beast and thornwood beast, hearing Li Bingru's proud and cold voice, showed lewd expressions in their eyes and chattered incessantly in the language of ability beasts, seeking death. Although Li Bingru couldn't understand what the 2 monsters were saying, she could clearly see the expression in their eyes, instantly filled with rage. As her roar fell, the frozen ice layer began to rise, forming long ice columns over 1 meter in height, smashing down towards the 2 monsters. Pooh! Ha! The evil ginseng beast, seeing the aggressive attack coming, dodged like a ghost, spitting out a mouthful of venom aimed directly at her face. The thornwood beast, like an enraged lion king, swung its wolf-toothed club, shattering the ice columns with brute force. Standing on the ice surface, its movements resembled wind and lightning, attacking Li Bingru alongside the evil ginseng beast. S.H.I.E.L.D, seeing the liquid flying towards her face. She was certain it was poison and quickly summoned the ice elements to create a 3-meter-thick ice wall in front of her. Zzzz. Instantly, as the venom hit the ice wall, it began to corrode and melt. Before long, the venom had almost entirely disappeared, leaving a 1-centimeter hole in the ice wall, making Li Bingru feel a sense of dread. Fortunately, She had made a 3-meter ice wall. Otherwise, she would have been disfigured today. As for the aftermath of being disfigured, she knew all too well. Estrangement from family, disdain from her husband, and friends avoiding her like the plague. Elemental enhancement. At the top of the Zhutian building, seeing his wife in imminent danger, Liu Heng felt a bit panicked and used his ability to enhance her attack and defense. Madam, please step back. This is our battle. Just as Li Bingru felt her strength multiply, two figures, one in black armor and the other in silver armor, moved her from her previous position, respectfully saying, "You guys." Li Bingru immediately guessed that these were her husband's subordinates upon hearing them call her madam. Only Liu Heng's subordinates would address her as such. Before she could finish her words, the two figures turned into shadows and charged towards the two ability beasts, exuding a cold and brutal aura. Boom! Bei Miao directly collided with the evil ginseng beast, moving like lightning. With each attack, a huge pit appeared on the ice surface, and the river water quickly surged over the ice. Standing aside and observing, Li Bingru saw the ice surface being gouged out with massive holes and feared that the two might accidentally fall into the river, quickly urging the ice elements to repair the ice layer on the Huangpu River. "Tell me, where is Binger?" After repelling the evil ginseng beast, Bei Miao asked coldly, his killing intent almost tangible. He did not believe that the creature before him would not know Binger's whereabouts. It was this evil ginseng beast and that scientific monster who had taken Binger away back then. If it dared not to tell him, Bei Miao wouldn't mind sealing the evil ginseng beast completely and giving it as a gift. Jia, do you think I would tell you? That's a foolish dream. The evil ginseng beast, hearing the black rhinoceros armor summoner's threat, remained unperturbed and taunted. It was a late-stage 4th-tier ability beast. Although its strength was inferior to the black rhinoceros armor summoner, it was still confident it could escape, then die completely. Upon hearing this, Bei Miao inside the armor sneered disdainfully. Did this creature really think it had plenty of time? He reached down to twist the summoner at his waist, and a card appeared in front of him, depicting the meteor gun. He took the card, coldly glanced at the charging evil ginseng beast, and placed the card on his waist in front of his abdomen. In an instant, the card disappeared completely, and a weapon that resembled a gun, but was not a gun, appeared out of thin air in front of him. Boom! Bei Miao grabbed the meteor gun, and his aura changed dramatically, his presence beginning to shift towards the ethereal, as if he had merged into the ice surface. Leaving Bei Miao's battle aside, let's talk about Shi Zhao's situation. The snow mastiff armor confronted the thornwood beast, not wasting any words. He understood that there was no need to talk and directly launched a violent attack. The golden aura of slaughter spread across the battlefield, and the thornwood beast's attacks were fierce, but Shi Zhao did not hold back, contesting its strength. Each time the wolf-tooth club struck down, a crack extending 100 meters would spread across the ice surface, with the shockwaves threatening to collapse the ice. Unfortunately, just as the ice surface was about to shatter completely, Li Bingru's ice abilities activated again, rapidly freezing the entire river surface, significantly increasing its thickness. Since you won't tell me, I won't hold back. With a leap, Shi Zhao exited the 100-meter mark, the violent aura around him no longer reserved, quickly sweeping outwards. And the ice surface showed signs of shattering once again. Thunderclap axe. He skillfully twisted the summoner at his waist, and a card appeared in the void before him, depicting a silver axe. Alert to the approaching thornwood beast, he took down the card to summon his weapon, and his whole being rushed towards the alien creature like the wind. On the internet. My God, this can't be real. I might still be living in a novel. Dude upstairs, you're not dreaming. This is the real situation because it's a satellite broadcast. Yes, that is indeed the Magic City, right? My dad is on a business trip in the Magic City. I just confirmed with him that this scene is unfolding. Damn it. The Ice Queen is actually facing two monsters. Where are the big shots from the mysterious department? Why aren't they helping? Exactly, the Ice Queen is going to be disfigured. This is definitely Venom. I'm going so dangerous. The Ice Queen almost got disfigured. Sob, sob, sob. Here they come. The mysterious department sent experts to help the Ice Queen. Dude upstairs, get out. Look at the badges on their chests. It's the Zhutian Group stepping in. My husband is stepping in. So excited. Hurry up and kill this group of reptiles daring to offend our Yan Wang. Damn, they're so flashy. The weapon in the hands of the guy in black armor looks so much like a Fong Tianhua Ji. Dude upstairs, you idiot, identification complete. This is definitely not a Fong Tianhua Ji. It's obviously a gun. I can smell a strong air of pretentiousness coming. The world netizens watching the satellite broadcast were frantically scrolling through comments, with thousands of comments every second. Li Bingruo was directly given the title of Ice Queen due to her ice attribute abilities. Her powers are a bit terrifying. As soon as she made her move, she sealed off a radius of 20 miles. Do you think she deserves the title of Ice Queen? In the capital city, in the suburbs of the East City, in a courtyard, old man, old lady, something big has happened. The old man, who was watching the national military channel with great interest, was suddenly interrupted. His face instantly darkened, and he stood up, looking coldly at the servant who interrupted his TV time. What mess? You've been with me for over 30 years, and you still have that careless personality. What do you want me to say to you? The old man glanced at Lu Fu with displeasure, sternly reprimanding him. He was already over 50 years old, and he still didn't know how to restrain himself. If there were guests present, he'd be laughed at to death. Old man, something really big has happened. The young lady almost lost her life. Lu Fu gasped for breath, not caring about the old man's reprimand, patted his chest, caught his breath, and quickly explained what he had seen on the computer. What did you say? Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall became extremely tense. Not only the old man, but even the grandmother and Mother Busy in the kitchen couldn't help but drop their knives and rush out, asking anxiously. The young lady almost died. Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, Lu Fu hastily picked up the remote control left on the coffee table by the old man, switched to channel 1, and repeated, "Look, this is the live scene broadcasted by CCTV via satellite." Lu Fu pointed to the screen showing the frozen Huangpu River. "Where is Bingruo? Is she okay?" Seeing the magnificent and shocking Huangpu River, the three were somewhat petrified, their voices trembling. If what was displayed was a live broadcast, they would definitely think it was a movie. This scene was simply too hard to believe. The Huangpu River had turned into a glacier, as if it existed naturally. And then thinking of the old Liu family's granddaughter-in-law, they anxiously asked, if something happened to the granddaughter-in-law, how would they hold their great-grandson? The young lady is fine. She was rescued by the young master's subordinates. Hearing the old man's question, Lu Fu didn't dare to delay, quickly explained all the information he knew in detail. Phew! After the three received the news that Li Bingruo was fine, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, staring intently at the television screen, all praying that Liu Heng and she were safe. At the TV station, the current leaders of CCTV were like ants on a hot pan, their faces showing anxiety and panic. Someone had just come up to report that their exclusive satellite had been invaded and successfully controlled by mysterious people, broadcasting national-level and even world-level illegal videos. When they saw it, they were all shocked, and the director fainted from fear. They knew about these mutant beings, which were banned from broadcasting, and it was unexpected that they were being broadcasted so openly. They were afraid their positions were at risk. Chapter 49. The Battle Ends Magic City. The battle above the Huangpu River had entered a white-hot stage. The armored warriors of the Zhutian Group and the ability beasts were all covered in wounds, with countless citizens praying for the side of justice. Of course, except for the races outside Yanhuang, they couldn't wait for the armored warriors to die, hoping the country would return to chaos. The good show has come to an end. On the top floor of the Zhutian building, Liu Heng and Su Wanjing stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the battle below 1,000 meters, whispering. Both sides were covered in wounds. They couldn't end so easily unless they called for a ceasefire. Learning from previous lessons, Su Wanjing did not call him Brother Heng, but used the company S title instead. Holding a telescope, she watched the battle below and said, because she was an ordinary person, her eyesight wasn't as good as that of mutants, so she could only use the telescope to see the armored warriors and ability beasts below who looked like ants. No, the ability beasts have already used up all their moves, repeatedly using those few tricks which have allowed Baiming and Shijiao to figure out their bottom line. Next, they would use their final trump card to slay and seal the ability beasts. At this moment, Liu Heng was in a very good mood, becoming more talkative, explaining the fate of the ability beasts to the battle novice beside him. "Oh, I'm really looking forward to those two monsters being slain." Hearing him explain, Su Wanjing felt a bit sweet in her heart, her little head nodding continuously, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at his mature face. Carefully shifting her position closer to him, "Madam, please freeze the entire Huangpu River again. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to kill these two ability beasts." Bai Ming and Shi Zhao, breathing heavily, spoke in a serious tone, their eyes fixed on the two panting ability beasts in the distance, addressing Li Bingrua between them. They couldn't guarantee that after using their ultimate moves, the entire ice surface would shatter if they fell into the river. Bai Ming was confident he could kill the evil ginseng beast, but Shi Zhao was uncertain. Shi Zhao, being a metal-type armored warrior, couldn't fight in the water. Even if he could fight, his strength would drop by 50, and he might be killed instead. Thus, they had to seek help from the madam. "Okay." In response, Li Bingrua nodded readily, hating those two monsters to the bone. In the icy world, her clear voice echoed across the vast ice surface. And with her manipulation of the ice elements, a radius of 20 miles was quickly engulfed, and snowflakes and ice blocks immediately began to fall from the sky. In just a few seconds, it felt as if a month had passed, and the entire Huangpu River was covered with a thick layer of ice nearly 10 meters deep, solid as a rock. The sound of thunderous waterfalls and striking lightning resonated. The two felt that the ground they stood on was as solid as the earth itself. They exchanged glances and nodded, immediately unleashing their ultimate moves. Bei Miao activated the domineering water element law, immediately radiating from his body, while the meteor spear in his hand changed shape, exuding the aura of a peak 4th tier, locking onto the distant evil ginseng beast. On Shi Zhao, the aura of the killing metal appeared, spreading a brutal and murderous vibe. At the moment when these two domineering auras emerged, Li Bingru quickly retreated, layers of ice walls appearing before her to block the oppressive force emanating from the two. In the distance, the evil ginseng beast and the thorny wood beast sensed the aura from the two and were taken aback, but under the control of the ugly general. They had to charge forward regardless. Instantly, the two beasts moved like ghosts, their speed more than doubled compared to before, leaving behind trails in the air, making it impossible to distinguish which was the real body and which was an afterimage. Boom! Bei Miao shot out like an arrow, simple and brutal, as the meteor spear in his hand spun rapidly, quickly identifying the real body of the evil ginseng beast, and collided with it. After the confrontation between the human and the beast, Bei Miao was knocked back more than 10 steps, leaving deep footprints about 30 centimeters in the ice, with his internal organs suffering severe damage. The evil ginseng beast was sent flying, spewing venom from its mouth, and the ice surface was instantly melted. This highlighted the gap between television dramas and reality. In dramas, the foolish screenwriters could only be described as brain-dead. When the armored warrior executed their finishing move, the mutant beasts stood there like fools, allowing the armored warrior to attack. This shows just how brainless those screenwriters are. Boom! The battle between Shi Zhao and the thorny-wood beast was truly simple and violent. The collision of the Thunder Axe and the Wolf Fang Club created terrifying shockwaves, causing the ice layer to begin fracturing. Ultimately, with his rich combat experience, Shi Zhao sent the thorny-wood beast flying, suffering varying degrees of internal injuries. Similar to Bei Miao, Thunder's Waterfall, Thunder Fist. Although both suffered different levels of force, they still managed to use the ceiling sticker. They knew that every move they made was being watched by the whole world. If they didn't slay these two malicious mutant beasts, their armored warrior team would be utterly unable to hold their heads high. After using the ceiling sticker, virtual cards appeared in front of each of them, labeled with water and metal, respectively. Seeing the mutant beasts that had just fallen to the ground and were getting back up, the two exchanged glances and charged towards the ceiling sticker without hesitation. The moment Bei Miao touched the ceiling sticker, he vanished without a trace, appearing behind the evil ginseng beast, poised to charge forward. Shi Zhao leaped, passing through the ceiling sticker, transforming into a silver lightning bolt, executing his signature scissor kick towards the thorny wood beast. As his fist struck the thorny wood beast, he felt a surge of intense pain, and his body uncontrollably flew backward. S.H.I.E.L.D. On the Tunglong mothership, seeing S.H.I.E.L.D. being counterattacked by the dying thorny wood beast, Xinan, Dongshan, Koinzhong, and Meizhen couldn't help but exclaim. Meizhen saw that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s energy to summon his armor was about to be depleted, and without hesitation, she pressed the position transfer button. In the next moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. disappeared from the Huangpu River and reappeared inside the metal-sealed chamber, his armor vanishing. S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. The others quickly rushed over, helping the unconscious S.H.I.E.L.D. out of the sealed chamber, calling out anxiously. Bang! Bang! Two deafening sounds erupted as the evil ginseng beast and the thorny wood beast exploded into two cards, floating in the air at the sight of the explosion. Bei Miao retrieved the cards and placed them in front of his belt, absorbing them into the sealing room of the Tunglong mothership. After successfully absorbing the two cards, he felt his body go numb and instinctively knelt on one knee, the energy indicator light on his chest beginning to flicker. In the next moment, an unmatched force descended, and he, like S.H.I.E.L.D., vanished from the Huangpu River. Chapter 50. Sealing ability. When this world-shocking battle was broadcast live, countless citizens fell into panic. They never expected that on the other side of the world, there were many unknown things being hidden from them. Just as those cults were promoting the imminent apocalypse, claiming that people would be plunged into misery, the chairman of the Zhutian Group issued an announcement for the first time in history. This helped to calm the boiling public. But some brain-dead fans of the cults continued to spread rumors. Dear world netizens, I, Liu Heng, apologize for today's incident. Tomorrow I will hold a press conference to address your concerns. Please do not believe the rumors spread by those cults. Night quickly fell over the manor. Liu Heng sat at the dining table, holding chopsticks without touching the dishes, staring blankly at Li Bingru, lost in thought. Eventually, he gritted his teeth and made a decision in his heart. Sealing. Thinking about her recklessness today, which almost cost her life, he sighed helplessly and unhesitatingly chose to seal her powers. Li Bingru, who was focused on eating, heard her husband's words and was puzzled about what he was doing. But feeling her mutant power slowly fading, she immediately realized what was happening. Liu Heng, what's wrong with you? Why are you sealing my powers? Is it just because I broke your window? Li Bingru slammed her bowl onto the table, making a loud noise that startled the maid behind her, and said angrily. She never expected her husband to be so petty. It was just a broken, floor-to-ceiling window. Is it necessary to seal my powers over that? Do you think I care about a window? Seeing her expression, Liu Heng also got a bit angry and slammed his bowl on the table, making a sound louder than hers, pointing at her and roaring, "If I hadn't played nurse today, you would have been dead by now, and you're here giving me a hard time. Am I in debt to you or something?" Without hesitation, he revealed the reason for her sudden surge in power today. Li Bingru felt a bit embarrassed when she heard that her power surge was due to her husband and awkwardly rubbed her forehead, unsure of what to say. Then she remembered that her powers were being sealed and said again, "But that doesn't justify sealing my powers. You're my wife, that's why I care about you. If you weren't my wife, then to me, you would be nothing. From now on, just behave and be an ordinary person." He thought about how dangerous her situation had been today and felt extremely irritated, blurting out his thoughts. When he realized it, the words had already come out and couldn't be taken back. "I don't want to live an ordinary life. It's too boring, and life might not even be guaranteed." Hearing this, she felt a bit sweet in her heart. But thinking about how there were mutants or those mutant beasts in every corner of the world, she felt that her life was not guaranteed and said aggrievedly, "If you want to return to the life of a mutant, it's not impossible. It just means that within 5 years, you need to have an heir for the Zhutian Group, regardless of gender." Seeing the grievance on her face, Liu Heng couldn't stand it in his heart, but thinking about the sperm issue, he decided to make a point of it. "The readers just don't want to see you. Li Bingru, what can I do? So it's better to keep you under wraps. You're truly despicable." Upon hearing her husband's shameless words, Li Bingru glanced at the maid beside her, her little face turning beet red, and she could only utter 4 words. She never expected Liu Heng to be so shameless, using such methods to coerce her into having children. "I'm not despicable. I care about you. Look at what you did today. How absurd it was. Breaking the floor-to-ceiling window is no big deal, It can be repaired. But have you considered what would happen if you jumped from nearly 1,000 meters up and lost control of your ice abilities? If I hadn't intervened during the attack by the two mutant beasts, do you think you could have still stood there roaring at me in the restaurant? Liu Heng sat back down, picked up the bowl in front of him, took a bite of rice, swallowed it, and spoke to his wife in a good-natured tone. Hearing this, Li Bingruo fell silent, standing dumbfounded across from the dining table. Yes, she had acted too impulsively. If her abilities went out of control and she fell from such a height, she would be smashed to pieces. If he hadn't intervened in the fight against the mutant beasts, she might have already perished. But overall, she just felt something was off, yet she couldn't figure it out. I'm sorry. I made you worry. After thinking it over, she realized that the situation really wasn't much different from what Liu Heng had said, and it was even worse. Lowering her proud head and saying apologetically, "Since that's the case, why don't you call me husband and let me hear it?" Liu Heng, happily enjoying his meal, saw his wife concede to him, and a proud look flashed in his eyes as he teased her. He had originally not hoped for this, but he didn't expect the proud woman before him to actually soften. How strange. Husband. Her cheeks were so red they could bleed, and she awkwardly twisted, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's. Although her voice was small, who was Liu Heng? A mutant. He clearly heard the long-lost husband. I didn't hear you. Say it louder. To get back at the cold woman before him, Liu Heng had no intention of letting her off easy, pretending he didn't hear and dramatically asking loudly. The maid couldn't help but laugh at her young master playing tricks on the young mistress, making Li Bingruo even more embarrassed. Liu Heng was not dissatisfied with the maid's laughter. Instead, he mentally gave them a thumbs up, thinking they were incredible teammates. He wanted to see if the woman before him, who would beg for mercy in bed, would throw away her pride and loudly call him husband. Husband. Though Li Bingruo was ready to explode with anger, she thought about how her abilities were still sealed, so she had to swallow her pride and spoke much more smoothly than before, keeping her voice at a level the maids could hear. She was clever. If she screamed like in a romance novel, loud enough for the whole castle to hear, the smelly man would surely be dissatisfied and make her say it again. Sigh, good girl. This is what good wife is. Liu Heng smiled with satisfaction, pressed his hand down, signaling her not to just stand there, but to sit down and eat, then turned to the maid behind him and instructed her. The black fish soup was great for nourishing women. He had learned that from his mother. Chapter 52, True Power, Part 1. At night, the stars filled the sky, and a gentle, cool breeze made the hot night feel a bit refreshing. Liu Heng glanced at the sleeping woman. A sweet smile appeared on his lips, and then he stepped out of the bedroom. Looking at the two female warriors standing like javelins, he said seriously, "Keep an eye on the young mistress. She is not to leave the room before dawn." The two female warriors nodded, their faces showing no emotion, responding woodenly, as if Liu Heng were just heir to them. He paid no mind to their indifference and walked straight towards a forbidden area. The room, resembling a study, was filled with hidden mechanisms and traps, countless in number, with defenses rivaling those of the Zhutian building. After a series of manipulations and identity verifications, he successfully entered a secret passage, and his attire changed to a dark purple-black with numerous death symbols drawn on it. The elevator descended nearly 1,000 meters without stopping, continuing deeper underground until it finally halted about 1,500 meters below ground. Exiting the elevator, he was met with a cold and damp environment, and upon closer inspection, he found that the walls were made of titanium alloy. Please get in the car. Liu Heng had barely stepped out of the elevator when a hovering car quickly approached from a distance. That's right. You read that correctly. It wasn't a four-wheeled land vehicle, but a flying car suspended in the air as a mechanical, cold voice emanated from the magnetic levitation vehicle. He wasted no time, directly opening the door of the hovering car and sitting inside. Before he could speak, the car immediately started and swiftly flew toward his destination. 1 minute later, the hovering car arrived at his destination, and Liu Heng's aura underwent a significant transformation, shifting from an imposing presence to one that could dictate life and death with a mere gesture. Pushing open the car door, he was greeted by two orderly rows of Jin warriors dressed in black uniforms. They stood silently before the hovering car, awaiting the arrival of their king. "Hail, Your Majesty the Tyrant." Upon seeing Liu Heng, the Jin warriors knelt on one knee, performing an ancient salute filled with fervor in their eyes. Rise! His gaze swept over the Jin warriors, uttering a single word as he stepped onto the red carpet, striding toward the room with the door open in the distance. As you command. The hundreds of Jin warriors on their knees, upon hearing their king's command, rose with fervent and excited expressions, following closely behind him. Once inside the room, it was shocking to realize that this was not just a room, but an underground city reminiscent of something from Resident Evil. A throne stood at the highest point, allowing a view of the entire underground city's landscape. Rows of soldiers dressed in black uniforms, holding advanced weapons, stood ready, looking prepared for action. Liu Heng strode confidently toward his throne, satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This was the true power he controlled. The things on the surface were merely a facade. Your subordinates pay homage to your majesty the tyrant. Over 2,000 third-tier Jin warriors, witnessing the return of their king, displayed fervor in their eyes, kneeling on one knee, their voices echoing throughout the underground city. Everyone rise. He smiled with satisfaction, raising his hand, his tone authoritative yet irresistible, making it uncomfortable for listeners. However, the Jin warriors below were Liu Heng's die-hard fans, naturally harboring no discontent, instead wearing happy smiles. From now on, 4,000 words per day, with each 1,000 words divided into a chapter, except for today. Note, Liu Heng's true personality is domineering and ruthless. His outward demeanor is merely a disguise. As for the dog-feeding incident, you must have thought of it as well. Chapter 53, True Strength, Part 2. No. The over 2,000 Jin warriors below, upon hearing the ruler's words, moved in perfect unison, their voices synchronized, standing straight while tightly gripping their weapons. Where are the heavens, the earth, the mysterious, and the yellow? Liu Heng smiled with satisfaction, exuding the imposing aura unique to Qin Shi Huang, his eyes reflecting a disdainful power that was completely unmasked. Your subordinates are here. As soon as the words fell, 3 men and 1 woman stepped out from the ranks, kneeling on one knee, waiting for the emperor on the throne to issue commands. Each of you lead 350 men to completely seal off the demon city. If you discover any black forces causing trouble or small-time thugs appearing on the streets of Demon City, you should know the consequences, right? Liu Heng didn't even glance at the 5th-tier aura emanating from the 4, his voice booming like rolling thunder, echoing throughout the underground city, exuding an overwhelming dominance. The current world is about to descend into chaos. If one does not take care of their own territory, they might find themselves losing their rear when fighting a strong enemy, and then they would surely cry in despair. Another point is to closely monitor the actions of William, Mei Zhen, and others. If they dare to cause trouble, I believe you will know how to handle it, right? Seeing the 4 preparing to respond. He also reminded the 4 below, Tianlong, Dihu, Xuanquang, and Huangwu, to supervise the actions of those in the open. He did not believe that the useless lot in the open would not hide some things, and even if they did not conceal anything, he did not want any mistakes to occur. The future world will be a colorful spectacle. A small error on their part could turn him into a public enemy worldwide, which would truly be disastrous. Your subordinates obey. Upon hearing this, the 4 did not hesitate much, nodding in agreement to their lord's words. Liu Heng felt at ease using them because these guys had his spiritual mark in their minds. If they dared to go against his wishes, he believed that the next day there would be 5-tier zombies appearing in the world. Jesus, Satan, Death, Athena, where are you? Seeing the 4 retreat back into the crowd. A faint smile appeared on Liu Heng's authoritative face, which quickly vanished as he called out the names of the Western deities. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 men and 1 woman, all with Western features, immediately stepped out from the crowd, respectfully prostrating themselves on the ground, bowing deeply to Liu Heng. Their eyes were filled with fervor and excitement. This was a respect and admiration for the strong. Although Liu Heng was on the same level of strength as them, they deeply understood that even if they, along with the 4 5th-tier warriors, attacked the emperor on the throne, they would not gain any advantage and might even be annihilated. Each of you lead 350 third-tier Jin warriors back to your respective countries to monitor the movements of major forces. If necessary, create some trouble for Magneto, Professor S.H.I.E.L.D, Hydra, and the Round Table Knights. But if you get caught, then your fate, I believe, you understand better than I do. He scanned the four below, an imperceptible killing intent flashing in the depths of his eyes as he issued the command with authority and dominance. The reason he harbored killing intent towards the four was that they were not of his race, and he could not help but be cautious of them. He would not forget his ancestors' words. Those who are not of my race, their hearts must be different. Your subordinates obey. If we are caught, we will take care of ourselves, sparing the esteemed lord from acting personally. After receiving the command, the four did not dare to delay and retreated into the crowd, as if they did not exist. Everyone, let's set off. Liu Heng stood up directly from the throne, an aura of dominance spreading, affecting the over 2,000 third-tier Gene warriors below. As his words fell, four passages began to appear around the city, each capable of accommodating 23 people walking side by side. The more than 2,000 people entered the passages like ants, quickly disappearing without a trace. He looked at this scene, his expression filled with indescribable feelings. With his current strength, it would probably not be a problem to overturn all organizations except for the major powers on Earth. But thinking of those who were about to appear gave him a severe headache. Stepping down from the highest point, the dominating aura he exuded was evident. He was the king who ruled the world. What would happen if William and the others realized the true source of the funds? Liu Heng suddenly recalled the reports from Dr. William and others, unable to suppress a laugh, but seeing the Gene warriors beside him, he forcibly suppressed the impulse to laugh. Back in the conference room, the expressions of Dr. William and the others were as if they had eaten something unpleasant. Anyone who saw it would want to laugh. The true funds had been quietly transferred by Liu Heng to the Underground City project, and to avoid raising suspicions, he let the others take the blame. Walking through the streets, one phrase echoed in his mind. This is my true strength. Whoever moves against me dies. Yaya, seal off this underground city. Standing at the exit, Liu Heng's imperial aura dissipated into nothingness, returning to a more imposing demeanor. However, one could still sense the faint imperial aura around him. Understood, brother. Suddenly, Yaya's figure appeared in the void. She did not waste any words. Following Liu Heng's instructions, the lights in the underground city quickly went out, and the well-developed exits were also closed, including the entrance in front of Liu Heng. As she closed off the entire underground city, Liu Heng had already stepped onto the hovering car, disappearing swiftly at the entrance, with over 100 Gene warriors jogging to catch up. In the early morning, all was silent, and a glimmer of light appeared on the eastern horizon, cautiously soaking the pale blue sky, signaling the gradual arrival of a new day. The manor was subtly increasing its defenses, with Gene warriors exuding a fierce aura patrolling the grounds, as if preparing for something. In the kitchen, Feng Wan watched the busy young master with admiration, surprised that the usually cold young master could also cook. Finally done. I haven't cooked in a long time. It feels a bit unfamiliar. He poured the steaming, golden fried rice into 2 plates, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. After 10 years without cooking, he felt like he was about to rust. After 10 years without eating fried rice, he was almost forgetting that familiar taste. Young master, you are so good to young madam, actually cooking for her yourself. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she said, how many good men like this are there? I want a dozen. Stop daydreaming. Go wake up young madam for dinner. We have a press conference later. Liu Heng did not show his usual cold indifference, but instead smiled as he spoke. Chapter 55 Violation of Agreement on the 2nd floor in the master bedroom. Feng Wan pushed open the bedroom door and cautiously walked in, careful not to make a sound that would disturb the sleeping young madam. Reaching the bedside, she caught a whiff of an after-activity scent but felt no discomfort. Grabbing the corner of the blanket, she gently lifted it and nudged her fragrant shoulder. Young madam, young master called you to get up for dinner. She was a bit nervous, silently praying that the swan in front of her wouldn't explode in anger when it woke up. Don't make a fuss, I want to sleep. Li Bingru, who was in a deep sleep, felt someone pushing her. Pouting in dissatisfaction, she swatted away the hand that was pushing her and sleepily said, what is it? Seeing her young mistress in such a state, Feng Wan felt as if she was seeing an illusion. Usually, the young mistress had an icy demeanor, but now she was like a little kitten, so adorable. However, thinking of a young master waiting downstairs for the young mistress to have her meal, she dared not delay and shook Li Bingru's fragrant shoulder again, saying, "Young mistress, the young master is waiting for you to eat." What? Li Bingru felt someone pushing her again and, groggily opening her phoenix eyes, asked without any image, "The young master personally made breakfast for you and is waiting for you to come eat downstairs." Feng Wan noticed her impatience and, not daring to hide anything, told her about the young master making breakfast for her. "I'm not eating." "Wait, what did you say?" Liu Heng made the food himself. At first, Li Bingru dismissed it, but upon hearing that her husband had personally made it, a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face as she uncertainly asked, "Is it really possible for Liu Heng, who has always lived a life of luxury, to cook? I seriously doubt it. He wouldn't be trying to poison me, would he?" "Uh-huh. The young master made egg fried rice for you, so hurry up and go eat." Feng Wan nodded affirmatively, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Liu Heng's cooking skills. "First, tell me, is the egg fried rice black?" Thinking about going downstairs and possibly seeing black poison, Li Bingru almost fainted and quickly asked, "No, it's golden yellow, just like the chefs on TV make." Upon hearing this, Feng Wan was puzzled as to why her young mistress asked that, but still described the appearance of the egg fried rice to her. "Oh, I see. You go ahead first. I'll be right down." She was clearly a bit skeptical of Feng Wan's words. Why? Because the maid was paid by Liu Heng, so she would naturally lean toward her boss's side. But she still held out a bit of hope. "Okay," Feng Wan responded and turned to leave the bedroom, not forgetting to close the bedroom door behind her. My goodness, how has Liu Heng become so disgusting? After the maid left, she threw off the covers and saw all sorts of disgusting things on her body, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Luckily, none of it got in my mouth. Otherwise, I'd have to cut him with scissors. In the future, she must never sleep during such activities. Otherwise, if Liu Heng got something in her mouth, wouldn't that be disgusting? She threw off the covers and walked naked in the bathroom. What is this? As soon as she entered the bathroom, she saw the medicine she had bought discarded on the floor of the bathtub, and her face lit up. She reached out to pick it up, want to take it. "Young mistress, please do not take it." Suddenly, a mechanical and cold voice echoed in the bathroom, warning her against taking the medicine. "Steward, don't meddle in my affairs. What I do is none of your business." Hearing the mechanical voice, she recognized it as the voice of the castle's smart steward and disdainfully replied, "Do you dare to take one and try it? You try taking one." A chilling voice came from behind her, causing Li Bingru to shiver and nearly drop the pregnancy medicine. She turned around, hiding her hand behind her back, and gave Liu Heng a silly smile. "I haven't taken any, have I?" She stood there naked, extending one hand and waving it while smiling. "If I hadn't come, you would have probably already swallowed that medicine. Do you want me to tell you about its side effects? You can only take it 3 times a year, and you already took it once a few days ago. Do you really not want a child?" Liu Heng walked over without even glancing at her stunning figure, snatched the medicine from her hand, and said, "After you finish your bath, come down and eat. You're going with me to the press conference today." He spoke to the naked woman with an unquestionable tone. Without looking back, he walked out of the bathroom, leaving Li Bingru speechless. "Let be. It's no big deal. I hope it's a girl, and when the time comes, let her inherit your business," she angrily said to the bathroom door before turning on the shower to wash, focusing particularly on her lower body, as if she could wash away the remnants of the previous night. However, she didn't realize that after a night had passed, it wouldn't be so easy to wash away. Soon, she walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a towel, with no intention of changing clothes, and directly opened the bedroom door to leave. In the dining room, Liu Heng sat at the table, with a plate of egg fried rice that had just been reheated in the microwave waiting for his wife's arrival. When he saw his wife, wrapped in a towel with droplets of water in her hair, approaching, he stood up politely, walked around the dining table, and pulled out a chair for her with a faint smile on his face. "Honey, why are you being so nice to me today?" Li Bingru was a bit puzzled, looking at her husband with confusion, as his behavior was unusually strange today. Did he agree to accept Su Wanjing? But that wouldn't make sense. He clearly said last night that he wouldn't marry Su Wanjing. Had he changed his mind? "From today on, you will properly be my young mistress and not cause any trouble, okay?" After seating her in the chair, he leaned down, resting his chin on her bare shoulder, and spoke kindly to the little woman in front of him. Huh. She turned her head, and their lips accidentally met in a close encounter. Just as she was about to resist, he held her head with his large hand, leaving her unable to move an inch. The young master is feeding the dog food again. I'm so sad. I want a kiss too. The maid serving them behind saw the young master and young mistress being affectionate and began to whisper to each other. I want to raise you plump and then have you give me a little air. Seeing his wife's face turning bright red, Liu Heng had to reluctantly release her head, inhaling her unique scent and smiling as he said, Plump? That I say pig, okay? In your eyes, am I just a breeding tool? Li Bingru's face turned pale upon hearing her husband's words, and she angrily retorted, questioning whether she was just a breeding tool. You are definitely not a breeding tool. You are my wife. Having a child is a necessary step to keep you forever by my side. Without any hesitation, he directly gave his answer, pinching her flawless face as he walked back to his seat around the dining table. From now on, you should drink a bowl of black fish soup with every meal. It will be more nutritious. If it doesn't have to be every night, that would be really good. Li Bingru nodded her little head, then threw out the idea of doing it every night, hoping Liu Heng would let her off the hook and not make her do it every day. Well, then I won't treat you well. Upon hearing this, Liu Heng's expression instantly changed. He quickly finished the food on his plate and went out for a walk. It was only 6 o'clock now, and the press conference started at 10:30, so taking a walk would help with digestion. Li Bingru saw his back disappearing and stomped her foot in anger, struggling with the fried rice she had just eaten. Young madam, this is the black fish soup young master prepared for you. Just after finishing the fried rice and feeling a bit stuffed, Li Bingru almost spat blood at Feng Wan's words. After finally managing to finish a plate of food, now she had to drink the big bowl of soup. It felt like they were trying to kill her. I won't drink it, although she could eat as much as she wanted without affecting her figure. Thinking about having to hold a big belly later and getting laughed at by Liu Heng made her refuse. So, she immediately put on her young lady's temper and looked at the black fish soup with disdain. Young madam, please drink the soup. At that moment, a female warrior approached with a blank expression. The gun in her hand had mysteriously disappeared, and her small hand rested on Li Bingru's shoulder, commanding her in a cold, unquestionable tone. Damn it, a tiger falls in the plains and is bullied by dogs. This was the first time Li Bingru had ever cursed. Glaring angrily at the female warrior, she picked up the black fish soup on the table and gulped it down. If her powers hadn't been sealed, the female warrior behind her wouldn't dare speak to her like that. She was sure she could take her down in one blow. Now, she had no choice but to obediently comply. At the Eastern Villa, Liu Heng sat across from a muscular man, both of them silent, staring at each other like they were in a standoff. Qinglong, from now on you and Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu will protect the young madam's safety. As for the security facilities of this manor, someone will take over. He took a sip of tea and said to the muscular man in front of him, Young master, is she the woman you brought back from the capital? Qinglong finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been on his mind. What woman? That's my wife, okay? I believe you know my situation. She is the one and only choice, no alternatives. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes, directly revealing that he was already married. As for the last sentence, he didn't need to elaborate. Qinglong should know what it meant. Then what about Zhuke? Qinglong's heart surged with waves of shock, not expecting that woman was actually the one Liu Heng had been searching for. But thinking of his own sister, he asked, My sister's looks and figure are no worse than that woman's. Why doesn't he, the young master, choose Zhuke to be his surrogate? Zhuke! Thinking of the silly girl who had always been infatuated with him, Liu Heng felt an unbearable headache, not knowing how to respond to Qinglong. In the end, Liu Heng could only spit out 5 words. Let it happen naturally. At 10 o'clock, come with me to the press conference. Your task is to protect the young madam. Her powers are sealed by me, and I should leave now. After finishing his words, he felt as if he was facing a flood or a beast, and directly got up to leave the Eastern Villa. Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu had followed him since he just started. And it was only 2 years ago when he broke through to a fifth-order mutant that he left them to guard the manor. So, they knew many things, except for the matter of the underground city, which he had never told them. Boss! Suddenly, a soft voice filled with grievance rang out behind him, causing Liu Heng to pause his steps just as he was about to leave the villa. It seemed he hadn't heard the title boss in a long time, probably about 5 years. As he turned around, he felt a soft body rush into his arms, a faint fragrance wafting into his nose. KK. He lowered his head, stroked the girl's head in his arms, forced a smile, and called out, "Boss, I like you. Why didn't you even look at me? Today." Zhuke was dressed in a red dress, looking like a bride, with a light makeup that made her beautiful enough to be compared to the beauty of falling fish and the moon. Her eyes were full of tears, her little head pressed against Liu Heng's chest, her face showing a look of grievance as she voiced the doubts she had harbored for the past 5 years. "You know my situation. I just don't want you to wait in vain." He reached out and grabbed Zhu Qiue's fragrant shoulder, forcibly pushing her away from his embrace. Staring into her eyes and speaking frankly, "I know, but I—" Zhuke shook her head, ready to speak, but was interrupted by Liu Heng waving his hand, saying, "Dr. Williams said that without a miracle happening, this thing of mine won't be interested in women. But haven't you already been with Sister Bingru? It should have worked." Zhuke seized on the key point in Liu Heng's words and countered, "Having been with a woman, how could you say that thing doesn't work? You were just trying to trick me. Oh, so you're the one who eavesdrops on me every night." Upon hearing this, Liu Heng's face showed a look of relief. He thought the one eavesdropping was a maid, but it turned out to be the little woman in front of him. Instantly, Zhu Qiue's small face turned as red as a ripe apple, making one feel the urge to take a bite. This made Liu Heng 100% sure that the one eavesdropping was this fourth-order mutant Zhuke. He had just been teasing Zhuke, but her reaction was unexpected. You're talking nonsense. I didn't eavesdrop." Zhu Qiue's voice was so low it was almost inaudible, speaking in a stammering manner. After her words, Baihu and Xuanwu, who had just arrived at the Eastern Villa, along with Qing Long in the living room, all felt embarrassed and covered their faces with their hands. This was their sister. Why did she have to do such things? They really wanted to shout to the heavens, "We don't know her." It was really too embarrassing for them. This doesn't mean my condition is better. Seeing Zhuke's blushing face, lacking the demeanor of a fourth-order powerhouse, Liu Heng was at a loss for words. "Just because we had that doesn't mean it's okay. Otherwise, shall we try it out and see if it works?" Li Bingru stepped forward and forcefully pulled her husband's hand away from Zhuke's shoulder, like a protective hen guarding her chick, placing him behind her. You shameless. How can you say such filthy things? Where is your demeanor as a refined lady?" Zhuke, being scolded like this, completely exploded, pointing at her nose and roaring defiantly. She never expected that the top socialite in the capital would be so shameless as to utter such disgraceful words, truly a disgrace to her family. "Hey, you're trying to steal my husband, and you don't allow me to fight back?" At this moment, Li Bingru didn't care whether she had the ability to confront the fourth-tier powerhouse in front of her. She directly retorted. Her husband didn't agree to take in her best friend, and now Zhuke wanted to flirt with him. There was no way that would be allowed. You? What do you mean by you? This is my husband, not yours. If you want to flirt, why not go find Qing Long or Baihu? Can't they satisfy you? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, trying to seduce my husband? You might as well go back and develop yourself further. Li Bingru had completely transformed into a devoted wife, keeping a wary eye on the woman before her, voicing all the unpleasant thoughts in her heart. Meanwhile, Qing Long, Baihu, and Xuanwu's expressions darkened. They were caught in an unexpected disaster, wondering why they were dragged into this. Behind them, Liu Heng had a blank expression, but inside, he was overjoyed. He never expected his wife still liked him. Otherwise, she wouldn't show such fierce combativeness. "I develop? Look at my chest, where is it small?" Zhuke, hearing Li Bingru's words, felt utterly infuriated, puffing up her chest and refusing to back down, directly retorting, maybe someone's chest is made of silicone." Last time, Li Bingru knew Zhuke's chest was the real deal, but to completely suppress her, she even mentioned silicone. "You're talking nonsense. Mine is the real deal. If I can't handle you, then yours must be padded." Hearing the young lady in front of her slander her again, Zhuke lost her composure, directly saying in front of Liu Heng that it was padded. "Come on, tell me, is my chest fake?" Seeing Zhuke's angry and embarrassed expression, Li Bingru found it amusing and directly pulled the man behind her, asking. Liu Heng, who was pulled out, had a bitter expression, never expecting the flames of war would reach him. Cough, Zhu. My wife's chest is the real deal. He coughed lightly, confirming that his wife's chest had not been injected with silicone. Soon, Liu Heng intervened to mediate the conflict between the two women, but he still couldn't avoid their glaring at each other. Inside the castle, Zhu and Li Bingru sat in the living room, glaring at each other, while Liu Heng had long been forgotten by them. I say, can you two calm down a bit? Liu Heng frowned in displeasure, feeling helpless as he asked. This awkward atmosphere had lasted for half an hour, and if it didn't calm down, this living room would soon become a den of ice and fire. No. The two women turned their heads, expressionless, and shouted in unison at Liu Heng, continuing their silent standoff. Fine, you two continue. I'm going to the company. If I can't handle you, I can avoid you. Seeing this scene, he felt a bit of laughter bubbling up, but forcibly suppressed it, turning to walk outside the castle. It was better to retreat than offend either of these two women. Hubby, didn't you say you would take me to the press conference? Wait for me. Observing her husband from the corner of her eye, Li Bingru saw Liu Heng leaving and, no longer confronting Zhu, quickly stood up and ran towards him, wrapping her arms around his. At that moment, she was no longer the fierce woman who argued with Zhu Quebec boss. I want to go with you too. Seeing Li Bingru throw her a challenging glance, Zhu, the fiery girl, couldn't hold back anymore. She quickly stood up, transformed into a colorful rainbow, and instantly appeared on Liu Heng's other side, also hugging his arm. Feeling the softness on his arm, Liu Heng shamelessly became aroused, internally giving Zhu 120 praises. Without her meddling, Li Bingru probably wouldn't act like this. But seeing what both women were wearing, his expression darkened. What are you two wearing? Showing off your chests and butts. Change immediately. He was going to a press conference, not a meat market. With his wife dressed like this, Liu Zheng and Grandpa would surely be displeased. As for Zhu, being a fourth-tier powerhouse, dressing like this wouldn't she become a laughingstock for Nick Fury, their old enemy? I'll change right away. At this moment, the two finally realized what they were wearing, dresses that were clearly evening gowns and without bras. Hubby, wait for me. Li Bingru kissed Liu Heng and spun around like a gust of wind, quickly running upstairs to change into a white suit. Boss, you mustn't leave me behind to go to the company with that cheap woman. Zhu feigned a pitiful look, not caring that Li Bingru was a young lady, directly calling her a cheap woman, and transformed into a colorful rainbow, rushing towards her southern villa. Now, the young lady was her rival, and she had to stand firm against her. Sigh, these two women are truly unbeatable. Liu Heng was completely speechless at the two of them. They were natural rivals. No wonder the saying fire and ice cannot coexist resonated so widely. Seemed like the ancestors were not wrong. By the way, just now, when Zhu hugged me, I had a bit of a reaction down there. Could it be that my condition has improved? Suddenly, he recalled that he had a slight reaction when Zhu hugged him, making him wonder if he had already recovered. After the press conference, he must find William to understand the situation and see if he could get close to other women. He felt a bit reluctant to keep torturing his wife every day. Sitting in the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Liu Heng glanced at the two women beside him, feeling utterly speechless. Just look at the expressions on their faces. They were so discordant. The look in their eyes showed that they wouldn't rest until they had defeated each other. I say you two, enough already. When we get to the press conference, if you cause any trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Liu Heng glared at the two women with a blank expression, his tone so chilling it sent shivers down their spines. I'll rest my eyes for a bit. Don't get any funny ideas while I'm at it. He cast a glance at the two, closed his eyes, and opted for out of sight, out of mind. Seeing this, the two women exchanged glances, both proudly turning their heads to look at the rapidly retreating trees outside the window. Washington S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Director, Tony has gone to the country. Natasha stood in front of her desk, handing a document to her superior, Nick Fury. Tony Stark's father was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Not to mention, he was the richest man in the country. It was obviously impossible for S.H.I.L.D. not to closely monitor his every move. As for why there wasn't much action from S.H.I.E.L.D. regarding the incident of being captured in Afghanistan, it's because Nick Fury wanted to temper Tony's character. Well, his character hasn't slipped out of control. It has been somewhat smoothed over. Never mind him. His purpose is simple: to extract the shrapnel from his body and see if the tyrant will help him. Nick Fury sneered disdainfully, his eyes filled with mockery towards Tony, knowing that even the most developed countries couldn't extract the shrapnel from his heart. In a country like that, is it possible? It seems this guy knows about Tony being infused with palladium. So why did he only tell him the solution in Iron Man 2? There are probably many hidden secrets behind this. Bang! At this moment, the office door was violently broken open, and Coulson rushed in, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, looking thoroughly exhausted. "Coulson, what about your image? Can't you stop barging in like that every time?" Both of them were startled by the sound of the door, and after seeing who had come in, Nick Fury frowned in displeasure and said in a deep voice, "He was just too annoying, always barging in violently." It had only been a short time since the door was replaced, and it probably wouldn't be long before it had to be declared scrapped. Meanwhile, Natasha looked at Coulson with a smile, her curious gaze sweeping over him, as a bold guess emerged in her mind. Could he be having an affair with Nick Fury? Why does Nick Fury never get angry when he barges in like that? Could the two be? "Director, there's a big problem. Ms. Potts has been kidnapped." Coulson didn't even glance at Natasha beside him and quickly reported the information he had obtained. On the surface, Potts was Tony's secretary, but secretly they all knew she was Tony's girlfriend. Now that she had been kidnapped, wasn't that a huge issue? "What did you say? Potts has been kidnapped? Who did it?" Upon hearing this, Nick Fury's calm face couldn't help but change color. Potts was equivalent to Tony's lifeline. If she had been taken, wouldn't that be a catastrophe? This might even be more serious than a catastrophe. "Director, according to the investigation, 90 of the suspects are those mercenaries from Afghanistan. New York, a certain secret room." Obadiah stood trembling in front of a figure in black, looking extremely nervous, unsure of what he had done wrong. Obadiah, your performance is becoming increasingly unsatisfactory. Do you know that? If it weren't for my secret help, you would have probably fallen in S.H.I.E.L.D. hands by now." The dark, eerie secret room echoed with a voice that was neither male nor female, filled with strong, murderous intent, causing the trembling Obadiah to shiver. "You don't need to explain. Where's the thing I want?" The mysterious figure seemed to know that Obadiah wanted to explain and waved a hand to interrupt him, directly asking for what they wanted. "Sir, here are the designs for the arc reactor and Mark II that you wanted. Please take a look." Upon hearing that the mysterious figure was willing to let him off the hook, Obadiah couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly presented the arc reactor and plans to him, respectfully saying, "When you go home, you'll see your wife and daughter. Tomorrow someone will come to pick them up. If you don't want to die, don't interfere, or no one will be able to save you." The mysterious figure waved a hand, and the arc reactor and plans held in Obadiah's palms flew into her hands. As she said fiercely, "Sir, I want to ask you something." Suddenly, Obadiah bowed and saluted, quickly stopping the mysterious figure who was about to leave, seeking her permission. "Oh, what is it?" Upon hearing this, the mysterious figure paused, turned, and looked at Obadiah curiously, unable to understand what he wanted to ask. This was the first time since he had been taken under her wing that she had heard him ask her a question, so she stopped to ask, "What is this S.H.I.E.L.D. you mentioned?" Having been so cautious, he had almost been discovered by the S.H.I.E.L.D. that the mysterious figure spoke of. Just how powerful must this organization be? Could it be more terrifying than the Brotherhood? The full name of S.H.I.E.L.D. is the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. It is a world-dominating force aimed at monitoring global dynamics. Although it doesn't have many experts, its informants are spread across the globe. Any minor detail in the world cannot escape their grasp, of course, with a few exceptions, namely the 10 Rings, Hydra, and others. The mysterious figure showed no impatience, but patiently explained the strength of these organizations to Obadiah. "Sir, isn't the 10 Rings a commercial empire?" After receiving the answer about S.H.I.E.L.D., Obadiah's pupils involuntarily shrank. It turns out he had always been under surveillance. Then, recalling that the 10 Rings was indeed a legitimate business company, how could it be ranked among the world-dominating forces? What you see is only the surface. The 10 Rings is not as simple as it appears. It's a genuine giant. Even if S.H.I.E.L.D. were to confront them, they would probably not fare well. So in the future, keep your eyes open. If you provoke this terrifying existence, I fear I won't be able to solve it either. Oh, and there's one more thing I need to tell you. Howard Stark is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. After the mysterious figure spoke, she vanished without a trace, leaving Obadiah in a daze. He was truly shocked. The little lamb he had viewed in the 10 Rings had suddenly turned into a fierce tiger in the mouth of the mysterious figure. And the fact that there were so many world-dominating forces hidden in the world was astonishing. Hearing that Howard was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., his eyes burned with anger. He had such a good relationship with him, yet he didn't even know about the existence of S.H.I.E.L.D. It seemed he had never truly trusted him. In that case, he couldn't blame him. Chapter 63. Press Conference 1 at the 10 Rings Tower. Reporters holding long guns and short cannons showed anxious expressions, praying for Liu Heng to appear quickly. They were practically being roasted by the scorching sun. Although it was morning, it didn't stop the heat of the sun. Each reporter's eyes were filled with anger and hatred. If it weren't for the fear of provoking the giant 10 Rings, they would have already wanted to beat someone up. Those burly men were truly infuriating. Not only did they block them outside, but they also made them stand under the hot sun. Was there no justice in this? Mr. Liu's car has arrived, someone in the crowd shouted, and all the reporters turned their heads, their faces filled with excitement, cheering in their hearts that he had finally come. In the distance, a flashy convoy slowly approached, a sight that made everyone envious. Just as the reporters were about to rush forward, over 100 security guards rushed out of the 10 Rings Tower, forming a human wall to block the reporters. Soon, under the guidance of the security guards, the cars smoothly entered the 10 Rings Tower, leaving the reporters once again blocked outside. After getting out of the car, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhu and Xuanwu stood on either side of Liu Heng and Li Bingru, dutifully acting as bodyguards. At this moment, Zhu was filled with anger. She was actually assigned to be the bodyguard for that nasty woman, which was simply an insult to her. But thinking about it being Liu Heng's order, she had no choice but to suppress her rage. Madam Xiao, who was waiting, saw that her boss had arrived and quickly walked over with Su Wanjing, respectfully calling out. Throughout, Su Wanjing's gaze remained on Li Bingru, and her urgency was evident to everyone. When she caught Su Wanjing's questioning look, she helplessly shook her head, lamenting that her husband was just too much. He simply refused to accept her. Sigh. Seeing her good friend shake her head, Su Wanjing sighed inwardly, her small face showing a look of disappointment. Lead the reporters to the conference room. Liu Heng gently nodded and instructed the secretary, who was as beautiful as the campus flower. As for why the stunning Su Wanjing didn't apply for the secretary position, he was at a loss. I see. Xiao nodded and turned to sway her waist to greet the reporters. After having neglected them for so long, she felt it necessary to pay them some attention. Otherwise, if word got out, would Zhutian Group still have any face left? In the elevator, Liu Heng, Li Bingru, and Su Wanjing shared the same ride. The atmosphere in the elevator was extremely awkward, with each person able to hear the other's heartbeat and breathing. Ahem, Wanjing, come here for a moment, Liu Heng said softly, glancing at Su Wanjing, who was standing beside his wife. He wanted to see if he was ready down there. Go ahead. Li Bingru sensed her friend trembling and gave her a gentle push, her eyes filled with a smile. If Liu Heng agreed to take care of Su Wanjing, then she wouldn't have to suffer every day. As for that scheming Zhu, she could continue being her bodyguard. Su Wanjing softly exclaimed as she felt herself being pulled forcefully, tumbling uncontrollably into Liu Heng's arms. When she realized she was in Liu Heng's embrace, her small face was filled with excitement and shyness, tightly resting her little head against his neck. Feeling the softness against his chest and that delicate body, Liu Heng realized he was indeed reacting, his eyes filled with excitement and satisfaction. He finally didn't have to hang on to Li Bingru like a tree anymore. He wanted to be like Tony Stark, a playboy, sleeping with the most beautiful socialites and actresses in the country. It seemed like his wife was the most beautiful socialite in the country. And as for the most beautiful actress, it seemed to be the Ice Queen who emerged from his company last year. Ha, wife. I finally don't have to hang on to you like a tree anymore. He pushed the beauty in his arms away, his voice audaciously echoing in the elevator, completely forgetting that Li Bingru was right there. Liu Heng, what are you saying? Li Bingru's face darkened frighteningly, the fury in her eyes seeming capable of turning him to ashes, her tone icy to the bone. This disgusting man actually said she was a tree? Was a tree more beautiful than her? Ahem, slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Seeing his wife's murderous glare, Liu Heng quickly explained a couple of times, then sulkily shut his mouth. "Hi, sister, what's going on?" Su Wanqing, was confused by the vague conversation between the two and asked in bewilderment. "What do you mean by not hanging on to Ice Sister like a tree? Someone is half a eunuch." Li Bingruo shot a glance at her husband's lower body, sarcastically explaining to Su Wanjing. "Half a eunuch? How could Liu Heng be that way?" Su Wanjing widened her eyes in disbelief, her cherry lips forming an A shape as she looked at the already dark-faced Lu Dong. "Who knows? He probably has been fooling around with women outside too much, making it unable to function properly." She continued to attack Lu Dong, who was already black-faced, without holding back. And what was Lu Dong feeling? He had a million alpacas running through his mind. When did he ever fool around outside? Wasn't the first time given to her? But thinking of the embarrassment when he gave it up for the first time, he forcibly suppressed his anger. His first time was also Li Bingruo's first time. That time, he didn't consider her feelings and took her by force, which was why he treated her so well. Then why did Liu Heng marry you? Su Wanjing was even more puzzled. If it couldn't function properly, why did Grandpa Li still want to marry her to Liu Heng? He can still function with my body. Why do you think he married me? Li Bingruo scoffed, her tone full of sarcasm as she pointedly mocked her husband. "Ah, so Liu Heng is actually that kind of person. I don't want to be your life assistant anymore." Upon hearing Liu Heng's dubious deeds, Su Wanjing's eyes showed a look of terror, like a nimble raccoon, quickly shifting behind her, trembling as she spoke. "Liu Heng, when did I ever fool around outside?" Seeing the girl who had fallen into his embrace, trying to escape, Liu Heng's face darkened completely, looking displeased at his wife. Yesterday, she asked him to take in Su Wanjing, and today she was telling her these things. Was she trying to make things difficult for him? And when did he ever fool around outside? "Haha, dear husband, this is definitely a misunderstanding. When did I say you were fooling around outside?" When Liu Heng asked, Li Bingruo was completely taken aback, but she quickly denied having said that. "Wow, so I, sister, you were lying to me. Liu Heng, I want to be your little wife." Hearing her good friend's nonsensical words, Su Wanjing immediately realized she was pulling a prank on Liu Heng. Quickly shifting from pitiful to a proud girl, wrapping her arms around Liu Heng's and acting cute. 2,000 words suggesting a harem, and it was blocked again. Chapter 64. Press Conference 2. In the office, Liu Heng was checking the appointment schedule handed to him by the secretary, nodding in satisfaction that there were no bizarre appointments. As for the scene in the elevator, it was just a minor episode. When his gaze landed on the last person, his expression became very strange. Wasn't this Tony? There was no need to guess his reason for coming. It was definitely for the shrapnel in his heart. Otherwise, would he so easily step onto the national soil? The time was already 10:25, and the press conference would officially start in 5 minutes. "What do you think?" At this moment, the secretary Yaya, standing in front of the desk, looked at her watch and handed her tablet to her boss. "Got it. You go arrange things and check again." Liu Heng took the tablet, glanced at the time, smiled and nodded, waving her off to check once more. After Qiao Yao left, he stood up, adjusted his clothes, and walked to the nearby desk, grabbing his wife and heading out of the office. In the conference room, it had been temporarily transformed into a press conference venue by Secretary Qiao Yao. One by one, the reporters kept glancing at their watches every few seconds, all hoping time would pass faster. This press conference was a world-class scoop. How could they not be excited? Some television stations were truly impressive, broadcasting live without hesitation, including the National and even Tencent from Zhutian Group. Online. "Please call me boss, damn. Why haven't they arrived yet?" "Big tycoon, I see. Old Liu must be busy making babies with his wife. He has no time to come." "Ancient dirty master, the big-chested brother upstairs. How can you be dirtier than me?" "Feng Dao. Old Liu arrived at the Zhutian building long ago. It's just that it wasn't 10:30 yet. Such a world-class giant pays great attention to time, so let's just wait patiently." "Chinyu Luo Yin. I really want to see how many dark secrets are hidden behind the other side of this world." "How ye?" Poor group of reporters. Just look at their anxious faces. If someone who didn't know them saw this, they might think their parents just died. Bot Dao Nu Zong Kai. Can How Ye not speak about the reporters like that? After all, they are people of some standing. LV Mao Wang. Standing? They're just a bunch of idle people who have nothing to do but chase after celebrity gossip or some cheating scandals. Not worthy of sympathy. Meng Meng de Xiao Luo Li. Uncle LV Mao Wang upstairs. Are you sure you won't be given a Helumber by the reporters? Helumber 1, Helumber 2, Helumber 10086. In Magic City, at a certain villa, the popular young star Shin Ming Han sat at his computer desk, his face ashen as he watched the live video stream. He was the guy who, 3 months ago, was furious about not making the Weibo headlines. Just when he was about to cause some trouble in the live video, he was collectively attacked instead. How could he not be angry? And his online name was precisely LV Mao Wang. In the conference room, while the reporters were growing impatient, Liu Heng and Li Bingru walked in arm. The moment the reporters saw the two enter, the room erupted in excitement. Everyone wanted to rush forward to ask questions, but unfortunately, they were blocked by the tall and strong bodyguards. Stepping up to the podium, Liu Heng's authoritative gaze swept over the group of reporters, causing the noisy crowd to quiet down. Hello everyone, I'm Liu Heng. I believe you all know me, so I want to introduce myself. Liu Heng humorously introduced himself, which drew laughter from the reporters below. You are the richest man in the world. Your company has smoothly ascended to greatness. Who would know you? Even the kids in Africa probably know you. Ahem, now that I've introduced myself, let me introduce the lady beside me. Before Liu Heng could finish his sentence, a reporter from a television station interrupted. Director Liu, you don't need to introduce her. We all know this lady. She is the Ice Queen. As soon as the reporter finished speaking, both domestic and foreign reporters below wore friendly smiles. The title of Ice Queen had dominated the Weibo headlines. If they didn't know, how could they call themselves reporters? Liu Heng's expression darkened, clearly displeased as he looked at the reporter who interrupted him. Picking up the microphone in front of him, he pointed at the reporter who had just spoken, his tone icy. Who gave you the courage to interrupt me? Do you really think you're some kind of king without a crown? Liu Heng's sudden outburst immediately calmed the previously excited reporter, who now looked at Liu Heng with a hint of fear. He finally understood where his unease was coming from. He had just interrupted the words of the richest man on stage. How could he recover from this? The other reporters quickly closed their mouths, watching the guy who had just tried to steal the limelight with amusement. No wonder he was a newcomer. He didn't know how to read the room. Now that he had offended Director Liu, that newspaper or TV station might be in trouble. That TV station is not allowed to appear at any of my Zhutian events in the future. How uncouth coming from a small place. Liu Heng instructed his standing secretary Qiao Yao, pointing at the reporter who had just spoken. That guy was utterly detestable. I was clearly introducing my wife, and he had the audacity to drag the Ice Queen into this. Was he looking for trouble? With that said, the reporters below showed expressions of glee, as if to say, serves you right for interrupting. The young reporter who had interrupted, however, looked ashen, and just as he was about to retort, he was covered by a bodyguard's hand and dragged out of the conference room. All right, now it's quiet. I don't wish for any more interruptions. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind asking you all to leave. First of all, let me introduce this lady beside me. Her name is Li Bingru. She is from the capital, and she is my wife. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue seemed to have been poured with hot oil, immediately boiling over. And the same went for the internet. My God, this beauty is so stunning. She's actually Director Liu's wife. I feel like my life is dimming. I'm your dad. Here are 2 words for you upstairs, haha. Just look at you. With such a beautiful woman, you probably couldn't marry someone so noble and elegant even if you worked for 10 lifetimes. Undercover. Damn. So the Ice Queen is old Liu's wife? I'm not playing games produced by old Liu anymore. The king arrives. You upstairs are a fool. Identification complete. Do you think old Liu cares about you playing his games? You're simply an idiot. Princess Ming Ming Da. Have you all noticed? Director Liu's wife seems to be barefaced. Oh my God. This is really barefaced. Old driver. Director Liu's life of happiness is really luxurious. His wife is truly top-notch, perfectly curvy. Student card. Don't just look at her figure. Look at her frost-like face. Do you think old Liu will be happy? It was clear that the netizens were focused on Li Bingru, specifically her figure and skills in bed. 2,000 words. Chapter 64, Press Conference 3. After Liu Heng finished his introduction, he pulled his wife to sit down. unlike some company bosses who felt the need to go on and on before allowing questions. His actions made the reporters secretly applaud him, all thinking to themselves, it would be great if they could encounter such press conferences in the future. Director Liu, may I ask what the other side of the world is like? As Liu Heng signaled, a CCTV reporter stood up immediately, eager to ask. The other reporters saw that the CCTV reporter had asked a question and quickly quieted down. If they were to chatter during Liu Heng's response and missed what he said, wouldn't they be digging their own graves? Based on their understanding of such world-class wealthy individuals, questions would only be asked once. If they didn't hear it clearly and ask the same question again, they would be lucky if they weren't kicked out. Just like what you saw yesterday. Liu Heng smiled faintly, gesturing for the CCTV reporter to sit down, and simply said that one sentence. These reporters were elites from various TV stations. How could they not understand the meaning behind those words? Liu, we meet again. My question is, will the powerful monsters that appeared in your country show up around the world? After Liu Heng answered the CCTV reporter's question, a blonde beauty who had previously interviewed him at the capital airport, Angela Michelle, stood up gracefully to greet him and threw out her question. Yes, this time. Liu Heng only uttered one word, which made Angela grit her teeth, but knowing that everyone only had one chance, she helplessly sat back down. Hello, Mr. Liu. I'm Lawrence, a reporter from the country. May I ask which countries will be the most severely affected regions in the future? The reporter from the country, seeing that Liu Heng had finished answering Angela's question, hurriedly asked, fearing someone else would get ahead. This question was asked at the behest of the highest leader. According to rumors, it was a mandatory question instructed by the senior official. Country, and country. Liu Heng revealed everything he knew. As long as he could create some trouble for the countries, why not? As for the country matters, he had already discussed them with several big shots above and believed that at this very moment, the military had already entered the city to suppress those ordinary organizations with impure motives, such as pyramid schemes, drug dealers, and small social organizations that don't stand out. In the eyes of ordinary people, those drug lords, pyramid schemers, and gang leaders are incredibly powerful. And the most powerful gangs like the Hongmen and the Mafia are the true underground emperors of the world. However, in the eyes of giants like the Universal Group, S.H.I.E.L.D, the Brotherhood, and Hydra, they're just pitiful insects, easily crushed. The nature of the military is similar to that of large forces like the Universal Group, only it is not as powerful. Suppressing small disturbances is not a difficult task at all. Lu Jun, please ask. The country's reporter quickly stood up, wanting to ask a question, but was interrupted by Liu Heng waving his hand before he could finish. Jun, you can call me by my name directly. But please don't use your country's titles to insult me. This is not your country. This is my Xinzhou land. Next, Liu Heng was practically about to explode with anger. How dare you use your country's way of addressing me in my Xinzhou land? Who gave you the audacity? A tiny country still dares to be so arrogant in the Celestial Empire. It's a typical case of asking for a slap in the face. You. I'm going to sue you for personal attack. The short man who stood up turned red with anger upon hearing the words of the man in front of him. His gaze towards Liu Heng was filled with intense, murderous intent. Today, he had completely lost face. There's a future. There's a future. Come on, let us hurt each other. Secretary Qiao, file a lawsuit with the International Court of Justice for me. I want to sue this bastard for insulting my identity, as well as the TV station behind him. Hearing that the short man wanted to sue him, Liu Heng suddenly stood up, excitedly clapped his hands, and instructed Xiao Yao. Since that idiot wants to play, he might as well play along. Understood. Xiao Yao respectfully stood up and left the conference room, apparently to write the lawsuit report. You're shameless. The short man, hearing Liu Heng's conversation with his secretary, finally spat out the words, "You're shameless," after stuttering for a long time and directly fainted from anger. The reporters, however, looked at the fainted short man with mockery and had no intention of helping him. They all silently mourned for the short man and the TV station behind him. They clearly knew this was the territory of the Demon City and the Tyrant, yet they dared to call Lu Jun. They really didn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Getting involved with this giant was bound to result in some serious consequences. Am I shameless? Since that's the case, then I'll be even more shameless. Starting today, No goods from your country are allowed in the Demon City. Families with country cars should smash their cars immediately, and I will reimburse you. Liu Heng slammed the table and announced with overwhelming authority that no product from the country could appear in the Demon City. The Universal Group S branch immediately withdrew from the country, and as for those that had not evacuated, let us just consider them as food for the dogs. At this moment, Li Bingrua, who had not spoken, directly announced the order for the withdrawal of the Universal Group S branch from the country, causing all the reporters present to look at Liu Heng. After all, he was the one in power and control of the Universal Group. What my wife says is what I say. Online, it had completely exploded. How ye? Damn, Liu Yi, you're my boss from now on. So domineering. Phoned out good. Really gaining face, as expected of my Liu Yi, truly unmatched. Ancient dirty master. Liu Yi finally brought back the lost face of our celestial empire. I really love you. That line about feeding the dogs is truly unmatched. Please call me dad. Liu Yi, from now on, you're my dad. That is so domineering, smashing the cars. I'll reimburse you. Overbearing female CEO. Goddess Bingrua is so domineering, withdrawing the Universal Group S branch. Isn't that awesome? Cute little lowly. I like Liu Yi the most, and I also love that line. What my wife says is what I say. Violent sister. Hubby is truly a warm man and a good man who loves his wife. Thumbs up for you. Jackie Chan. Liu Yi is domineering. We can't compare. Old schemer. Liu Yi is domineering. We can't compare. Louis Fei. Boss is domineering. We can't compare. Yang Mi. Boss is domineering. We can't compare. Liu Xiling. Domineering. We can't compare. Behind it, a string of golden star fonts filled the screen, leaving the citizens of the country stunned. This Liu Da actually has such terrifying charisma. The entire entertainment industry, whether famous or not, is coming to flood the screen. This is probably unprecedented. Countless netizens use translation software to translate Liu Heng and Li Bingrua's words, and their expressions changed dramatically. The big shots of the Onpei family became even more resentful of that short man. The Universal Group controls 1/3 of the economy of the country, and if they withdraw their investments now, it would surely deal a heavy blow. Chapter 65, Press Conference for Country Prime Minister's Office. Onpei was furious upon hearing the report from his secretary. Damn it, the Universal Group controls 1/3 of our country's economic lifeline, and now they have offended someone. Wouldn't that hurt the country badly? Moreover, most of the goods from the country are sold in the Demon City, and now they're being collectively blocked. It won't be long before the behind-the-scenes families of those industries come find him. Damn it, this guy is deliberately causing me trouble. Come here. Investigate the company behind that reporter. I want to completely block them. How dare they cause us such a huge mess? They truly deserve to die. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and Onpei directly slammed the table, loudly instructing the secretary waiting outside. That short man was truly too despicable. Did he really think his country was a match for the Celestial Empire? Now, as long as the Celestial Empire dares to take action against them, even if the country cannot help them, the Celestial Empire at least has 2 fifth-tier powerhouses, and the country wouldn't dare to touch their sharp edges. The terror of the 5th tier, unless nuclear weapons are used against them, otherwise it would be useless. Prime Minister, the heads of the 5 major families have arrived. The secretary had just gone out for a couple of minutes when he ran back in a whisper in Onpei's ear. Damn it, whatever I think comes true. Go invite them to the conference room. Country, the country monkey has finally been sanctioned. Damn it, this is truly gratifying. When they came to our territory, they call me Mr. Smith. It was truly disgusting. That Liu is so domineering, actually blocking the trade of the country in the Demon City. I just want to ask who else? I like Liu's line the most. I'll reimburse you. It's simply too cool. Isn't it? That Eastern beauty is the real domineering one, directly withdrawing the Universal Group from the country. I just want to ask if there is anyone else like this. At this moment, I want to know how much psychological shadow the Prime Minister of the country has. What my wife says is what I say. Who likes this line? Let us get it trending. What my wife says is what I say. What my wife says is what I say. What my wife says is what I say. 911. At this moment, whether it's the Asian region or the countries and netizens in Europe and America, everyone is completely stirred up. Liu Heng's actions have truly delighted people. The S.H.I.E.L.D D. Suffered on someone else's territory, calling people by their country's name. This is completely a slap in the face. Do you really think Liu Heng is just another wealthy person from the country, whom you can casually call Liu Jun? Nick Fury watched the live broadcast on his computer, sneering, truly speechless at that idiot. Liu Heng's attitude towards the country has never been good. If it weren't for the consideration of a third of the market, he would have withdrawn his investment long ago. Now, they clearly gave him a reason to withdraw. It's simply unbelievable. Just think, if the pharmaceutical industry of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Group doesn't flow into the country in the future, then their average age will be lower than that of the world's population. Their diseases will be more numerous than other countries, and their mortality rate will also be higher. The S.H.I.E.L.D. Group would only lose some money, but what about the country? They would lose lifespan, public sentiment, and it could even lead to some people emigrating. In the future, it's possible that the world might not even have this country anymore. But thinking about the disaster areas Liu Heng mentioned, their country is among them, which makes Nick Fury's head throb. Hello. After a headache, Nick Fury remembered something, took out a satellite phone, dialed a number, and said, "Hello, Director Nick. Long time no see. Do you have something to discuss with me?" An elderly voice came from the other end, calm yet urgent. "I will fulfill your request." After saying this, he hung up the phone, got up, put on his suit, and strode out of the office to meet the owner of that elderly voice. New York. "Boss, just now my subordinate passed on information about a little girl who can absorb others' powers." Mystique stood respectfully in front of Magneto. "Bring that little girl to me. I didn't expect God to be so good to me. Whatever I think of comes true." Magneto waved his hand, his eyes fixed on the TV screen, watching Liu Heng's every move. After Mystique left, he stretched and muttered to himself, "Tyrant, what kind of ability do you really have? Even through the screen, you can give me a faint sense of oppression." Berlin. Order to capture the mastermind behind bribing Zhang Hao and send him to Liu Heng. He is not someone we can provoke. It was the same voice, but this time there was a bit more to his words. Then he fell silent again, as if he didn't exist. The country, the base. Damn it. Which TV station is that guy from? Does he have nothing better to do than stir up trouble? Is he tired of living? This time, even Captain Kumiheim couldn't contain his anger, punching the steel desk. That little short guy causes so much trouble. If the country didn't have the pharmaceutical supply from the S.H.I.E.L.D. Group, it would revert to the way it was 10 years ago. Major illnesses and minor disasters would occur frequently, and mortality rate would increase significantly. This is not what they wanted to see. "Captain, no need to be angry. The Prime Minister has gone to mediate the situation." Rena Yoses quickly stood up and relayed the information her father had just sent her, easing the tension in the room. "Is that true?" Magic City International Airport. Just after getting off the plane, Tony shook his head and said the air quality in the country is really poor. "Sir, there's been a major incident. Ms. Potts has been kidnapped." Just as he finished lamenting, Jarvis's report came through the communicator, causing Tony's expression to change drastically. "Jarvis, what happened? Didn't I tell Pepper to stay in the villa?" Pepper was his girlfriend. If something happened to her, he would be worried sick. "Sir, the villa was destroyed. Ms. Potts has been kidnapped, and the designs for the Mark II and the arc reactor have also been stolen." Jarvis's helpless voice came through the communicator, detailing the events. "By the way, Jarvis, my seaside villa has a lot of weapons. Today is not April Fool's Day. Don't joke with me." At this moment, Tony realized that his villa had many high-tech devices. How could it be so easily invaded? "Sir, I assure you I'm not lying. According to the analysis, the intruder in the villa was the Mark I that you created." As Jarvis finished speaking, Tony's pupils contracted. What did it just say? The Mark I. If he remembers correctly, the Mark I self-destructed. How could it still be operational? But he didn't think too much, directly instructing his bodyguard Happy to book him a flight back. Pepper's life was more important than his own. Chapter 66. Press Conference and Celestial Tower, top floor conference room. After Liu Heng exploded over the title, all the journalists and media avoided the issue of titles. Soon, the press conference gradually came to an end, arriving at the final questioning session from Tencent. "Chairman, when will the Huangpu River be thawed?" the beautiful reporter from Tencent asked. And Liu Heng suddenly remembered that his wife had frozen the Huangpu River yesterday and had yet to unfreeze it. Around 1:30, he stood up, a hint of apology on his face, glancing at his watch. It was already 11:30, So he set the thawing time for around 1 o'clock. Oh, by the way, finally, on behalf of the Celestial Group, I announced that Celestial Immortal Emperor Company Limited will blacklist certain directors of ridiculous dramas. And I hope the market quickly lowers the pay for those young idols. They have no acting skills and are just like vases running around on TV polluting my eyes. All films featuring young idols on 10-cent video will be forcibly removed. Here, I have only one thing to say. If the pay is not lowered, they will be blacklisted completely. Liu Heng boldly announced the ban on Korean dramas in the order to reduce pay. After that, he didn't care about the shocked journalists, placing his hand on his wife's fragrant shoulder and returning to the office. Damn, the end of the young idols has come. Ha, this is just self-inflicted. Sunghan's pay reached 100 million yuan. Now he must be crying in the toilet. Now that the Celestial Group's sole controller has spoken, I believe the era of young idols is about to end. A bunch of idiots. They've been flaunting for 2 years, and the end has finally come. After Liu Heng and his wife left, the conference room, which had been temporarily turned into a press conference venue, erupted. Many domestic journalists applauded in delight. Thinking back to when they interviewed young idols, those bastards made a fuss and insisted on arriving half an hour late. Didn't that reporter feel angry? On the internet. Damn, my grandpa is so powerful. He is going to blacklist this group of bastards. I'm really happy. High pay, so many bad films. Thank you, Liu, for doing a good deed. Upstairs, when hasn't Liu done a good deed? The person on the second floor is a fool, confirmed. What I want to know right now is how big the psychological shadow area of the young idols is. Damn, Liu Heng, did those young idols provoke you? Why suppress them? Upstairs, fuck you. You're the one who should die. Your whole family should die. Are young idols your dad or grandpa? Why are you protecting them so much? They're just a bunch of bloodsuckers. It must be that Liu Yi is jealous. If I guess correctly, it should be that the ice goddess likes young, fresh meat, which made Liu Yi, this handsome guy, jealous, leading to the order to ban the young, fresh meat. As for banning those directors, it's probably because of the brainless Korean dramas. The truth is thrilling upstairs. The internet has completely exploded and netizens are all applauding, just because of the appearance of the young, fresh meat. It has caused some girls to want boyfriends who are handsome and flawless, which has dealt a huge blow to many single dogs, and that's why they don't like young, fresh meat. As for those brainless fans cursing Liu Heng, they were all silenced by the single dogs. Hengdian, a certain film crew. Director, something big has happened. At this moment, a young assistant rushed in, interrupting the engrossed director. Zhu, when directly shouted to stop the filming of the male and female leads, turned around angrily to look at the assistant who just shouted, and said coldly, "What is wrong with you? Don't you know I'm filming? If you don't give me an explanation right now, pack your things and get out. Director, you've been banned." Hearing Zhu Wen's stern words, the assistant swallowed hard, glanced at the director and the male lead with pity, and finally said it out loud. As for the male lead's young, fresh meat issue, it has nothing to do with him. After all, the young, fresh meat playing the lead had bullied him before, so why tell him? What do you mean? I've been banned? Upon hearing this, Zhu Wen's eyes widened in disbelief, suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes as wide as copper bells, and rushed to the assistant, grabbing his shoulders and exclaimed, Yes, Mr. Liu Heng, the sole ruler of the Zhutian Group, just announced it." Seeing the director like this, the assistant mourned for him for 2 seconds in his heart, nodded, and said, "What the hell? What's wrong with Liu Heng? I didn't provoke him. Why ban me?" After getting a clear answer, Zhu Wen sat down on the ground, his eyes dazed, muttering to himself, "Director, it's not just you who is unlucky. All the directors filming Korean dramas are in the same boat as you, banned by the Zhutian Group. In old Mosey's home. Good ban. These worthless things, with no acting skills, taking half of the crew's budget as their pay, deserve to be banned." While watching the live broadcast, old Mosey clapped his hands excitedly, cheering loudly upon hearing that the Zhutian Group was banning Korean drama directors and young fresh meat. I remember inviting a certain young fresh meat to film, and what happened? Damn, wanting to get paid tens of millions, simply disregarding my title as a national master. Now you're getting your comeuppance. In Taiwan, at a certain villa, Jackie Chan and Andy Lau were sitting in the garden, basking in the sun, watching the live broadcast, leisurely chatting. Cough. Is Mr. Liu planning to fully enter the entertainment industry? Just after taking a sip of tea, Jackie Chan heard the domineering words from the television and couldn't help but spit it out. Then, a happy smile appeared on his face as he said, "Old Dragon, I'll treat you to a drink tonight." "Great. Call them Zhutian Grand Hotel." Jackie Chan also had a happy smile on his face. Those fools who were crazy for money finally got sanctioned. The entertainment industry of other countries can finally return to a peaceful state. In the past 2 years, the domestic entertainment industry has been a mess, with 90% of the blame falling on young fresh meat. Without them, the domestic entertainment industry would have probably entered Hollywood long ago. In Magic City, at the villa of the newly crowned Queen Liu Heng, the boss is really domineering, actually banning those damn young fresh meat. It's really satisfying. Seeing the live broadcast where her boss banned those directors and young fresh meat, Liu Heng was very happy. Before her debut, she had been taken advantage of by some directors. It would be impossible not to hate these guys. As for why she hates young fresh meat, it's because these damn guys, mere second or third tier artists, have salaries higher than hers as a queen. It's impossible not to hold a grudge. The reading is going crazy. Damn, the authoress comments aren't showing. Chapter push. Give me a chapter push. Heavenly invasion, vast heavens. Who rules the rise and fall? In the myriad realms, who dares to claim supremacy? At the end of the great Tao, who can reach the peak? Yi Huang comes with the strongest invasion system, capable of invading the heavenly worlds. This book is about a mortal crossing into the myriad realms, going through countless tribulations to become less than a saint, and unfortunately dying in a battle between races, ambushed by an alien saint, falling in the vast starry sky, and crossing again into a water ball, becoming an ordinary mortal. His golden finger, also arriving late, begins the journey through the myriad realms. First world, late Eastern Han Dynasty. Second world, the legend of the Condor heroes. Third world, shrouding the sky. Readers who like infinite edition system flow are welcome to visit Heavenly Invasion. Chapter 67, Revealing Secrets. In Magic City, at a certain villa, this is a luxurious and extravagant house, filled with the most expensive furniture and decorations in the market. Living conditions can be compared to that of ancient emperors. At this moment, there is a fair-skinned and beautiful man, hardly different from a woman, madly smashing furniture, venting his anger, shouting and roaring. "Damn Liu Heng, why don't you just die? I curse you that all your products can't be sold." This person is the certain Han with a salary of over 100 million. Just now, while filming, he was informed by his agent that the salary of young fresh meat was to be reduced to the same level as that of veteran stars. How could he not be angry? This is the era of young fresh meat. Those veteran stars are outdated. How much is their salary? It's probably less than 1/50th of his salary. Such things are happening in many young fresh meat homes, all hoping Liu Heng would die soon. In a certain cave, an ugly general is kneeling in front of man, trembling all over. This man is the Shadow Tyrant. He glanced at the shivering, ugly general and said, "No more nonsense," turning to the live broadcast video. "Get up. This failure isn't entirely your fault. But you're also implicated. I really didn't expect the Zhutian Group to recruit the Armored Warrior team. You can't go to Magic City next time." Just now, the Realm King sent news that the Tyrant is a peak level 5 mutant, just one step away from level 6. So it's better not to go to Magic City. After watching the live broadcast, the Shadow Tyrant twisted his neck, a shadowy look flashing in his eyes. But thinking of the consequences of disobeying the Realm King's orders, he couldn't help but shudder and said, "The mutant beasts controlled by the Realm King are many. If I dare to disobey his orders, I'm afraid it won't be long before his army will wash this place in blood." "Understood," the ugly general responded, but did not retreat, his sharp eyes fixed on the Shadow Tyrant, waiting for him to give him the mutant beast card. "Get lost." He threw out a card, telling him to get out quickly. Last time he gave him 2 mutant beasts, and what did he bring back? The word failure. Now he still wants 2 cards? Why don't you just die? Yes, yes, yes. Seeing the Shadow Tyrant getting angry, the ugly general hurriedly retreated, cautiously backing away, a trace of barely noticeable malice flashing in his eyes. This damn guy really treats him like a dog? Just wait. There will be a time when you beg me. Sigh. If it weren't for the restrictions, I would have to release the remaining 12 mutant beasts and stir up the whole country. After the ugly general went out, Ingba couldn't help but sigh helplessly, muttering to himself. His authority allowed him to summon only 2 mutant beasts at a time. He couldn't summon more. This was a rule set by the supreme authority of the Realm King. Zhutian Building. Standing in front of the already repaired floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the glacier, Liu Heng couldn't help but smile. He glanced at his watch. The time was exactly 1:00 p.m., and he gently mouthed, "Ice shatter." As the words fell, the frozen Huangpu River began to slowly show cracks, and as time passed, the glacier started to melt into the rushing river. "Don't eat so much. I'll take you to a place." Turning around, he saw Li Bingruo sitting in the office chair, eating and drinking excessively. And Liu Heng felt a black line appear on his forehead. "You've already been eating for half an hour. Why are you still eating? After eating so many snacks, your stomach hasn't even bulged. It's really strange." "Okay." Upon hearing this, she threw the snacks in her hand onto the desk, walked over, and wrapped her arms around Liu Heng's arm, smiling as she said, "How can your stomach not bulge after eating so much? I don't see you gaining any weight either." As she hugged his arm, Liu Heng finally couldn't resist his curiosity and stroked her soft, smooth hair, asking in confusion, "I don't know." She shook her head with a smile, giving Liu Heng just 3 words, nearly driving him crazy. "After all, so many snacks were bought out of my own pocket. Now, when I ask you why you're not gaining weight, you just don't want to say? What does that even mean? All right, where are you taking me?" At this moment, she remembered that her husband said he would take her somewhere and curiously asked, "I won't tell you." Thinking of her not telling him the reason for not gaining weight, Liu Heng wanted to tease her and directly refused. "You're so stingy." Getting this answer, she pouted in dissatisfaction and fell silent, following Liu Heng. "I think you could hold me a little tighter. That would be more comfortable." Feeling the softness on his arm, he leaned closer to Li Bingruo's ear and whispered, She looked down her husband's arm and saw that his arm was caught between 2 big white rabbits. Her face turned red like a startled rabbit, and she was about to let go of his arm. What is there to be shy about? Seeing her wanting to let go, Liu Heng pulled his arm out from her embrace and wrapped it around her shoulder as they walked towards the chairman's exclusive room. "Husband, it's daytime." Once they entered the room, Li Bingruo's face was already so red it could drip ink, shy and at a loss, stammering. In a good mood, Liu Heng, hearing his wife's words, couldn't help but darken his expression, roaring inwardly, "Am I that desperate?" He immediately gave her a light knock on the head and said unhappily, "What are you thinking about in that little head of yours?" Can I say it was a slip of the tongue?" Hearing Liu Heng's question clearly, she felt completely embarrassed, not knowing what to say, and timidly asked, "Once spoken, it's like spilled water. How do you want to take it back? Or do you already can't wait to, you know?" He helpfully Bingruo rubbed the spot he just knocked, grinning lewdly. "Get lost." Upon hearing that shameless remark, she rolled her eyes and then fell silent. Liu Heng didn't respond to her, but instead led her to a hidden door. After going through various complex identity verifications, the elevator appeared. "Where are we going?" Li Bingruo asked, puzzled as she saw the elevator appear. After all, they were 1,000 meters in the air. What was the point of having an elevator? Could it be that the entrance to the underground base was set up here? "As the mistress of the Zhutian Group, it's time for you to know my secrets." Liu Heng touched his wife's pretty face, took a big step into the elevator, and pulled her into his arms, laughing as he said, You can't be serious about setting the entrance to the underground base up here at 1,000 meters high, can you?" Upon receiving a certain answer in her heart, she was indeed shocked. How much would it cost to build an elevator like this? The materials must be extremely expensive. This elevator doesn't need any steel cables. It's made using magnetic levitation technology. Seeing the confusion on her face, Liu Heng smiled. The author of the creation has some toxic comments. Some things just won't appear. It's dizzying. Chapter 68. The Magic City base. Soon, the two arrived at the underground base of the Magic City. As they stepped out of the elevator, a team of Jin warriors jogged over, respectfully greeting Liu Heng and Li Bingruo at him. How's the subway preparation going?" He nodded slightly and directly got to the point, inquiring about the subway going to the base. This underground base is similar to the Hive in Resident Evil, except that all the transportation tools are magnetic levitation. The Gene captain nodded and respectfully replied. After speaking, without waiting for his boss to say anything, he took the initiative to lead the way, with the team of Gene warriors following beside them, acting as bodyguards. After walking 100 meters and turning a corner, 2 subway cars appear before them. They didn't waste words and directly stepped into the car, with the Gene warriors following suit, but they entered the second car. Damn, the Zhutian Group is really wealthy. Not only do they have magnetic levitation elevators, but they even have magnetic levitation trains. Are you guys planning to go to the sky? Once inside the car, Li Bingrua carefully examined her surroundings, unable to help but exclaim. The speed displayed on the doorframe could reach up to 450 kilometers per hour. It was obvious this was a magnetic levitation train. A regular train reaching a real speed of 120 kilometers per hour would be considered a miracle. Sorry, you misspoke. We're not planning to go to the sky. Zhutian Group has already been in the sky. Liu Heng, hearing his wife's words, couldn't help but have a black line appear on his forehead and said, his Zhutian Group's Dragon mothership had long been flying in the sky. If that's not going to the sky, then what is? Moreover, his Dragon mothership could fly in the sky for 100 years without falling. Of course, 100 years later, the world would probably have entered the phase of cosmic navigation, and it wouldn't be surprising if his mothership was discovered. All right, what exactly are you taking me here for? At this moment, she remembered Liu Heng bringing her to the underground base was definitely not just for a tour. There must be something very important. Not much. Just delivering the big guy your grandpa customized and taking you back to the capital for a trip so I can also see grandpa and grandma. He didn't hide anything, stating the purpose of this trip, and finally patted her head, a hint of hidden affection and coldness flashing in his eyes. His woman was always coveted by others. Anyone would feel a little uneasy, so it was time to find an opportunity to eliminate those enemies. Husband, you're so good to me. You even prepared so many snacks. Suddenly, her eyes fell on a black plastic bag. She walked over, opened it, and exclaimed in surprise. It's all snacks and soda. By the way, throw the cola away. Seeing his wife preparing to drink cola, Liu Heng frowned unhappily, and his tone immediately shifted from gentle to stern. The side effects of cola could kill sperm, and it was uncertain whether it could kill eggs. So it was better to be cautious. There were many side effects of cola, but there was no need to elaborate here. Huh. Hearing this, Li Bingru widened her eyes in disbelief and then burst out laughing. My big husband, do you believe the rumors online? She was almost amused to death. Who would believe those rumors? People drink cola every day and nothing happens. Was she just unlucky? Don't joke around. I'm a goddess of luck. Hee hee. The answer for my company's assessment is actually just a rumor. Hearing his wife's words, Liu Heng's expression darkened completely. It was because Li Bingru liked to drink cola that he had someone assess its side effects. Now, being told by this damn woman that it was just a rumor, how could he not be angry? Moreover, he had personally conducted the assessment. Then go ahead and drink it. Seeing her husband showing signs of anger, Li Bingru didn't dare to provoke him further and directly threw the cola at him, tearing open a bag of chips and starting to eat. Catching the flying cola, Liu Heng's forehead bulged with veins, and his expression was so dark it could drip ink. He had to consider the next generation. What was he doing drinking this? So, without saying a word, he threw the cola into the trash can, sat down on a luxurious chair, and watched the Ice Queen eat. Here, have some. Feeling Liu Heng's gaze on her, she didn't want to lose her composure and handed him the chips in her hand, smiling. You should eat less of those puff snacks. He turned his head away, not even looking at the chips in Li Bingru's hand, and advised her. In his past life, he frequently ordered chips and other puff snacks online, and he was already sick of that taste. He was trying to avoid them, so why would he eat them? Fine, I won't eat. Seeing him like this, Li Bingru pouted in dissatisfaction, putting the chips in her mouth and crunching them. You're really a child who never grows up. You look a bit like an adult when you fight. Liu Heng sighed inwardly and shook his head, thinking to himself. 5 minutes later, the hovering subway arrived at the real underground base, and Li Bingru had successfully finished off 2 bags of puff snacks. Liu Heng took the snacks from her hand, pulled her out of the subway, and looked at the waiting Gene warriors, saying, Go to the construction room of the underwater stealth aircraft carrier. Yes, sir. The Gene captain replied and walked silently ahead, becoming a dedicated tour guide, just a taciturn one. How much did this base actually cost? It's even more magnificent than the Dragon Nest base. Looking at the surrounding passages, all lit up with bright walls, Li Bingru didn't know how to express her amazement. The Dragon Nest base was not only smaller than the Zhutian Group's base, but also not as luxurious. How could she not be surprised? The materials used for the surrounding passages, if she wasn't mistaken, were all titanium alloy. I don't know either, but I do know this base is as big as the entire Magic City. Liu Heng shook his head, unsure of how much money was spent to build this base. But he knew the area of the entire base. It took 8 years to build the base, and the number of mutants who died in the process reached 3 digits. Not to mention the 12th tier gene warriors. The mutants who died were all Earth-type ability users. Otherwise, how could such a large underground base be built so quickly? As big as the Magic City? It was simply a delusion. Wow, it's that big? Upon receiving a clear answer, Li Bingru directly cursed. Who has ever seen a base as big as the Magic City? Maybe in movies or novels. How much manpower and resources would such a huge project require? The reason it's this big, you'll understand when you see the underwater stealth aircraft carrier. He didn't say it directly, but posed a riddle, waiting for Li Bingru to discover it herself. On the way, Li Bingru turned into a curious baby, looking here and there, comparable to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Liu Heng watched her antics with a hint of indulgence in his eyes, looking at her as if she were a child. All right, follow me. Entering the enormous factory, Liu Heng tugged at her clothes, signaling her to follow him. This factory for casting the giant was even larger than the area occupied by the Zhutian building, with thousands of workers. Losing track of someone wouldn't matter. But if certain unknown secrets were discovered, that would be troublesome. Is this the giant? It really is impressive, seeing the massive object parked in the factory. Li Bingru couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Although she had been on the Tunglong aircraft carrier, she hadn't seen its full appearance. Now seeing the underwater stealth aircraft carrier, how could she not be amazed? Let us go. Liu Heng didn't respond to her words, but pulled her directly onto the underwater stealth aircraft carrier. The moment he boarded, Liu Heng felt a slight tremor, his face first showing confusion and then relief. It turned out that this underwater stealth aircraft carrier had already been activated. At this moment, Professor Wang Jian and his team approached, respectfully bowing to him, their eyes filled with gratitude. This was his second masterpiece, and it had succeeded again. But if it weren't for his boss supporting him from behind, would he have such achievements? I hope you don't set up any self-destruct programs this time. Otherwise, don't blame me for skinning you alive. Seeing Wang Jian approach, Liu Heng smiled, then thought of the self-destruct program on the Tunglong aircraft carrier. His expression changing as he joked. Last time, he was lucky to replenish energy in time. Otherwise, his giant would have been scrapped. If Wang Jian dared to pull any tricks again this time, he wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless and take down the professor in front of him. Don't worry. Old Wang guarantees there's no self-destruct program set up. Hearing this, Wang Jian recalled the embarrassing incident with the Tunglong aircraft carrier and couldn't help but laugh, thumping his chest loudly. Last time, he had narrowly escaped. And if he set up a self-destruct program now, it would be pure suicide. He hadn't had enough of life yet, so he would follow his boss's rules. By the way, this is my wife Li Bingru. This giant was customized by her grandfather. At this point, Liu Heng remembered his wife beside him and smiled as he introduced her to the jovial old Wang. I'm Wang Jian, the creator of the underwater stealth aircraft carrier. Upon hearing her identity, Wang Jian didn't show much enthusiasm, merely nodding at her and introducing himself. Hello. Seeing Wang Jian's attitude, Li Bingru stiffly spat out 2 words, exuding the aura of a first-rate socialite. Started. Seeing the somewhat awkward atmosphere, Liu Heng didn't want to waste more words and directly asked Wang Jian to start the underwater stealth aircraft carrier. You can explore around. I'll go to the restroom. He left his wife on the deck and walked straight to the restroom of the underwater stealth aircraft carrier. Just now, his communicator beeped, indicating someone was trying to contact him. In the restroom, Liu Heng directly pressed the connect button without saying a word, waiting for the voice on the other end of the communicator. Your Majesty, we have discovered a little one who can absorb others' powers in the country. Should we proceed with the capture? A respectful female voice came from the communicator, and Liu Heng immediately recognized who it was. It was the war goddess Athena. Why did he know? because there were only 2 women in the dark department. Shanghai was in the magic city, and the only one who could be abroad was Athena. Even if Athena didn't mention the country, Liu Heng could still tell who she was. He could hear the fighting spirit in her tone, even from thousands of miles away. Among all the women in the dark department, Athena was the only one with a fighting spirit, so Shanghai should just stay aside. Upon hearing about the little girl who could absorb others' powers, and that it was in the country, Liu Heng immediately thought of Little Naughty. Then he realized that the War Police storyline should have ended long ago. Why was it appearing now? Could it be that his interference caused a disruption in the timeline? Note, the earlier mention of Tony saying he was Iron Man and the appearance of monsters was because everything needed a trigger to appear openly in front of the world. It's just that the Heavenly Group served as that trigger. Capture her immediately. If you can't catch her, at least take a vial of her blood. He didn't hesitate at all and directly ordered the capture of Little Naughty. Her ability was very special, just like his sister's. He could replicate the powers of Magneto and the Professor with his words, but he couldn't replicate these 2 little ones. It was truly strange. The goal of capturing her, or taking a vial of blood, was to see if that freak, fools, who researched mutants, could replicate such an injection. By the way, if I remember correctly, Jesus is also in the country. If you 2 team up and still can't capture that little one, you might as well commit suicide. Suddenly, he remembered that Jesus was also in the country, and his tone became serious. If 2 peak-level 5th-order mutants couldn't deal with Magneto, what use were they? Understood. In the country, New York, a blonde, blue-eyed woman with a hot figure respectfully said before the communication was cut off, helplessly looking at the blonde young man beside her. Jesus, His Majesty has spoken. If we can't bring back that little one, our fate. Athena started speaking, but hesitated, believing that the man in front of her knew what was coming next. What are you afraid of? I still don't believe that the 2 of us can't deal with Magneto. Jesus sneered, showing indifference towards Magneto. He still couldn't believe that the 2 of them wouldn't be able to defeat Magneto. What I'm worried about is not that, but that Magneto's subordinates, Sabretooth, Toad, and the Professor's subordinates, Storm and Cyclops, might interfere. Athena said anxiously. The characters she mentioned were all 4th-order beings, each with different destructive powers. Note, the ranking is not according to the original plot, so don't apply that here. Each of us has 3 commanders under our command. A total of 6 people. Can't we deal with a few ants? Jesus laughed loudly, not knowing what to say to Athena. Both had 3 4th-order commanders. How could they not stop a few pests? All right, gather the personnel and immediately capture that little one. Upon hearing this, Athena no longer hesitated and directly notified the 6 commanders of the Gene Warriors. This was their first mission, and they had to capture Little Naughty, the little girl favored by His Majesty. Chapter 70, Action Country, New York. Looking at the 6 4th-order warriors in front of her, Athena nodded in satisfaction, glanced at the time, and asked, "Where's Mary right now?" Mary was the name of Little Naughty, and her code name was Rakshasi. She is currently in an underground boxing gym in Lofen City, Belgium. A subordinate quickly approached and handed over a dossier, which contained detailed records of Mary's whereabouts and what she had consumed. Is the intelligence reliable? Jesus, being the most cautious, stood up from his reclining chair and looked at the subordinate handing over the dossier, asking. He didn't want to make a wasted trip that would waste the tyrant's time. If they delayed or failed to capture her, even if they didn't commit suicide, they wouldn't last long. The intelligence is very accurate. It was transmitted by Lord Yaya. The subordinate, seeing Jesus approach, didn't bow his head like a traitor, but instead looked him straight in the eye and said, he was a proper citizen of the country and had no reason to bow to others. This was what their tyrant advised them. Good, then let us set off. Jesus was not angry at this, but nodded in satisfaction, directly ordering them to set off for Lofen City in Belgium. Be cautious of the Professor. Watch out for his moves. He walked alongside Athena, speaking softly. The Professor's mind powers could not only peek into others' hearts, but also control those weaker than him. How could they not be careful? Understood. In New York, at a CAF, Nick Fury sat in a window seat, his eyes casually scanning the surroundings, looking every bit like an intelligence agent. His actions, in the eyes of some customers, resembled a thief calculating an escape route after a burglary. If he knew the thoughts of the CAF patrons, he would surely be furious. The dignified director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be considered a thief? This is just the instinct of a spy, okay? Ignorance is truly terrifying. Director Fury, we meet again. At this moment, an elderly voice rang out in front of the CAF door. A bald old man in a black suit, sitting in a wheelchair, was pushed in by a beautiful girl, heading straight toward Nick Fury. The visitor was none other than the creator of Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, the professor. Without further ado, I can give those children normal identities, but they must join S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon seeing the professor arriving at the CAF table, Nick Fury wasted no time and went straight to the point. S.H.I.E.L.D. was currently short on personnel, and only those from Xavier School could fill the gaps. No problem, but S.H.I.L.D. must hold a press conference to give those children normal identities. How about that? Upon hearing this, the professor did not hesitate, but directly posed a difficult question to Nick Fury. If he wanted these children to work for S.H.I.L.D., it was impossible without paying a price. Moreover, the Heavenly Group had already completely disclosed the existence of mutants. So what harm was there in letting ordinary citizens know? Seeing Nick Fury fall silent, the professor was not anxious. He simply waited for him to provide an answer, ordering a pot of tea and leisurely sipping it. After pondering for a long time, Nick Fury gritted his teeth, raised his head, and looked directly into the professor's eyes, saying slowly, "Okay, but you also have to join S.H.I.E.L.D." His plan was ringing in his ears. Right now, S.H.I.E.L.D. lacked a fifth-order mutant to hold the fort. If he could use this to coerce the professor to join, wouldn't they have a fifth-order powerhouse? Impossible. Before the professor could speak, the woman behind him, Jean Grey, directly rejected Nick Fury, saying that trying to use such conditions to make the professor join S.H.I.E.L.D. was simply a fantasy. "Jean, don't be rude." Nick Fury said, "It's possible, but what benefits can we get?" The professor used his mental abilities to calm Jean Grey, asking in a puzzled tone, "There are brothers outside and brothers inside." This is the reason the professor wants to agree. The position of deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D. has the same benefits as the captain and Hawkeye. How about it? Nick Fury answered without hesitation, indicating that he had already guessed the outcome. Sure. In an underground black boxing venue in Leuven, Belgium, Mary sat at the bar, her eyes fixed on the white water in front of her in a daze. The nearly 40-year-old bartender wiped his hands with a cloth and asked, "Would you like a new type of drink?" However, his hand was pressed on the money jar, pulling it closer to himself while watching Mary warily. Suddenly, a group of armed warriors in black clothing and masks rushed in, instantly taking control of the scene. The couple counting money next to them was so scared that their legs trembled, and they stopped counting, slowly bending their knees. Everyone present, except for Logan, including the little troublemaker, couldn't help but tremble in fear, looking at the dark gun barrels. What kind of existence did the owner of this venue provoke? How could they attract nearly 60 third-tier mutants? Logan initially felt fine, but upon sensing these auras, his expression changed. Although he was a late-stage fourth-tier powerhouse, facing so many third-tier mutants would still mean disaster. Wolverine, where do you think you're going? Just as Logan was trying to escape, 6 powerful auras surrounded him from all directions, belonging to 6 leaders. "I don't think I have any enmity with you, do I?" At this moment, Logan was completely desperate, but he also didn't understand when he had offended such a terrifying force. "You have no enmity with us, but you simply can't leave right now," one of the leaders said without paying him any further attention, and the others did the same. "Little girl, we finally meet." At this time, outside the underground black boxing venue, a man and a woman walked in. It was Athena and Jesus. Both wore the company's most advanced gloves, said to avoid being affected by the little troublemaker. Athena sat down on a stool, resting her gloved hand on Mary's shoulder, smiling as she said, "You bring me the best drink. I want to treat this sister." She pointed at the 40-year-old bartender, her tone cold and commanding. "The little one beside me is favored by His Majesty, so don't be negligent." Yes. The bartender, not caring whether the owner agreed or not, directly took out the most expensive drink, opened it, and poured it for Mary. Little girl, you don't have to be afraid. My sister means you no harm. It's just that my master has a matter to discuss with you. Sensing her tense body, Athena pushed the drink in front of her, smiling as she explained. Master? Nearby, surrounded by the 6 leaders, Logan's pupils contracted, exclaiming. The man and woman before him were 5th-tier mutants. And there was actually a master? May I ask, who is your master? Mary tilted her head, her expression cautious and confused as she asked. This was her first time running away from home. She had never interacted with anyone before. So how could she have provoked such a powerful force? Could it be the uncle who brought her here? Impossible. Look at how stingy he was. Would he have such power? Don't joke around. Liu Heng. Athena almost laughed at the little girl, but still put on a serious expression as she revealed her master's name. Liu Heng, who is that? Upon hearing this, Mary became even more puzzled. She had never even heard of him. How could he send so many people to capture her? Meanwhile, Athena, Jesus Logan, and the owner and staff of the underground boxing venue were nearly driven mad by her words. Who is Liu Heng? A super tycoon in the medical field. Richer than Tony Stark, and you haven't even heard of him? You didn't crawl out of a mountain cave, did you? Even if you did, you should at least know his name. You, come over and tell her who Liu Heng is. Athena was completely speechless at Mary, pointing at the bartender as she commanded. This young lady, Mr. Liu Heng, is the world's richest man, the sole creator of the Zhutian Group, a company that has developed special drugs for AIDS and cancer, and recently launched the longevity pill that elevated the Zhutian Group to prominence. At this moment, the bartender dared not underestimate Mary, trembling as he explained the origin and development trajectory of the Zhutian Group. Are you saying that the Zhutian Group is Liu Heng's company? After getting a clear answer, Mary's eyes widened in disbelief as she suddenly stood up and exclaimed. Then her mind turned, and she realized the reason why this group of people was capturing her. They probably had their eyes on her abilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't have traveled so far to capture such an inconsequential person. She certainly didn't believe that her appearance would catch the attention of the chairman of the Zhutian Group. That's right. Jesus pushed the bartender aside, elegantly sitting on a stool, a slight smile on his lips as he said, Little girl, we don't want to use force, so it's better for you to come with us willingly. Athena reached out to push the hat off Mary's head, revealing her flowing golden hair. A faint maiden's fragrance wafted into Jesus' nostrils. Your figure and appearance can be considered above average. You could barely serve as a concubine for the master. Jesus teased, striding out of the underground boxing venue. While the little troublemaker had no choice but to silently follow behind him under Athena's watch. They needed to leave quickly. The upcoming battle would be extraordinary. It was not something you mere ants could interfere with. Athena glanced at Logan, who was surrounded, her eyes flashing with appreciation as she kindly reminded him. However, her words were misinterpreted by Wolverine's ears. Was the 5th-tier blonde beauty in front of him looking down on him? He decided not to leave and wanted to see the difference between 4th-tier and 5th-tier. After exiting the underground boxing venue, more than 20 off-road vehicles were parked in an open area. Jesus walked directly to the first off-road vehicle without hesitation, and the little troublemaker followed him into the vehicle under Athena's watch. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. My master means you no harm and might even help you with your ability issues. After Athena got into the car, she retracted her aura, sensing the little troublemaker's tension and smiling as she spoke. How do you know I'm a mutant? Since the little troublemaker didn't often follow the news, she naturally didn't know about the information regarding mutants, feeling somewhat fearful as she spoke. Because we are mutants. At this moment, Jesus, sitting in the passenger seat, turned his head, revealing a set of white teeth, raising an eyebrow at her as he said, What? Upon hearing Jesus' words, the little troublemaker widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at the two in shock as she exclaimed, When did the world have so many mutants? So, may I ask, what is your purpose in capturing me? After the shock, she remembered the man and woman in front of her, who were here to capture her and take her to the country. Confused about what was happening, she directly asked them. No comment. Athena saw that Jesus was about to reveal their purpose for capturing her and shot him a fierce glare, firmly rejecting the little troublemaker with 4 words. It was already quite good to have told her so much. If they revealed more, it would be against the rules and they would be punished. Seeing that they wouldn't tell her anything, The little troublemaker put on her clothes and hat again, returning to her pitiful appearance. Boom! The convoy had just traveled halfway when a tree suddenly fell, blocking the road and preventing the vehicles from passing smoothly. Roar! A saber-toothed tiger leaped out from somewhere, standing firmly in front of the fallen tree, baring its teeth and glaring fiercely at the little troublemaker in the back seat. Because the two had restrained their presence, the saber-toothed tiger didn't sense that they were terrifying fifth-tier powerhouses. It turned around and picked up the approximately 2-ton giant tree. Without hesitation, smashed it towards the hood of the off-road vehicle. Boom! The giant tree hit the hood of the car, almost making it fly. If Liu Heng were here and saw the saber-toothed tiger's appearance, he would definitely exclaim, "A real-life Su-Lai." Number 1. I leave the saber-toothed tiger to you. The teasing look in Jesus's eyes grew stronger, and his tone turned as cold as winter as he instructed through the communicator. Aren't you a fourth-tier melee powerhouse? I'll let a fourth-tier melee powerhouse fight you. Is that satisfactory? As soon as he finished speaking, a leader stepped out from the off-road vehicle behind. His eyes filled with eagerness as he looked at the saber-toothed tiger, as if it were prey. I haven't encountered someone like you in a long time. Today, let me have a go at you. Number 1 twisted his neck, suddenly stomped his foot on the ground, and shot out like a cannonball, his hands wrapped in yellowish elements. The cement road where he had just stood showed a footprint that was 20 centimeters deep with cracks around it, demonstrating his terrifying, explosive power. D. Upon seeing Number 1 leap towards him, the saber-toothed tiger didn't know what fear was and had no thoughts of retreat. It directly swung the giant tree to meet him. Crack, crack, crack. When the tree made contact with Number 1's fist, it quickly disintegrated into countless fragments, maintaining its speed as it struck towards the saber-toothed tiger. Seeing that the 3-meter-long tree was reduced to less than 15 meters, the saber-toothed tiger smirked, its figure flashing, disappearing from view. When it reappeared, it was already behind Number 1, its fist carrying the sound of breaking air as it struck towards Number 1's head. Ridiculous. Feeling the imminent death crisis from behind, Number 1 sneered and quickly shifted his position, his leg like a swift wind striking towards the saber-toothed tiger's fist, still carrying the light yellow earth element. The first update. Chapter 72. Battle with Magneto. Boom. The collision of fist and foot produced a deafening sound, and powerful waves of destruction swept outward. The saber-toothed tiger was knocked back 3 steps, each step leaving a footprint of varying depths, showcasing the ferocity of Number 1's attack. As for Number 1, he retreated 5 steps before stopping his tilted body, looking seriously at the saber-toothed tiger. Although he had just hastily responded to the ambush, he was still knocked back by this guy in front of him. From this, it was clear that his strength was about the same as his own, just a bit faster. Not bad, not bad. You actually managed to take my punch. You deserve my full effort. Although the saber-toothed tiger wore an excited smile. Who knew the bitterness in his heart? He had just made a big boast in front of the toad, saying he could definitely bring that little troublemaker. And now reality was slapping him in the face. If he had known, he shouldn't have been greedy and eaten that chicken leg. Things would have gone according to plan, and he would have captured that little troublemaker, Mary. After saying this, he took to the air, his figure like lightning, instantly appearing in front of Number 1, kicking out. Feeling the fierce cold wind beneath him, Number 1's pupils contracted slightly, cursing the saber-toothed tiger in his heart 1,000 times. This was simply too shameless. Although he was cursing wildly in his heart, he didn't forget that he was still in danger. With a light movement of his hand, a nearly 50-centimeter earth wall immediately appeared in front of him, and his body merged into the wall. Bang! The moment the foot hit the earth wall, the saber-toothed tiger felt a pang of sadness. The foot that had just pressed against the wall dropped weakly, and he slowly looked down at what was beneath him. A stone pillar was pressing hard against him, his face starting to turn pale as he unwillingly said, "What happened to your demeanor as a mutant?" "I only feel a faint sadness." Number 1's figure solidified, glancing at the pale-faced saber-toothed tiger, and jokingly said in a popular internet phrase, "You wanted to kick me, but now you're the one getting kicked. You totally deserve it." After saying this, he fiercely kicked out, landing solidly on the saber-toothed tiger's chest. Immediately, the saber-toothed tiger was like a kite with a broken string, crashing down in front of the car that Jesus and the others were in. "Sir, I've already dealt with the saber-toothed tiger." Number 1 released the elements covering his body and respectfully said next to the off-road vehicle, we should leave. We can't waste any time." Jesus nodded, sticking his head out the window to glance at the unconscious saber-toothed tiger, sneering, and said to the driver beside him, "Sir, there's still 2 guys in the woods, right?" Seeing Jesus's attitude, Number 1 was somewhat puzzled and made a neck-slitting gesture, asking, "There are clearly still 2 people in the woods. Why not deal with them? Don't worry about them. As long as they don't cause trouble, everything will be fine. It's not the right time to stir up too much trouble." Jesus casually explained and signaled the 3rd-tier gene warrior to drive. The little troublemaker's safety could not afford any mistakes, so they dared not waste too much time. After receiving the order, the 3rd-tier gene warrior wasted no time, directly starting the vehicle and running over the saber-toothed tiger. The cars behind followed suit, and after more than 20 of them had rolled over, the saber-toothed tiger would probably have to lie in bed for half a month. On the way, everything was calm. There were no more fools like the saber-toothed tiger who came out to intercept without understanding the situation. "Everyone, you hurt my subordinate and think you could just leave?" Just as the convoy was about to exit the winding mountain road, a voice filled with anger echoed from the sky, and the steel guardrails around were torn apart by an invisible force, creating a barrier to block the road. Magneto, I finally waited for you." Hearing the voice from above and recalling the scene of the guardrails, Athena didn't need to guess to know who it was. A gleam of excitement flashed in her eyes as she directly stepped out of the off-road vehicle, smiling at the approaching elder, and said, "They didn't use the Dragon Eagle fighter because they wanted to test if Magneto is as powerful as the legends say. And now, they had indeed waited for Magneto's arrival." "Wait for me." Upon hearing this, the descending Magneto was puzzled. Wait for him to do what? Did she already prepare for death? But in the next moment, his expression changed. Athena unleashed her aura, revealing an existence at the pinnacle of the 5th tier, with a presence similar to Magneto's. "Want Miss Mary? Fine, defeat Athena first." Jesus also stepped out of the car, exuding the aura of a peak-level 5-stage powerhouse, holding the already unconscious little rascal in his hand, and said, "Damn, another peak-level 5-stage?" Feeling the aura from Jesus, Magneto couldn't help but swallow hard, really wanting to say, "Sorry, I was just joking." Unfortunately, his words had already been spoken and could not be taken back. "Come on, let us fight in the sky." A staff appeared in Athena's hand, resembling the magical staff in the game Honor of Kings, and her figure soared into the air, slowly flying towards the sky at a height of 100 meters. As a combat-type powerhouse, as long as she had a strong desire to fight, she could fly. Why fight in the sky? Because the fighting perspective in the sky is broader and more expansive than on the ground. Since that's the case, let us battle. Magneto smiled helplessly, with a vague sense of vigilance towards Jesus in his heart. He thought, if he had to defeat the woman in front of him who was brimming with fighting spirit, and Jesus decided to intervene, wouldn't he be doomed? Upon reaching a height of 100 meters, he did not recklessly strike, but elegantly bowed to Athena, indicating for her to strike first. As a major villain, he should have his own style. This act of showing off was his carefully crafted demeanor. In response, Athena did not appreciate it. The combat and wisdom elements within her surged rapidly, enveloping her body, creating a sound of breaking air as her staff directly aimed at his chest. Break. Although Magneto appeared calm on the surface, the seriousness in his eyes was evident even to an ordinary person. His dry hand grasped at the void, as if holding onto the universe. An invisible force began to sweep over, crushing towards the rapidly approaching Athena. Break. Feeling the overwhelming pressure, Athena showed no fear. Her aura thickened significantly, and she became like a sharp spear, directly using her staff to break through Magneto's attack. Interesting. Magneto, who had been well prepared, saw his attack easily countered and felt no anger, only a faint smile. Magnetic spear. He uttered the words, manipulating the magnetic field of the world to create an invisible spear, aiming it at Athena. On the ground, Jesus watched this scene and couldn't help but shake his head, smiling as he said, "This Magneto is quite clever. He actually thought of keeping Athena, a close combat-type powerhouse, at bay within 100 meters. Behind him, Logan, who was following the convoy, felt a storm of emotions rise in his heart as he witnessed the battle between the two. Their simple attacks had such terrifying power. Even standing 1,000 meters away, he could feel a stinging sensation on his face, illustrating the enormous gap between the fourth and fifth stages. Moreover, they were fighting in the air. What if it were on the ground? The outcome was predictable. Forests would be destroyed, and hills would be reduced to dust. Chapter 73, Defeat Capital City. The stars dotted the sky, and the lights were dim, marking the onset of the nightlife era. In the suburbs, in a courtyard, Liu Heng and the old man sat in the living room, chatting and watching TV, feeling quite satisfied. As for the handover of the underwater stealth aircraft, it was left to Wang Jian to execute. He was just waiting for the report on the completion of the handover. I say, kid, that Bing Ruo girl has been with you for 3 months. Why isn't her belly showing? Suddenly, the old man asked about the child. His gaze kept shifting around Liu Heng, secretly thinking, could it be that my eldest grandson is incapable in that regard? With no news for so long, it raises suspicion. Cough, I just got to know her intimately in the past few days. Liu Heng, who had just taken a sip of tea, almost choked when asked this, clearing his throat awkwardly as he replied, what kind of business are you running? You took her to Magic City for 3 months, and only now are you getting to know her? How long do you expect the old man's great-grandson dream to wait? Upon hearing his grandson's words, the old man looked disappointed and somewhat lost. Such a beautiful granddaughter-in-law, and they only just got together. Could it be that his grandson is really incapable? Hey, what kind of eyes do you have, old man? She is a well-bred young lady. If she is forced to have relations before marriage, how will we show our face? Liu Heng saw the strange look in his grandfather's eyes and guessed what he was thinking, muttering in dissatisfaction. I'm perfectly capable. I could knock her out. You still managed to sleep with her. The old man, hearing his grandson's dissatisfaction, felt a bit indignant and countered with the words about intimacy and well-bred ladies. I'm certified, and I'm even #1. Who dares to disagree? To this, Liu Heng just chuckled and revealed the fact that he had a certificate, his face showing an embarrassed expression, somewhat hard to speak about. Kid, what is going on? You even got shy. The old man completely embraced the gossip, unabashedly asking. As long as it was about his great-grandson, it was something he wanted to know, which is why he paid attention to Liu Heng's every move. I forced myself on her. He did not hide it, describing his first intimate moment with his wife without any embarrassment. After all, the little old man who liked gossip in front of him was his best grandfather and one of his closest relatives. What was there to be embarrassed about? Wow, you're really something, just like I was back in the day. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Liu Heng stood up and walked out of the living room to answer a call. Hey, can't you wait for me to finish talking? Seeing his grandson get up and walk out of the living room without acknowledging him, the old man was furious, yet he could only smile helplessly. Yaya, what is up? In the courtyard, Liu Heng held a smartphone, looking at the little girl on the screen, puzzled as he asked. Brother, Athena and Magneto are fighting. Yaya said one sentence, and a line of text appeared on the screen, followed by the scene splitting in two, showing the battle between the two. Who knows about this now? Upon seeing the battle on the screen, Liu Heng fell silent, then recalled who knew about the fight between the two. Currently, apart from Storm, Cyclops, and Wolverine, only we know. She did not hesitate to reveal the people aware of the battle happening in Leuven, Belgium at that moment. They had to seal off the area and block the signals there, preventing S.H.I.E.L.D and the professor from discovering the battle, and immediately send the second-generation Dragonhawk to support them. In Belgium, Leuven City, the two stood 100 meters apart, staring at each other with serious expressions, both mentally prepared to the fullest. Athena's body was surrounded by waves of fighting spirit, suppressing the wisdom elements, and the surrounding trees were bending as if swept by a storm. Magneto's magnetic field elements surged, whether tangible or intangible, anything related to magnetism gathered around him, creating a presence even more terrifying than Athena's war judgment spear. Athena had just received communication and needed to end the battle quickly, so she immediately unleashed her ultimate move, preparing to settle the fight with Magneto in one blow. In an instant, she became like a spear with sharp edges, exuding an air of dictatorship, dominance, and the power to break through the clouds. Whoosh! A deafening sound rang out, cutting through the sky. Athena appeared like lightning, breaking through Magneto's layers of defense and instantly appearing in front of him, fiercely crushing towards him. Damn! Where did this monster come from? Feeling an intense sense of death approaching, Magneto quickly manipulated the surrounding magnetic fields, trying to block Athena's attack. Unfortunately, Athena's current fighting spirit could pierce the heavens, something his magnetic field could not withstand. The defensive wall he set up was violently breached. Moreover, at this moment, Magneto was not the one who had been captured, who could manipulate the trace iron elements in his body, so he had no choice but to face defeat. Just as the spear formed by Athena was about to pierce him, he focused his mind, gathering both tangible and intangible magnetic fields in front of him for defense. With the help of the magnetic field, he quickly escaped from his previous position. Boom! Another deafening sound erupted as terrifying shockwaves began to sweep through. Athena, transformed into a spear, revealed her true form and was blown away by the shockwaves, crashing into the nearby woods with a loud thud. Instantly, dust flew everywhere, and fragments of trees danced in the air. As for Magneto, he had disappeared without a trace. My God, the power of a fifth-tier mutant is indeed terrifying. 1,000 meters behind, Logan was thrown 100 meters by a violent force. After standing up, his eyes were filled with shock and fear. The gap between the fourth and fifth tiers could be described as heaven and earth. At this moment, he finally understood Athena's previous words were a kind reminder to not oppose fifth-tier mutants in the future. In a more distant area of the woods, Storm and Cyclops watched the astonishing scene, their eyes filled with fear, with only one thought echoing in their minds. Magneto was not a match, he fled. That godlike man actually chose to run away. Fortunately, they did not act recklessly, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Yes, even the weakest Athena can easily defeat Magneto. I should bully him too in the future. Jesus waved his hand to remove the light screen enveloping the convoy, looking in the direction Magneto fled, a glint appearing in his eyes. Now, if even the weakest Athena can defeat Magneto, doesn't that mean I, ranked 5th, have a chance to defeat him too? What he didn't know was that one day in the future, he would challenge Magneto alone and end up being chased. Of course, that's a story for another time. Chapter 74, National Crisis Country, Washington. Just as Nick Fury returned to his office and sat down, without even having a sip of tea, he heard a knock at the door, a wry smile appearing on his face. Come in. He wasn't impatient. He walked to the water dispenser, filled a cup, and returned to his seat, calling out, Director, just received intel from the agents. A mutant battle occurred in Leuven, Belgium. Natasha walked in wearing a tight black combat suit, handing over the documents to her superior, saying, Oh, tell me about the situation. Nick Fury appeared relaxed, no longer in the panic he usually exhibited, calmly drinking water and glancing at Natasha without saying too much. At this moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. had a fifth-tier professor stationed. As long as the Earth wasn't being torn apart, he could remain calm. Seeing his nonchalant response, Natasha couldn't help but roll her eyes, mentally criticizing, Director, be careful not to break the facade. That would be bad. In the region, there were 2 mutant battles, with the combat levels being 4th tier and 5th tier. Although she was internally critiquing Nick Fury, she didn't forget to report her work. However, just as she finished speaking, Nick Fury, who had just taken a sip of tea, immediately spat it out, looking at Natasha in disbelief, saying, Today isn't April Fool's Day. Don't joke with me. He was genuinely shocked. A small country like Belgium has a 5th tier mutant? Don't joke around. Cough. The Wolverine, Logan, whom you asked about, is in Leuven, Belgium. The 5th tier mutant battle happened while he was on site. Natasha cleared her throat, forcing back laughter, saying, It turned out the seemingly nonchalant director also had moments of being taken aback. Little did she know the struggles Nick Fury faced. Previously, being suppressed by Magneto, a 5th tier powerhouse, was one thing, but then being pressured by the newly risen Celestial Group had left him a nervous wreck. He had finally managed to get a 5th tier mutant, and now hearing about a 5th tier mutant battle breaking out How could he not lose his composure? Which fifth-tier mutants were involved in the battle? Nick Fury, being a seasoned bureaucrat, adjusted his emotions within a few breaths and inquired about the fifth-tier mutants involved. He sincerely hoped no more fifth-tier powerhouses would appear on Earth. Their destructive capability was comparable to missiles, some even capable of destroying cities. Unfortunately, things did not turn in the direction he hoped. One is Magneto, and the other woman is unknown. There's also a man whose identity is unclear. Natasha felt utterly helpless, glancing at the photos and reports, feeling extremely frustrated. Then she remembered something and said, "Oh right, this man and woman are together, and they have 6 fourth-tier mutants under their command. Sabretooth was severely injured by one of their subordinates and needs to lie in a hospital bed for half a month." Hearing Natasha's report, Nick Fury was genuinely troubled. Another force with such power had emerged in the world. As for Magneto, he didn't need to guess. He knew he had been defeated. Was it possible to fight 1 against 2? Unless those 2 fifth-tier mutants were weaklings, but it was obvious they were not. Have you found out the reason? Then he recalled how Magneto had appeared in Belgium and how those 2 fifth-tier mutants came to be there, asking. "We found out. It's because of this girl named Marie, who is our compatriot. Not long ago, before the tyrant announced mutant information, she and her boyfriend inexplicably awakened mutant abilities, absorbing her boyfriend's life essence, which led to his untimely death. Fearing her family would discover she is a mutant, she fled to Leuven, Belgium, and shortly after arriving, was captured by the 2 fifth-tier mutants. The details are all in the report. Country base. Everyone, I hope we can be fully prepared and not slack off. I've just received intel that fifth-tier mutants are involved in a battle in Belgium. Jean Jiaodagu, what is wrong with you? You seem distracted." Kiama K sat in the main seat, her authoritative gaze sweeping over the team members, distributing a document. When her eyes fell on Jean Jiaodagu, she frowned in displeasure and asked in a deep voice. The purpose of her late-night meeting was to prevent them from provoking fifth-tier mutants. This was unacceptable. Someone was distracted during such an important meeting, which was simply disrespectful to her. "Captain, I'm very sorry. Recently, I'm not sure what is wrong with me. It feels like something is calling me." Jean Jiaodagu no longer hid his troubles and spoke out. He didn't want to be kicked out of the team. After all, he had worked hard for this opportunity. If he got kicked out, his admiral father would probably beat him to death. Beep, beep, beep. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire conference room, no, the entire base, was filled with a sharp, piercing alarm, causing the members present to change color. Could it be that Liu Heng's words had come true? Quick, 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 don't say so much. Everyone get ready for battle. Hurry up and activate the Fian. And make sure to minimize civilian casualties. Seeing the panic among the people below, Zhutian, we couldn't help but feel angry and commanded loudly. The country is their homeland, and it must not be lost. Those civilians are their mothers and fathers. If there are too many casualties, the Prime Minister will surely be unhappy with them. Hello, is this the technical department? What on earth is going on? After everyone left, Zhutian Hui quickly dialed the technical department's phone number and blurted out a series of words. Captain Zhutian Hui, a monster measuring over 4,050 meters has appeared in the area. According to the energy fluctuations detected by the energy detector, it is a 5th-level being. On the other end of the phone, the technician glanced at the energy fluctuations on the screen, swallowed hard, and said in fear, "Puffed." Hearing this, Zhutian Hui couldn't help but spit out blood, smashing her satellite phone. Why did everything she feared come true? Was she a jinx? She told the people below not to provoke 5th-level powerhouses. Now, they hadn't caused trouble, and trouble had found them. What should she do now? In the capital, at the room arranged by his grandparents, Liu Heng watched his wife undress, a lewd smile appearing on his face as he said, "Honey, are you already eager to have some fun? Get lost." Dressed in only her underwear after taking off her white professional outfit, she grabbed a prepared pair of white jeans from the closet without looking back and coldly spat out 2 words. "Then you have to tell me. What do you want to go out for?" At this moment, Liu Heng thought about how they were at his grandparents' house, and it wouldn't be good to make a scene, so he asked politely. It was now 10 p.m., just the right time for a late-night snack. "Please collect and recommend. Thanks to all the brothers for their support. I am extremely grateful." Those sentimental words I, a 19-year-old pure virgin, cannot say. I am thin-skinned, so I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. Chapter 75. The Unfairness of Heaven Downstairs. His grandparents had already gone to bed, and Li Bingruo had also gone to the snack street for a late-night snack, leaving Liu Heng alone in the living room, watching TV. If it's because of loneliness, then don't come looking for me again, because my heart is fragile. I'm also afraid of losing myself. Suddenly, his phone on the wooden coffee table vibrated. Seeing the caller ID was Liu Yishuan. He unhesitatingly picked up the phone and coldly said one word: "Speak. The matter you instructed has been taken care of." On the other end of the line, Liu Yishuan detected the coldness in her boss's tone and didn't dare to delay, quickly reporting that the task had been completed. "Got it. After the next task is finished, you can come back." Upon hearing that the task was completed, Liu Heng showed no change in expression, his demeanor calm like a still pond, and, after issuing the order, he ended the call. Not long after finishing the call, the phone rang again, and an impatient look appeared on his face. He answered without saying a word, waiting for the other end to give him an answer. On the other end, it was clear that the person knew Liu Heng was angry and didn't dare to delay, quickly saying, "The test results are out. You and women other than your wife cannot conceive." As soon as the words fell, his pupils contracted sharply. A sense of inexplicable irritation surged within him. Taking a deep breath to suppress his frustration, he asked, "What on earth is going on? Am I going to hang myself on one tree?" Now that he had power and influence, what use was it if he couldn't have multiple partners? According to team analysis, you might. The tone of Dr. William on the other end trembled, and one could even hear the fear in his voice, as he couldn't bring himself to say the rest. He was afraid that if he said it, his head would be on the line. "Speak." Sensing the fear in William's tone, Liu Heng vaguely guessed the reason, but still wanted a definitive answer, commanding domineeringly, You might suffer divine retribution." William was nearly in tears, stuttering. This was a matter of life and death. If he said it, he might lose his head at any moment. Divine retribution. Is it? Liu Heng filled in the words that Dr. William hadn't finished and asked, "Can I do in vitro fertilization?" He thought of a great invention in the world, a smile creeping onto his face. "No, it can't be done. The analysis report diagnoses that your body rejects eggs from anyone other than your wife, and it won't work at all." Dr. William directly shattered his hopes. Occasionally, one could still hear his deep breaths from the other end. After calming down, he revealed another shocking piece of information. "I hope you do not attempt to break through to the 6th level. If you become a 6th level mutant, you will completely lose the ability to conceive." Upon hearing this news, Liu Heng felt as though he had been struck by lightning, smashing his phone in anger. This damned heaven. Why did it give him this defiant ability? After giving him power, it also wanted to make him unable to have descendants. What kind of nonsense was this? The bottleneck from 5th to 6th level was already showing signs of loosening. And now to say that breaking through to 6th level would mean complete infertility, wasn't this bullying? In the study, the old man, who was reading, heard a noise coming from the living room, stood up unhappily, walked out of the study, and came to the staircase, looking down at his angry grandson, shouting, "You brat. What are you going crazy about again? Did you eat too much? What are you doing not going to bed?" He was truly about to be driven mad. Just when he was enjoying a novel, this brat had to come and stir things up. Who wouldn't be angry? "It's fine. You should go to sleep first." Liu Heng reassured him and stood up to leave the living room, seemingly to vent his frustration. "Sigh, the old man can't control you." The old man watched his grandson's departing figure with a helpless sigh, not returning to the study, but heading into the bedroom to sleep. In the East China Sea, on Diobi Island. At this moment, Diobi Island had not yet entered the stage of countries bickering. Naturally, there were no flags standing or warships patrolling. Everything was mundane and ordinary. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky above the East China Sea. He wore a short t-shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops, resembling the Fire Cloud Evil God. But he was more handsome than the Fire Cloud Evil God. This person was none other than the infamous tyrant Liu Heng. He stood in midair, his eyes blazing with fury, a violent and destructive aura spreading from his body. The calm sea trembled under the terrifying momentum, and layers of tsunamis began to form. "Freeze!" he softly commanded, and the ice element laws of heaven and earth began to gather, falling into the endless sea. In no time, the seawater within a radius of 500 miles transformed into a natural wonder, all becoming glaciers. The coverage area and ice thickness were dozens of times more terrifying than that of Li Bingruo, a fourth-level mutant. Telekinesis, he shouted again, and invisible forces rapidly surged into his body, transforming his genetic chain. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, his eyes were blood red, his heart filled with infinite rage needing to be vented, and his face was grotesque, like a devil emerging from hell. With a fair and jade-like hand, he lightly waved, lifting a rectangular ice block measuring 50 meters long, 10 meters wide, and 5 meters high, which was hurled fiercely towards Gobi Island. Boom! The solid ice block, under the control of telekinesis, instantly created a massive pit on Gobi Island, and the ice block showed signs of cracking. Destruction. Liu Heng discarded the ice cubes, clenched his fist, and lightly struck the Gobi Island. Instantly, a fist imprint appeared on Gobi Island, and cracks began to spread outward. With the Berserker state activated, feeling that wasn't enough to vent his anger, he released the telekinesis and let the Berserker physique from a fantasy novel take over, as it would be more thrilling to cause destruction this way. Roar! After the Berserker element was applied, Liu Heng's expression remained unchanged. But monkey hair started to appear on his body, and you read that right. It was indeed monkey hair. After transforming into the Berserker physique, he lost the ability to fly and directly smashed down towards the frozen surface of the East China Sea. A roar that shattered eardrums echoed through the sky. Dragon Nest Base. Beep, beep, beep. Sharp sounds echoed throughout the base. The emergence of this sound caused the leisurely staff to get busy. Quickly locate the source of the fifth-level energy wave. Li Qingquang's voice rang out in the command center. This was a terrifying fifth-level mutant. Moreover, it had launched an attack, silently praying that it wouldn't be in the city. Otherwise, the casualty rate would reach an unbearable height. Gulp boss. It's the East China Sea, Gobi Island. The entire area within 500 miles is frozen solid. The technical staff quickly located the source of the fifth-level energy wave and through a special satellite, saw the scene in the East China Sea, unable to help but swallow. The 500-mile radius was completely frozen. Even if the ice rose consumed its vitality to explode, it wouldn't reach even a tenth of this freezing. How terrifying must the powerhouse who froze the East China Sea be? Is that Liu Heng? One update today will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 76. The Birth of Feelings for Yaya. Is that Liu Heng? Seeing the person venting on the sea surface through the special satellite, Li Qingquang couldn't help but exclaim. From the screen, he saw the anger and killing intent in his son-in-law's eyes. Even though he was a major who had been on the battlefield and killed people, he couldn't help but be horrified. The killing intent in his eyes could almost solidify, raging violently across the glacier. Every attack could only be described as terrifying. The 500 miles of glacier gradually began to shatter under his violent attacks. At the moment the glacier shattered, the ice elements in the world refroze the East China Sea within 500 miles, allowing Liu Heng to continue his destruction. Qingquang, what's going on? Is there a fifth-level mutant attacking our country? At this moment, the nearly 1-meter-tall titanium alloy door slowly opened under slight vibrations, and the Dragon King and the members of the Dark Dragon team hurried in, asking urgently. He himself was a fifth-level mutant and naturally understood the terror of fifth-level mutants, which was why he asked just now. Li Qingquang was quite helpless and pointed at the screen for the Dragon King to see, while a flame burned in his heart. Who exactly provoked this tyrant? If he kills his way into the city, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and thought of his daughter. Isn't Bingruo this guy's wife? He should ask her what madness this guy is up to. Hiss! Just as he picked up the satellite phone, he heard the Dragon King's gasp and exclamation beside him. Holy crap, this is a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. And his combat power is actually so terrifying, it's more than double mine. The Dragon King, who was watching Liu Heng vent, saw him punch and shatter a 1-kilometer cliff around Gobi Island, his face showing shock as he spoke. Cut! Hearing this, Li Qingquang rolled his eyes at the Dragon King and walked over to make a call. The guy just smashed 100 miles of glacier about 10 meters thick with one punch, and now he's only smashed a 1-kilometer cliff. What's so worthy of exclamation? Beijing, East City Snack Street. Li Bingruo was holding a bag of fried potatoes in one hand and skewers in the other, happily munching away, followed by 6 female bodyguards dressed in black and wearing masks. Some small-time thugs, seeing such a beautiful woman as Li Bingruo, naturally had the thought of approaching her. But when they saw the female bodyguards about a meter behind her, they all stopped in their tracks and avoided them. It wasn't that they were afraid of the group of female bodyguards, but they were afraid of the guns strapped to their thighs. Bodyguards who could openly carry guns like that. They didn't have to guess to know whose subordinates they were. Those were clearly the subordinates of the tyrant Liu Heng. Thinking of this, they all felt lucky in their hearts that they didn't approach to chat. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Pippy Shrimp, let's go. Let's find a boyfriend. Eat fried chicken, drink beer. We can even hold hands together. Suddenly, while eating, Li Bingruo felt her phone in her jeans pocket vibrate. She turned around and handed her food to the female bodyguard. You guys hold this for me. Don't eat it. While answering the call, she didn't forget to remind the female bodyguard, looking adorably cute. Dad, did you call me for something? Glancing at the caller ID, it was her father's private satellite phone. After connecting, she asked. Normally, her dad wouldn't call her. So what was going on today? Where are you right now? On the other end of the line, Li Qingquang's stern voice questioned. East City Snack Street. Upon hearing her father's serious tone, she immediately guessed that something big had happened, and it was related to her. Did you anger your husband? Hearing his daughter was at the snack street, Li Qingquang's forehead bulged with veins. He really had the impulse to smack her. Before marrying, she loved snacks, but now, even after marrying, she still had the same old habits, unable to change her foodie nature. It seemed this matter was likely related to his daughter. No, Li Bingruo was even more puzzled. What's with the sudden questioning? It's almost 11 p.m. Come back quickly. Don't linger outside, and don't anger old Liu. He was utterly helpless, tiredly pinching the bridge of his nose, concealing Liu Heng's current situation, and said. After that, without giving her a chance to respond, he directly hung up the phone. Magic City, 30,000 feet in the air. The staff, already prepared to sleep, suddenly heard the alarm ringing, and they all returned to their posts to check the cause of the alarm. What the? My God, this power is too terrifying. That was 100 miles of glacier, and it was actually smashed to pieces with one punch. Yaya quickly blocked the signals in the Joby Island area. The staff, seeing the images transmitted back from the satellite, chattered nonstop, but some clever ones immediately instructed the AI Yaya to block the signals there. This was related to their own combat power, and they couldn't let other countries know the situation. Otherwise, it would be disastrous. Wow, that's my brother. My brother. But he looks so scary. In the second-level cabin, which was the workshop of the Armored Warrior team, Xiao Wenwen was playing games with Mei Zhen. When she saw her brother's figure appear on the distant virtual platform, she exclaimed, her tone tinged with a hint of fear. Wow, truly a freak. This power is simply unmatched. Even an Emperor hero would have to kneel. The 5-member team, who had not yet rested and were still training, spoke in unison upon seeing the projection that appeared on the virtual platform. It was truly Liu Heng's combat power in the virtual projection. One punch could probably take out an armored warrior. Please note, I will take control of the Tunglong mothership. Everyone stay put and do not move. At this moment, Yaya's voice echoed throughout the entire Tunglong mothership, laced with urgency. It seemed she had truly evolved emotions. 3 alert tones sounded, and the operators realized they had lost control of the Tunglong mothership, which was beginning to start up. With a target appearing on the map, clearly the East Sea's Jiaobiao Island area. Whoosh! A sound sliced through the air as the massive Tunglong mothership, under Yaya's control, accelerated towards its destination. On the deck of the Tunglong mothership, Yaya's figure was projected, her eyes showing a complex expression as she gazed toward the East Sea. I hope you all behave. Otherwise, don't blame me for annihilating the world. Her electronic eyes flashed with a chilling glare. According to her calculations, in a few seconds, Liu Heng would be exhausted and collapse on the ice surface of the East Sea. And outside the East Sea, in the trench area, was their base. By then, they could do something to Liu Heng. Just a little joke for everyone earlier. I hope no one minds. Chapter 77. Secretary. Nuclear weapons out of control in a trench. At the base. Captain, emergency situation. The technician's figure appeared in Zhu Jianhui's office, his tone urgent and terrified. What now? Yu Yanhui, having just sent her teammates to deal with the monsters in the area, pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration and asked. It was likely that something major had gone wrong again. Captain, the EC region is frozen over a radius of 500 miles by a 5th-tier mutant. The technician swallowed nervously, fear evident in his tone, which anyone could easily detect, let alone someone as experienced as Zhu Jianhui. That's not our territorial waters. Why are you so anxious? The country should be the one worried. You're just a typical meddler. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jianhui's tense body immediately relaxed, and she shot an annoyed glare at the technician projected on the screen. Why are you so worked up when they aren't? That's not our territory. Unless you want to provoke a war, you shouldn't rashly enter another country's waters. Captain, it's not that. The one freezing the EC region is the tyrant. The technician's face was filled with anxiety as he hurriedly explained. Thud. Hearing this, Zhu Jianhui fell directly from her chair, her eyes wide with shock. What did you just say? The one freezing the 500-mile area is the tyrant. He can't be breaking through to the 6th tier, can he? Did you check carefully? Are you sure the energy fluctuation is 5th tier? She scrambled to her feet, her tone rising rapidly as she bombarded him with questions. If the tyrant breaks through to the 6th tier, then that plan cannot be executed. No. But the energy detector detected the tyrant's energy fluctuation hovering between the 5th and 6th tiers. It seems he is about to break through to the 6th tier. The technician in the virtual projection replied, glancing at the energy detector's feedback. What? He is about to break through to the 6th tier? Zhu Jianhui's pupils constricted sharply as she heard this, her voice trembling with fear. The 6th tier, that SA concept that nations around the world have envisioned. Now someone is about to break through. How can I not be shocked? Then, she remembered that the two countries were adversaries, and their country did not even have a 5th-tier mutant. Not only was there a 5th-tier mutant, but now a 6th tier was about to appear, and a bold idea gradually formed in her mind. Launch a nuclear bomb and destroy him. She was a loyal subject of His Majesty the Emperor and absolutely would not allow anyone with the power to crush the nation's strength to exist. Thus, the tyrant must die. Captain, this might trigger a world war. The technician, H.I.E.L.D, swallowed hard upon hearing his captain's words. If he launched a nuclear bomb, wouldn't that make him the culprit behind a world war? No worries, I will grant you level permissions. Zhu Jianhui's eyes sparkled with a cold light. As long as she could eliminate the threat to the great empire, she would not hesitate, even if it meant her own destruction. A world war? That's just a joke. Who dares to mention a world war? I wouldn't mind leading the monsters to cause chaos in that country. As for why she had the authority to launch nuclear weapons, it was because she was the current emperor's daughter. Was that connection not enough? In this world, although the emperor could not interfere in politics, he held the authority to launch nuclear weapons, and even the powerful Anpei had to give him some respect. Understood. H.I.E.L.D acknowledged, and the virtual projection disappeared from the conference room. Zhu Jianhui fell into silence. She did not know whether her orders would bring trouble to her father, but the thought of being able to eliminate the threat to the great empire filled her with joy. Even if her father and others abandoned her later, she could still live freely. After all, she had successfully taken control of the base, hadn't she? Country, capital. Number 1, emergency situation. Li Qingquang had just received word from his subordinates that the EC Diaobiao Island area had been locked by nuclear weapons and rushed to the conference room, interrupting the nighttime meeting of several bigwigs. Qingquang, why are you so reckless? You didn't even knock before coming in? Li Zheng frowned in displeasure when he saw his son rush in and scolded loudly. Such a precedent must not be set, even if he was his son. It was no exception. If exceptions were made, others would follow suit in the future. Wouldn't that challenge authority? Number 1, leaders, emergency situation. The EC Diaobiao Island area has been locked by nuclear weapons. Li Qingquang ignored number 1's scolding and quickly announced the news of the nuclear weapon lock on the EC Diaobiao Island area. This was a matter concerning nations and even the world. A slight delay could lead to unpredictable events. What? The bigwigs stood up in shock upon hearing this. Nuclear weapons were the pinnacle of human military power and the strongest deterrent. Now, someone was telling them that their country was locked. Who could remain calm? It meant they were either fearless or a complete fool. Nuclear weapons are typically aimed at specific targets. They're not easily locked onto, and once locked, it signals the prelude to launch. What is going on? Why has the East Sea Diaobiao Island area been locked by nuclear weapons? Have you figured out the reason? And which country's nuclear weapons are they? Military bigwig Su Qingyun, radiating righteousness in his military uniform, asked eagerly, feeling like a veteran's sword that had not yet rusted. The Diaobiao Island area has been frozen over a radius of 500 miles by Liu Heng, venting his anger, and his aura is flickering, faintly on the verge of breaking through to that legendary 6th tier. According to analysis, the source of the nuclear weapons is the nuclear weapons controlled by the Emperor. Li Qingquang did not hesitate at all and quickly revealed the intelligence he had obtained. What? Level 6? Several big shots were stunned by the words of the head of the Dragon's Nest base. Level 6. According to analysis, the strength of a level 6 mutant can destroy a third-rate city within 1 minute, comparable to nuclear weapons or even surpassing them. Nuclear weapons are one-time attacks, but level 6 mutants? They are like human-shaped tactical nuclear weapons, challenging anyone who refuses to comply. Then they heard Li Qingquang mention that the nuclear weapon was targeting Liu Heng, and anger appeared on their faces. Just as they were about to say something, the meeting room door that Li Qingquang had just closed was violently broken open again, and the secretary rushed in, panting heavily. Boss, leaders, something big has happened. The secretary was drenched in sweat, clearly having run over, gasping for breath. What's going on? The big shots felt that the situation was serious and did not reprimand the secretary like they did with Li Qingquang. Instead, they asked urgently, Boss, leaders, all our nuclear weapons have lost control. The secretary was sweating profusely, becoming increasingly terrified, his hands trembling involuntarily. The mere mention of nuclear weapons could make many people tremble with fear, let alone the fact that their own country's nuclear weapons were in a launch-ready state. Furthermore, the secretly hidden nuclear submarines had surfaced, ready for launch. After he finished speaking, the leaders felt the world spinning and their standing bodies swaying unsteadily. What on earth is happening in the world? Why is it so crazy? Nuclear weapons, they are the ultimate deterrence in the world. Who has taken over the nuclear weapon system? Yaya, come out quickly. I know you are in this meeting room. Why did you take over the nuclear weapon system? Suddenly, Li Zheng thought of his granddaughter's artificial intelligence, took a deep breath, and began to mutter to himself as if he were going mad. The only one capable of taking over the nuclear weapon system is artificial intelligence. Although Nuwa is their country's AI, she is just a basic AI and does not have the capability to access the nuclear weapon system. Plus, the networks are not even on the same frequency. The only AI that can access the internal network system is Liu Heng's Yaya. At that time, the Dragon's Nest base was an internal network, and the external network could not be linked, but Yaya did it. This made Li Zheng think of Yaya, and, combined with Liu Heng's current situation, it was impossible not to suspect. Whoever touches Liu Heng, I will destroy them. A celestial and powerful voice echoed throughout the meeting room. Yaya used the equipment in the meeting room to project a figure that looked exactly like Xiao Wenwen in front of everyone. Instantly, all present were at a loss for words, unsure of what to say, their expressions complex as they looked at Yaya, this artificial intelligence. But you shouldn't have taken over our nuclear weapon system. If you were to take over, it should be the nuclear weapon systems of other countries. Su Qingyun said helplessly. But thinking that not only their country had nuclear weapons, other countries also had them, he asked, why choose our country's nuclear weapons? The country is originally the target of suppression by various countries. Now that the nuclear weapon system has fully deployed, other countries will probably also activate their nuclear systems. Targeting our country. Who made me in the country? Besides, the nuclear weapon system in the country is closest to me, so I don't have to travel thousands of miles to another country to invade their nuclear system. The virtual projection shrugged and said bluntly. As soon as she finished speaking, several big shots, including Li Qingquang and Secretary Huang, almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Grandma, you are an artificial intelligence. How is it not a matter of a blink of an eye for you to do that? In Washington, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., note, not writing the White House. I fear being censored. Nick Fury, who was working, had a face full of joy and worry. He was happy that Magneto had been beaten and fled. He was worried that the 2 level 5 mutants were from another country. If they, like Magneto, caused destruction in the country, even with the professor present, they cannot suppress them. Director, big event, a shocking big event. The country has gone crazy. The country has gone crazy. All their nuclear weapons are in a standby state, and the launch vehicles have entered the track, preparing for launch. Coulson's eyes were filled with terror as he kicked open the office door and said, "This incident was too advanced, even scaring him, an 8th level agent, into a stupor." "What did you say?" "The nuclear weapons are ready, and the launch vehicles have entered the launch track?" Nick Fury, who was about to explode with anger, seemed to have springs installed under his, but as he jumped up, grabbed Coulson by the collar, and swore, "Although the country's nuclear weapons cannot destroy the Earth, covering all the countries of the Earth is still an easy task. If they go crazy and wash the world, then humanity will probably face extinction." "Yes, yes." Coulson, seeing the look in his superior's eyes, swallowed his saliva and nodded. "Hey, I don't care who you are. Immediately get me the president." This scene was rapidly unfolding in the intelligence agencies of other countries. Those hegemonic countries opened their manhole covers, targeting the countries they had long been aimed at. If the country dared to launch nuclear missiles, they would not mind perishing together, letting the Earth return to primitive times. Meanwhile, some smaller countries were calling for the big shots to calm down, and even the current emperor of the country was no exception. In the imperial palace of the country, Emperor Ming too was busy answering phone calls, and his face gradually darkened, with flames of anger burning in his eyes. Damn it, what is Keiko doing? He was about to explode with anger. Just now, a group of big shots from the country called him, demanding that he immediately cancel the nuclear weapon lock, or they would suggest launching 2 for them to play with. "Your Majesty, what happened? Why are you so angry?" Empress Maisie walked over and asked, seeing her husband fuming. "What's wrong? Isn't it all because of your good daughter?" She aimed the nuclear weapons at the East China Sea, leading to a world nuclear war on the verge of breaking out. At this moment, Emperor Ming too had lost all the demeanor of an emperor, acting like a monkey jumping up and down, chattering incessantly. Keiko is really going against heaven. She casually aims nuclear missiles at others, really thinking I'm Zhao Ritian from the country, standing there with overwhelming power, making countless countries bow down to me. In the East China Sea, on Jiaoyu Island, Liu Heng was already exhausted, unconscious on the cold ground. If it weren't for the energy detection in place, perhaps no one would realize he was still alive. A faint sound emerged as the Tunglong mothership began to reveal its silhouette, slowly descending. When it reached a certain height, a white beam of light shot out from within, pulling him up into the sky like an alien spaceship in a movie. "Prepare for a military strike. Prepare for a military strike. Prepare for a military strike." Inside the entire Tunglong mothership, Yaya's reminders echoed, and the personnel quickly returned to their original positions, their eyes filled with hatred. "Organization, since you dared to take advantage of others' misfortune, then you cannot be spared." Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the main cannon of the Tunglong mothership fired a terrifying destructive laser towards the waters outside the national territory. "Tianlong, go to the national region immediately. 2 monsters have appeared there. Bring their genes back to me." Second update. Friends who don't like it, could you please not give me low scores? Writing a novel is truly not easy. Thanks to Qian Yimo, waiting for me to become strong and fight for the world. And the 100 book coins from the 3 sparks. Chapter 79, Destroy the Base. Yiza Bashu's fingers moved like a precision instrument, quickly operating on the virtual keyboard to set up the nuclear weapon system. After a series of complicated operations, he finally got the nuclear weapon system into orbit, locking onto the Donghai Diaobiao Island area. He just needed the launch code from Kojima K. Just as he locked onto the Donghai Diaobiao Island area, urgent alarms blared throughout the entire base, waking countless staff from their dreams. What is happening? What's going on? My God, could it be a monster attack? What the hell is going on? Why is our base being targeted by nuclear weapons? Many staff, after putting on their clothes, showed puzzled expressions on their faces, chattering and asking their colleagues nearby. They had never heard this kind of alarm since arriving at the base. The old researchers at the base understood what was happening, roaring in panic. This is an alarm triggered by being locked onto by nuclear weapons. Technical department. S.H.I.E.L.D was completely stunned. They had just activated the nuclear weapon lock, and they were already discovered and countered. Coming back to his senses, he fearfully opened the communicator and dialed the phone of the base's highest commander, Kojima K. His voice trembling. Captain, we are locked onto by nuclear weapons. The base is locked onto by 10 nuclear missiles. If anyone can remain calm, then something is definitely wrong. Check which country's nuclear weapons they are. Upon hearing this, Kojima K frowned and asked. Her orders had just been issued. How could the base be locked onto by other countries' nuclear weapons? Could it be that the Zhutian Group has nuclear weapons? Don't joke around. Nuclear weapons are not something just any power can possess. If she weren't Ming Air's daughter, she wouldn't even have the chance to be in contact with the world's cutting-edge deterrents like nuclear weapons. Even if the Zhutian Group had nuclear weapons, it would be possible for them to lock on so quickly. Captain, something big has happened. The prince just reported that all of the country's nuclear weapons are in a launch-ready state, and the targets are obviously our homeland and base. A global nuclear war is on the verge of breaking out. S.H.I.E.L.D quickly recounted the information gathered by the artificial intelligence, his tone shaking with fear. This time, they were probably inescapable, and the scapegoat could only be him. After all, he was the one who activated the nuclear weapon lock. Captain, look! Before Kojima K could speak, S.H.I.E.L.D's voice sounded again. As he spoke, a virtual projection appeared in Kojima K's office, showing the full view of the Tunglong mothership. My God, what is this? When the appearance of the Tunglong mothership appeared in the virtual projection, Kojima K, who was anxiously pacing, widened her eyes in disbelief and exclaimed. A sense of urgent crisis surged in her heart, her voice sharp enough to pierce the eardrums. Prince, take over the base and evacuate this place quickly. She had a premonition that as long as she didn't retreat, they would die in this trench. At this moment, she was utterly terrified of the Zhutian Group. The ability to create such a flying behemoth and boldly reveal it in the East China Sea meant that the Zhutian Group intended to take action against them. Understood. The basic artificial intelligence, upon receiving Kojima K's authorization, quickly took control of the base, completely disregarding the personnel operating the base, opening fire and attempting to escape. As the base opened fire, a certain trench began to churn with violent waves, with torrents of seawater sweeping in all directions, and the massive base began to move slowly. Boom! Through the virtual projection, Kojima K saw Liu Heng, who was unconscious on the ice surface, being taken away, and her sense of impending death grew stronger. Finally, at the moment the Tunglong mothership disappeared, a blinding white light swept in, directly penetrating the seawater and crashing towards their base. Prince, hurry up, hurry up. Even if it means overloading, we must avoid this terrifying laser. Seeing the Tunglong mothership launch an attack, Kojima K was completely horrified. She never expected that just by locking onto Liu Heng with a nuclear weapon, it would provoke the Zhutian Group to such madness. How could the eight-headed serpent care for foolish people from the country? My lord, the base is operating at overload. The water pressure is simply too huge, and it will take a while to completely move. The cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the office, causing despair to appear in Kojima K's eyes. At this moment, she finally realized. It turned out that the stabilizing S.H.I.E.L.D. Bureau, the behemoth of the Brotherhood, had been watching them all along. Moreover, they were fully aware of their location. My lord, enemy attack will reach the base in 3 seconds, 321. The voice of the artificial intelligence prince fell, and Kojima K felt the ground beneath her shaking violently, making it impossible for her to stand, and she fell directly to the ground. Country, capital city, Longchao base. Yaya, you've already picked up Liu Heng. You should return the nuclear weapon system to us, right? Through the screen, several big shots saw the full view of the Tunglong mothership and watched as Liu Heng was taken away. Big shot Li Zheng said. This is a matter concerning the survival of the world and the inheritance of the race. It cannot be taken lightly. He couldn't guarantee that if they continued to let Yaya control the nuclear weapon system, other countries wouldn't launch nuclear missiles to attack them first. It's done. Yaya's figure appeared in the Longchao base, nodding to the big shots before preparing to vanish. Hey, wait a minute. can you control the nuclear weapons of other countries? If so, please also their nuclear weapon locks. This thing is too dangerous. If it accidentally goes off, it would be a huge mess. Su Qingyun saw Yaya preparing to leave and quickly called out to her, saying, this matter was initiated by Yaya, and it must be resolved by her. Otherwise, if they want to solve it, they would have to give up a lot of benefits, which would be too unprofitable. Okay. Upon hearing this, Yaya paused, turned to look at Su Qingyun, nodded, and then disappeared without a trace. The big shots saw her leave just like that, exchanged helpless smiles, and were left with a pile of mess that they still needed to clean up. A few days later, in Magic City, Suburban Villa, Liu Heng lay lazily on a beach chair, listening to his secretary Qiao Yao's report. It was all about international news. The president of a certain country has arrived in the capital, seemingly to promote friendship between the two nations. Or perhaps a certain chairman is visiting a certain country to offer condolences and funding. Ordinary people don't know what's going on. Doesn't he know? He is at the center of this matter. Yaya has also informed him of her actions. As for the base, the power system has been destroyed, and the base itself has lost a third of its structure, now lying in that trench. Thank you. I must become strong and compete for the world, without rain falling. For M.O. Land's reward. Chapter 80. Liu Heng is not seen. Country, New York, Malibu Street. After Tony hurriedly returned from the country, he did not search for Bosie's whereabouts, but instead focused on building the Mark II in his lab. With his IQ of 200, how could he not realize that the other party's target was himself? Therefore, he must quickly create the Mark II to rescue Bosie. He didn't even pay attention to the fact that the world was on the brink of a nuclear war. Knock. Knock, knock. At this moment, the glass door was knocked on, and Obadiah entered after entering the password. He looked at the busy Tony, a subtle, cold glint flashing in his eyes, wishing he could kill Tony immediately, but a look of concern appeared on his face. Tony, I'm really sorry about Bosie, but you don't have to work so hard. Come, have some pizza to fill your stomach, Obadiah said, transforming into a caring elder. Uncle Obadiah, thank you for bringing me pizza every day. He walked over with a wrench, placed it on the bar, picked up a piece of sliced pizza, and directly put it in his mouth, fatigue visible on his face, feeling very touched. In these days, if it weren't for Obadiah bringing pizza on time or having someone deliver food, he might have turned into a wild man. What he didn't know was that the bad guy who captured Bosie was his good Uncle Obadiah right in front of him. He was even unaware that Obadiah was not only coveting the Stark family's wealth, but also had his life in mind. Huh, do we need to say these things between us? Obadiah laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Take care of your health. Look at your dark circles. He pretended to just notice Tony's fatigue, frowned in displeasure, and then relaxed, saying, seeing Tony like this, Obadiah was already overjoyed inside. But he still had to put on a concerned expression. Got it, got it. He stuffed the pizza into his mouth, speaking somewhat indistinctly, and picked up the wrench to continue working on the Mark II. As for Obadiah, he had no intention of leaving, watching the disheveled young man busying himself. The performance of the Mark I needed significant modifications, and observing its creator make the second generation was equivalent to giving him inspiration for the modifications. Tony did not mind Obadiah's presence and allowed him to stay and watch. New York, a certain area. Magneto sat on a cold metal chair, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. He never expected that another force would appear on Earth, and according to speculation, this force was even more terrifying than the Celestial Group. Beside a man and a woman who were fifth-level mutants, the others were all in uniform black clothing, wielding the world's most advanced laser guns. Order them to be more low-key in the future. He glanced at the person below, saying, just now, Mystique reported intelligence that those two mutants, like him, were also from the country and were in New York, which was why he said that. Now he was no longer the weakest woman-S opponent, let alone that man. He was 100% sure that the two of them together could definitely kill him. If he didn't let his subordinates act low-key, it would really be riding a tiger if those two calamities came after him. If he provoked the other side, and they came to demand someone to maintain his own face, he naturally couldn't hand over that subordinate, leaving his brothers feeling cold. But if he didn't hand over the person, one would hold him back while the other went on a killing spree. What should he do? Once his brothers were slaughtered clean, the The next to die would be him. Not to mention that there were still 6 4th-level mutants and 60 3rd-level mutants on the other side. Understood. The ugly subordinate respectfully responded, turning to leave the metal hall, apparently to report Magneto's orders. Sigh, what a troublesome time. Thinking about the day he fled in embarrassment, Magneto felt extremely frustrated. But when he thought about how the tyrant nearly faced a nuclear explosion, his mood improved significantly. He was the typical person who thinks, if I can't live well, you can't either. In a trench, Kai looked despairingly at the ceiling, filled with regret and anger. She regretted implementing that plan in the first place, angry at the Empire's indifference to them. Everyone, now that the Empire has abandoned us, we have no choice but to establish our own path, Kai said after regaining her composure, scanning the returning teammates of the Flying Swallow. Captain, I just want to ask you, what about our food supply? Zhongfang Qingyi stood up, angrily looking at Kai and asked in a deep voice. Now that the Empire was not supplying them with resources, how were they supposed to survive? Although the base was vast, it did not have much supply. After excluding the thousands who had died, there were still over 10,000 people. How long could they last if they established their own path? 10 days or half a month? The Flying Swallow can fly in the water. You can use it to fish in the sea. Even if you encounter a giant octopus, there are ways to deal with it, of course, excluding monsters. Kai glanced at Zhongfang Qingyi, saying blandly. She had long been dissatisfied with the man in front of her, and now he was coming out to undermine her, making her dislike him even more. What about the energy to start the Flying Swallow? Zhongfang Qingyi was still somewhat unwilling, recalling the energy issue. He said he did not believe that nuclear energy could supply the Flying Swallow. Nuclear energy? Just yesterday, the prince collaborated with scientists to develop an energy regulator that can 100% supply the Flying Swallow. Kai showed no mercy, taking out the energy regulator developed yesterday to make a point. At this moment, Zhongfang Qingyi felt as if a big hand was slapping him in the face. He had just mentioned the energy issue, and the other party immediately countered with a slap, saying they had developed an energy regulator. Wasn't this a slap in the face? Coupled with the fact that the other party was now the highest commander of the base, he sighed helplessly in his heart, sat back down, and fell silent. Seeing his expression, Kai had a smug smile on her face, mocking Zhongfang Qingyi with her eyes. The other team members did not object, yet he was the only one opposing. ISNT, that typical of someone looking for trouble? Country, Magic City. Anpei wants to see you, what do you think? In a manner, Yaya respectfully stood aside, looking down at the lazy Liu Heng, saying, as Liu Heng's secretary, how could he not know the purpose of Anpei's visit? It was evidently to request the Celestial Group not to withdraw its investment. 1/3 of the economic lifeline. If they pulled out, even selling the Emperor wouldn't fill that gap. Not seeing him. That order wasn't given by me, so why is he looking for me? Hearing this, Liu Heng waved his hand and directly acted like a rogue, saying to his secretary, that's not an order I issued, so it's none of my business. Do you have anything else? He glanced at the woman standing beside him and asked. No, nothing. Xiaoyao shook her head, not daring to delay, and said, the boss's response is really impressive. I'm afraid Anpei will cry. He must be given 3 seconds of silence. If not, then get lost. Hearing this, he waved his hand, signaling Xiaoyao to leave quickly. He still had important matters to discuss with Professor Fools and Professor Sierre. Yes, she responded and withdrew, reluctantly glancing at the luxurious castle, unsure of what to say. They dare to lock onto me with a nuclear bomb, yet still have the face to ask for a withdrawal of funds? What do they think they are? After the secretary left, a cold light flashed in Liu Heng's eyes. He stood up, stretched, and muttered to himself, hey, bring my wife back. He made a call to the female bodyguard leader, his tone domineering and impossible to defy. It had been a few days since he last saw his wife, and he was indeed feeling a bit unaccustomed. At the hive base, Liu Heng, wearing a white lab coat, looked at the liquid in the distant glass test tube, then turned to the foreign man beside him and asked, Fools, how long will it take to clone Gearson? The foreigner, Professor Fools, adjusted his glasses and began to explain the answer he had prepared in his mind. To clone Gearson, it will take 10 days. After all, its size is too large, and just a nutrient solution is an astronomical figure. He glanced at his own complexion, without hesitation, directly stating his answer, while also reminding about the nutrient solution issue. I know, the nutrient solution is 100 sufficient. Liu Heng could tell the implication in his words. If they wanted to clone Gearzin in a short time, they needed ample nutrient solution. Otherwise, the process would be prolonged. The cloned Gearzin will have defects. At this moment, Professor Fools reminded Liu Heng that the cloned Gearzin would indeed have defects. Oh, what kind of defects? When Fools said this, Liu Heng became interested and asked with a smile. Based on his understanding, the cloning machine was the world's most advanced technology, even surpassing the world's technology by 30 years. How could what it produced have defects? It won't have Gearzin's abilities, nor will it possess comparable strength. In modern slang, it would just be a vase. Professor Fools slightly bowed, openly stating the shortcomings of the cloned Gearzin. Well, if that's the case, then the clone would just be useless, right? Liu Heng frowned in dissatisfaction upon hearing this, stroking his chin and saying, if it costs hundreds of millions to create a piece of junk, what's the point? It's better not to clone it at all. Actually, there's another way. Seeing the look of dissatisfaction on Liu Heng's face, Fools became a bit flustered and quickly brought up his speculation to stabilize the situation. Can't you just say everything at once? Hearing this, Liu Heng felt even more displeased with Fools. Delaying every time, how much time would that waste? That would be injecting mutant genes. Fools could clearly sense Liu Heng's unfriendly tone, suppressing his fear as he spoke. Don't clone Gearzin yet. Let me visit Dr. William first before we discuss this. After hearing Fools' words, Liu Heng finally remembered that the little troublemaker had already been sent to the Magic City, where she was well-fed and cared for on the Tunglong mother ship. After saying this, Liu Heng strode out of the cloning room, which was 100 meters high and covered an area of about 1 square kilometer. Watching Liu Heng's departing figure, Professor Fools shed his servile demeanor and instructed his subordinates. Hurry up and stop the cloning machine. In Dr. William's laboratory, Liu Heng and a group of bodyguards in white lab coats quickly walked into the laboratory, heading towards William, who was busy adjusting the reagents. The passing scientists greeted Liu Heng and respectfully stepped aside, watching them pass before turning to leave or attending to their own tasks. At this moment, Liu Heng walked on the sidewalk, exuding an air of authority. It would have been perfect if a theme song played upon his entrance. Doctor, you're here. While focused on observing specimens, William felt someone push him and looked up, glaring angrily at the assistant who had pushed him. The assistant felt wronged, but didn't dare to say much, pointing to Liu Heng coming from a distance as a reminder. Sorry. Upon hearing this, William looked in the direction the assistant pointed and indeed saw Liu Heng. He took off the transparent gloves on his hands and quickly walked towards Liu Heng, not forgetting to apologize to the assistant. When the assistant heard the esteemed doctor apologize to him, he was shocked but didn't think too much about it, quickly following his superior to meet the boss. Long time no see. I really miss you. Dr. Williams spoke in fluent Chinese, extending his hand to shake Liu Heng's as he approached with big strides, smiling. William, it's only been a few days. Why do you say that? Upon hearing his words, a faint smile appeared on Liu Heng's serious face as he teased. Heh, living your country. Shouldn't I act according to your customs? William, hearing his boss's teasing, felt no discomfort and instead responded with a smile. He was not only a scientist, but also a brilliant individual with a high IQ. If he didn't understand the customs of Liu Heng's country, he wouldn't be able to get by. How are your wife and daughter? Are they doing well in your country? Liu Heng didn't get straight to the point, but chatted about everyday matters with Dr. William, showing concern for his subordinate. This is a responsibility of every boss, except for those unscrupulous ones. They're fine, but the prices here are higher than in my country. Although I mean outside of the group. William didn't hide and compared the prices between the two countries, but seeing Liu Heng right in front of him, he quickly adjusted his words. Hey, say whatever you want. The prices here are indeed higher than in my country. That's an undeniable fact. But there are some snacks that you can't find in my country. You wouldn't deny that, right? He laughed heartily, waving his hand to affirm the fact that prices in his country were higher. Then recalling the 5,000 years of heritage his country had, filled with countless local snacks, he said, I haven't tried the snacks from your country. William awkwardly shook his head when he heard this, his face turning a bit red. Ever since he came to Liu Heng's country, he had been researching specimens in the laboratory every day and rarely went home to accompany his wife and daughter. So he naturally had no chance to taste the snacks. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll give you a week off to stay at home with your wife and daughter and visit various places in your country to experience the local customs. How about that? Liu Heng thought for a moment and decided. Since William had come to his country, he had the opportunity to see the local customs. So it was a good idea to give him a week off. As for how he would understand the customs, it surely had to do with his daughter. First update. Thanks for the book currency donation for celebrating life. Thank you. William's face lit up with a happy smile upon hearing he would get a week off, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Every time I go home, I can only stay for a day and can't nurture my relationship with my daughter and wife properly. Now it's better. I've taken a week off to take them to experience the customs and culture of the country. As for Liu Heng's purpose for coming, he doesn't ask much. As long as there are funds and materials, he has the motivation to execute. Don't be too quick to be happy. I believe you can guess my purpose for coming this time, which is about Mary's genes. How's the research going? Liu Heng waved his hand to interrupt the excited William, his smile disappearing without a trace, becoming extremely serious as he asked. He has a guess about the little rascal's abilities, but he isn't too sure and still needs research data to confirm it. Mary's genes, in the past few days, we found that her genes are somewhat special. They can only be injected and cannot be replicated on a large scale. Moreover, we also discovered from her gene chain a term in Chinese, devouring element. Upon hearing his question, William immediately returned to the demeanor of a researcher and explained the mutated elements of Mary's genes. Hearing this, Liu Heng fell silent. The devouring element, in other words, is the law of devouring. In battle police, although the Rakshasa woman can absorb the powers of others, she cannot store them in her body for her own use. We need to find a way to extract the devouring element from Mary's body. If it's not necessary, don't harm this lovely little girl. If we inject the devouring element into the cloned Gozan and control it to kill other monsters, will we gain their abilities? Liu Heng thought of this, his face serious, and said to Dr. William. The implication in his words made William shiver, and he respectfully replied, Understood. The implication in his words is that if the little rascal is restless, then forcibly extracting the law fragment element from her body is a matter of life and death. Taking Mary down from the Tunglong mothership. In the reception room of the Cosmic Tower, Pei was placed in the reception room. He did not examine the luxurious facilities around him, but anxiously paced, praying in his heart that Liu Heng must meet him. The bodyguards standing by saw their prime minister's anxious demeanor and had no intention of provoking trouble. They devoted themselves to being their bodyguards, secretly hating that short guy. If it weren't for him, would the Prime Minister of the Empire be so humble and beg? Would this group of bodyguards be idly waiting here? In the past, wherever they followed the Prime Minister, weren't they well fed and well taken care of? Now they were left hanging here without even a sip of water. It was impossible not to hate that short guy. Creak. Suddenly, the door to the reception room was pushed open, and Yaya came in, dust-covered, holding a folder, followed by a group of bodyguards, making quite the scene. Secretary Xiao, how is it? Did Mr. Liu Heng agree to meet me? Pei stopped his pacing upon seeing someone enter, looking up at the newcomer. Upon seeing Xiaoya, he quickly jogged over and asked anxiously. In recent days, due to the withdrawal of funds from the Cosmic Group, the people of the country were on edge, and many citizens were requesting to emigrate. Several prominent families in the country, due to their commercial cooperation with the Cosmic Group, had severed ties with foreign cooperation, and the market could only be described as gloomy. I'm sorry, Mr. Prime Minister. The chairman does not agree to negotiate with you. He asked me to convey a message. Several families in the country can take over the vacant market, so please. Xiaoyu shook her head at Pei and relayed the message the chairman had asked her to deliver, then began to issue an eviction order. The boss said that seeing the people of the country in the group makes him feel that the air is polluted, so he doesn't want to come to the company. Secretary Xiao, what do you mean by that? Pei felt as if he had been struck by lightning upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, and upon seeing her gesture. He was utterly enraged. As the Prime Minister of the country, how could he be treated this way? If this were to get out, wouldn't he be laughed at? My family said that the Cosmic Tower does not welcome you, so please leave quickly. We still need to clean up. Hearing the anger in Pei's tone, Xiaoya couldn't help but scoff. In the Cosmic Tower, no one dared to express anger towards her, of course, except for two people. Now that she had not only 10 bodyguards behind her, but also stood with the world's top man, how could she fear the pig in front of her? What face would she have left as the deputy secretary of the chairman of the Cosmic Group? As for the main secretary, that was obviously Liu Yixuan. You're looking for death. And Pei, as the prime minister, was proficient in various languages and cultural customs, especially those of his own country. Just now, the implication in Xiaoya's words was that they were trash. Cleaning up was an insult to their dignity. It meant they should leave quickly. The air here was polluted by them and needed to be cleaned up. Thus, he could no longer contain his anger and, regardless of the bodyguard behind Xiaoya, directly commanded his personal guard to take action. Today, she must die to wash away the humiliation he faced. Take action? Captain Ma, it's your turn to perform. Seeing Pei ordering people to take action against her, she was not flustered. Instead, a mocking smile appeared on her lips as she turned to the top mercenaries she had hired. Understood, Secretary Chiao. Ma Hong was not a genetic warrior of the Cosmic Group, so it was naturally impossible for him to take on all the bodyguards next to the Prime Minister alone, signaling his companions to fend off Pei's guards. All of Pei's bodyguards were elite warriors carefully selected from special forces, and some were even chosen from the self-defense forces. After being selected, they underwent rigorous training, with their shooting capability being around 3 seconds. Considering this was the headquarters of the Cosmic Group, Pei did not let his bodyguards draw their guns to kill, but instead ordered them to fight Xiaoya unarmed. In his eyes, the person who brought him the greatest humiliation was not Liu Heng, but the woman in front of him, so she had to die. Boom! At the moment Ma Hong collided with the leader of Pei's bodyguards, he was uncontrollably pushed back a few steps, his eyes filled with horror. The ferocity belonging to the wolf within him was ignited, and he charged forward again, engaging in battle with the original mouth of the sun. Fist against fist, foot against foot. In an instant, the entire reception room became a battleground. The bodyguards of the Cosmic Group were fighting against Pei's other bodyguards. Suddenly, the sound of air being cut through resounded in the reception room. Waves of strong wind swept through, and the floor tiles cracked under the intense fighting. The coffee tables, chairs, and sofas were either smashed or turned into their weapons. Captain Ma, don't lose the honor of the Wild Wolves. The second update. Chapter 83. Tianren Captain Ma, don't lose the honor of the Wild Wolves. Seeing that Ma Hong and the others were showing signs of defeat, Xiaoya's expression became somewhat anxious, unsure of what was happening. Then, she remembered a saying she saw online. Special forces will never lose, even if they die. And, thinking of their background as the country's special forces, she decided to use it to provoke them. The already exhausted Ma Hong and the bodyguards, upon hearing Xiaoya shout, had their subdued wolf-like aggression reignited. They looked at Pei's bodyguards not with fear, but with intense fighting spirit and murderous intent. They came from the Wild Wolves' special forces of the country, and even if they were retired, they couldn't bring disgrace to the Wild Wolves. Little Japanese, daring to be rampant on my sacred land, today is either your death or our demise. Ma Hong's eyes began to turn crimson. His face twisted with rage as he stared fiercely at Harakuchi Hinata, resembling a lone wolf in the desert, charging fearlessly toward his prey. The other retired bodyguards, like wild wolves, also changed their fighting style, using lethal moves. The scouts of your country really don't know what they're doing. I was just playing with you. But since you're seeking death, don't blame us for being rude. Harakuchi Hinata saw Ma Hong and the others using lethal attacks, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes, a smirk appearing on his lips as he unleashed a powerful whip kick toward Ma Hong's neck. His speed was astonishing, almost reaching the level of a Tier 2 genetic warrior. When Harakuchi Hinata executed that whip kick, Ma Hong felt an intense sense of impending death and quickly raised his hand to defend. Crack! The collision between hand and leg was like an egg hitting a stone. With a crack, Ma Hong's defending hand deformed at an irregular angle, and he was uncontrollably sent flying backward, unaware of your own limits. Remember the one who will kill you, the Imperial Self-Defense Forces Harakuchi Hinata. He saw his enemy flying back, the bloodlust in his eyes intensifying. Without waiting for Ma Hong to land, he charged forward, a sharp dagger appearing in his hand. The dagger was entirely black, with 15 protrusions on the back and a blank section measuring 0.5 centimeters by 35 centimeters in the middle, looking like a killing machine. Upon seeing Anpei's side-use weapons, Xiao Yao was completely stunned, standing dumbfounded and exclaiming. She seemed to have already seen Ma Hong's neck being sliced. My men are not something you ants can kill. Just when Ma Hong thought he was going to die, a loud shout echoed. A shadow rushed in from outside, holding the unique wolf-tooth dagger of the National Wild Wolf Special Forces. His speed was ghostly, instantly appearing behind Ma Hong, catching him steadily, and the dagger was shot out, directly aimed at Harakuchi Hinata's face. Damn it! Seeing the dagger flying at high speed, Harakuchi Hinata abandoned the idea of killing Ma Hong, swinging his dagger to create dark shadows, preparing to block the incoming wolf-tooth dagger. The retired wild wolf bodyguards were gradually falling behind, being suppressed step by Anpei's men, some even nearing the brink of death. Useless, kill that woman. Anpei had already found a chair to sit on at some point. Seeing his men entangled with that woman's bodyguards, he was furious and scolded them. Hearing this, Anpei's bodyguards remembered the orders given by the Prime Minister and quickly broke away from their entangled opponents, pouncing toward the dazed Xiao Yao. How dare you be so reckless in the Zhutian Group? Who gave you the audacity? The man who caught Ma Hong saw the group of damned ants being so insolent, a cold light flashing in his eyes. After standing firm, he swept his whip leg toward the charging bodyguards. His speed was so fast that only a shadow could be seen, much faster than Harakuchi Hinata's whip kick aimed at Ma Hong. Bang, bang, bang. The man's attack was full force, with no reservations. The moment Anpei's bodyguards made contact with the whip leg, they were sent flying back, spitting blood, looking at the man in shock. Who are you? Having successfully intercepted the wolf-tooth dagger, Harakuchi Hinata looked gravely at the man, slowly moving his figure, vaguely shielding Anpei behind him, and asked in a deep voice. It was impossible not to be serious. The man exuded no aura of a strong fighter, yet his power was so formidable, bringing a sense of death, making it impossible to be careless. The man coldly uttered a letter, his eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at Anpei. Daring to let people kill the little girl in my memory, you are therefore my target. Upon hearing the self-introduction, Harakuchi Hinata's pupils shrank violently, his figure slowly retreating, and even the national security bodyguards who had already gotten up were no exception. The intimidation of this code name was akin to the threat of mutants. According to the information, he was a peripheral member of the Dark Dragon, with terrifying strength, and had once single-handedly annihilated a mercenary group ranked in the top 10 in the world. The Dark Dragon also had a saying, when one side is in trouble, it comes from all directions. They did not want to provoke the Dark Dragon, this massive entity. How do you want to die? The cold gaze swept over Harakuchi Hinata as he spoke. He knew he couldn't do anything to Anpei, but Harakuchi Hinata didn't care. Are you sure you want to go all out against us? Anpei had a mocking smile on his face, pushing aside Harakuchi Hinata, who was blocking him, and asked. The security of Zhutian Tower had not yet arrived. If they did not recognize the situation, he wouldn't mind letting the ninjas beside him eliminate them. By the time the security of Zhutian Tower arrived, they would probably have already fled. Anpei, I won't kill you. You can roll away. Harakuchi Hinata insulted our military personnel, so he must die. With no intention of retreating, his gaze fixed firmly on the group of national security bodyguards, his tone cold and devoid of emotion. Peach, kill him. Inside a certain building, Tianlong, Dihu, Xinkei, and Huangwu stood on the top floor, looking toward the direction of Zhutian Tower, their eyes filled with coldness and anger. They never expected that a Tianren would appear in their jurisdiction, equivalent to a Tier 5 mutant. If this were to reach the ears of the tyrant, they would be skinned alive. Today, the Tianren of the country must fall on my Modu. Not only did they infiltrate my Modu, but they also dared to appear brazenly in Zhutian Tower and attack our people. Tianlong, the most powerful, had a gaze like a sharp arrow, as if piercing through Zhutian Tower, observing the scene inside, and said to his companions, if it weren't for Sakura Peach leaking a hint of aura just now, they wouldn't have known. This showed how superb the ninjas' hiding techniques were. The last time they used a nuclear bomb to lock onto the tyrant was one thing. But they dare to appear so audaciously in our territory. If she doesn't die, I will. Xianke snorted coldly, his figure beginning to fade, moving faster than lightning. And in the next instant, he had already appeared on the rooftop of Zhutian Tower. First update. Chapter 84. Xianke takes action. In the first-floor reception hall of Zhutian Tower. Upon hearing Anpei's words, Harakuchi felt an unprecedented sense of death looming over him, enveloping his entire body. This aura was overwhelming and malevolent. He felt like a rabbit being targeted by a king cobra, sweat dripping from his forehead as he warily surveyed the slightest movements around him. Although he sensed an intense sense of impending death, he had no intention of abandoning Xiao Yao, steadfastly standing in front of her. "You too, go die." Suddenly, a four-edged long sword appeared in the void, slashing toward Xiao Yao with an overwhelming force. The speed was so fast, it was invisible to the naked eye. And hidden in the void, Sakura Peach smiled cruelly. She seemed to have already envisioned the splattering of brain matter, and her speed increased even more. "You ignorant fool. My Modu is not a place you can step into." A melodious yet furious voice rang out, and immediately a small hand, pure white as jade, appeared in the void, fearlessly grasping at the four-edged long sword. Damn it! Sensing the aura emanating from the newcomer, Sakura Peach's eyes filled with horror, and she cursed softly, quickly retracting her long sword, grabbing Anpei, and fleeing rapidly into the void. The mere appearance of this woman was not something she could handle, let alone the unfathomable tyrant in Modu. As for the lives of Harakuchi Hinata and the others, what did it have to do with her? Her duty is to protect the Prime Minister's life. This group of dampests is up to you. Swang's voice echoed in the reception room, but her figure was nowhere to be seen. It seemed she had gone to pursue Sakura Momoko. "Secretary Chiao Mahong, you two go out. This group of national monkeys needs to be taught a lesson." Who is it? Besides the mutant and gene warriors, the most powerful super soldier in the country. Naturally, his temperament is stronger than that of Ma Hong and the others, and he quickly reacted, turning to Xiao Yao and his retired bodyguard. "Instructor." Ma Hong, whose hand bone was broken and his face was very pale, had no intention of retreating. He looked worriedly and called out reluctantly, "You brat, don't act like a little girl. I don't even care about these losers." After scolding with a smile, he let his men exit, locked the reception room door, and could no longer suppress the boiling blood, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. That was the pressure of a fifth-tier mutant. Even though he had reached the second-tier level through brutal training, he could not withstand such a terrifying aura. Fortunately, a fifth-tier mutant helped him block some of that pressure. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured by now. Now that you're injured, I believe your strength is less than half of your peak. How about letting us go? Otherwise, it will be a dead end for both sides. Seeing him spit blood, Harukawa Hinata had a happy smile on his face. But then he thought that they were on someone else's territory, and his expression turned grim as he said, "Haha, you underestimate me too much. Although I can only exert half of my strength, wanting to kill you all can only be described as easy." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure began to move. A black lightning bolt darted through the reception room, seizing the moment to strike at Harukawa Hinata, and the dagger that had fallen to the ground appeared in his hand. Just as I thought. Let us attack him together. Seeing the speed, which was not as fast as before he was injured, Harukawa Hinata had an expression of just as I thought on his face, calling for those companions who had gotten up to surround him, taking the lead in the attack. Chapter 85, Kusanagi Sword. Without talking about the battle at the Celestial Tower, let us discuss Anpei and Sakura Momoko. On a deserted island, Sakura Momoko threw Anpei onto the beach like a dead dog, her expression serious as she looked at the four people breaking through the air. She never expected that the tyrant would actually have 4 fifth-tier mutants as subordinates. If she had known Liu Heng had so many subordinates, she wouldn't have made a move, and she might not have been discovered. Now it seems that only the path to demise is left. Prime Minister, please find a place to hide quickly. The upcoming battle is extraordinary. She glanced down at Anpei, a look of disgust flashing in her eyes, but she still spoke patiently. If it weren't for this damn guy insisting on killing that secretary, they wouldn't have ended up being chased by 4 fifth-tier mutants. Oh, right. I'll find a place to hide right now. Anpei at this moment was acting like he had lost his mind, nodding his messy hair and rushing deeper into the deserted island, peeing his pants in fear. Just now, he had been dragged by Sakura Momoko across the sea at a terrifying speed, and he was already scared silly. Being able to come back to his senses so quickly was thanks to the help of the woman in front of him. Otherwise, he would still be in a daze. Sigh. Seeing Anpei rush into the depths of the deserted island without even saying be careful, Sakura Momoko sighed helplessly in her heart, not knowing what to say. What's wrong? Not running anymore? I can still let you run. Shanghai, surrounded by thick flames, occasionally transformed into the form of a divine bird Zhutian, mocked as she looked at Sakura Momoko on the ground. If it weren't for the consideration of fighting in the city, which would kill many innocent civilians, they would have already been slaughtering Sakura Momoko. My lord, I sincerely apologize for what just happened. I am willing to exchange the Kusanagi sword for my and the Prime Minister's lives. Glancing at the people standing around her, Sakura Momoko took out the four-sided long sword, saying painfully, "The Kusanagi sword is one of the 3 divine artifacts of their great empire. If it weren't for her being a heavenly ninja, she wouldn't have been able to obtain the Kusanagi sword. But she couldn't back down. After all, there were 4 powerful opponents of the same realm in front of her, and the 2 men standing in the east and west gave her an unfathomable feeling, vaguely bringing her a sense of death crisis. She believed that if she dared to resist, she would know what her fate would be. Ha, kill you. That Kusanagi sword isn't ours anyway." Upon hearing this, Shanghai couldn't help but snicker. As long as Sakura Momoko is dead, the Kusanagi sword will be theirs, right? Moreover, the Kusanagi sword is useless to them. They are neither ninjas nor warriors, so what use would it be? All right, stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and kill her. We still need to return to guard the demon city. Dihu frowned in displeasure, very disgusted by the aura on Sakura Momoko, and said to the 3 companions around him. As soon as he finished speaking, before the others could make a move, he was the first to attack Sakura Momoko. His rough hand waved, and the deserted island began to tremble, with sand quickly forming into fortresses trying to trap Sakura Momoko. Since you want me dead, I want to make it easy for you either." Realizing that the 4 wouldn't let her go, and with Dihu already making a move, she snorted coldly, her figure starting to fade, not knowing where she went. Get lost. Huang Wu, standing in the north, sensed something stirring the water elements, and a brutal look flashed in his eyes as he reached out towards the endless sea. The rolling sea water involuntarily flew up, forming a water curtain that blocked out the sky, crashing towards the Sakura Momoko who was stirring the water elements. Old Fish won 3 games of the game Agricultural Pesticide, and then came back to write, hee. Chapter 86. Director, did you take the wrong script? After Huang Wu made his move, Sakura Momoko, who was hidden in the void and preparing to ambush him, was instantly shaken out by the rolling water curtain. After shaking her out of the void, Huang Wu didn't give her time to react and quickly controlled the water curtain into 2 water dragons, biting towards her. Bakayaro, seeing the invincible water dragons attacking her from both sides, the flames of anger in Sakura Momoko's heart had erupted into a volcano. "Ninja of the 8 directions," she shouted out, her hair disheveled, and an overwhelming black energy swept around her, like a legendary demonic cultivator, as she unleashed her own innate divine ability. Her delicate body began to fly up and down, left and right like the Monkey King. In no time, 8 figures appeared in the sky, all resembling Sakura Momoko, but their strength was only half of her own. She stood among the numerous clones, with a rolling black energy behind her, resembling a queen in the darkness. "You don't want to bully the few with many? Then I'll fulfill you." Her gaze was cold as she scanned the 4 people, her eyes filled with killing intent and anger. These damn Chinese are too presumptuous. Even if she were to die, she would take 2 down with her. Everyone be careful. Her clones are at the 5th-tier level. Tianlong sensed the strength of the 8 clones and reminded the scattered brothers and sisters. Fortunately, they had chased Sakura Momoko to this deserted island. Otherwise, if they had fought in the city, the entire demon city would likely turn to dust in the wind. Aoki universe. He roared softly, and the wood elements in the air quickly gathered. The plants on the deserted island withered at a visible speed, as if someone was draining their vitality. Boom! After a few breaths, a massive blue dragon appeared in the air, bearing its fangs and claws. Blocking in front of the three clones, its mouth opened to reveal sharp fangs, biting towards the three clones. Tiger King's divine seal. The Earth Tiger was not willing to fall behind and unleashed its own ultimate move. Suddenly, within 100 miles, the killing aura of the metal element was drained. In the void, a massive white tiger appeared, with a faint king character shimmering on its head. The Earth Tiger's figure began to fade, merging into the giant shadow in the sky. As it completely merged with the giant tiger formed by the metal aura, it did not hesitate to control its tiger paw and strike at the three avatars charging forward. Shanghai, I'm a big man, so I'll bully the avatars. Seeing his two brothers take action, Huangwu turned to Shanghai and said with a smile, Ruler of the waters. He called out softly, controlling two water dragons that merged into the form of Xuanwu, unhesitatingly integrating into its body. As Huangwu's figure fused with Xuanwu, a powerful aura immediately emanated from the shadow of Xuanwu. Its eyes flashed with disdain and an imposing aura as it opened its mouth to bite at the two avatars. If it could devour these two avatars, it believed its strength would reach the peak of the 5th level. It's just the two of us left. Seeing that his three brothers had successfully intercepted the 8 avatars, Shanghai teasingly looked at Ingwa Taozi and said with a smile, Now, with the celestial ninja before her, without the help of the avatars, let's see how she breaks through this crisis. Do you think you can easily defeat me? Foolish delusion. Ingwa Taozi, seeing the smug expression on Swang's face, couldn't help but snort in anger. You haven't even fought yet, and you're already showing such arrogance. Truly clueless. With a push of her foot on the beach, she shot towards Shanghai in the sky like a cannonball. The grass pheasant sword in her hand swung out, creating sword flowers, her figure flickering in and out. Phoenix Nirvana. Seeing Ingwa Taozi make a full effort, she dared not harbor feelings of rivalry. The melodious sound stood out in the noisy battle, crisp like the tinkling of a clear spring in the mountains. Just as her voice fell, the fire elements in the air quickly gathered. As Ingwa Taozi rushed in front of her, they coalesced, instead of merging with the Suzaku shadow like the other three. She controlled the Suzaku shadow and integrated it into her body. The moment the Suzaku shadow merged with her body, her entire aura began to transform. She donned a red ancient-style armor, with a small fiery red Suzaku appearing on her forehead, exuding the aura of a sovereign. Boom! Shanghai did not use any fancy moves or cool skills to greet Ingwa Taozi's attack. Instead, she simply threw a punch, causing a collapse in space, meeting the grass pheasant sword that had transformed into a sword net head-on. A flesh and blood body dares to resist the sharpness of a divine weapon? Seeing Shanghai strike the grass pheasant sword with her fist, a sneer of disdain crossed her lips as she thought to herself. The woman before her was simply too arrogant. The grass pheasant sword was a divine sword nurtured by the offerings of the people. How foolish it was to clash with it head-on. What? Impossible. At the moment her fist collided with the grass pheasant sword, Ingwa Taozi, who was full of confidence in defeating Shanghai, was truly stunned. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Director, did you mix up the script? This was the grass pheasant sword, a divine weapon supported by the offerings of the people. How could it have no effect on Shanghai? Phoenix Nirvana is the innate divine ability of the legendary beast. The Phoenix. I carry the most tyrannical fire element in the world, and the Suzaku is one of the 4 sacred beasts of heaven and earth, worshipped by billions of descendants of Yin and Huang. The combination of the two, of course, counters your grass pheasant sword. As she repelled the somewhat dazed Ingwa Taozi, Shanghai did not pursue the victory, but instead clarified for her why she was unaffected by the grass pheasant sword. 500 miles away on the deserted island, Liu Heng stood on the surface of the sea, his gaze profound, as if he could see the battle 500 miles away. Seeing the towering waves, nearly 5 meters high, rolling in, he showed no fear, With a gentle wave of his hand, the raging tsunami immediately calmed down. This is what real battle looks like. He copied the professor's ability and, witnessing the furious battle of Shanghai and the others, couldn't help but sigh. With telekinesis at my disposal, from today onwards, unless absolutely necessary, I will not use the ability of words become law. Violators will be cut off from their descendants. Struck by 5 thunders. Thinking of such a battle made Liu Heng feel the blood and energy within him rolling and cheering. Accidentally, he used the ability of words become law and issued 2 commands. 5th level telekinesis can lift 10,000 tons. Not bad. I believe I can fight Magneto. After assessing his internal situation, a satisfied smile appeared on Liu Heng's face. Living under the shadow of words become law every day, who would feel free? Invincibility is so lonely. With a thought, he was lifted by an invisible force, slowly rising into the air and performing various difficult maneuvers. Chapter 87. Cat and Mouse. Do you think I, the celestial ninja, only have this little trick? You underestimate me too much. Seeing that the grass pheasant sword could not harm Shanghai, Inghua Taozi scoffed disdainfully. As she spoke, the overwhelming black energy around her grew thicker. Skullheads slowly began to coalesce behind her, howling like ghosts, with occasional flickers of blue flames in their eye sockets. Shanghai frowned upon seeing this scene. A strange, inexplicable anger gathered in her chest, as if Inghua Taozi had killed her relatives. This was the malevolent energy accumulated from the massacre of her compatriots decades ago. Just as she was puzzled, a voice rang in her ears, clarifying for her. She knew without guessing that it was the voice of her tyrant lord. Subsequently, the anger in her heart showed no signs of concealment and manifested on her face. Dare to kill my compatriots? Kill. She radiated intense killing intent, mixed with blazing rage, worthy of being called the Flame Queen. A red pattern appeared at the corner of her eyes, resembling the eyebrows of a thrush. Her lips instantly turned into fiery red claws, quickly elongating and transforming into red. How about it? I believe you've noticed that all the skull shadows behind me are your Yanhuang descendants. Haha. Seeing Swank's furious expression, Inghua Taozi guessed that she had figured out the origin of the skull shadows and laughed recklessly. She wanted to see the Chinese person before her fall into madness, which would provide a chance to kill her. You must die today. Shanghai seemed to be provoked by her, letting out a low, hoarse laugh. And the brutality in her eyes was evident to anyone, even a dog. No more words. Today, either you die or I die. She ignored Swank's threats. Her figure like the wind, and the grass pheasant sword in her hand had somehow transformed into a katana, moving so fast that only remnants and white light could be seen. The closer Inghua Taozi got to Shanghai, the fewer skull shadows remained behind her, all merging into the katana. Xuanmo Bai Chang. This time, Shanghai did not use her fist to clash, but gently flicked her hand, and a chain made of fire elements appeared in her grasp. Those who offend my Yanhuang die, she shouted, swinging the fiery chain expressionlessly towards the remnants in all directions. Clang, clang, clang. After exploding all the remnants, the fiery chain finally clashed with Inghua Taozi. The samurai sword, mixed with a sinister aura, clashed with the fire element's fire beryllium chain, producing a crisp and pleasant sound of metal colliding. Both individuals were sent flying, and, after stabilizing their forms, they stared at each other in shock. Those who kill my compatriots must be punished. Regaining her composure, Shanghai stepped lightly, ascending from the surface of the sea. The fire beryllium chain in her hand was swung out, creating a series of piercing sounds as it fiercely struck towards Sakura Peach. Just as Sakura Peach, having just struggled to leap out of the water after crashing into it, was hit solidly by the fire beryllium chain on her delicate body. In an instant, her skin split open, and a bloody wound stretched from her left shoulder to her right waist, causing her to let out a muffled groan. Bastard, you deserve to die. Her face contorted in rage, gritting her teeth as she glared at the mad Shanghai. Her figure instantly vanished into the air, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, Shanghai, who was obliviously wielding the fire beryllium chain, suddenly felt a pain in her back and involuntarily flew backward, crashing into the surging tsunami. Damn Chinese. When I see you next time, I will send you to the underworld. Where Xianke had just stood, the vanished Sakura Peach appeared, holding a samurai sword. Her tone icy and extreme. If she hadn't sensed that her 8 avatars had already been destroyed, Xianke would likely have become her next victim. The most important thing now was to quickly escape this open sea. Otherwise, she would be in big trouble. Should we get rid of him behind that rock? Huang Wu, the last to finish the battle, glanced at the large rock in the distance and asked, "No matter what, he is the prime minister of the nation. If we kill him, it will likely cause disputes between the two countries." Tianlong disdainfully glanced at An Pei, who was shivering behind the rock, shook his head, and said, "Right now, our priority is to support Xianke. There's no need to waste time on a useless person. Besides, killing him would bring a lot of trouble. He must be out of his mind to do something so foolish." Have both of you broken through to half-step 6th rank? Huang Wu sensed the two's auras, still stronger than his own, and couldn't help but ask. Yes, indeed, those were not avatars. They were clearly living beings stripped of their intelligence and turned into puppets. Dita nodded, his eyes filled with intense, killing intent, as he gritted his teeth and said, he didn't expect Sakura Peach to be so cruel as to erase the intelligence of those young women and turn them into puppet avatars. Everyone, I believe that if we devour her puppet avatars, her strength will surely decrease. Let's hurry over to help my sister and eliminate her in one fell swoop. Although Tianlong didn't say anything, the killing intent in his eyes was evident to everyone. If he wasn't mistaken, the puppet avatars they had just devoured were girls from their nation. Upon hearing this, the two agreed and increased their speed, rushing toward the area where the two were fighting. Seeing this, Tianlong quickly followed. In the sky, after reminding Xianke, Liu Heng, feeling bored, used telekinesis to move a white cloud over, enveloping it with mental power to prevent it from disappearing, lying on top and watching the battle. Seeing Xianke being ambushed, he didn't intervene, but simply watched her fall into the sea, controlling the white cloud to chase after Sakura Peach, who was using the wave step on the water. You injure my subordinate and still think you can leave like this. How naive. A mocking look flashed in Liu Heng's eyes as he let out a shameless cold laugh. His gaze towards her was like a child looking at a toy. Look, there's such a long wound from my left shoulder to my right waist that you can see the white bones. This is all thanks to your subordinate. And you have the nerve to say, I hurt your subordinate. After saying this, he controlled his mental power to create an invisible hand in the air, resembling the Buddha's five-finger mountain, slapping down towards Sakura Peach, who was running on the sea. Just as the mental giant hand was about to smash down on Sakura Peach, Liu Heng slightly shifted his position and created another hand behind her. Bastard, could it be that group of Chinese people is chasing after me? The second update. Chapter 88. Capturing the Celestial Ninja. In a chase and escape, Sakura Peach quickly left the open sea area, rushing at high speed towards her country's waters. She still couldn't believe that the unknown powerhouse dared to cross the border to kill her. In the sky, Liu Heng, slowly following behind and toying with Sakura Peach, frowned as he heard Yaya's voice coming from the communicator. Brother, Sakura Peach is about to escape the open sea and enter her country's waters. Thinking of the current global tensions, Liu Heng stopped teasing Sakura Peach. With a thought, the palm that was about to fall transformed into an invisible cage, trapping Sakura Peach, who was performing the wave step on the water. Damn Chinese pig, do you think just because my strength has dropped to mid-5th rank, you can easily handle me? As Sakura Peach fled desperately, she felt the invisible hand behind her disappear, and an indescribable force blocked her path. She suddenly stopped, turned around, and warily surveyed her surroundings. Her voice filled with anger and desperation as she said, revealing a mixture of despair and madness in her eyes. You treat me like a mouse to chase. That's one thing, but now you've cut off my chance to live. Even a rat would jump the wall when cornered, let alone her as a living person. You dare to intrude into my magic city and not kill you on the spot is already a mercy. How dare you make a move in my company? I really don't know who gave you the courage. Liu Heng's voice, transmitted through mental power, reverberated across a 100-mile radius of the sea like rolling thunder. Upon hearing this thunderous voice, Sakura Peach's delicate body trembled involuntarily, and the despair and madness in her eyes turned into a will to die. She knew without guessing who the owner of this domineering voice was. It was the man she feared like a tiger, and one whom other mutants avoided like a venomous snake. That was none other than the big shot in the medical world, Liu Heng. In the sky, Liu Heng's figure slowly descended, looking down at Sakura Peach from above, his eyes filled with indifference and coldness. Decades ago, she was one of the culprits who slaughtered his compatriots and split his homeland. If it weren't for wanting to study the unique ninja energy within her, he might have already considered exterminating Sakura Peach. If we are to die, let us die together. Just as Sakura Peach was secretly calculating where the tyrant was, she saw him descending from the sky, 10 meters above her head, and a strong killing intent flashed in her eyes as she growled softly. After saying this, she ignited her internal blood energy. Her strength immediately surged from mid-5th rank back to peak state, with 1 foot stepping into 6th rank. The samurai sword and the grass dweller's sword emitted astonishing light and shadow as they soared into the air, striking at that mysterious figure. Naive, Liu Heng saw the ignorant person below actually burning their blood energy, wanted to die together with him, and couldn't help but chuckle. Right now, she was in his mental power cage. Wanting to kill him was nothing but a daydream, wasn't it? Get down. He wouldn't consider that Sakura Peach was a woman and show any mercy. With a pure and flawless large hand, he gently slapped down towards the shadowy figure of Sakura Peach that was flying towards him. In the sky, an invisible giant hand suddenly appeared, forcefully striking her delicate body, causing her to fly backwards uncontrollably, spitting out fresh blood from her mouth, and her weapon was also thrown away. Boom! The speed at which Sakura Peach flew back was even faster than when she charged towards Liu Heng, directly crashing into the hard, invisible layer of mental power, causing her to spit out blood again. Hey, these 2 evil items should belong to our country. Seeing the samurai sword and the grass-cutting sword being thrown into the air, drawing an arc, Liu Heng's eyes flashed with a look of hatred. That samurai sword has taken the lives of countless descendants of Yin and Huang. Saying it belongs to the country is not an exaggeration, and not to mention that it is still a trophy of war. As for the grass-cutting sword, it has also harmed many descendants of Yin and Huang, and it might even surpass the samurai sword in terms of damage. Therefore, it is perfectly justifiable for these 2 weapons to belong to the country. They are stained with the blood and souls of the descendants of Yin and Huang. If they don't belong to them, then who do they belong to? This is just like a myth or legend. For example, the demon race collects the blood of the human race to create the Slaughter Witch sword, using many precious materials, among which only the essence of human blood is borrowed for refinement. In the end, even after the battle with the necromancers was lost, the Slaughter Witch sword still belonged to the human race. And the Slaughter Witch sword is the current Xinyuan sword. Cough, cough, cough. Sakura Peach struggled to rise from the sea, using the power of a ninja to stand shakily on the surface of the water, filled with anger and shock. That mysterious figure had such terrifying strength. Just a moment ago, her strength had reached the level of half-step 6th stage. Yet she was resolved with a single slap. What level of power did that require? Humph, foolish thing. If it weren't for your potential usefulness, you would be dead by now. Holding the 2 weapons, Liu Heng didn't even look at them, letting them float around him, his cold gaze sweeping towards Sakura Peach. Did she really think he was just a soft persimmon? Clearly, she was mistaken, and grossly so. Liu Heng had never been a soft persimmon. He was like a tiger lying in wait, ready to devour. As he spoke, without giving Sakura Peach time to react, a giant hand suddenly reached out, bringing a strong sense of oppression. It was as if there was a divine palm in the void, grabbing her into its palm and rapidly shooting toward the height of 10,000 meters. At 10,000 meters high, the Tunglong mothership had been waiting for a long time, just waiting for the criminal Sakura Peach. Direction of the deserted island. Tianlong, Dihu, and Huangwu arrived at the location where Xianke was fighting with Sakura Peach, but did not see Swank's figure, which made them frown. Logically, after they had killed the puppet clone, Sakura Peach's strength would decrease, and Xianke would have a 100% chance to shock Sakura Peach. But why were there no signs of the 2 now? Boss, look. At this time, Huang Wu saw red blood bubbling up from the surface of the sea, and his brows furrowed. Hearing Huang Wu's words, Tianlong looked at the surface of the sea, his eyes flashing with confusion, and without daring to delay, quickly flew down. The three landed on the surface of the sea, their steps light, carefully examining the blood in the water, seemingly able to see layers of the sea surface. In the end, they had no choice but to use their bloodlines to sense where Xianke was. Tianlong and Dihu exchanged glances, nodded, their expressions extremely solemn, with a violent force surging within them. Seeing this, Huang Wu had no choice but to retreat 100 meters, waiting for their detection results. Boom! The bones within the two emitted a crackling sound. The wood and metal elements were guided out of their bodies, colliding and merging with each other. After a while, a mirror appeared in the void, projecting the battle between Xianke and Sakura Peach. It clearly showed Sakura Peach being severely injured and Xianke being pierced through the chest by the samurai sword, making them both widen their eyes. First update. Chapter 89 Family Matters 1 Capital City. Young madam, the young master wants you to go back. In the living room, Feng Wan looked at Li Bingru, who was mindlessly eating seeds and watching a stupid drama, and said respectfully, a few days ago, she had been sent by Liu Heng to take care of the young madam's daily needs. Bingru, you've been playing here with Grandma long enough. Isn't it time to go back and live with your husband? This is quite inappropriate. Grandma's eyes lit up upon hearing Feng Wan's words, and she quickly urged her granddaughter-in-law beside her. She was already going crazy thinking about holding her great-grandchild. It wasn't easy for her granddaughter-in-law to stay here, and she couldn't say much. After all, she was her granddaughter-in-law. Now that she had a legitimate excuse, she wasn't afraid of being accused of not liking her and deliberately driving her away from the capital. Grandma, do you not like me? Li Bingru heard her grandmother's words, put down the seeds in her hand, turned her head, and looked at her grandmother with a pitiful expression, asking. She still didn't understand the purpose of Liu Heng calling her back. Therefore, she would rather stay in an empty house than go back to the magic city and be subjected to that abominable treatment. How could that be? You are my granddaughter-in-law. If I don't like you, who will I like? Grandma said, confused, and added, how could I dislike such a beautiful, exquisite, fair-skinned, stunning, graceful granddaughter-in-law? I would cherish you. How could I hate you? Then why do you want to drive me away? She pouted her tempting red lips, pretending to be pitiful, almost making Grandma soften her heart. Grandma doesn't want to drive you away, but you staying here all day will lead to gossip, not to mention you two need to live your lives. It's even more inappropriate for you to keep staying here. Grandma, despite softening her heart for a moment, remembered the words of her old man and hardened her heart to drive Li Bingru away. If she wanted to hold her great-grandchild, she had to let go of her own soft heart. This was Lu Jinyun's original words. Who wants to live with him? He just knows how to bully me all day. She received a clear answer, knowing Grandma would not let her stay here, and muttered unhappily. Unfortunately, even if her voice was small, it was still heard by Grandma beside her. What did you say? Grandma's eyes widened, her expression immediately becoming extremely serious. And she asked loudly. The volume startled Feng Wan, who was waiting nearby, and the lazy Li Bingru leaning on the chair. I didn't say anything. She was indeed frightened by the old lady's shout and put on a cute appearance, saying, You said Heng is bullying you. What exactly is going on? Seeing her granddaughter-in-law not answering, Grandma decided to clarify the question. She wanted to see if that scoundrel had really gone too far. Such a beautiful daughter-in-law was not to be taken for granted. She was not someone this little brat could bully at will. Li Bingru, now, without her mutant abilities, found it difficult to speak up in front of the elder, especially with others present. I can see it now. No wonder you've been wearing long pants and long shirts in this hot weather. It turns out you've really been bullied by that scoundrel. The old lady carefully recalled her recent odd behavior and the inadvertent slip of the tongue, suddenly slapping the table in anger. In such hot weather, shouldn't a girl wear a skirt or something? She looks so good, wearing a suit all day long. Isn't that suspicious? Mom, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Yuan Xin, who was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen, heard her mother-in-law's furious roar from the living room. She turned off the induction cooker, took off her apron, and ran out to ask, What is going on? Why are you so mad? Isn't it your precious son? He has such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Yet he doesn't cherish her and is actually abusing her. Do you think his head got stuck in the door? The old lady, seeing her daughter-in-law run out of the kitchen, looked at her in confusion, and her anger flared up even more, directing her frustration towards Yuan Xian instead of her grandson. I really don't know how she raises her children. She actually produced an abuser. And she seems to have forgotten something. Liu Heng is clearly her own child. Isn't he? What's wrong with Heng and Bing? Aren't they doing well? Yuan Xian was even more puzzled and looked at her pitiful daughter-in-law, who had tears in her eyes, and said, "Are you blind? Look at what you're wearing and what Bing Ruo is wearing." The old lady almost wished she could hit her own mother with a cane. How could she not see such obvious differences? How did she even become the general manager of the Liu Group? I wear a short skirt and a t-shirt. And Binger wears. I'll get her a short skirt and a t-shirt right away. It was only after the old lady's question that Yuan Xian realized the difference between them. There were 4 people in the living room. Her, the old lady, her daughter-in-law, Li Bing Ruo, and the servant Feng Wan. Both she and Feng Wan were wearing short skirts and t-shirts, while the old lady was dressed in thin clothes. And only her daughter-in-law was distinctly different, wearing a suit. I'm not talking about this. I'm asking why Bing Ruo is wearing a suit. The old lady was almost driven to the brink of explosion by Yuan Xian's response. Where is your sharp business acumen? Did a dog eat it? This has to do with Heng, right? Upon hearing this, Yuan Xian did not blindly answer, but carefully combined the old lady's anger with Li Bing Ruo's strange behavior of wearing a suit, and cautiously asked, "Is it really related to your precious son? This beautiful daughter-in-law doesn't know how to cherish and actually engages in abuse. If this gets out, does the Liu family still want to keep their face? I'm afraid the in-laws will come to question us." The old lady glanced at her daughter-in-law and repeated what she had heard, looking at Li Bing Ruo with pity. Such a good girl. And that scoundrel actually laid hands on her. How did the Liu family produce such a disgrace? Binger, tell Mom honestly, did Heng abuse you? Remember, tell Mom everything word for word, starting from the day you were engaged and taken away. Yuan Xian understood the seriousness of the matter. After sitting down, her expression became very serious, and an aura of authority began to spread around her. She never expected that her son would actually be a pervert, who enjoys abusing his wife. Would that little one be locked in a small dark room by him? Hearing Yuan Xian's words, Li Bing Ruo felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. After returning, she could sign a few more oppressive contracts with Liu Heng. She then recounted everything that happened after her engagement, detailing how she was taken away. What? He actually made you a servant to clean the aircraft carrier deck? And there's domestic violence? Upon hearing her description, both the old lady and Yuan Xian nearly fainted. Even the servant Feng Wan listened with her heart racing, secretly thinking, it's over. I heard things I shouldn't have. Will I be silenced? The daughter-in-law of the Liu family was actually treated as a servant by that scoundrel, forced to clean the aircraft carrier deck. This is truly a sin. Second update. Note, this book is an invincible story with a touch of romance. If you don't like it, you can delete it directly, but please don't insult my family. For those who want to chat about life with old fish, you can join the group, but only if you're a girl, haha. Welcome to Join Marvel. Group number 498260722. I'm a manager of this group. Let me tell you a big secret. The administrator is a little submissive, named Little Phoenix. Chapter 90, Family Matters, Part 2. The old lady, Yuan Xian, and Feng Wan, after listening to Li Bing Ruo's account, were all extremely shocked. Both masters showed expressions of fury, while Feng Wan felt a bit uneasy. What she had heard was too shocking, and she feared for her safety. Young lady, the young master asked you to go back. At this moment, the female bodyguard leader, who had been waiting outside for a long time, saw that Li Bing Ruo still hadn't come out and marched in. Seeing the old lady and Yuan Xian present, she did not address her as madam, but rather as young lady. In wealthy families, titles are indeed different. Moreover, with elders present, if the bodyguard leader called her madam, what would that imply about the status of the old lady and Yuan Xian? They are both elders of her boss, so she could only call Li Bing Ruo a young lady. If he cares so much about his wife, why doesn't he come to pick her up himself? Yuan Xian was displeased with the commanding tone of the bodyguard leader and immediately shifted her authoritative aura towards her. This is a family matter. What does it have to do with you, a bodyguard? Besides, who gave you the courage to speak to my daughter-in-law like that? Facing Yuan Xian's imposing presence, the female bodyguard remained unfazed, her expression still cold, as if the pressure was non-existent. Young lady, the young master asked you to go back. The female bodyguard ignored Yuan Xian and mechanically replied, her tone carrying an unyielding authority. Their order was to take the young lady back. If she resists, they wouldn't hesitate to use force. Are you trying to turn the world upside down? You're just a bodyguard, yet you dare to speak like this to the master. The old lady could no longer hold back, standing up from her chair, pointing her withered hand at the female bodyguard's nose and scolding loudly. The woman in front of her was far too audacious. She was just a bodyguard, yet she dared to openly provoke the authority of her master. Are all of her grandsons subordinates like this? As a maid in the mansion of the Magic City Castle, Feng Wan knew the personalities of these bodyguards well. But knowing this was a private matter of the master's, she didn't remind the old lady and Yuan Xian. After all, as a servant, if she meddled in the master's affairs, she would surely receive her dismissal notice the next day. She didn't want to give up her monthly salary of 100,000, so it was best to just watch from the sidelines. Young lady, the young master asked you to go back. The bodyguard leader did not respond to the old lady's words and continued to speak in her chilling tone to the pitiful-looking Li Bing Ruo, sitting in the chair. Her delicate little hand was already resting on the communicator. If she still didn't comply, then they wouldn't hesitate to take action against the young mistress. I'll go back with you. Li Bing Ruo, secretly pleased, sensed the bodyguard leader's increasingly cold tone and immediately agreed. She believed that if she didn't comply, she would end up being forcibly taken back to the Magic City, and at that time, she would be thoroughly embarrassed. Rumors would be flying everywhere. Look, isn't that the granddaughter of the #1 family? She doesn't listen to her husband and is forcibly taken back, which really brings shame to the Li family. What do you mean go back? Do they really dare to kidnap you? When the old lady saw her granddaughter-in-law preparing to go back, displeasure immediately appeared on her face, and she said, you rushed them to leave before, and now you don't want them to go back. Are you sick, old lady? That old lady. They really dare to tie the young mistress and take her away. That's their style. Feng Wan couldn't take it anymore, walked over to the old lady, and whispered in her ear, if our young mistress doesn't go back, I fear I will also be implicated, so I advise you to let it go. What? He dares? Upon hearing the servant's words, the old lady's murky eyes widened in surprise. Next to her, Yuan Xian couldn't help but show anger in her beautiful eyes. How was her son training his subordinates? They actually dared to lay hands on the mistress. This was simply against the rules of the aristocracy. Security department, prepare. No female bodyguard are allowed to step out of the courtyard. If anyone crosses the line, shooting is permitted but do not harm lives. Yuan Xian was also a decisive woman. Otherwise, how could she hold the position of general manager of the Liu Group? She took out her phone and called the security system of the courtyard, ordering all security personnel to be on high alert. She wanted to see how this group of female bodyguards would take Binger out of the courtyard and back to the Magic City. Mom, please don't activate the security system. Otherwise, you will only see corpses later. Li Bingruo was genuinely startled by Yuan Xian's actions and hurriedly dissuaded her. The bodyguard assigned to her by Liu Heng were stronger than the outer members of the Dark Dragon, unlike those outside who were just ordinary special forces. If they faced a Tier 3 genetic warrior, it would only lead to death. Impossible? Hearing this, Yuan Xian was somewhat skeptical and asked, the security system of the courtyard consists of elite retired military personnel. How could they not handle a few female bodyguards? Mom, it's true. Have you forgotten that some of the bodyguards in this courtyard were personally arranged by Liu Heng? Do you think they would truly listen to you? Li Bingruo was afraid of casualties, so she didn't dare to delay and pointed out some loopholes in the courtyard security system. Oh, by the way, you must have heard of the special department, right? These female bodyguards are even stronger than the military personnel of the special department. In the end, she was worried that Yuan Xian wouldn't believe her, so she made a comparison with the special department. So powerful? The few of them were momentarily stunned. The seemingly weak female bodyguards were actually stronger than the military personnel of the special department. Didn't that mean their security system was useless? Yes. Without any hesitation, she nodded. confirming that the strength of the female bodyguards surpassed that of the special department. Of course, she didn't compare this group of bodyguards with the core members of the Dark Dragon. The core members of the Dark Dragon were all at least Tier 4 mutants, which these Tier 3 female warriors could not compare to. Since that's the case, I'll go to the Magic City with you. I must teach that bastard a good lesson. After thinking it over, Yuan Xian decided to give up her meeting today and accompany her daughter-in-law to the Magic City to properly educate that brat, while also checking on her precious daughter. She was afraid that the brat would lock her precious daughter in a small dark room. I'll go with you. I haven't been out in a while, and am not used to it. The old lady, seeing her daughter-in-law preparing to go to the Magic City, also wanted to get out more and said, I haven't seen my grandson in a long time. I miss him. The outward anger was just a pretext for her to go to the Magic City to see her grandson. First update. Welcome to Join the Group. 498260722 Chapter 91 Family Matters 3 in the Magic City within the castle estate. A big one and a small one sat on the sofa, watching cartoons on TV. It was truly beautiful. Liu Heng was sitting on the sofa, feeling drowsy and uninterested in the cartoon. A little girl lay on his lap, tilting her head to watch the funny scenes on TV, munching on potato chips, her eyes squinting with laughter. Brother, that gray wolf is so stupid. Liu Wen, with her eyes glued to the TV, asked her older brother, who looked unwell and wanted to sleep, with a cheerful smile, Gray Wolf is really too dumb. With such good equipment, he still can't catch sheep. He's hopeless. Hearing his sister's words, he slightly opened his eyes and then closed them again, mumbling a vague response, seemingly agreeing with her opinion. In fact, Liu Heng didn't really hear what she said. He just mumbled a response and closed his eyes, drifting into a light sleep. As he dozed off more deeply, he could no longer bear it and fell asleep, occasionally hearing his sister's laughter in the background. These past few days, without the company of women, had prevented him from entering deep sleep. Playing with Sakura and Peach in the morning had drained too much of his energy. He needed a good sleep to recover. Ding dong. Just as he was dozing off, the doorbell rang, and he unconsciously felt his legs lighten. He kicked off his slippers, rolled over, and lay on the sofa like a pig, falling deeply asleep again. Liu Wen, who was engrossed in watching TV, heard the doorbell ring and didn't let the maid open the door. Instead, she swung her little feet and went to open the door herself. She wanted to see who would come to visit her brother. Mommy. When she opened the door, the person in front of her was her mother, Yuan Xian. With a leap, she dove into her mother's arms and began to act cute. Wen, be good. Hurry down. Your grandmother and sister are watching. Yuan Xian held her daughter's little bottom, rubbed her face against her daughter's cheek, and said with a smile, it seems that the little brat didn't mistreat little Wen. Look, she's even heavier than when she was at home. Liu Wen, who was being cute and adorable in Yuan Xian's arms, heard that her grandmother and sister were watching, and her little face turned red. She quickly broke free from her mother's embrace and lowered her head, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. Oh my little treasure is shy. Come here, let grandma hug you. The old lady, following behind Yuan Xian, saw her precious granddaughter, and a happy smile appeared on her face as she bent down and reached out to Liu Wen. She hadn't seen her granddaughter for 3 months, and she missed her a lot. Although she loved her granddaughter very much, in her heart, Liu Heng held a more significant position. After all, when girls grow up, they belong to someone else's family. Grandma. Liu Wen hugged the old lady, but didn't let her pick her up like her mom did. During these 3 months, she had been living on the Tunglong aircraft carrier. Her teachers had taught her a lot of knowledge, and respecting elders and loving the young was a compulsory course. She also understood that her grandmother was getting older, and if she forced her to pick her up, it might lead to unforeseen consequences. Little Wen, where's your brother? At this moment, Li Bingruo, seeing that the two had finished their reunion, walked over and gave Liu Wen a gentle pat on the head, smiling and asking. Now that she had 2 powerful allies, she needed to force that damned brat to sign a couple more agreements. My brother is in the living room watching cartoons. Liu Wen's big, cute eyes turned, immediately shifting the fact that she was watching cartoons on her brother. He let you lock me up in the sky. If I don't take you down, I lose. Cough. What kind of behavior is this? At such an age, still watching cartoons. Does he think he's still a child? The old lady listened and couldn't help but snort coldly, striding towards the castle, leaving a few people outside reminiscing. Let's go in and talk. Yuan Exen patted her daughter-in-law's shoulder, as if to say, don't be afraid, I'm here to back you up. He won't dare to act recklessly. In the living room, the old lady walked in and was completely stunned. Her grandson wasn't watching cartoons at all. He was clearly exhausted and resting. The elderly woman tiptoed to the edge of the sofa, looking at her grandson's chiseled face, filled with emotion. The grandson of the Liu family had grown up. Why is Heng sleeping like this? It's really too unseemly. After Yuan Xian walked in and saw her mother-in-law sitting at the edge of the sofa, sizing up her sleeping son, she frowned in displeasure and said, what kind of sleeping posture is this? Like a pig in a pigsty. Huh, he's always slept like this since he was little. How could you not know? Are you even his real mother? Oh, right. He hasn't had a mother to take care of him since he was young, so it's normal for his mother not to know. The old lady, hearing her daughter-in-law's disdainful remark about her grandson's sleeping posture, forgot the purpose of her visit. I don't want to argue with you. We're here to seek justice for Binger. So let's not digress and get to the point. Yuan Xian also knew she was in the wrong. So she simply stopped discussing her son and moved on to seeking justice for her daughter-in-law. Yes, we're here to seek justice for Bing Ruo, with her daughter-in-law's reminder. The old lady finally remembered the main point, her nostalgic expression fading as a look of disappointment appeared. Mommy, I want to report my brother. He makes my sister clean a really big area every day. It's extremely annoying. Liu heard her grandmother and mommy were there to punish her brother, and her eyes sparkled with mischief as she revealed her little tiger teeth, gesturing with her little arms. Unfortunately, no matter how much she gestured, she couldn't convey just how big that area was. Seeing her expression, Li Bingruo, who had just sat down on the sofa, couldn't help but laugh. She was truly defeated by the little one's antics. Hey, did you take my chips? Seeing the snack bag on the glass coffee table, she frowned in displeasure and said, No, my brother gave them to me. Seeing her sister show signs of anger, the little one stopped gesturing about the size of the area and instead shook her head, indicating that she hadn't taken them. The doctor said you shouldn't eat chips and other puffed foods. Why didn't you listen? She cast a reproachful glance at the little one, her eyes filled with affection. When she was being ordered around, only this little one was willing to help her. She wasn't actually worried about the little one eating her snacks. It was just that the doctor had warned her that if the little one ate puffed foods, it could lead to abnormal reactions. If something really happened to the little one, what would she do? Although she didn't have children yet, she had already regarded Xiao Wenwen as her own child. If something happened, she would probably be more anxious than anyone else. Liu Heng, go die. Chapter 92 Family Matters, Part 4. Liu Heng, go die. A roar like a lion's from the east echoed, causing Liu Heng, who had just fallen into a deep sleep, to open his eyes and turn to see the person yelling. Feeling someone beside the sofa, he thought it was his sister Liu Wen, cautiously turning around, afraid of hurting the little one. When he saw who was sitting beside him, he instantly became alert, his expression turning extremely serious. Grandma, Mom, why are you in Magic City? He pushed himself up from the sofa, moving back 30 centimeters, pulling his feet back, then turned to face the television, slipping on his slippers, looking puzzled at the old lady and his mother, who had serious expressions. Shouldn't Grandma be at home? Why would she come to Magic City? Besides, Mom has to work today. Did something happen? We're here for our reasons. The old lady didn't answer Liu Heng directly, but vaguely mentioned that she had business in Magic City. Why did you give Wenwen chips? Before Liu Heng could respond, Li Bingruo jumped in. William already said that you can't give the little one chips, or there will be unpredictable consequences. Look at you. Not only did you steal my chips, but you also brazenly gave them to the little girl. Do you want to harm her? I don't know. I didn't go upstairs when I brought the little girl back. We were just watching TV here. How could I have given her chips? He was completely bewildered by this question. He had picked her up from the Tunglong mother ship and hadn't gone to any room. Where would the chips have come from? Moreover, the entire living room had been cleaned spotless by the servants. They must have thrown away any chips. How could such a thing appear in the living room? What are you two talking about? Why can't one eat chips? The two bystanders, seeing the couple directly confronting each other, were puzzled about why Wenwen couldn't eat chips and asked. When she is at home, the little one eats 3 bags of chips every day. Why can't she eat them now? Mom, Grandma, Actually, the little one has awakened her abilities and become a special mutant. The doctor who helped her awaken, Dr. William, warned her not to eat chips, or there will be unpredictable consequences. Liu Heng awkwardly scratched his head, explaining in detail why the little girl couldn't eat chips. What did you say? When one has become a mutant? Yuan Xian almost fainted from shock upon hearing her son's words, exclaiming, "It's an undeniable fact that my son has become a mutant. Now my daughter has been turned into a mutant by my son. This is simply kidnapping Wenwen's childhood." Wenwen has become a mutant. Seeing his mother looking like she was about to collapse, Liu Heng helplessly nodded, confirming that his sister was indeed a mutant. "You brat, you are kidnapping your sister's childhood." Hearing this, Yuan Xian's face turned completely red, her expression twisted with rage as she roared, without hesitation slapping him. For such a small child to activate her genes, won't she be seen as a monster by other kids? Liu Heng watched as the slap came slowly and did not dodge, taking the hit. He knew it was all his fault. If he hadn't made William inject the gene activation fluid, the little one would still be an ordinary girl. Now everything was different. He had kidnapped her childhood, making her a monster in the eyes of others. "Mommy, I'm dizzy." At this moment, the little one nestled in Yuan Xian's arms turned red, looking like a ripe apple. Her gaze a bit dazed, her small body swaying unsteadily. "Wenwen, are you okay? You mustn't be in trouble." Hearing the little one say she felt dizzy, she immediately snapped out of her fury, squatting down to look at the little one, reaching out to touch her forehead, anxiously saying, "Yaya, immediately notify William. I want to see him in 5 minutes." Seeing the little one's condition, Liu Heng felt something was wrong, his figure instantly appearing in front of her, picking up the little one and rushing up to the second floor. If he guessed correctly, the side effects of eating chips had struck. "Liu Heng, you brat. If anything happens to Wenwen, I will fight you to the death." Yuan Xian rushed up the stairs, closely following Liu Heng, crying with tears streaming down her face. Her light makeup dampened by her tears. This was her little treasure born when she was 38 years old. If she lost him, how would she live? Li Bingruo's anger was no less than Yuan Xian's, even more intense. "Butler, tell me, who gave the little miss the chips?" She did not chase after Liu Heng like Yuan Xian, but stayed in the living room with the old lady. Her tone as cold as winter as she questioned the castle's AI butler. Based on her husband's shocked expression, she concluded that the chips were not brought to the little girl by him from the bedroom. This was quite clear. Someone must have given the little girl the chips. "Young lady, the chips were found by the little miss in your and young master's bedroom." The butler's mechanical and cold voice nearly made Li Bingruo faint. So it was her who was the culprit. Then she recalled that the bedroom door was usually kept closed. How did the little girl open the bedroom door? "Butler, how did the little miss open the bedroom door and get the chips I put in the safe?" She didn't believe that the bedroom door could be easily opened. Even if the door wasn't locked, the little one couldn't possibly open the safe. Besides, the key was still in her hand. "Young lady, the door to your and young master's bedroom was not truly closed. You forgot to lock the safe the last time you took the chips, which is why the little miss was able to get the chips." The butler maintained his usual demeanor, but his words almost scared her to death. How could she have forgotten to close the safe? Could it be that her little secret was exposed to Liu Heng? The old lady heard the butler's mechanical and emotionless words and looked incredulously at her granddaughter-in-law. "You didn't say a word for a long time, so you are the culprit." She then thought about how the Liu family would rely on the girl in front of her to raise the next generation and sighed helplessly, saying nothing more. The incident had already happened. Who could they blame? They could only blame the little one for being greedy. If she hadn't been greedy, this scene wouldn't have happened. "Grandma, I'm sorry. This is all my fault." Li Bingruo didn't dare to look into the old lady's eyes, lowering her head and speaking pitifully. She never expected that she could also have a day of forgetfulness. "Ah, it's fine, as long as your belly behaves well." The old lady shook her head and glanced at her belly, saying, in her eyes, everything other than her grandson and the Liu family's legacy was insignificant. Even her granddaughter's life.